Chapter 483 Soul Seed. Once Shui Wuan brought Long Chen and Meng Qi to the first monastery, she gave Long Chen a few warnings before leaving. Meng Qi's soul root had been destroyed. That was something even she had no way to fix, as Shui Wuan was not a soul cultivator. Seeing that Long Chen seemed to have many things to do, she let Long Chen decide what he wanted to do about this. When Long Chen arrived in front of everyone, carrying Meng Qi on his back, they all clenched their teeth. Meng Qi, who had been like an immortal fairy, had now been tormented into her current state. Despite the fact that she was a young woman, the Wind Spirit Pavilion had not held back at all in terms of viciousness. Long Chen set up a residence for Meng Qi, and Tang Wan'er also came to help. Once they were set up, she deliberately left to give the two of them time to be alone. Long Chen, I'm already a cripple. Will you not want me anymore? Meng Qi leaned against Long Chen, hugging him closely. Do you think that's possible? You're my fiancé, and I'll look after you for a lifetime. Long Chen was filled with tenderness as he embraced her soft waist. Meng Qi smiled, her smile like a flower blossoming, and her eyes filled with happiness. She caressed Long Chen's cheek. Do you really not hate me even a bit for what I did to you in the Phoenix Cry Empire? She was referring to how she had gone to withdraw from their marriage agreement. Meng Qi had always been brooding about that matter. Even just saying that, Meng Qi began to cry. Perhaps it was due to losing her cultivation base, but Meng Qi's heart had become even weaker now, and her emotions affected her more than usual. Fang'er already explained to me that you were helpless about that. You had no choice, said Long Chen. That's not entirely true. In the beginning, I really did feel a bit of aversion towards this marriage agreement. I'd never seen you before, and I really didn't want to marry a stranger. But then when I joined the Wind Spirit Pavilion, when they learned I had a fiancé, they actually wanted to kill you. At that time, I felt you were completely innocent and didn't want you to be implicated. So before they did anything, I took the initiative to find you. However, then when I saw how difficult your circumstances were in the Phoenix Cry capital, I really didn't know how I was supposed to say anything. In the end, on Sunset Mountain, I finally heartlessly withdrew from our marriage agreement. But instead of hating me, you actually looked after me, consoling me. Long Chen, why are you such a fool? I hurt you, but you treat me so well. Meng Qi tightly clung to Long Chen, bursting into tears. Long Chen also tightly held her, involuntarily feeling a bit proud. Back then, he really had been too brilliant. He had managed to capture Meng Qi's heart. When Long Chen did things, he always relied on his feelings. Back when he had first seen Meng Qi, he had felt that Meng Qi was an extremely kind-hearted woman, and so his methods back then really had been effective. Holding this beautiful woman in his arms, Long Chen was filled with emotion. He didn't feel that his methods had been vile. If you loved a person, then you should love them with your entire being, and you should be willing to do anything for them. Who cared about a bit of infamy? You don't need to be worried, Meng Qi. Although your soul root was destroyed, that doesn't necessarily mean there's no way for you to cultivate, consoled Long Chen, rubbing her back. Meng Qi straightened her body, looking at Long Chen. You want me to walk the ordinary cultivation path? Long Chen shook his head. Of course not. Your body isn't suited to any other cultivation path other than soul cultivation. Even if you tried, your accomplishments would be extremely limited. What I was talking about was to help you rebuild a soul root, reactivating your spiritual strength, and then you can continue being a grand beast tamer. But that's impossible. There's nothing in this world that's impossible. Close your eyes. Long Chen touched his forehead to Meng Qi's forehead. His spiritual strength gently circulated and entered her mind sea. The two of their spiritual strengths connected. Within Meng Qi's mind sea, the ball of core source qi in her body had already scattered. It had been personally destroyed by the Wind Spirit Pavilion Master. Once this source qi was destroyed, her mind sea was like a human that had lost consciousness. She lost control over her spiritual strength. As Long Chen poured in his spiritual strength, their minds connected, and through his spiritual strength, Meng Qi was able to glance into Long Chen's mind sea. Your mind sea, how is it so enormous? Meng Qi couldn't help being astonished. For ordinary soul cultivators, their mind seas would not be greater than 300 meters wide at the bone forging realm. 600 meters would mark them as a genius. Meng Qi was exceptionally talented, and her mind sea was 3,000 meters wide. That was even larger than geniuses like Feng Xiaozi and Feng Xiaoyun, whose mind seas had been vastly improved with greater resources than her. It was precisely because the Wind Spirit Pavilion Master had taken note of Meng Qi's talent that he had kept her alive. But Meng Qi was astonished to find that Long Chen's mind sea truly was like an ocean and practically boundless. It had to be measured in the hundreds of miles. In comparison, her own mind sea was truly 2-minute. You saw it. Long Chen smiled slightly. Your body is too weak right now. But once you recover, I will use my spiritual strength to condense a new soul seed for you. Once the soul seed is planted in your mind sea, it will become your new soul root. At that time, you'll quickly recover, and furthermore, you'll reach an even higher level than before. In truth, Long Chen's mind sea had been around the same size as Meng Qi's originally. But after merging with the primal chaos bead, his mind sea had explosively grown, and even Long Chen didn't know what was going on. But that would cause immense damage to your soul. Meng Qi shook her head. To use your own spiritual strength to condense a soul seed for someone else would come at an immense cost, and there was even danger that your soul root's quality would permanently decline. You're my woman, I can do anything for you, so you don't need to decline. Don't worry, I have a method that will ensure I don't suffer any harm, said Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen had reached an even deeper understanding of the primal chaos bead. With the primal chaos bead, his body, spiritual qi, and soul energy were all being nourished. That was different from ordinary cultivation. The energy the primal chaos bead offered him could transform into any energy he needed and was capable of benefiting his mind, qi, and soul. So Long Chen didn't need to worry about his soul degrading. Long Chen, Meng Qi looked at Long Chen with tenderness. Long Chen looked back at her. The two of them slowly approached. Their lips touched. Both of them shook as if a bolt of lightning was coursing through their bodies. A tender and blessed feeling filled their hearts. After some unknown time, the two of them finally parted. Meng Qi was deeply asleep, and her mouth still held a happy smile, beautiful beyond compare. Long Chen slowly rested Meng Qi on the couch and gently covered her with a blanket. He also placed a pillow under her head for her to sleep comfortably. Seeing that sweet face as it slept, Long Chen was filled with tenderness. Meng Qi really had suffered in the past few days. Thinking of the Wind Spirit Pavilion, killing intent surged within Long Chen's eyes. For them to treat a kind-hearted woman like this, they really were not even human. Don't let me find a chance, or I'll exterminate all of you brutes. Meng Qi's outer injuries were now healed. But her body had been weakened greatly in the past few days, and she would need to rest. Those days, she had always been filled with terror and nervousness. Now that she relaxed, she slept deeply. She should be recovered by the time she woke up. Long Chen quietly left her room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Tang Wan'er standing by the entrance, looking at him oddly. Do you not know how to be embarrassed? After saying that, Tang Wan'er blushed, obviously having guessed what Long Chen had done inside. She had only just finished speaking when an arm wrapped around her waist. She was just about to make a sound, but she didn't. Long Chen was firmly kissing her, all the way until she felt like she was about to faint. Only when she began to beat on his chest did he let go. All right, this way no one needs to be embarrassed. Long Chen laughed. Shameless scoundrel. Tang Wan'er was as red as an apple, both embarrassed and angry. Seeing Long Chen smiling at her, she had an urge to dig a hole and bury herself. I'm ignoring you, I'll look after Sister Meng Qi. Tang Wan'er couldn't bear Long Chen's teasing gaze and quickly went into Meng Qi's room, locking the door firmly. Everyone's adults, so there's no need to be so shy. You should learn from me. Look, I'm not embarrassed at all, teased Long Chen. The door to the room opened a crack, and Tang Wan'er revealed half her face, clenching her teeth. You rotten scoundrel. Your skin is thicker than a city's wall. Just wait, I'll definitely report that you bullied me to Sister Meng Qi. Alright, then I'll just say some person was feeling jealous and unable to bear seeing me kiss another, so she forced me to kiss her as well. Perhaps the angle and strength had some flaws. As a result, being dissatisfied with my technique, she went to someone else to complain. Hey, let's not fight. Long Chen ran away. Thinking of how Tang Wan'er had seemed just like a tigress furiously glaring at him, he laughed. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling emotional. This was what life should be. Accompanying his brothers to drink every day, along with teasing some beautiful woman. He wouldn't trade such days even for the chance to become a god. Unfortunately, times like these were too rare. He had so much trouble around him. Although Shui Wuan had said the Pill Tower didn't have an above-board reason to target him, what about targeting him in secret? Furthermore, he had killed a disciple from the so-called heaven-splitting divine sect. He had no idea whether that matter would reach their ears. Not to mention, he had also caused the corrupt path to suffer heavy losses. Their army had almost been entirely annihilated this time. He had no idea what kind of award they were planning on bestowing him. Thinking of these things, Long Chen had a huge headache. Right now, he urgently needed to increase his strength. But first, he had a certain matter that he had to do no matter what. He went straight towards where Zheng Wenlong was staying. Chapter 484 Big Business. Within a private room, Long Chen, Zheng Wenlong, and that elder from the Huayan sect were sitting and drinking tea. From Zheng Wenlong's introduction, Long Chen learned that the elder's name was Old Qian. 1. After a simple introduction, Long Chen got straight to the point. Within the secret realm and also now in the monastery, the only reason I was able to avoid disaster was because of Brother Zheng's assistance. I will definitely remember this favor. You're too courteous, Long Chen. In truth, we were simply extras. Even if we hadn't been present, with monastery head Shui, you would have been fine. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. Zheng Wenlong was also a magnanimous person. This time, he had truly been just an extra. Everything had been within Shui Wuan's control. No matter what, I still owe you. After all, the Huayan sect sacrificed quite a few disciples. That truly makes me ashamed, said Long Chen apologetically. Within the secret realm, dozens of Huayan sect disciples had been killed. That made Long Chen deeply apologetic, as death always brought pain with it. Old Qian, who hadn't said anything up to this point, finally opened his mouth. To do business is to risk danger. Within this world, there is no business that is risk-free. You don't need to feel ashamed. Under little Wenlong's arrangements, the families of those disciples that died will all be looked after. They'll never go cold or hungry. Hearing that, Long Chen felt great reverence for the Huayan sect. Perhaps they were the sect that valued emotions the most. In other sects, when people died, not only was there no compensation, but even their remains might not necessarily be sent back to their families. The worst thing was that when some disciples died, if their families were too weak, their wealth would be directly snatched by others. In fact, sometimes they would even be killed for their treasures. Compared to those sects, the members of Huayan sect, who only ever spoke of business, were practically saints. Then since you're both businessmen, I won't argue. Let's talk about cooperating. I have some medicinal sprouts I want to get rid of. At the same time, I need to buy a large quantity of medicinal ingredients. I'll need Brother Zheng's help, said Long Chen. As soon as the conversation moved to business, Zheng Wenlong and Old Qian's eyes both lit up. Sitting up straight, Zheng Wenlong asked, how many medicinal sprouts do you have? And what quality and quantity? I have a lot. As for the lower tier or common medicinal ingredients, there's no need to include them, as there's little profit. In terms of the more precious medicinal sprouts I have, or ones that have nearly gone extinct in the world, I have over 100. I should be able to offer you 100 of each of them, said Long Chen. That many? Both Zheng Wenlong and Old Qian were shocked. Medicinal sprouts were not the same as medicinal ingredients. That term signified that the medicinal ingredients he was referring to were alive. That made them over 1,000 times more valuable than regular medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, he said he had over 100 kinds of them and could offer 100 of each. That was too shocking. Even they, who commonly did big business, were stunned. You don't need to find it curious. These medicinal ingredients mostly came from plundering. Long Chen laughed. Long Chen was entirely right. Within the secret realm, he had killed countless people. Even just the spatial rings of the top experts made his rewards shocking. Those peak experts were all much prouder, and they didn't keep ordinary items in their spatial rings. Everything they had was the best, and so the medicinal ingredients they had were the best. After those withered ingredients were planted in the primal chaos space, they could be turned into medicinal sprouts. Brother Zheng, you have a life ring, right? Yes. As a businessman, he naturally was prepared. Good. Then I will take out the medicinal ingredients one by one for you to register. Saying this, Long Chen began to take out items from his life ring. In truth, that was false. Long Chen was directly summoning them from his primal chaos space. He had no choice but to be careful, as its abilities were too heaven-defying, and he couldn't allow others to learn about it. Amazing. 7-star grass, southern sky flower, 9-leaf lotus, Old Qian's eyes shined as he watched Long Chen take out precious medicines one after another. These were mostly 5th-tier precious medicines used for refining 5th-tier medicinal pills. Furthermore, just as Long Chen said, these were all mostly extinct in the outside world. Let alone living ones, just dried-up versions were incredibly difficult to find. Long Chen had taken out a total of 107 medicinal ingredients. 93 of them had been 5th-tier ingredients, while 14 of them had been 6th-tier ingredients. Those were used to refine medicinal pills used by Shantian experts. They were absolutely priceless. Some of them were even medicinal ingredients that Old Qian didn't recognize. It was Long Chen who told them what they were, and he would have to go through some ancient records once he got back before selling them. Ha ha ha, big business, definitely big business, laughed Old Qian. Even those wrinkles on his face lessened greatly, making him appear a decade younger. Zheng Wenlong was also ecstatic. Brother Long, if you sell all these medicinal sprouts, you would definitely have enough resources to create your own first-rate power. Long Chen smiled slightly. Then I'll let Brother Zheng handle these things. Don't worry, Brother Long, there definitely won't be any problem. Zheng Wenlong patted himself on the chest, also feeling moved inside. Long Chen was handing this much wealth to him, expressing that he had absolute confidence in him. Speaking of which, we conduct business through spirit stones, so after gradually selling these medicinal ingredients off and deducting the normal service charge, we can send you a large amount of spirit stones, said Zheng Wenlong. That was because in accordance with the business Tao, only rare things had value. If they took out these many medicinal sprouts and sold them all at once, their profits would shrink. They would definitely have to split them up and auction them over time. Furthermore, small auctions didn't have the ability to auction off such precious medicinal sprouts, as there was limited purchasing power there. So they definitely needed to come up with a plan first. You don't need to send them here. Keep the money with yourself. Other than that, here's a list. Help me buy the medicinal ingredients on it. You can just directly subtract the cost from the profit of the medicinal sprouts. Once you find them, you can directly send them over, said Long Chen, handing over a list. On that list were many medicinal ingredients. Many of those were ones Zheng Wenlong and Old Qian had never heard of. As for the ones they did recognize, they caused them to suck in a cold gasp of air. Many of those were items that basically only existed in legends. Very, very few people had ever even seen them. Such things were all astronomically expensive. It was no wonder Long Chen said there was no need to send him spirit stones. As for why Long Chen wanted these medicinal ingredients, they didn't ask. In any case, whether Long Chen was selling or buying, the Huayan sect would still get profit. Furthermore, considering what level of buying and selling Long Chen was planning, their profit would definitely be exceedingly bountiful. That made Zheng Wenlong ecstatic. He had never imagined Long Chen would bring him so much profit this quickly. This way, he was no longer under so much pressure, and he could quickly get a large sum of money to give financial support to the families of the disciples who had died. On the other hand, a large portion of that profit would be his own, and he could use it to buy medicinal pills, cultivation techniques, and various other treasures that would increase his own strength. In the Huayan sect, there was a certain saying, the amount of wealth you had, determined how far you could walk on the cultivation path. The cooperation this time is just the beginning. In the future, there will be many things I'll need Brother Zheng's help with. This is just a small gift for you. You can consider it a bribe. Long Chen laughed, handing Zheng Wenlong a jade case. Brother Long, you're too courteous, there's no need. What? Zheng Wenlong opened the case and couldn't help letting out a startled cry. Qilin fruit. Even Old Qian cried out in shock. The two of them were both businessmen, and their strongest point was their eyesight, the ability to appraise the value of various treasures. The Qilin fruit was a heaven-defying treasure capable of upgrading a person's spirit root. It was something they had only seen in ancient records. Brother Long, this is too precious. Zheng Wenlong didn't know what to do. This was something cultivators would dream of obtaining. It was effective on anyone within the Shantian realm. Don't decline, Brother Zheng. Didn't you say the greatest investment a person could make was an emotional investment? Well then, this can be considered my investment in our relationship. This cooperation will also bring me great assistance, and so this is just a symbol of my sincerity, said Long Chen. Alright, then I'll accept it. Zheng Wenlong gratefully and very carefully put away the Qilin fruit. This was a treasure that money could not buy. Once he returned to his sect, he could invite a master alchemist to refine it into a medicinal pill. That would bring him endless benefit. After talking a bit longer with the two of them, Zheng Wenlong left behind his address and left with old Qian. Time was precious to businessmen. Each breath they took was money. It could be said Zheng Wenlong was in a race against time. The Julie secret realm had just closed, and many treasures were circulating around now. However, some sects didn't dare reveal their treasures so quickly, afraid others would place their intentions on them. In the past, it was always years before they gradually began to reveal the treasures they had obtained from the secret realm. But this time wasn't the same. The large sects had all suffered immense casualties and were on the verge of going berserk. As for the smaller sects, they had obtained treasures, but they didn't dare reveal them. If Zheng Wenlong didn't use this time properly, he wouldn't get any profit. But then if he didn't know how to use the medicinal sprouts Long Chen had just provided him, he really wouldn't be Zheng Wenlong. However, when he returned, there were many things he needed to set up. For the large enough auctions, they needed a great deal of promotion first in order to draw enough people. These medicinal sprouts would mostly be sold to sects, and those sects all had their own medicinal fields. That was why they would be willing to spend such a large amount on medicinal sprouts. No matter how much they spent, they would get that profit back in a few decades. Then with continual breeding, it would be a continuous flow of profit. After sending them off, a disciple ran over with an extremely grave expression. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, some things happened to senior apprentice sister Meng Qi. Chapter 485,000 Star Devouring Soul. Long Chen hastily ran back to Meng Qi's room. Meng Qi was sitting on her bed, a faint black qi appearing on her face. Ling Yunzi had a hand on her back, spiritual qi curling around him, his head covered with sweat. Long Chen, Tang Wan seemed to have found hope and hastily explained. Sister Meng Qi was sleeping fine at first, but out of nowhere, her body began to spasm. I don't know what's going on. She's been poisoned. I'm using my spiritual qi to suppress the poison, not letting it invade her soul, but her body is too weak. It's extremely taxing for me, explained Ling Yunzi. If it was an ordinary person, Ling Yunzi wouldn't find it so difficult to suppress the poison. But Meng Qi's body was too weak, and the slightest mistake might cause her body to explode. Not to mention, the poison was too fierce, constantly attacking Ling Yunzi's suppression, making it very hard on him. Long Chen hastily went over and peeled back Meng Qi's eyelids. There were countless little specks in her pupils. He quickly pressed onto the Yu-Gen acupuncture point at the back of her head and poured in his powerful spiritual strength. You can't, Ling Yunzi cried out. Long Chen's spiritual strength was bypassing his blockade to charge at the poison. It's fine. This is the 1,000-star devouring soul poison. Now it will focus on devouring my soul energy instead of attacking Meng Qi, explained Long Chen. Now Ling Yunzi saw that as soon as the poison encountered Long Chen's spiritual strength, it was like a hungry wolf that had encountered meat and was crazily devouring it. Sect leader, help me guard her Yu-Gen point. I'll expel the poison. Long Chen increased his soul energy. His spiritual strength was like a python swimming in Meng Qi's meridians. As for the poison, as soon as it saw the spiritual strength, it crazily pounced on it, biting down and refusing to let go. Long Chen's originally transparent spiritual strength quickly turned black as ink because of the poison. He then took out a knife and cut a small opening on Meng Qi's palm. Instantly, pitch-black blood flowed out of the opening, emitting a disgusting stench. Everyone, get out, close the door and get further away from the room. At this time, there were many people that had heard something had happened with Meng Qi and had gathered here. Now they hastily left. This was a spiritual poison and extremely troublesome. When Tang Wan and the others saw that black blood, they all felt a chill. Long Chen poured in his spiritual strength 3 times, finally drawing out all the poison in Meng Qi's body. He finally sighed a breath of relief. He summoned a blue flame and incinerated the black blood. The entire room was filled with the disgusting stench. Holding Meng Qi, he and Ling Yunzi also left the room. After a moment of hesitation, Long Chen waved his hand and summoned a ball of flames that instantly burned the room to ash. This poison was too intense. Worried about the remnants, he decided the room wasn't worth it. This way was safer. What happened, Long Chen? Asked Ling Yunzi. It was the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Killing intent surfaced within Long Chen's eyes. When they had handed Meng Qi over back then, they had also poisoned her. If Ling Yunzi hadn't rushed over here fast enough to suppress the poison from reaching her soul, the results would have been too horrible to think of. That goddamn wind spirit pavilion, let's go overturn their bastard lair. Raged Guo Ran. Everyone was completely infuriated now. Even though Meng Qi had already been crippled and half alive, they still hadn't let her off. They were definitely worse than beasts. Let's go, Long Chen. I'll accompany you to the wind spirit pavilion, said Ling Yunzi, patting Long Chen's shoulder. He was also furious. Let's cut them down. Ji Yu Yong and the others roared furiously. The wind spirit pavilion was truly too hateful. All of you calm down. Right now, we've only just settled in, and it's not suitable for us to make any large movements. Don't always think about slaughter and fighting, as that's not beneficial to you. We should use kindness to subdue our opponents. We'll talk it out reasonably. Long Chen smiled. What? No way. Are you alright, boss? Exclaimed Guo Ran. Alright, that's enough. Everyone should disperse. Long Chen waved his hand at everyone. With Tang Wan he set up Meng Qi in another room. He also gave her a medicinal pill to help recover her physical energy. Then, he stealthily left on his own. Changing his clothes, he went down the mountain. But before he got a mile away, he saw Guo Ran and the others had long since been waiting for him. What are you all doing? Being caught red-handed, Long Chen couldn't help being a bit infuriated. Hee, I was right, wasn't I? Boss, you wanted to go on your own. Guo Ran laughed. Ji Yu Yong said, Boss, how could you want to leave us behind? You don't think we're brothers? Brother Long, for you to go fight without me, does it mean you don't want me any longer? Asked Wild, hurt. Fuck, what does that have to do with anything? Long Chen was speechless. This time, I'm not going to fight. Not going to fight. Then what are you doing? To talk about your feelings. Who would believe you? Asked Guo Ran. I'm going to get revenge. Then how is that not going to fight? That's not the same. This time, the scale is going to be rather large, and if you went, you wouldn't be able to help. Instead, you'd hold me back, said Long Chen. Are you telling the truth? Asked Guo Ran suspiciously. When have I ever tricked you? Boss, what is going on? Guo Ran still didn't understand. Don't ask so many questions. Just hurry up and scram. Just wait for the news. Remember, don't tell anyone I'm leaving. If anyone asks where I am during this time, just say I'm in seclusion, said Long Chen. Hearing how solemn Long Chen was, they knew he was planning something. They hastily nodded. Once Guo Ran, Wild, Songming Yuan, Li Qi, and Ji Yu Yong left, Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Now, Long Chen summoned Little Snow, and taking advantage of the darkness of the night, he rushed directly towards the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Within the Wind Spirit Pavilion, there were over 10 Shantian elders standing together, not daring to say a single word. In front of them, the pavilion master's expression was exceedingly ugly. Third elder, you're sure you poisoned that slut with the 1,000-star devouring soul poison? Asked the pavilion master icily. I'm absolutely sure, and I definitely used enough. There definitely wasn't any mistake. The elder who had gone to bring Meng Qi out of custody now spoke, his voice extremely silent from fear. Definitely enough. Definitely no mistake. Then tell me, why is that even up to now, Meng Qi's soul tablet hasn't broken? Roared the pavilion master, pointing towards a jade tablet. The Wind Spirit Pavilion's disciples were all soul cultivators, and all the stronger disciples were made a soul tablet by the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Once the disciple died, that soul tablet would also break, no wonder how far apart they were. It was extremely magical. Back when Feng Xiaozi had died in the secret realm, his soul tablet had broken, infuriating the entire Wind Spirit Pavilion. They had moved out in full force to their entrance of the secret realm. As a result, Meng Qi lost any chance of escaping from them when she left the secret realm. Right now, the third elder was clenching his teeth. According to how much poison he had given Meng Qi, she should have already died. However, this jade tablet was still completely fine. If the third elder hadn't followed him for so long, the pavilion master would definitely suspect he had betrayed him. Perhaps Long Chen has some ability to temporarily suppress the poison, but you also know that this poison targets the soul, and there's no medicine that can cure it, said the third elder. The pavilion master nodded. He had a great understanding of just how terrifying the 1,000-star devouring soul poison was. It was specialized in targeting soul cultivators. It was a poison that activated slowly. There wasn't any way to sense it at the beginning when a person was poisoned. By the time the poison erupted, it would take a person's life in just a few breaths' time. It was only because Meng Qi had been lucky that Ling Yunzi had been passing by and had heard Tang Wan'er's cry, thus saving her from death. That was also why the pavilion master suspected the third elder. The 1,000-star devouring soul poison killed its target almost as soon as the poison activated. There was usually no time to save such a person. HMPH, the Xuantian supermonastery really is intolerable. Their monastery head personally came here. Was it to establish her prestige? Our Wind Spirit Pavilion has been standing for thousands of years, and we aren't so easy to bully. This time, it'll count as giving them a lesson. My Wind Spirit Pavilion isn't something anyone can take advantage of, said the pavilion master through clenched teeth. Although the Wind Spirit Pavilion's inheritance didn't stretch back as far as the Xuantian supermonasteries, they were all soul cultivators, making them incredibly powerful. Over these years, there had been practically no one who dared provoke them, causing their desires to inflate boundlessly. In fact, they even had some intentions of standing on the same level as the supreme sects. They had been thinking of using Meng Qi and Feng Xiaozi to stand out in the secret realm's righteous and corrupt battle, shocking the 7 prefectures, making their Wind Spirit Pavilion's name resound loudly. However, their name didn't resound, and of their 2 greatest hopes, one had died and one had left, almost driving the pavilion master mad. That was why he hated Meng Qi to the bone. If he hadn't cared about her talent, he would have killed her. But after crippling her soul root, all her soul energy would rest within her mind sea and would be passed on to the next generation. That had been his extremely malicious thoughts. But before he could implement this plan, Long Chen had destroyed their Feng family's ancestral statue, almost cutting down the entire Wind Spirit Pavilion, and had almost ended up killing his other son. The pavilion master had only had 2 sons. Feng Xiaoyun's battle strength was just slightly inferior to his big brother's, making him extremely strong. However, the Zhuli secret realm was extremely dangerous, and it was possible for anyone to die. The pavilion master hadn't wanted to place all his eggs in the same basket, as that was dangerous. It had been precisely because he had been smart that he had managed to protect his Feng family's bloodline back then. Now, he was just glaring at the jade tablet in front of him, waiting for it to shatter. They didn't know that as they all stared at this jade tablet, a death god was stealthily approaching their Wind Spirit Pavilion. Long Chen looked at the Wind Spirit Pavilion's buildings from a distance. He suddenly waved a hand, and a huge blue ball appeared. Little Snow, prepare yourself. Our target is that plaza in the center. We'll raise the Wind Spirit Pavilion to the ground. Little Snow roared and spat out a huge ball of wind blades. It wrapped around Long Chen's flame ball. It was like a shooting star as it went flying straight towards the center of the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Chapter 486, Raising Down the Wind Spirit Pavilion. A huge sphere 300 meters in diameter landed in the central plaza of the Wind Spirit Pavilion, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless, blazing wind blades shot out, an apocalyptic scene that spread in all directions. It was possible to see hundreds of people sticking their heads out of buildings. But when they saw that wave of blazing wind blades, they all despaired. Those huge buildings were directly crushed to smithereens and then burned to ashes. Countless screams rose and fell. Some tried to flee, but they were still devoured by that wave and instantly annihilated. This one wind and flame technique instantly destroyed the majority of the Wind Spirit Pavilion. There was a bottomless hole at the center 100 miles wide. Everything around it was a complete mess. Bastard, who dares attack my Wind Spirit Pavilion? I'll tear you to pieces. A hysterical roar rang out, and the land split open. A group of people came flying out of a collapsed building, the person at the front being the pavilion master. When he flew out and saw the scene around him, he directly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Long Chen's attack had destroyed the base of the Wind Spirit Pavilion, one that had been standing for millennia. At the same time, he had also severed their inheritance. Each sect had 2 things that were built as soon as they were founded. One was the ancestral statue. That was normally a statue of the first-generation founder. That statue could not be destroyed, because the statue's longevity was a symbol of how long the sect had survived. The second thing was the main palace hall. As marks of a sect's inheritance, those 2 were the most important things to a sect. Previously, that ancestral statue had already been destroyed by Long Chen. And now, the palace hall had been crushed to smithereens by him. Even when large sects fought, no one dared do such a thing. That was because that was an enmity where there was no rest until death. Seeing that his wind spirit pavilion had been destroyed, the pavilion master's eyes turned scarlet, and his hair stood on end. From the ground and the collapsed buildings, there were quite a few people crawling out of the rubble, looking around vacantly. They didn't dare believe that what they were seeing was real. Their plaza had already disappeared to become a pit. The surroundings were a complete mess. It was unknown just how many members of the Wind Spirit Pavilion had been killed by this one attack. Someone let out a cry as he saw a man standing dozens of miles away, his hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile on his face. He waved his hands to them as if he was greeting old friends. "Kill him," the pavilion master roared furiously, and he immediately shot forward. Following him, everyone who was still alive charged. Surprisingly, they still had over 2,000 experts. What was strange to them was Long Chen was still standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, still wearing a faint smile. It seemed he had no intention of fleeing. They all surrounded him, but Long Chen still didn't move. He just lightly looked at the pavilion master, not saying anything. "It was you who destroyed my Wind Spirit Pavilion?" demanded the pavilion master through clenched teeth. "How do you want to die? I'll let you choose." As he said this, his eyes scanned the surroundings. "You don't need to look. Today, I came alone to settle our debts. It was you who had Meng Qi poisoned, correct?" The pavilion master's eyes narrowed slightly, and he icily said, as expected, "That slut didn't die. Have you come to get the antidote? Keep dreaming. Today, I'll kill you in the most horrible way imaginable." "Idiot, I didn't come for the antidote. I came for your lives," said Long Chen disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, good, then let me see just how you'll take my life. Today, if I let you flee, I, Feng Yaoli, will change my surname to yours." The pavilion master actually laughed in his fury. "I, Long Chen, wouldn't have an idiot son like you." Long Chen shook his head, appearing disgusted. Courting death, one of the elders, who had long since grown impatient, was just about to attack. "Wait a moment," Long Chen hastily raised his hand. "What, are you afraid now?" "It's too late for that," sneered the pavilion master. "Don't you all want to say some words?" asked Long Chen. "What are you talking about?" asked the pavilion master. "Well, if you don't say anything before you die, you won't have a chance afterward." Long Chen pointed up to the sky. "Idiot, who are you trying to fool with your childish tricks?" sneered the pavilion master. "Pavilion master, look." The elder beside him was filled with horror, his voice quivering with terror. The pavilion master finally looked up. He became completely appalled. At some unknown time, the entire sky had become covered with black clouds. A region of 10,000 miles had become a vortex. That vortex was still forming, and countless flickers of light appeared in the clouds, looking like shining dragons swimming through the darkness. At the same time, a terrifying pressure now descended upon them. Everyone's hearts quivered. The center of this vortex was them. These are tribulation clouds. But won't there only be tribulation clouds once you step into the Shantian realm? And the scope wouldn't surpass 300 meters. "Pavilion master, you're about to undergo your tribulation," cried an elder. "That's fucking impossible. I've only just reached the late Shantian realm. My tribulation is still several decades off. This isn't my tribulation lightning," cursed the pavilion master. "Then whose is it?" After saying that, this elder involuntarily looked towards Long Chen. He saw Long Chen nod back. "Yes, it's mine. None of you should fight over the tribulation with me." Someone finally reacted. Who cared whose tribulation it was? Once the lightning tribulation descended, all of them would have to undergo the tribulation together. Furthermore, that tribulation would set its intensity based on the highest person's cultivation base. If they all underwent tribulation together, the tribulation would be set to the Shantian realm, and everyone below that realm would all suffer. "It's too late," Long Chen laughed. His divine ring appeared behind him, and a berserk aura soared into the clouds. He had already reached the great circle of the 12th heaven stage of tendon transformation. He was attacking the 13th heaven stage. Only once he reached the 13th heaven stage would he completely transform and enter the bone forging realm. These 13 heaven stages were the most peculiar aspect of the 9-star hegemon body art. Originally, Long Chen had touched upon the barrier yesterday and had been preparing on handling everything urgent before finding a secluded place to undergo his tribulation. But in this world, there really were many people enthusiastic to help you find good locations. In fact, some people would be so kind as to lend their home for you to undergo your tribulation. This time, the Wind Spirit Pavilion had truly touched upon Long Chen's taboos. Furthermore, last time when he had left, he had already warned the Wind Spirit Pavilion's disciples to leave. As for whether or not they had, it wasn't something he cared about anymore. Now he no longer had to have any misgivings. He directly broke through that final shackle, entering the 13th heaven stage. As soon as he fully reached the 13th heaven stage, the slowly revolving tribulation clouds in the sky came to a pause. Then, with a sudden rumble, countless thunderbolts rained down. A terrifying pressure made it so even the air exploded, and those people fleeing felt as if space had suddenly frozen around them, making it so they couldn't move. Miserable screams of despair rang out. Unable to block the lightning's merciless descent, everyone below the Xianxian realm instantly exploded. This lightning was simply not something people on their level could block. A single attack killed thousands. Only the Xianxian experts were capable of circulating their spiritual strength to defend. They had a spiritual light barrier around them. The lightning had struck that barrier, destroying it, causing them to vomit a mouthful of blood. However, that allowed them to block the lightning, saving their lives. Unfortunately, the thunderbolts were like drops of rain. It was not just one wave. As a result, all those Xianxian experts repeatedly vomited blood. They continuously summoned barriers of light, attempting to survive. Dozens of them vomited blood in unison, an extremely spectacular sight. They wanted to run, but the thunder force had locked them down, making it so they couldn't move. They could only forcibly block. Even the pavilion master vomited a mouthful of blood after several attacks. Within the rain of lightning, only Long Chen was looking at them oddly, wondering to himself, why isn't the lightning tribulation as strong as last time? When this lightning landed on his body, he barely even felt it. Seeing that made the pavilion master almost die from rage. Finally, an elder ended up being too slow to raise his barrier and was instantly blasted into smithereens from a bolt of lightning. The fatal weakness of soul cultivators was their physical bodies. Even though they had reached the Xianxian realm, their bodies were not even as strong as the bodies of ordinary bone-forging disciples. Furthermore, that elder's death caused all the other elders to despair. They looked up at the tribulation clouds and saw there wasn't even the slightest sign of them scattering. Miserable screams rose and fell. Those elders were killed one by one. The pavilion master's heart trembled, his blood turning cold. Long Chen, even if I have to die, you'll still die first. The pavilion master roared, and his spiritual strength erupted. The world darkened as a figure appeared in the sky. It was a huge flying magical beast. As soon as it appeared, it let out a miserable cry. Its body was too large, and it was instantly struck by countless thunderbolts and killed. From the pressure coming from it, it should have been a Xianxian magical beast. Although it had been killed, it had still managed to block the thunderbolts from reaching the pavilion master, who now charged at Long Chen. Die! A spiritual blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down on Long Chen. That spiritual blade had countless runes revolving around it that emitted a terrifying pressure. Long Chen didn't dare take it head-on, and he hastily threw himself to the side. The spiritual blade missed. Furthermore, the magical beast's corpse also fell now. The pavilion master roared, "You can still move." A huge bolt of lightning struck the pavilion master's body. A generation's expert died just like that. It was this simple. Long Chen almost felt this was hard to believe. Such a powerful person had practically been an ant in the face of this thunder force. Hee, looks like I've really profited this time. Good, I won't have to suffer. Long Chen rejoiced. Surprisingly, the tribulation was extremely weak this time. When the pavilion master died, a heaven-shaking rumble suddenly came from the sky, and a boundless aura locked Long Chen in place. What? Long Chen's expression instantly changed. Chapter 487 Lightning Python. Once everyone else was killed, the tribulation clouds began to churn intensely, and countless bolts of lightning gathered. What? That was just a warm-up. Now it's serious. Long Chen's expression involuntarily changed. Originally, he had thought he had gotten a lucky break and would pass this tribulation easily. But now he realized just how excessively wrong he had been. Those thunderbolts had just been the prelude before the tempest. This was the real lightning tribulation. Long Chen had an urge to curse over and over again. That previous intensity had been able to annihilate Xianxian experts. Just how powerful did his lightning tribulation have to be? What he didn't realize right now was that soul cultivators' physical bodies were just too weak. Their own tribulation lightning was the weakest of all tribulations. If their own tribulations were on the same level as other cultivators, then this world wouldn't have any soul cultivators. Life was fair. Soul cultivators possessed abnormal spiritual strength, but their weak physical bodies were their fatal weak point. The heavenly Taos had taken into consideration that soul cultivators, tribulation lightning couldn't be very strong. But that weak lightning tribulation, which had just been a warm-up, had still been something they hadn't been able to bear. Long Chen had even been celebrating, thinking he had ended up benefiting because of the pavilion master. The tribulation lightning had been adjusted to his level, but as soon as he was killed, the tribulation lightning changed, going from a kitten to a fierce tiger. Fuck, fine, come at me, I just knew you would try to make life difficult for me. I'm already used to it. Long Chen roared up to the sky. This was already his third tribulation. Each time, his tribulation was filled with endless destructive will. That was completely different from other people's tribulations. For other people, the tribulation was just a trial. But Long Chen's tribulation only had one goal, and that was using its full strength to kill him. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the 9 heavens. This thick bolt of lightning enveloped Long Chen and dozens of meters around him. His clothes burst apart, and a berserk energy spread in all directions, with Long Chen at the center. Rumble. The ground seemed like water, and a huge ripple spread because of the terrifying energy. Where that ripple passed, whether it was mountains of buildings, they were instantly destroyed. That berserk energy truly leveled the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Any remnants that had survived Long Chen's combination attack with Little Snow were now instantly destroyed. As for Long Chen, within that thick bolt of lightning, his skin was splitting apart, blood pouring out. Even with his physical body, he wasn't able to endure this fierce attack. Just the first attack was enough to injure him. Fuck, just keep coming. You goddamn bastard heavens, if you think I'm displeasing, then come smite me. Roared Long Chen crazily. The pain had stepped on his nerves, causing his fury to soar. There are so many bad people in this world, but you don't smite them. Instead, you come to target me. When did I ever provoke you? Although heavenly tribulation didn't have any emotions, Long Chen could sense its will. It wanted to completely annihilate him, refusing to allow him to exist in this world. That was a kind of heavenly Tao, a kind of law. It was a will that could not be defied. It wanted Long Chen dead, so he shouldn't even think about living in this world. That infuriated Long Chen. As if it had been provoked, the lightning crashed down even harder. The entire world trembled. The might of the heavens could not be opposed. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. His injuries had reached the point that it was almost possible to see his bones, but Long Chen still clenched his teeth and laughed crazily. Keep coming, you idiot heavens, you blind-ass heavens, you. The thunder force made Long Chen cough up even more blood. However, he wasn't afraid. He was focused entirely on using his own thunder force to devour the thunder force invading his body. Long Chen possessed his own thunder force that had also come from tribulation lightning. However, there was a qualitative difference between it and the current thunder force attacking him. The power difference was immense. He needed to devour this attacking thunder force bit by bit, gradually increasing the strength of his own thunder force. It was like a tiger cub trying to devour an elephant 10 times its size. It was extremely difficult, but he was gratified to find his original thunder force was extremely voracious. No matter how much he fed it, it still didn't get full. Furthermore, as he fed it, it continuously grew larger. Within Long Chen's blood, countless violet runes were beginning to grow. Those were his core Thunder Force runes, and as he devoured more and more Thunder Force, they also continuously grew stronger. Now, Long Chen didn't need to deliberately feed them. They would just automatically devour the Thunder Force that invaded his body. He was covered in blood, but he didn't stop cursing. In fact, he began to curse even louder. Since he wasn't able to reach and hit the heavens, the best thing was to get some satisfaction from his mouth. However, he was actually cheering inside. His Thunder Force was growing stronger and stronger, something he urgently wished for. Thunder Force was very rare and was capable of blocking spiritual strength. It was his greatest trump card when he ran into soul cultivators. After all, soul items were outer forces, and it was much more reliable to use his own strength. So Thunder Force was something he urgently needed. Unfortunately, he was always too busy and had no time to use his spiritual chi to nourish his Thunder Force. So this lightning tribulation was also an opportunity for him. Although he rarely used Thunder Force, that was only because he didn't have any high-class battle skills that could control Thunder Force. As for the lightning finger he had come up with, it was only useful against some experts. But against supreme experts, it was useless. The time it took to activate was too long, and true experts would see through that opening in a glance. So although he didn't use his Thunder Force often, it didn't mean that Thunder Force was useless. It was simply that he didn't have any good ways of using it. However, Long Chen still wanted to raise it. After all, there were still many chances for him to obtain higher class battle skills in the future, but chances to increase his Thunder Force were rare. In order to not waste this chance, he could only bitterly endure this pain, not using his spiritual chi to block. Another benefit of doing this was that it would temper his physical body. However, this method was extremely crazy and cruel. It was a good thing for him that he had been able to continuously use his old Thunder Force to temper his body. Because his Thunder Force runes existed in his blood, even if he didn't deliberately activate them, they would help strengthen his body gradually, expelling impurities from his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such a strong physical body now. Unfortunately, Long Chen hadn't had any time to deliberately temper his body, and so there were still many impurities in his body. Those impurities couldn't be expelled by his passive Thunder Force tempering. They would have required Long Chen to circulate his Thunder Force to its full strength to be expelled. Although Long Chen appeared in a terrible plight right now, he was actually borrowing this berserk Thunder Force to expel the impurities in his body. This tribulation lightning was of great help to him. However, that didn't mean the lightning tribulation had good intentions towards him. These results were because of Long Chen's own hard work. If he hadn't found a way to nourish Thunder Force in his own body, then he probably would have long since died to tribulation lightning. Long Chen once more coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bones in his shoulder were now visible. Furthermore, the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly shrunk into a ball. The tribulation clouds of 10,000 miles shrunk to less than 100 miles. Once the tribulation clouds gathered together, the world immediately became quiet. Heaven and earth were deathly silent. It was as if time had frozen. Long Chen suddenly felt all his hair stand on end. An intense sensation of death enveloped him. I just knew it wouldn't be this easy. Long Chen viciously spat on the ground. His 2 stars circulated, and from his primal chaos space, a pure life energy poured into his body. His horrifying wounds healed in just a breath's time. However, the price was that the forest of trees in his primal chaos space withered. Long Chen had already planted a forest in his primal chaos space, which he used as storage for life energy. They were what he relied on to heal himself. But he hadn't expected that in order to completely recover, the entire forest would die. All their life energy had been used up. What he didn't know was just what terrifying realm his physical body had reached. Even a small cut on his body required a huge amount of life energy to heal. As for just now, his entire body had been covered in wounds. He had been fortunate he had planted enough trees, or he wouldn't have even been able to fully recover. This was not within his expectations. Other than the medicinal field, he had filled the entire primal chaos space with trees. He had thought that with that many trees, he would be able to instantly recover several times. But now, he had run out after just one healing. But he also couldn't care about that too much at this time. He looked up at the lightning clouds in the sky. A terrifying pressure was locking onto him. The tribulation clouds were constantly trembling, as flickering lightning lit up the world. Suddenly, 2 huge lightning pythons shot out of the clouds. Those lightning pythons seemed to be living creatures. They were 3,000 meters long, and a terrifying pressure came from their bodies. They let out fierce roars as they charged at Long Chen. Fuck, what kind of monsters are these? Long Chen's heart trembled. He sensed immense pressure from these lightning pythons. The lightning had somehow transformed. A huge lightning blade appeared in his hand as he closely stared at the 2 lightning pythons. Chapter 488 Narrowly Surviving. As soon as the 2 lightning pythons emerged from the tribulation clouds, heaven and earth began to rumble. Most terrifying of all, the 2 lightning pythons suddenly intertwined together, and an even stronger pressure descended, causing Long Chen's hair to stand on end. As those huge pythons twisted around each other, a destructive aura attacked Long Chen. His expression completely changed. This attack was practically world-shaking, capable of exterminating all life. With a furious roar, 2 stars appeared in his eyes, his divine ring shining behind him. A 300-meter lightning blade appeared in his hands. At this time, he had condensed all his thunder force and energy into this blade. He no longer had the luxury to hold back. This lightning tribulation was trying to annihilate him. Brilliant light exploded from his lightning blade. It ferociously hacked into the two intertwining lightning pythons. Heaven and earth shook. Light lit up the entire sky. Every mountain within thousands of miles was turned to dust. The tribulation clouds in the sky faded. The ground was a complete mess, and a remnant destructive aura was still present. The soil bulged, and a charred black hand broke out of the ground. Long Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as well as some broken bits of his organs. That final attack had almost killed him. Now, he was a few breaths off from death. His entire body was charred black, as that final attack had been too terrifying. It had instantly broken through his defenses, almost destroying his body. His insides had already been destroyed, and his body was like a cracked porcelain jar. Pieces of his skin were constantly falling to the ground, revealing his flesh. My injuries are too heavy. Long Chen looked inside himself. That final attack had been too vicious. Even his bones were all covered with cracks. He might completely collapse at any moment. But the first thing I need to do is get away from here. Clenching his teeth, all the medicinal ingredients in his primal chaos space withered, and a dense life energy poured into his body. Although that wasn't as much life energy as had been in the trees, it was enough to make sure he wouldn't immediately die. Clenching his teeth, he began to run into the distance with his broken body. He had to leave as soon as possible so others wouldn't notice him. Not an hour after he had left, a large number of people appeared where the Wind Spirit Pavilion had been. Those were the experts from the neighboring sects. But what they saw was that a charred land had replaced the Wind Spirit Pavilion. They were all stunned. Did the heavens bring down divine punishment on them? They never would have imagined that this was just the result from a cultivator's tribulation and just the tribulation of a tendon transformation rookie. As for Long Chen, he was pushing his spiritual strength to its max to avoid others. If it wasn't for the life energy from the medicinal ingredients supporting him, he would really have died this time. With his insides completely destroyed, even medicinal pills had no effect on him. At best, they could keep him alive. However, there was no way they could heal his heavy injuries. Only after rushing far away enough did he summon Little Snow. Jumping onto his back, they fled into the distance. Because of the battle in the secret realm, too many people would recognize Little Snow. If he had summoned Little Snow at the beginning and someone had noticed him, it would be all too easy to suspect it was him. By pushing his spiritual strength and spreading his divine sense to a constant 100 miles, he was fortunate enough to not run into any experts. It was 3 days later when Long Chen took advantage of the darkness to slip into the first monastery. When Guo Ran and the others saw his current state, they almost died from fright. They almost didn't recognize him. Once he saw Guo Ran, Long Chen couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. These 3 days, Long Chen had continuously pushed himself to keep going. The life energy from the primal chaos space had only been able to keep him just barely alive. It hadn't been enough to heal him. So he needed a place to rest and heal, and the best option was to stealthily slip into the first monastery. Guo Ran and the others still didn't know what had happened. But Long Chen had told them to keep everything secret, so they hastily brought him to his room, severely warning any disciples they encountered to keep their mouths shut. Even Ling Yunzi jumped in fright upon seeing Long Chen's current state. His injuries were absolutely appalling. His entire body was charred black, and his flesh was almost falling from his bones. Tang Wan was so frightened she cried. Guo Ran and the others didn't know what to say. This was their first time seeing Long Chen in such a miserable state. Who did this? Asked Ji Yuyong, clenching his teeth. Don't get any crazy thoughts. That destructive aura on his body is not something a human is able to cause. Ling Yunzi immediately saw through some clues from Long Chen's state. After all, only he and Tu Feng were aware Long Chen was a divergent. However, he had never imagined Long Chen would have to go through lightning tribulation so soon. He was unaware that this wasn't the first tribulation for Long Chen, but the third. Ordinary people would only have to go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation once they reached the Shantian realm. That baptism would transform their Haodian Qi into Shantian Qi. The legend said divergents would all suffer lightning tribulation when entering the Meridian opening realm. The heavens wanted them dead before they could reach the Shantian realm. For Long Chen to undergo lightning tribulation just for the bone-forging realm toppled Ling Yunzi's understanding. Sect leader, will boss be alright? Asked Guo Ran worriedly. Don't worry, there's still a trace of vitality in his body. However, his outer injuries are too severe. The light cough, his injuries aren't light, and so he's unable to activate his own body's healing abilities. I'll use Shantian power to help him activate the life energy within his physical body. He should recover quickly, said Ling Yunzi. Hearing that, everyone sighed a breath of relief. In order to allow Ling Yunzi to heal Long Chen, they all withdrew. Once they left, Ling Yunzi's expression became incomparably grave. In truth, the destructive aura in Long Chen's body was something that even made him tremble. That was a reverence that came from the depths of his soul. Is this an opportunity the heavens have bestowed upon me? Ling Yunzi muttered to himself, looking at Long Chen lying on a bed. His injuries were incredibly severe, and although he was still alive, the destructive aura was continuously breaking down his body, making it so he couldn't recover. Back then, Long Chen had underestimated the lightning tribulation, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he had underestimated the lightning tribulation's destructive aura. If this continued, then it wouldn't be long before he died to it. Such an energy had surpassed Long Chen's limits. That was why Long Chen had rushed to the first monastery when he had realized this problem. He knew Ling Yunzi had the ability to save him. With Ling Yunzi's Shantian power and his sword Dao will, he should be able to expel the remnant destructive aura within his body. However, Ling Yunzi was now hesitating. He didn't act according to how Long Chen had anticipated. Instead, he extended a hand, touching the destructive aura with his Shantian power and will. That destructive aura only had a desire to destroy. Ling Yunzi's sword Dao will was essentially provoking it. It suddenly ferociously attacked him. Almost instinctively, his sword Dao will raised a powerful defense to block the encroachment of the destructive aura. Ling Yunzi had a complicated expression as he pondered a difficult problem. In the end, he clenched his teeth and released his defenses, allowing that destructive will to attack his mind. He collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Now that Ling Yunzi had absorbed the destructive aura attacking Long Chen's body's instinctive healing abilities activated. After some unknown time, Ling Yunzi opened his eyes. I'm still alive, looks like I won the gamble. He smiled slightly and stood up. He looked over Long Chen and saw a portion of his black skin had already fallen off to reveal the new skin beneath. Shockingly, Long Chen's body possessed a vast vitality, one that was even more terrifying than a magical beast's. What a terrifying physical body. This physical body is already on the level of a Shantian expert. Ling Yunzi couldn't help being shocked as he appraised one of Long Chen's arms. According to the legends, divergents would encounter annihilation lightning tribulations and would always eventually die to one. But once they passed the lightning tribulation, their benefits were also dozens of times greater than other people. Long Chen's current terrifying physical body was the best proof of that. By the time Ling Yunzi left the room, Tang Wan, Meng Qi, and the others were all anxiously waiting. He smiled slightly, reassuring them and saying they could enter. They delightedly charged in to take a look, seeing Long Chen sleeping peacefully. He was snoring, his heart beating powerfully, a stark contrast from his previous self that seemed like he would breathe his last breath at any moment. However, Ling Yunzi told them not to disturb him right now. Long Chen had suffered a spiritual blow, and his soul was slightly damaged. They should let him sleep until he naturally awoke on his own. They carefully left his room, all feeling much more relieved. Tang Wan still had Meng Qi to take care of. As for Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others, they took turns guarding Long Chen's door, not letting anyone disturb him. They had asked how Long Chen had ended up injured, but Ling Yunzi harshly warned them not to ask again. That was for their own benefit. That reason was odd, but if Ling Yunzi refused to say, they could only drop it. They would never have imagined that Long Chen's injuries weren't from a person, but from the heavens. What would they do even if Ling Yunzi told them? Would they go demand justice from the heavens? Furthermore, for them to learn Long Chen was a divergent was not a good thing. It was best to conceal this matter. The day after Long Chen returned to the monastery, a piece of news spread that shook all of Su Prefecture: the Wind Spirit Pavilion had disappeared. Chapter 489. A few things to tell you. Your aura has grown slightly again. Furthermore, I can sense you should have found the key. Try and grow up faster. A voice reverberated throughout endless darkness. Who are you? Why are you constantly rushing me? Long Chen couldn't help but roar upon once more hearing this familiar voice. However, for some unknown reason, his voice was devoured by the darkness. Even he was unable to hear his own voice. I can't hear you, you're still too weak. Only when you grow can I barely feel you within the 10 planar worlds. Furthermore, that feeling is quickly growing weaker. Master of the 9-star hegemon body, hurry and grow up. You don't have much time to waste. Who are you? Long Chen roared furiously and then suddenly sat up, covered with sweat. Tang Wan'er cried out with shock and then hastily rushed over to support him. What is it, Long Chen? Are you alright? You're covered with sweat. I'm fine. It was just a dream. Long Chen shook his head, but he felt as if a boulder was crushing his heart. That was definitely no dream, but a voice that managed to pass through boundless space to reach him. However, some unknown energy was blocking him from communicating with that voice. That mysterious voice had said he was the master of the 9-star hegemon body, as well as something about the 10 planar worlds, as well as some key. That completely befuddled him. The urgency contained in that voice made him extremely uneasy. Just what secrets were behind the 9-star hegemon body art? He felt as if he was involved in some immense game. That voice had already rung in his head multiple times, and he was already completely familiar with it. It was definitely the same voice and fluctuations that spoke to him. However, more accurately, that voice was like a spiritual fluctuation, and he was unable to tell if it was male or female, young or old. Are you sure you're alright? Tang Wan'er was a bit worried upon seeing how grave Long Chen's expression was. Long Chen took a deep breath and temporarily put aside the matter. Food had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. A road had to be walked step by step. There was no use in rushing. I'm fine. In fact, I feel full of energy. Long Chen smiled. Looking within himself, he saw that after undergoing the lightning tribulation, his physical body had grown even stronger. There was also faint jade-like luster over his bones. That was a sign he had entered the bone-forging realm. After entering the bone-forging realm, a person's bones would begin hardening, becoming harder than steel. Furthermore, the bones would become a separate reservoir of spiritual qi. That spiritual qi was compressed to an even greater degree and could be released to activate an even greater power. However, the tribulation this time had been far too dangerous, and even now he felt some lingering fear. He had almost died to the lightning tribulation's final blow. That made alarm bells go off in his head. If he wanted to pass his lightning tribulations, then he had to make his body reach its strongest possible state before undergoing it, or next time, he would very likely lose his life. In truth, if Long Chen had fully activated his Thunder Force to undergo a body tempering before his tribulation, then at the very least, he wouldn't have been forced into such a miserable state. However, there had been too many things that had occurred almost successively, which hadn't given him any time to breathe. This time, it really had been too close. He definitely didn't want to have to undergo that a second time. What happened, Long Chen? Who injured you? We asked the sect leader, but he refused to say, asked Tang Wan'er. Wan'er, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Long Chen smiled, raising a hand to gently caress her beautiful face. How dislikable. Do you have to change the subject so obviously? Tang Wan'er blushed and pushed aside Long Chen's hand. However, Long Chen didn't want them to know the truth. At the same time, he didn't want to lie to them. Wan'er, trust me. There's a reason I don't tell you. Which one of us doesn't trust you? Wait a moment, I'll help you wash your face. You're filthy right now, laughed Tang Wan'er, bringing a washcloth to gently wipe Long Chen's face. Long Chen obediently enjoyed Tang Wan'er's attention, his heart filled with warmth. He smiled. What are you smiling about? After wiping his face twice, Tang Wan'er went to clean the washcloth, taking advantage of that opportunity to ask him why he's smiling so mischievously. If I tell you, will I be beaten? Probed Long Chen. Why would I beat you? Tell me. I feel like today, you really are like a woman. Iya. As soon as he said it, a washcloth landed on his face. Tang Wan'er rebuked, so you're saying I wasn't like a woman before? Well then, you can clean yourself. By the time Long Chen had taken off the washcloth, Tang Wan'er had already left. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. He knew Tang Wan'er wasn't actually angry. The two of them were used to bickering, and this was just their style of communication. He wiped his face, wiping off a whole layer of skin. However, the new skin beneath the dead skin was much more durable. Hee, now let's see how you pinch me now, laughed Long Chen. His body was stronger than ever. His face's skin was something impervious to blade or spear. Just as he finished cleaning himself and changing his clothes, the sound of footsteps came from outside his door. Tang Wan'er helped Meng Qi walk inside. Long Chen, cried Meng Qi. Meng Qi was currently wearing an azure dress, and her long hair fell naturally. Even without wearing any cosmetic products, she was still incredibly beautiful. However, her face was a bit paler than usual, and she no longer seemed to possess as much vigor as before. Do you feel any better, Meng Qi? Long Chen hastily jumped forward and helped Meng Qi sit. Although he had expelled her poison, her body was too weak. Right now, she was an ordinary mortal with a weak body. Just moving was taxing on her. Wan stays by my side all day, making me good food and helping me to recover. I'm already much better than before, Tang Wan said, but of course, Meng Qi and I are closer than real sisters. We aren't like certain people that are so busy every day that they don't have any time to visit. Although Tang Wan did have some intent to make things hard on Long Chen could hear that she was warning him that Meng Qi was unaware of his injury. Most likely, she had been afraid Meng Qi would become worried, which would have been detrimental to her already unstable health. Long Chen couldn't help smiling and stealthily giving Tang Wan a thumbs up. Wan don't blame Long Chen. After all, he has so many things to handle, many of which are for all of us. He doesn't have it easy. Meng Qi smiled, exonerating Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help being moved. Meng Qi truly had a heart of gold, always thinking of other people. She was truly too kind-hearted. However, Long Chen decided to keep the matter of him destroying the Wind Spirit Pavilion to himself. He definitely didn't want her to know that, or with her character, she might feel a bit guilty. In any case, no one had actually seen him do it, and he felt he hadn't left behind any absolute evidence. Other than himself, anyone that had witnessed it was in another world now. As for himself, he would just refuse to admit anything no matter what. Meng Qi, let me examine your body. Long Chen gently held her hand, sending his spiritual strength into her body. He saw that her meridians were in a withered state now. Most likely, her meridians had already sucked up all her spiritual qi and had entered a stagnant state. Your body doesn't have any large hindrances anymore. Once you rest a few more days, we can try to condense a new soul root for you. At that time, you'll definitely be 10 times stronger than before, said Long Chen confidently. Hearing that, the two sisters were both delighted. Although Meng Qi was a peaceful person, she also thirsted for power. After conversing for a while longer with the two of them, there was a disciple who came to tell Long Chen that the sect leader wanted to see him. Long Chen hastily went to see Ling Yunzi and saw that Tu Feng was also present. He immediately thanked Ling Yunzi, "Sect leader, thank you for your trouble. If it hadn't been for you, I would have already died." "Come and sit," smiled Ling Yunzi. Long Chen sat. He was extremely grateful to Ling Yunzi and Tu Feng. The two of them truly treated him like their own child. For him, Ling Yunzi had risked immense danger and repeatedly killed other sect leaders. As for Tu Feng, although he was only in the meridian opening realm when calamity had struck, he had still come, bringing others who wished to both live and die together. That kind of heroism was truly emotionally moving. "Little fellow, this time you really were ruthless. The destruction of the Wind Spirit Pavilion is something on a completely different scale from anything else you've ever done." Ling Yunzi couldn't help shaking his head as he looked at Long Chen. "What are you talking about, sect leader? I don't understand." Long Chen naturally wouldn't admit to it. He was always the kind of person who would do kind deeds but not leave behind his name. "It's all right. In this world, only Tu Feng and I know a bit about your secrets. However, you don't need to worry, as we'll definitely help you keep them secret. Other than that, make sure not to tell anyone about the matter of your undergoing tribulation. That would implicate them, and in the future, their tribulations will be much more difficult. You have to be cautious," warned Ling Yunzi. Long Chen's heart shook. Ling Yunzi actually knew about his tribulation, and from his tone, it seemed he also knew some other things as well. However, seeing how solemn Ling Yunzi was acting, Long Chen nodded seriously. Ling Yunzi was warning him not to let others know too many of his secrets. Otherwise, that would invoke the power of karma, and when they underwent tribulations, they might very likely die. Furthermore, he was clearly only capable of hinting at that matter. The heavens would not allow anyone to speak about matters relating to the heavenly Taos. Anyone who broke that rule would very likely end up bringing down heavenly punishment on themselves. Previously, all Ling Yunzi had said was the word divergent, but he had immediately been injured by heavenly punishment. Furthermore, at that time, he had only been at the early Shantian realm, and he had been more isolated from the heavenly Taos. But now that he had entered the mid-Shantian realm, the heavenly Taos were able to sense him much more easily, and if he said that word again, he might instantly be killed. Today, I called the two of you over because I have a few things to tell you. I'm about to leave this place, said Ling Yunzi. Chapter 490 Ling Yunzi's departure. You're leaving? Asked a startled Tu Fang. Where are you going? Even Long Chen was astonished. Ling Yunzi said he was leaving. He didn't say he was leaving for a period of time. In other words, this time, I've obtained a heaven-defying opportunity that has enlightened me onto another kind of sword Dao. I want to go out into the world and see whether or not I can bring my sword Dao to the pinnacle. Ling Yunzi smiled. How long will you be gone? Asked Tu Fang. This is what I will be pursuing for the rest of my life. If I cannot reach that level, then this life of mine will have not had any meaning, said Ling Yunzi solemnly. He had dedicated the first half of his life to his monastery. Now it was time for him to live for his own sword Dao. He wanted to be a true sword cultivator, free and unfettered, walking to the ends of the world with just his sword. Then what about the monastery? Will Senior Kang Ming take on the sect leader position? Asked Tu Fang. Uncle Master has already brought his apprentice away. He said that until he manages to completely fill that little fellow's stomach, he won't be returning. Ling Yunzi laughed. Now Long Chen understood why he hadn't seen Wild during these days. He had already been brought away. Most likely, Kang Ming had also decided to strengthen his resolve and focus completely on raising his apprentice. Right now, Wild had become his entire focus. He wanted to raise Wild into a supreme expert, and as a result, he had even left behind his forge. It could be seen how determined Kang Ming was. So now that we've left, only you, Tu Fang, can be the sect leader, said Ling Yunzi. Me? How could that be possible? Tu Fang couldn't help being startled. He was still only at the peak of the meridian opening realm. Without stepping into the Shantian realm, how could he take a sect leader position, let alone the position of the first monastery's sect leader? Tu Fang, you are straightforward and upright, impartial and incorruptible. With your character, you can definitely take this position. Furthermore, you don't need to feel any pressure. As long as our first monastery has Long Chen, then our position as the first monastery cannot be budged. As for in the future when Long Chen leaves, the first monastery will naturally decline, and the position will be taken away. That just means our fate with that position has run out, and there's no need to fight over it. First place can't always be dominated by one person. The cycle turns continuously, fortunes rise and fall. But that's what makes life interesting, said Ling Yunzi profoundly. Yes, sect leader, I understand, said Tu Fang respectfully. Ling Yunzi was telling him the cycle of the heavenly Taos could not be reversed. For example, they had constantly been ranked 108th. But as soon as Long Chen joined, everything had changed. After experiencing countless dangers, after the suppression of both the righteous and corrupt paths, Long Chen had still soared, crushing the righteous and corrupt paths. The entire way, he had forced his way through a pile of corpses, bringing them to their current position. Times change. Any of those who had vainly attempted to block Long Chen all ended up in extremely miserable states. Ling Yunzi was using Long Chen as an example to direct Tu Fang. What is destined to be yours is something no one can snatch away. What is not destined to be yours is something you can't obtain no matter what, and if you try, it will cost you your life. These were the invisible rules of the heavenly Taos. Ling Yunzi cared deeply about Tu Fang, and he didn't want him making the same mistake he had. He had ended up becoming too obsessed, ending up in an abyss of despair. Long Chen, I know this monastery will not be your limit. Perhaps there will be a day when we'll see each other again. At that time, I trust you'll be much stronger than you are right now, and much more domineering. Ling Yunzi patted Long Chen on the shoulder. The feeling of parting was always a sad one. All Long Chen could say was, "Take care, sect leader." Ling Yunzi smiled and then walked away. Long Chen and Tu Fang didn't move. They both knew Ling Yunzi wouldn't want anyone to send him off. From today onwards, he would no longer have any shackles. He would be completely free. The next day, news of Tu Fang succeeding the sect leader position spread throughout the entire supermonastery. In all of history, only Shantian experts had had the qualifications to be sect leaders. Tu Fang was merely at the meridian opening realm, but each monastery had the right to appoint their own sect leader. If they felt they didn't have enough power, they were able to ask the supermonastery for help, and the supermonastery would send them a Shantian expert to take the sect leader position. Other than Tu Fang becoming sect leader, news of Ling Yunzi departing the monastery to pursue his sword Dao also spread. That made countless people dumbfounded. Now, Ling Yunzi had departed, and Kang Ming had brought away his apprentice to travel. In the entire first monastery, there was not a single Shantian expert. That caused countless people to feel greed. Many Shantian experts from the supermonastery made applications to take the first monastery's sect leader position. Those applications were all immediately rejected. The reason, Long Chen had said the first monastery didn't need any expert as support because they were already strong enough. That instantly caused those thoughts to die. Those people thought of how Long Chen had killed 2 Shantian experts on his own. That made them all turn silent. Once that matter passed, Long Chen had Tang Waner help guard him and Meng Qi. Currently, his forehead was pressed against Meng Qi's forehead. Meng Qi was completely red, as this position was too intimate. Seeing Long Chen suddenly smile and how his smile was slightly naughty, Meng Qi couldn't help rebuking, "What are you smiling about?" He laughed. "For Tang Waner to guard us as I take advantage of a jade beauty, it seems a bit strange." "What do you mean, take advantage of a jade beauty? How vulgar." Meng Qi rapped Long Chen on the head, turning even redder. "All right, well, since you're no longer so nervous, we can start. Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Long Chen had just been purposely teasing her since he had noticed how worried she was. "I'll begin now." After saying that, within his mind sea, his spiritual strength began to roil, seeming like an angry sea as it rapidly circulated. He continuously compressed his spiritual strength. He needed to condense a spiritual seed. If the spiritual strength was a tree, then condensing a spiritual seed was like going through the twigs of that tree. Then he would snap off that twig and transplant it into Meng Qi. Condensing a spiritual seed was not difficult. However, even after condensing a dozen of them, he still discarded them, as those spiritual seeds weren't strong enough. Long Chen wanted the strongest spiritual seed possible for Meng Qi. That would be her future cultivation foundation. It was extremely easy to tell how strong a spiritual seed was by the strength of its spiritual fluctuations. An ordinary spiritual seed would take up 1,000th to 3,000ths of a person's spiritual strength. However, the quality of a spiritual seed was based on the skill and soul energy of the person who condensed it. Long Chen had even condensed several spiritual seeds that took up 8,000ths of his spiritual strength, but he still discarded them. Just as Long Chen was starting to get impatient, his spiritual strength suddenly surged, and an immense spiritual seed appeared in his mind sea. "Long Chen, don't," cried Meng Qi. "Don't make a fuss, stay still." Just like that, he inserted that huge spiritual seed into Meng Qi's mind sea. Long Chen, Meng Qi couldn't help feeling distressed, and her tears even began to fall. That huge spiritual seed contained a full 10th of his spiritual strength. As that spiritual seed left Long Chen's mind sea, he clenched his teeth and held back a pained groan. His veins bulged, and his body twitched intensely. He was essentially splitting a portion of his soul, and so he had to endure the pain of his soul tearing apart. Even though he had long since been prepared, he still almost couldn't hold back a scream. The pain of the soul could make a person go insane. As he did his best to endure that pain, he transplanted that huge spiritual seed into Meng Qi's mind sea. As soon as he finished doing that, he felt as if the world was spinning around him, and he almost collapsed, his body drenched in sweat. But looking at Meng Qi, whose eyes were now tightly closed, a smile appeared on his pale face. Now that his spiritual seed had entered Meng Qi's mind sea, it had become ownerless. All Meng Qi needed to do was use her mind to connect to that seed, and she would become its new master. It would become her new soul root. To Meng Qi, that was something extremely simple, so he didn't have any worries. It would just take her a bit of time. Right now, he was in immense pain from the tearing of his soul, and so he hastily activated the primal chaos bead. Previously, Long Chen had already circulated his 2 stars to return the primal chaos space to a flourishing state. The withered medicinal ingredients and trees had all been revived. Now, he drew on the primal chaos space's energy to heal the injury to his soul. Those huge trees, which had only just revived, now instantly withered. However, now he no longer felt as much pain. Unfortunately, it was unable to completely replenish the loss to his soul. But Long Chen decided not to touch the medicinal ingredients this time, as the energy within them was too little compared to the trees. After advancing to the bone-forging realm, he had received an enormous surprise. After he had advanced, the primal chaos space had gone from being 3 miles wide to 30 miles wide. Now he could plant even more vegetation. If he managed to fill the entire space with huge trees, then his recovery ability would be shocking. As for the patch of black soil, it had also grown by 10 times. That black soil was able to devour flesh and turn it into life energy. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't have any powerful magical beast corpses. Otherwise, such an immense life energy would be able to instantly heal his soul. Long Chen had already decided. After he had handled this matter, he would find some huge trees, the bigger the better, with as much life energy as possible. If he could find some immense trees, then he would have access to practically limitless life energy. Just as Long Chen was planning on how to use the primal chaos space, Meng Qi slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 491 Blessings should be shared. How do you feel? Asked Long Chen nervously. Long Chen. The first thing Meng Qi saw when she opened her eyes was Long Chen's pale face, an unconcealable worry in his eyes. Her lips moved a few times, and she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing. Long Chen, you fool, why are you so stupid? As a soul cultivator, Meng Qi naturally knew just how painful it was to give away a spiritual seed. Furthermore, he had given away 1/10 of his spiritual strength to condense a supreme spiritual seed. That was all so Meng Qi would be able to get stronger in the future. The soul was a person's weakest point. Once it was injured, that pain would make a person crazy. The pain Long Chen had suffered just now was something others were unable to even imagine. Meng Qi sobbed into Long Chen's chest, feeling distressed and moved. Sobbing was the only way for her to express her emotions. I'm fine. Come on, don't cry. Let me see your mind see. Long Chen wiped away her tears, smiling. All right. Meng Qi opened up her mind see for him, allowing him to see that currently, her mind see was in an extremely active state. The soul root you newly made for me is currently devouring my old spiritual strength. Once that's completely devoured, I'll be able to condense new spiritual strength, explained Meng Qi. The Wind Spirit Pavilion Master had been extremely insidious. He had spared Meng Qi's spiritual strength but destroyed her soul root, making it so she was unable to use her spiritual strength. The spiritual seed Long Chen had given her had germinated within her mind sea, becoming its new ruler. Her old spiritual strength was currently being used as nutrients for it to absorb. Once they were all absorbed, that spiritual seed would essentially become the ruler of the space and create new spiritual strength for her, completely transforming her soul. She also told Long Chen that because his soul seed had been so strong, it had saved her an immense amount of cultivation time. Originally, transplanting a spiritual seed wasn't something all too rare, but anyone willing to donate even the slightest bit of their spiritual strength was already making an immense sacrifice. If Long Chen hadn't had the primal chaos bead and had torn his soul like this, then that injury would never fully heal in his lifetime. Those who had a new soul root transplanted in them were usually starting their cultivation anew, and they would increase their spiritual strength bit by bit. The spiritual strength Long Chen had bestowed upon her had ended up losing the majority of its energy when it was transformed into a spiritual seed. But even so, Meng Qi estimated that once she could control it, her own spiritual strength would not be at all weaker compared to her old soul root before it was destroyed. In fact, perhaps it would even be slightly stronger, as Long Chen's spiritual strength was just too terrifying. Long Chen, the injury to your soul. Meng Qi was still worried as Long Chen's face was completely pale. Haha, didn't I say I had my own method? You can be at ease. Long Chen held Meng Qi's hand. Let's go. It's been a long time since we've relaxed. We'll gather everyone and have a barbecue. Long Chen's proposal met with everyone's approval. Meng Qi, Tang Wan Guo Ran, and the others all became filled with excitement. The first monastery occupied a vast territory, and the surroundings were enchantingly beautiful. They found a quiet lakeside to have their barbecue. The green meadow here stretched far into the horizon, and with the afternoon sun shining on them, they all began to feel comfortable and lazy. They had stayed in the secret realm for so long that they had almost forgotten what the sun felt like. Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng had already started a fire. Everyone agreed not to use their spiritual qi and to work like ordinary mortals. After starting the fire, they began to go hunting in the surroundings. As for Guo Ran, he patted himself on the chest and guaranteed he would get some fish. However, Even after an hour with a fishing hook, he hadn't caught a single fish. Furious, he ended up shooting an explosive arrow into the water. As a result, after a huge wave, quite a few fish ended up passing out from the shockwave, and they floated to the surface. That caused quite a few disdainful gazes to land on Guo Ran. However, Guo Ran didn't blush, saying that he hadn't used his spiritual chi at all. Technically, he was right. He hadn't used his spiritual chi. His old armor had already been destroyed now. He was preparing to build an entirely new suit of armor, and he said he would make one according to the specifications of a Xianxian expert. Long Chen suddenly thought of something, and he asked Meng Qi, "Do you still have the golden page?" Here, a golden page appeared in her hand. That put Long Chen at ease, as he had been worried that the Wind Spirit Pavilion would have taken it away. But Meng Qi told him that she had had the Violet Phoenix Sparrow bring the golden page into her spiritual space to avoid it being snatched. However, after her soul root had been destroyed, she had lost control over her spiritual spaces. She was only able to bring it out now that she had a new spiritual seed. "Lend me the golden page for a while." Long Chen smiled. "I feel like you should just keep it. I really am too stupid. I ended up forgetting your warning and used it to fight directly. As a result, this powerful treasure ended up useless in my hands and snatched away by Feng Xiaozi." Meng Qi was still a bit ashamed of that. "That can't be blamed on you. When a person gets furious, would they care so much about that? Aren't I the same? When I get angry, I don't even recognize myself," consoled Long Chen. Meng Qi couldn't help laughing sweetly at that. Hearing her laughter, Long Chen's heart jumped. "Sister Meng Qi, you have to be careful. A certain someone's eyes have gotten bigger. Most likely, they're thinking of some sinister plot to use against you," warned Tang Wan. Meng Qi blushed and Long Chen clenched his teeth, glaring at her. "Little girl, just you wait. One day, I'll make you grab the railings and bite the bed sheet." Tang Wan glared back at Long Chen. In the end, it was Long Chen who turned away in guilt. "You two can chat, I'll go help, over there." Long Chen just directly left now that the atmosphere had been ruined by Tang Wan. But before he left, he didn't forget to give Tang Wan a ruthless glare, his meaning being that she should just wait until she was alone. Everyone was busy working. As for Long Chen, after thinking for a bit, he ended up taking out a brush and paper, drawing some unknown thing. Only after modifying it for a long time was he finally satisfied with it. "Guo Ran, put aside the fish for now and come here." Long Chen called over Guo Ran, who had been in the midst of cleaning the fish scales. He handed over the paper to him. "I'm going to be your forging shop's first customer. Help me create this." Taking the paper, Guo Ran saw that there were many tiny objects and lines. When he finally finished looking over it, he couldn't help crying out in grief. "Boss, you should just kill me instead. I'm unable to make such a thing. Don't be like that. I trust that with your crafting skills, you'll definitely be able to succeed." He patted Guo Ran on the shoulders, seeming to say he should have confidence in his skills. "But this thing's too complicated. There are so many separate parts, and each one needs runes carved into it. Furthermore, I don't even know how to do this," cried Guo Ran. "Don't spout your nonsense with me. Little fellow, do you think I don't know that you're just afraid of it being troublesome? Don't forget, the ethereal crafting secret record was something I gave to you, so don't think I'm an amateur. If you aren't willing to do it, then lend your crafting hammer and forging table for me to use." "I'll make it myself," said Long Chen. "Absolutely not. My forging table is my wife. I can't let anyone else use her." "Then take the page. I find you really are growing lazier and lazier." Long Chen stuffed the page into Guo Ran's hand, his expression a bit contemptuous. "Boss, you're the one who's just going to be standing to the side as I work." Guo Ran even began to cry. Looking at the complicated diagram, he almost had an urge to kill himself. Long Chen also had the ethereal crafting secret record in his mind, and although he hadn't studied it closely, he was able to comprehend many things from it. It was precisely because Long Chen had that knowledge that he wasn't duped by Guo Ran. Only experts could con experts. "Alright, can you stop crying now? It's ugly. We're brothers, and when have I ever mistreated you? Let me ask you, what kind of person can fly?" Long Chen smiled. "Birdmen." One Guo Ran replied without hesitation. But in truth, he knew only experts on the level of the monastery head could fly. There really is no way to talk to you. Here." Long Chen handed him another piece of paper. What's this? Guo Ran saw this page had a diagram of an odd little boat. At the bottom of the boat were countless holes that were set up according to a specific pattern. There was a large notch at both the bow and aft of the boat. He didn't know what they were used for, as it simply looked extremely odd. What do you think? If you place wind spirit stones at the places I marked, what would happen? Laughed Long Chen. Damn, then it really could fly. Guo Ran slapped himself in the leg, his eyes shining excitedly. I've already given you the blueprint. If you could create such a boat, and fly up in the sky, hee, you understand. Long Chen raised his eyebrows, laughing mischievously. Guo Ran's eyes shone brighter than ever. Boss, you really are a genius. I really have to admire you. Aren't we brothers? We'll share blessings and disasters together. Complete the matter I gave you, and you'll have more than enough wind spirit stones to play with. Don't worry boss, now my motivation is on a whole new level. I'll definitely, perfectly accomplish that task. Guo Ran now seemed the complete opposite of his previously dejected self. As the two of them talked, Song Mingyuan and the others returned from their hunting, bringing with them a few wild fowls and a boar. In the evening, they sat around a fire, drinking and laughing, relaxing as much as possible. This opportunity was too rare, and they all needed to loosen their tense nerves. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er laughed as they watched Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen was playing a finger-guessing game with great, drunken enthusiasm. Sometimes he would even act shameless, refusing to admit that he had lost, causing the two of them to shake with laughter. They had never seen someone like Long Chen, and he gave them an extremely close feeling. They drank until the sky brightened. Then they returned to the monastery. There was no way around it, as they didn't have that much time to waste. The crisis hadn't necessarily passed. 1. This is a curse meaning fucker. Chapter 492 5th Tier Pill Furnace. Now that Tu Fang was the sect leader, he was exceptionally busy, as the first monastery was enormous, and there were too many tasks for him to handle. The original first monastery's residents had been ordered by the monastery head to leave with nothing, and she had said that any violators would be killed. Under those circumstances, who would have dared to take anything? However, that didn't mean they had to be nice. Although they hadn't touched anything, they were still able to give Tu Fang some trouble. For example, the keys to some storehouses had been lost, or a warehouse's account books might have been destroyed by rats. These kinds of matters were plentiful. The new residents already had much less manpower than the original residents. Now Tu Fang was in over his head, but there was no way around that. He could only work all day and night, taking inventory of the storehouses. Otherwise, if he didn't even know what kind of resources were within his own monastery, that really would be a joke. There weren't enough elders to handle all the work, so some disciples were forced to help. But there was at least one piece of excellent news. The first monastery's resources were extremely plentiful, and the pay for the working disciples was over 100 times what it would have been in the 108th monastery. There were some people who immediately leapt to go to work as well. But they all knew what kind of person Tu Fang was. If you were going to be paid, you had better do work. But if you did work hard, you would definitely be paid generously. Once Long Chen and the others returned, they also got busy. Guo Ran went to work on the blueprint Long Chen had given him. As for Meng Qi, she was busy merging with Long Chen's spiritual seed. Although this seed was now hers, it still had Long Chen's imprint on it. She needed to work to merge with it until their connection was flawless. Only then could she control her spiritual strength perfectly. But what delighted her was that the spiritual seed was much, much stronger than her expectations. As soon as it began to merge with her, it began to rapidly grow. It was already much stronger than her old soul root. It was like the seed of a heaven-reaching tree. As long as the earth was fertile enough, it could grow to the peak of the world. That made Meng Qi incredibly grateful to Long Chen, and she swore to herself that she would work hard on cultivating. She would be like Chu Yao and protect Long Chen in the future. Tang Wan'er was also busy. Long Chen had asked Tu Fang to lend him an immense underground warehouse. This warehouse was hundreds of meters wide. Long Chen placed the huge wind spirit crystal within it. It was a good thing the first monastery's warehouses were made of special material and incredibly sturdy, or it would have instantly blown up from the wind spirit crystal's energy. Tang Wan'er and Little Snow were sitting in front of the wind spirit crystal, studying the terrifying fluctuations from within it. Tang Wan'er had already refined an ocean's worth of wind spirit stones, and she already had a foundation when it came to wind. That was the only reason why Long Chen dared to allow her to study the Wind Spirit Crystal's energy. The difference between Wind Spirit Stones and the Wind Spirit Crystal was immense. If a Wind Spirit Stone's energy was like a puddle, then the Wind Spirit Crystal's energy was like a raging sea. Without a certain foundation, it was impossible to comprehend the profound and mysterious fluctuations within the Wind Spirit Crystal. As for Little Snow, he had consumed the barbaric wind beast's Neden, and his wind energy had become even purer. Most terrifying of all, as a magical beast, his wind energy was shockingly forceful. After the final battle in the secret realm, everyone had been completely exhausted. Only Little Snow had still been filled with energy. It could be seen how terrifying he was. Long Chen hoped for the two of them to comprehend some of the wind mysteries within the Wind Spirit Crystal, raising their comprehension. As for Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng, they had all entered seclusion to cultivate. There was an immense number of bone-tempering pills in the first monastery, and Long Chen had them consume those first. Although those medicinal pills were trash in Long Chen's eyes, there was no harm in consuming them. It would just be less efficient. Currently, Long Chen didn't have time to refine pills for them. So he had them consume these ones first, and when he finally had time, he would refine more pills for them. Long Chen went to see Tu Fang, asking him to give him a list of disciples who had come to support him at the risk of their lives. Seeing Tu Fang was curious, Long Chen said the following: those who could follow him in life and death were his brothers, and he definitely couldn't mistreat his own brothers. He would raise them with his full ability. From Tu Fang, he learned there had been a total of 347 disciples who had come with him to the first monastery. He gave Long Chen a list of names. Looking over that list, Long Chen couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he was filled with emotion. He didn't recognize the majority of the names on that list. But those people had all been hot-blooded enough to abandon their own lives to follow him in life and death. There was only one word to call such people: brothers. Since they were brothers, they should follow each other in life and death, sharing wealth and happiness. Now that the life and death crisis had passed, Long Chen definitely wouldn't let them lose out. Long Chen returned to his residence. Tu Fang had set up that place for him, and it was extremely spacious. There were even disciples guarding the perimeter so that no one would disturb him. There, he took out some medicinal ingredients but then suddenly clapped himself in the head. He had actually forgotten to go get a good pill furnace from the storehouses. Wait, I probably won't have to go there. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and took out a spatial ring. That was a simple ring, with a sparkling gemstone embedded into it. That gemstone was sometimes called storage stone or spatial stone. It had its own space inside it. Looking at that spatial ring, Long Chen smiled, thinking of Guo Ran. Guo Ran was like Long Chen and was extremely brazen. He dared attempt all kinds of crazy ideas. Long Chen was the only one who knew the secret behind Guo Ran's armor because Guo Ran had once shown off his brilliant idea to him. He had actually taken the spatial stones within spatial rings and directly embedded them into his meridians. He had embedded a total of 16 spatial stones in the meridians all over his body. That way, with just a thought of his spiritual strength, the armor within those spatial stones would instantly cover him. That was also why Guo Ran's armor seemed like magic, and others were unable to see how he put it on. He had set up special components on each of the spatial stones so that the armor would instantly assemble. Even Long Chen had been completely astonished by Guo Ran's smarts. Other than the armor, those spatial stones also contained his consumables, and he could replenish them at will. Shaking his head, Long Chen had no choice but to admit Guo Ran really did come up with quite a few crazy ideas. However, this spatial ring in front of him was a bit special. There was an exceptionally exquisite flame pattern on it, and within the ring itself was an indentation of a small tower. That was naturally the pill tower's marking. The owner of this ring had been Huo Weifang. This was Long Chen's battle spoils. When he had thought of the pill furnace just now, he had also thought of this spatial ring. Oh, there's still a spiritual imprint. Hee, so that little fellow hasn't died yet. Truly worthy of congratulations. Spiritual imprint was something that could be left behind on certain objects by people with strong enough spiritual strength. If such an object stayed with its owner for a long period of time, then it would form a kind of resonance, and as long as the owner didn't die, the spiritual imprint wouldn't fade. Furthermore, that spiritual imprint would be like a faithful guard dog. If anyone else tried to open the spatial ring, it would attack them. Finding out that Huo Wufang hadn't died made Long Chen smile with gratification. I wonder who is happier, him or Yin Wuxuang. Long Chen snorted, and his spiritual strength directly erased Huo Wufang's spiritual imprint. Perhaps that spiritual imprint might be able to cause some trouble for others, but Long Chen could erase it with a wave of his hand. Opening the spatial ring, Long Chen couldn't help jumping in shock. This spatial ring actually had a subsidiary life space attached to it. In other words, it could be considered a life ring. But this life ring was far better than the one he had obtained before. It was actually 3,000 meters wide and was like its own world. He actually built a palace within his spatial ring. What an idiot! Long Chen sneered upon seeing the world within the spatial ring. But after looking inside the palace, he understood that Huo Wufang had treated this palace as a treasure house. There were all kinds of weapons, secret arts, and bottles of treasures piled within it. He hadn't expected that idiot to be so obsessive. He had actually arranged everything incredibly neatly. Outside the palace was a medicinal field with many precious herbs. Quite a few of them had new soil beneath them, which indicated Huo Wufang had most likely obtained them within the Julie secret realm. Hehe, nice, nice. I'll transplant them into the primal chaos space. Long Chen was delighted upon seeing the medicinal ingredients. That fellow truly was rich. There were hundreds of rare medicinal ingredients here, many of which he didn't have. To pill cultivators, medicinal ingredients were like their lives. No matter how many they had, it wouldn't be enough. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on waiting a bit and patiently going through what else Huo Wufang had, but he had overestimated himself. He ended up directly transplanting all of them first. That took him quite a few hours. Not only had he transplanted the medicinal ingredients, but he had even moved the palace into his primal chaos space. Plunk. A certain object rolled out of the palace. Pill furnace. Long Chen cried out with delight. Originally, this ancient bronze pill furnace had been placed atop a platform in the palace. When he had moved the palace, it had ended up shaking the palace, and the pill furnace had fallen off, rolling out. Based on the handles and pinholes, this is actually a peak 5th tier pill furnace. Long Chen's eyes reddened. The pill furnaces he had been using had all been 2nd tier pill furnaces and incredibly rotten. They were so terrible that he didn't even dare use his full strength when using them. And even so, his pill furnaces were like firecrackers, blowing up one by one. But with a 5th tier pill furnace, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. He could refine pills with his full strength. A 5th tier pill furnace could refine 5th tier medicinal ingredients without problem. In fact, it could even refine 6th tier medicinal ingredients. Ha ha ha, time to get to work. Long Chen laughed and immediately began refining pills. Chapter 493 Dragonblood Legion. After a muffled sound, Long Chen slowly opened the pill furnace and sighed emotionally. If a worker wanted to do good work, then they really did need good tools first. Previously, each time his refinement was about to be complete, an explosive sound would ring out from his pill furnace. Each time, Long Chen had to be on the edge of his seat, afraid the pill furnace would explode. But this time, instead of an explosive sound, it was just a light, muffled grunt. Using a 5th tier pill furnace to refine 4th tier medicinal pills was truly effortless for him. Most importantly, he could fully activate his pill flame now, allowing him to use his greatest techniques. 9 medicinal pills were shining like jade, halos of light present on each of them. Each one of these pills had rings on them. Refining ringed 4th tier medicinal pills was a criteria for the examination to become a pill king. As for the bone connecting pills Long Chen had just refined, each one of them had at least 3 rings, and some even had 5 rings. Each increase in rings represented an increase in the quality of the medicinal pills. 5 rings was something even pill kings that had devoted their whole life to the pill Dao were not necessarily able to achieve. Long Chen finally had a chance to experience what it was like for his equipment to be completely revamped. These bone-connecting pills were for those 300-plus life and death brothers of his. He had refined over 300 bone-connecting pills so that they could all undergo complete tempering. It had to be known that the bone-forging realm was the most important of the 5 Hautian realms. You were essentially building a foundation twice. Undergoing complete tempering could make a person completely transform. Right now, Long Chen definitely didn't have enough bone-tempering pills for over 300 people. But with a heaven-defying treasure like the Primal Chaos Bead, it would be fine as long as he had enough time. Long Chen didn't care about their talent. Talent could be raised, spirit roots could be upgraded. But a person's inherent nature was extremely difficult to change. What Long Chen cared about the most was these people's loyalty. Despite clearly knowing they would definitely die, they had still marched bravely to the first monastery in order to follow Long Chen and the others in life and death. That kind of loyalty was the most valuable thing. As for those various disciples and elders who hadn't come with them for various reasons, Long Chen didn't feel a grudge towards them, but he also had no obligation to treat them so well. Other than members of the new generation of disciples, people like senior apprentice brother Wan had come as well. Long Chen was planning on washing away their tempered bones and then having them consume the bone-connecting pill. He wanted everyone to undergo complete tempering. If he allowed senior apprentice brother Wan and the others who had already started on the path of ordinary bone tempering to continue, then after some time, they would be thrown far into the distance. That would definitely be discouraging for them. They were all life and death brothers, and Long Chen was planning on walking together with them on his cultivation path to compete against the heavenly geniuses of all the various sects, to look down arrogantly upon the whole world. No matter how strong a single person was, it had no meaning. Only a group's strength was the greatest. For example, in the secret realm, Long Chen had already reached the pinnacle. But even though he had been strong, he had still needed everyone's assistance. If he hadn't had their help, then even if he wouldn't have died in the secret realm, he would have died outside. So this time, Long Chen had made his resolution. He would make a powerful group to face off against the future's unknown dangers. Ellipsis. Within a plaza at the back of a mountain in the first monastery, there were over 300 disciples standing gravely. Looking at the figure in front of them, their eyes were filled with admiration and worship. Within the secret realm, this person had dominated the pinnacle experts of the two paths on his own. His blood-colored saber had cut apart the very world, terrifying countless people. Brothers, today I've gathered you to tell you one thing. From today onwards, you will all be my life and death brothers, announced Long Chen as he looked upon those fervent faces. Ji Yu Yang, Song Ming Yuan, hand out the medicinal pills. Ji Yu Yang and the others quickly began to distribute the medicinal pills Long Chen gave them. When they saw what those medicinal pills were, they were all shocked. But then they quickly understood Long Chen's intentions, causing them to be filled with admiration. The scale at which Long Chen did things was always too shocking. All right, you can swallow the medicinal pills, said Long Chen. Seeing them all swallow the medicinal pills without a moment's hesitation, a warm feeling filled Long Chen. Trust was always the hardest thing to obtain. Everyone here, we're all brothers. Wait a moment, no, there are also some sisters. Long Chen suddenly became a bit embarrassed, as he noticed there were 5 women amongst them. One of them was someone he was very familiar with, Qing Yu, Tang Wan-er's maid and good sister. But they were just wearing ordinary, sexless clothes, so he had made an oversight. Cough, whether you are brothers or sisters, from today onwards, we are all one family. Since you are capable of being unafraid of death, treading through water or fire for me, then I, Long Chen, will also do the same for you. Hearing Long Chen's powerful and resonating words, quite a few disciples' eyes reddened from emotion. Back then, in the righteous and corrupt battle, Long Chen had said the same, and he had then used his conduct to show he was telling the truth. For everyone's safety, the opponents Long Chen chose for himself were always the strongest and most ruthless. Whenever there was danger, he was always the first to face it. Such a heroic figure was someone they admired and worshipped. Now his words caused all their blood to boil. Starting today, we will form a group. All of us will now be members of the Dragonblood Legion. Dragons are divine beasts from legends that can disdain the 9 heavens and look down on all. A dragon's will is something neither gods nor devils can shake. Let our hot blood merge with the will of the dragon. From today onwards, we will be the masters of our own fates. We won't lower our heads to anyone. No matter how poor our origins are, no matter how inferior our bloodline is, no matter how garbage our talent is. From today onwards, we will be dragons that can look down on the rest of the world. We will rise, and no one can bar our path. Long Chen's voice struck like hammers into the core of people's hearts, causing all their blood to boil. Dragonblood Legion, everyone couldn't help letting out a heaven-shaking cheer, their voices coming in waves that resounded throughout the sky. Within that cheering was boundless excitement. That was an emotion from finally being released after years of suppression. In their hearts, Long Chen was just like a god. They would never doubt his words. From today onwards, you don't need to be subjected to the monastery's administration and restrictions. You only have to listen to me. I will make you a cultivation plan that will let you quickly advance. This place is reserved for you to cultivate." Long Chen pointed towards the large building behind them. This place was something Long Chen had asked for from Tu Fang. No matter what Long Chen said, Tu Fang would support him. He hadn't even objected when Long Chen wanted to create his own group, something that went against the rules. Tu Fang was like Ling Yunzi. He had watched Long Chen grow up step by step. Now that Long Chen's sharpness had finally been revealed to all, he would support him no matter what he wanted to do. This was a region Long Chen had reserved for them. He was planning on secretly training them here. In the future, he hoped to raise them into this world's most terrifying legion. Now, this place had become a restricted land. Other than members of the legion, nobody else was allowed to enter, not even elders. Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng were now the Dragonblood Legion's generals. There were 347 new disciples that were part of the Dragonblood Legion. Then adding on Senior Apprentice Brother Wan, Senior Apprentice Brother Chong, and the others, they had a perfect 360 members. The 4 generals were in command of 90 people each, while there was also a squad leader per group of 5. That would make it easier to manage everyone. After organizing this, Long Chen left, leaving the rest to Ji Yuyong and the others. He had them tell the others his bone tempering plan. When they heard the words, complete tempering, all of them were stupefied. Long Chen actually wanted all of them to undergo complete tempering. They felt as if they were dreaming. Even large sects were not able to afford such an expenditure. For example, within all of Mo Gate, only Mo Nian had the talent and qualifications for the sect to bring out enough resources for him to undergo complete tempering. Just who was Mo Nian? He was Mo Gate's #1 disciple, while they were simply ordinary disciples. Whether it was status or talent, they were miles away from reaching Mo Nian's level. The first thing they thought of when they heard Long Chen wanted them to undergo complete tempering was the ocean's worth of resources that needed to be spent. That made all of them extremely grateful to Long Chen, as he truly did show exceptional consideration for them. After they all calmed down, Ji Yuyong gave them Long Chen's instructions, having them absorb the bone-connecting pills, energy to create channels in their bones. As for Senior Apprentice Brother Wan and the others who had already begun tempering their bones, Long Chen gave them a medicinal pill that would wash away their tempered bones, allowing them to newly undergo complete tempering. These disciples mostly had ordinary talent, and after the year Long Chen had been in the secret realm, the majority of them had reached the peak of the tendon transformation realm and were stuck in a bottleneck. Long Chen gave those people a bone barrier breaking pill. The medicinal pills Long Chen gave them were all ringed pills with powerful medicinal energy. Those pills allowed them to advance effortlessly to the bone-forging realm. Furthermore, even though they relied on a medicinal pill to advance, this medicinal pill allowed them to advance extremely stably, without any danger to their foundations. However, he had them rest 3 days after advancing to bone forging so they could accustom themselves to their energy first. Only then were they to consume bone tempering pills. Those bone tempering pills were all ones that had been in the storehouses. The first monastery had saved plenty of bone tempering pills over time. Long Chen could be considered half the leader of the first monastery, and he took over 80% of the bone tempering pills for the Dragonblood Legion. But even the remaining 20% were enough for the monastery to use for many years. This year especially, they simply had too few disciples. Most importantly, the monastery's battle techniques were given free of charge to the Dragonblood Legion members to study, and the weapons in the weapons repository were also given freely to them. Right now, Long Chen was going all out to equip his troops. In any case, they had gained the first monastery's position and resources for free, and if they didn't use them, they would just be wasted. Long Chen's actions caused quite a few elders to turn red-eyed, and after they complained to Tu Fang several times, Tu Fang icily replied, "This monastery is something Long Chen conquered, and if you aren't satisfied, you can conquer your own monastery to play with." Chapter 494 Flame Serpent, Lightning Serpent. After setting up the plans for the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen had Ji Yuyong handle the rest. Originally, Guo Ran was more suited to management, but he was busy with his own mission. Time was short and Long Chen urgently needed to enter seclusion. But there was still one more thing he needed to do first. That was to refine the Spirit Ascension Pill. The Spirit Ascension Pill's main ingredient was the Qilin fruit. It was a heaven-defying medicinal pill that could increase the quality of a person's spirit root. If one of them appeared, countless Hautian geniuses would go crazy to obtain it. The reason why Long Chen gave Zheng Wenlong a qilin fruit was because he wanted to display his trust and appreciation for him. He knew that as a businessman, he definitely would understand to keep the matter secret. By cooperating with Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen was sure he would obtain many benefits, and that was why he had given him such a precious qilin fruit. Going through his pill god memories, Long Chen chose to refine the Jade Cliff Spirit Ascension pill. That pill had an extremely bizarre pill formula that used the qilin fruit as the main ingredient and the jade wind grass and spirit cliff mushroom as secondary ingredients. Originally, the jade wind grass and spirit cliff mushroom's medicinal natures clashed and were unable to merge together. But with the qilin fruit's essence, these two yin and yang ingredients became harmonious and fully activated the qilin fruit's spirituality. The Jade Cliff Spirit Ascension pill was a 4th-tier medicinal pill. Refining it wasn't difficult for Long Chen. With the assistance of a peak 5th-tier pill furnace, he refined over 1,000 of them in just 3 days. He gave the majority of them to Ji Yuyong, having him distribute them. For now, each person could only consume 3. However, the Spirit Ascension pills he had refined were extremely powerful. The majority of these disciples' spirit roots were only at the bronze grade, but after 3 Spirit Ascension pills, their spirit roots would undergo a heaven-toppling transformation. A bronze grade spirit root would definitely advance to the silver grade, while a silver grade spirit root had a 50% chance of advancing to the gold grade. That was the same grade as Tang Wan-er. It had to be known the reason Tang Wan-er's cultivation speed was the greatest out of everyone was because of her spirit root. It allowed her to advance twice as fast with half the effort. Promoting everyone's spirit roots was incredibly important, but Long Chen didn't have that much time. He refined enough for them to have 3, and then he went into seclusion himself. There was also a portion that he gave to Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er and also some that he sent to Chu Yao in the Skywood Palace. As for Guo Ran, well, he didn't need them. His cultivation path was different from other people's, and it had nothing to do with his spirit root. As long as he maintained a flawless Dao heart, Long Chen could use medicinal pills to continuously push his cultivation base higher. After handling the matter of the Spirit Ascension pills, Long Chen finally relaxed. At the same time as he needed to increase everyone's power, he also needed to increase his own. Slow down, slower, slower. Fuck. Long Chen sighed. Looking at the ashes in the pill furnace, he felt a bit powerless. This earth flame is too hard to control. For now, I can't use it to refine pills, he sighed. Just now, he had tried using the earth flame to refine a 5th-tier medicinal pill, but it had ended up in failure at the very start. The medicinal ingredients in the pill furnace had instantly been turned to ash. Using it to fight is alright, but with my current soul energy, it's impossible for me to control it down to the finest detail. Long Chen couldn't help shaking his head. This was like having a 5-year-old child swing a 100-pound hammer to smash open a walnut. Even if the child possessed divine strength and could lift the hammer, once it was smashed down, then let alone the walnut, even the ground would be smashed to bits. The other thing was that the earth flame had yet to mature. It was like a child that was still learning to walk, and it staggered and stumbled. It couldn't cooperate perfectly with Long Chen. Unlike other pill cultivators, Long Chen had not transformed the earth flame into his core flame. That would damage the earth flame's spirituality, and it would end up losing its soul, becoming a mindless tool. Instead, he allowed it to grow and cultivate in his body. In fact, he would even allow it to grow stronger than himself. That would be dangerous since the earth flame could rebel, and pill cultivators generally wouldn't risk such a thing. That was definitely playing with fire. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid. He handled matters according to his feelings, his gut. That was similar to how he hadn't placed a slave imprint on Little Snow all that time ago. He hadn't wanted to treat Little Snow as a tool. It was the same with this earth flame. Long Chen was unable to treat it as just a tool, because he could sense it had its own emotions. It had its own life, and a sentient, albeit infantile, consciousness. Long Chen had a premonition that it would become one of his greatest strengths in the future. However, the current earth flame couldn't be used to refine pills, and so all Long Chen could do was continuously feed it his pill flame for it to slowly grow. This earth flame had originally lived underground, absorbing the energy from the lava to grow. But that kind of growth was extremely slow. It was said that for an ordinary earth flame, from the day it was born to the time it gained its own spiritual wisdom would require several millennia, and for it to fully mature would require tens or even hundreds of millennia. However, Long Chen's pill flame was condensed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and it was extremely beneficial to it. That was also why the earth flame had attacked him back then. It had been an instinctual reaction upon seeing food. With the support of his divine ring, the rate at which he condensed his pill flame was now greater than the earth flame could eat. Without fear of running out, he allowed the earth flame to eat until it was full. Then it fell into a deep slumber for a few days. Furthermore, after just a few days, the earth flame was noticeably stronger. That delighted Long Chen, as that kind of growth rate was too shocking. On one of his arms was a tattoo of a blue serpent. He had another serpent tattoo on his other arm. That was something he had only noticed after a while. This tattoo was extremely detailed, and it was even possible to see the serpent's tiny scales. A careful examination would reveal that those weren't scales but formed from countless, tiny, flickering lightning runes. It was extremely bizarre. My Thunder Force has actually all condensed into my left arm. There were no longer any Thunder Force runes in his blood. All of it was in that one arm. That arm's tattoo was like another Dantian to him, one that could only contain Thunder Force. That transformation was extremely surprising to Long Chen. Crackle. Long Chen extended a hand, and a ball of lightning appeared on the tip of his finger. He pointed it lightly in front of him. The rock in front of him broke. Not only that, but even a small mountain a mile away was pierced through. What a sharp attack! Long Chen was shocked and delighted. After escaping from the jaws of death, he had actually obtained such a large gain. His Thunder Force had completely transformed. This serpent tattoo naturally reminded Long Chen of the final two lightning pythons that had descended from the heavens back then. That attack had been one that could shake the entire world. Just thinking about it made Long Chen feel some lingering fear. He had truly just been the tiniest bit away from being destroyed by that terrifying lightning tribulation. Each lightning tribulation he underwent was more terrifying than the last. By now, he no longer had the slightest wishful thinking towards it. Last time, he only survived because of luck. If he didn't think of a way to resist the lightning tribulation, next time he would definitely die. He had to think of some way to strengthen his physical body. With a thought from him, his lightning tattoo lit up and a terrifying destructive aura soared. Countless bolts of thunder force covered his body. Crackling and rumbling rang out. Arcs of light drifted chaotically over his body, making him look like a lightning god. Nice, this can count as a lightning battle armor. But it can only passively cover my body, and I still don't have a good technique to control my thunder force. Long Chen couldn't help but feel that it was regretful as he looked at the thunder force drifting over his body. The thunderization art he had was unable to control his thunder force. He had to find some other way. But one thing that made him excited was that just by activating the lightning battle armor, endless thunder force would rush around his body, and it felt as if lightning hammers were constantly striking his body, helping him to temper his flesh. However, he only managed to last an incense stick's worth of time before feeling sore and numb all over his body. Unable to continue bearing the thunder force tempering, he returned his thunder force back into the lightning tattoo. He looked at the two tattoos on his arms and clenched his fists. Now he had two more powerful trump cards. Furthermore, they were both trump cards that could continue growing. Whether it was the thunder force or the earth flame, they were both extremely terrifying, and even Xianxian experts could be killed if they were caught off guard. Currently, his thunder force was even slightly stronger than the earth flame. But that was just because the earth flame was still too immature and needed time to grow. Looking towards the lightning serpent tattoo on his left arm, Long Chen suddenly laughed. Not far from the lightning serpent tattoo was a crescent moon tattoo. The lightning serpent's mouth was currently directly facing that moon, seeming to be playing around. Long Chen couldn't help smiling, and a beautiful face appeared in his mind. That pair of soul-stealing eyes was something he would never be able to forget. Then when he thought of how the two of them had lain on each other in their exhaustion, when he thought of her soft body and faint scent, he couldn't help feeling a bit of melancholy. He had no idea if he would ever see her again. In regards to Yu Xiaochen, Long Chen felt an indescribable emotion. In the beginning, when she had first saved him, he had been filled with gratefulness, thinking her to be a peerless expert. But the second time they met, within the abyss of fiends, that opinion had ended up completely toppled. Battle skills so powerful that they would shock a person to their core, but so little experience that it would make a person incredibly worried for her. Sometimes she was so calm that it was frightening, and sometimes she was so immature it was funny. She truly was capable of stealing away a person's heart. Putting that aside and calming himself back down, Long Chen rested and then continued using Thunder Force to temper his body. He wanted to use his Thunder Force to bring his body to the greatest possible level before he underwent bone tempering. But he had only been in seclusion for 7 days when Tu Fang called him out and gave him a mission to attend the yearly sect leader official meeting. When he heard that, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't Tu Fang the sect leader? What did a sect leader meeting have to do with him? But Tu Fang had just laughed and said that he was just sect leader in name and that Long Chen was the real sect leader. If he went himself, then he would probably be ridiculed by countless people. But if Long Chen went, at the very least, no one would dare insult him. Previously, Long Chen had killed 2 sect leaders, shocking everyone. In theory, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare be disrespectful to a youth that was currently soaring. Long Chen thought about it and simply decided to accept his fate. For Tu Fang to treat him like this, he couldn't possibly just watch as Tu Fang was humiliated. He thickened his skin and agreed, changing his robes, and following several elders. Obediently sitting in a transportation formation, he waited to be sent to the supermonastery. Chapter 495 You Dare Strike Me. His vision darkened for a moment, and then Long Chen and the others appeared in a huge transportation formation. They looked around and saw the same kind of scenery. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. The 108th Monastery's transportation formation had been nauseating to use. But now, they instantly arrived without the slightest discomfort. It was convenient, fast, safe, and painless. What was reflected in their eyes was still a huge plaza, and at the center of the plaza was a statue 300 meters tall. The statue depicted an elder with a tranquil expression who possessed an immortal air around him. It was the same statue as the one in the 108th Monastery. But this statue was 10 times larger, and it wasn't at all damaged. It was incredibly lifelike, and Long Chen felt an odd charm from it, almost as if this statue was alive. That was an extremely mysterious feeling. It was clearly just a statue, and there weren't even any formation runes carved into it. He couldn't figure it out. Elder Long Chen, sect leader Tu Fang has instructed you to take it easy. As soon as they arrived at the Xuantian supermonastery, an elder hastily opened his mouth. The rules had been broken for Long Chen to be promoted to the enforcement elder position. In truth, Long Chen was simply wearing that title. Each second, he had an urge to tear that title off himself. He didn't have time to deal with such trivial matters. Furthermore, the first monastery now only had so few people. Perhaps before Long Chen had joined, there might have been some disputes and nonsense present, but after Long Chen had joined, those troublesome people had already gone into another world. There wasn't even any need for law enforcement. The only reason Long Chen was given the law enforcement elder position was so he could represent Tu Fang to participate in this sect leader meeting. However, Tu Fang truly understood Long Chen, and before he had left, he had warned these elders to look after him. After all, young people tended to be a bit too brazen. Thus, he warned Long Chen, hoping for him to prepare himself. There were many internal disputes between the supermonastery's 108 monasteries. After fighting for so many years, there was already a set of unwritten rules. Tu Fang was worried Long Chen might start facing off against others without awareness of those unwritten rules, which might cause trouble. Don't worry, I know when to use hard force and when to use light force. Long Chen waved his hand. Those elders didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would believe such words from him? But they were already here, and so they could only follow Long Chen. In any case, they were just extras. They had only just arrived when a man ran over to lead them to the meeting place. But after that man saw Long Chen, he couldn't help being flabbergasted. May I ask, who are you? This is Long Chen, our first monastery's enforcement elder. Our sect leader's health isn't good right now, and so Elder Long Chen has taken his place to represent the first monastery for the meeting, replied one of the elders by Long Chen's side. Long Chen, I haven't heard of him. How could someone at the early bone forging realm represent a monastery's sect leader? The first monastery really has declined. A touch of ridicule appeared on that man's face. A hand directly slapped across his face, sending him flying. A miserable scream rang out, and his teeth were like blood-stained gems, flying gracefully through the air. Elder Long Chen. Those elders couldn't help being dumbfounded. Didn't he say he would hold himself back a bit? This was what he meant when he said he knew how to use light force. I came here for the meeting, not to hear your taunts. A meridian opening trash dares insult me, said Long Chen icily, ignoring the elder's cries. You dare strike me? That man was just an elder within the supermonastery. His status was not particularly high. However, his cultivation base had already reached the early meridian opening, so he was shocked and infuriated at being slapped by Long Chen. He roared furiously, but with his teeth scattered on the ground, and his tongue swelling from the slap, me ended up turning into meh. As a dog, you should properly lead the way. Don't say things you shouldn't say. Can you lead the way or not? If you can't, then scram back to your doghouse, snorted Long Chen. You must want to die. That man roared with fury, and he charged directly at Long Chen, a palm slamming towards his stomach. That power shook the void, and those elders behind Long Chen were all terrified. They might be at the peak of the bone-forging realm and had tempered 8 bones, but in the face of a meridian opening expert, they were powerless to resist. Long Chen sent his palm crashing into his opponent's palm. However, he used a skillful technique to strip his palm of any power, and no shockwave occurred. The man felt as if his palm had struck cotton. There was nowhere for his energy to go, and he almost coughed up blood from that feeling. Before he could react and think of what to do next, he felt a powerful force at the back of his scalp, forcing his head down. As his head was forced down, all he saw was a sturdy knee growing larger in his sight. Only at that moment did he realize something bad was about to happen. A sharp pain came from his nose, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The man was sent flying by Long Chen's knee, falling amongst a cluster of flowers a few dozen meters away. The originally snow-white flowers were splashed by his scarlet blood, causing them to look mournful yet beautiful. Oh, now I understand why flowers are red. One of the elders couldn't help sighing upon seeing those blood-stained flowers. One of the more experienced elders couldn't help grumbling, Elder Long Chen, didn't you say you knew how to use light force? Long Chen waved his hand, innocently saying, I said I'm someone who knows how to use hard force and light force. Look, I controlled my force perfectly. He's not dead, but not really alive. It's perfectly between hard and light force. Ah, let it go. Although you're all older than me, that doesn't necessarily mean you can see things clearer than me. For such an idiot to come to find us for trouble, there's definitely someone behind him who sent him here to deliberately make it hard for us. TCH, what kind of joke was this supposed to be? Within the supermonastery's 108 monasteries, there might be some people who don't know who the monastery head is, but there's definitely no one who doesn't know who I am. You didn't even see through such an obvious mistake. If I had just endured the words he said, he would have found other ways to provoke us. Do you have to wait until you can't endure it anymore before fighting? Sorry, but I'm not that kind of person. Once I finish slapping the left side of someone's face, if they then stick out the right side of their face for me, I'll definitely help slap them again. Look, there are already people coming over. This is all premeditated. Just don't say anything and quietly watch the play. As soon as Long Chen said this, several experts appeared, rushing over. The person at the front was a middle-aged man wearing the robes of the supermonastery. His powerful aura marked him as a Xianxian expert. What person dares behave so badly in my Xianxian supermonastery? Shouted the middle-aged man. Long Chen acted as if he didn't even see him, and simply continued walking forward. The elders behind him hurriedly lowered their heads, not saying a word and also acting as if they hadn't seen him. They had now experienced Long Chen's demoniringness, and they were also shocked by Long Chen's intelligence. With a single glance, he had seen through this scheme. His vision was truly frighteningly sharp. Hey, I'm talking to you. After beating someone, you want to just leave? Raged the Xianxian expert. Seeing Long Chen was still ignoring him, he furiously extended his hand to block Long Chen and the others. Why are you blocking me? Asked Long Chen curiously. You injured someone and then want to just leave? Long Chen frowned slightly and asked one of the elders behind him, I can only understand human speech. Help me translate what he's saying. He said you injured someone, and he wants to find you for the bill. That elder turned green from being stared at by Long Chen, and could only thicken his face and help translate for him. You, raged the Xianxian expert. Long Chen was actually cursing him as not being human. Long Chen didn't even glance at him, continuing to speak to that elder. Tell him I didn't hit anyone. I just taught a dog that wouldn't listen a lesson. If the supermonastery has any objections, then call out the dog's master to talk. Otherwise, either attack or scram. After saying that, Long Chen ignored the man and brought his people away. The man was in a complete rage, clenching his teeth so hard he felt like they might break. Pointing at Long Chen's back, he shouted, "Good. Just wait, Long Chen, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Your first monastery should just wait for your punishment." Long Chen completely ignored him, treating him as air. That person's lungs almost exploded from rage. The highest realm of humiliating someone was to ignore them. If you cursed back at them, that was raising their status. Long Chen definitely wouldn't give him that kind of chance. If Long Chen couldn't see through such an obvious trap, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. So he handled it as directly as possible, too lazy to waste more words on him. This was his first time in the supermonastery. The supermonastery had countless palace halls, and if he had come by himself, he definitely would have gotten lost. Luckily, two of these elders had often accompanied Ling Yunzi to these annual meetings before, and so they knew the lay of the land. An hour later, Long Chen arrived at an immense palace that was incredibly spacious and bright. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw 108 seats. Other than the first seat, the other seats already had people sitting on them. Those were naturally the 108 monasteries, sect leaders. Behind each sect leader stood several elders. It was unknown what they were whispering about. But when Long Chen appeared, they all turned silent, looking at him. It was absolutely silent. Hundreds of gazes focused on Long Chen, but those gazes weren't friendly. Quite a few of them even contained intense jealousy and hate. Of them all, the gazes from the second monastery and the new 108th monastery were the most intense. Long Chen smiled slightly. Ignoring everyone's gazes, he walked over to the first seat. This was the throne of the first monastery and also the peak throne of all the 108 monasteries. Countless people longed to sit in that chair even in their dreams. Sitting on the chair, Long Chen didn't have any particularly special feeling. It wasn't even as comfortable as sitting on a grass meadow. But looking at those jealous gazes, no matter what, Long Chen still had to put on an extremely satisfied act. Nowadays, my monastery really has declined. For an incompetent youngster to take such a high position, it really makes a person sneer. A sinister voice rang out from the crowd. Chapter 496. Let me show you something. Hearing that voice, the elders behind Long Chen were startled. They were targeting them so quickly and not concealing their hostility at all. Long Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw the speaker came from the last place seat. It was one of the original experts from the first monastery. He recognized him as an elder who had stood behind xianxia back then. He looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were filled with an icy ridicule as he glared straight at Long Chen. Although he hadn't said Long Chen's name, it was obvious to everyone present that he was targeting him. He had originally been an elder, but once xianxia had died, he had smoothly succeeded his sect leader position. However, it seemed he wasn't satisfied with being the 108th monastery's sect leader. Originally, the monastery had been split into two camps, one led by xianxia and one led by the second monastery's Zhao Yongchang. The two camps had fought covertly for countless years. But of the two camps, it was always xianxia who had suppressed Zhao Yongchang. As for Zhao Yongchang, he had constantly been working to usurp xianxia and gain the position of the first monastery. Other than those two camps, there were also some neutral monasteries that were ranked near the bottom. Because they were too weak, they weren't even worth the two camps' attention. They had all just been useless extras all those years. But before the two camps' struggles had reached a conclusion, Long Chen had appeared and xianxia had been killed, flabbergasting everyone. Although it wasn't Long Chen who had personally slain him, xianxia had definitely died because of him. That development was out of anyone's expectations. However, despite that, the resources the first monastery possessed were too lucrative, and it caused the various sect leaders to turn red-eyed from greed. The glory of the first monastery practically drove them crazy. The original first monastery had gone from being emperors to being beggars. That kind of drop was almost enough for them to kill themselves from sullenness. Of their disciples, over half of them had directly left. As for the elders, they also felt as if the first monastery had declined, and unable to accept the facts, they went to go find a better job. The current 108th monastery's sect leader was Sha Tonghai. He was xianxia's younger cousin. When he had been appointed sect leader, he had furiously clenched his teeth, but he had been helpless about it. If everyone else hadn't practically pushed that position onto him, then seeing the 108th monastery's broken down state, he himself would have packed his things and left. But he hadn't given up. Although the first monastery had Long Chen, that didn't mean there wouldn't be chances in the future. Just as they were waiting for such an opportunity, they heard Ling Yunzi had given up his sect leader position and left, and even Kang Ming had left, throwing the mess onto Tu Fang. As a result, Sha Tonghai and Zhao Yongchang had actually united all the various monasteries, sect leaders, wanting to erase any of Tu Fang's prestige, putting so much pressure on the first monastery that they would voluntarily give up their position. Tu Fang could also count as an old fox, and he had long since seen some clues. He asked himself, could he really scheme better than these sect leaders who seemingly only schemed all day? That really wasn't the area he specialized in. And so he had Long Chen go instead. There was an excellent expression for this: wicked people are best handled by wicked people. Sect leader Sha's words are reasonable. After all, sect leaders have to embody the prestige of the monasteries. Not only do they need integrity, talent, and a combat ability that can convince the masses, but they also need rich management experience. For some people, who have only just gotten a bit of fame, to think they can sit on the same level as true sect leaders truly makes a person despise them, sneered the 7th monastery's sect leader. He hasn't even grown any hair on his chin, yet he dares take the sect leader position. At such a young age, his skin really is thick. I suppose that's what it means for a calf to not know how to fear the tiger. Another sect leader also tossed in some words. These people's words caused the hearts of the elders behind Long Chen to sink. Under Sha Tonghai and Zhao Yongchang's pressure, all the sect leaders were standing together. Although Sha Tonghai wasn't as powerful as Sha Qishan had been, he was still extremely strong. My hair hasn't grown out. Makes sense, makes sense. You've grown out so much hair, but does that have the slightest use? Could it be that by growing out your hair, you can become a sect leader? Then according to your theory, why don't you go raise some pigs? They have plenty of hair, so I suppose they would be even more suited to be sect leaders than you. Long Chen disdainfully looked at them. They wanted to play a game of tongues. Then he would play them to death. As soon as he had arrived here, he had sensed the atmosphere was wrong. All of them were glaring at him, but most of them were people he had never even had any interactions with. If Long Chen couldn't see through the truth from that, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. Ignorant brat, what I was talking about was having integrity and experience, the experience to manage a sect. Don't twist my words, sneered Sha Tonghai. Long Chen glanced sideways at him. Well, more accurately, he couldn't see him all the way at the end without looking sideways. Experience. Does that kind of plaything have a use? Oh, I see, your experiences tell you to teach your disciples how to use insidious schemes to hurt other people. Did you think that if they spent all day scheming against their own people, then they would be able to become experts? Did you think that just because you're older, you're wiser? You spend all day caring only about your status, doing inhuman things because of jealousy and for your own profit, all with no sense of shame. But now you still have the face to talk about integrity with me. How could the word integrity be used to describe the slightest part of a piece of shit like you? Did you think that just because you're sitting here and wearing clothes that you're better than a dog? Retorted Long Chen. His words made Sha Tonghai tremble with rage. You're just spouting obscenities. You're lacking decorum. Sha Tonghai pointed furiously at Long Chen, not knowing what to say. Just let it go. Do you even know what decorum is? For some profit, you can sell out your conscience, giving up all of your face. There are some idiots here who should listen well. Don't make any plans to target my first monastery. The previous matter can count as settled, so I won't bicker with you about how you targeted me in secret in the past. But from now on, if someone targets my first monastery, if anyone dares try to hold back our progress, the consequences will be grave. What I say, I can do. If any one of you wants to become a second Sha Qishan, come and try me at any time. Long Chen's icy gaze swept over everyone. The elders behind him felt their hearts pound. Long Chen's words were just too domineering, and even them, old seniors whose hot-blooded times had already passed, felt a battle intent soar within them. Although they were no longer young, they had once been in the springtime of their youth as well. But they had never seen a youth as domineering as Long Chen. At the early bone-forging realm, he dared face off against sect leaders and say such ruthless words. But no one dared doubt his determination, as Long Chen's past victories were perfect evidence. Everyone's expressions changed as his words were too ruthless. He was clearly threatening them, which was an absolute humiliation. You foul-mouthed brat, when we swept through the world, your grandpa hadn't even been born. Raged Sha Tonghai. It had to be known that they were Shantian experts and had already lived for centuries. Someone like Ling Yunzi, who was only just over 100 years old, was already one of the youngest of them. For someone like Long Chen, who wasn't even 20 years old, to talk like this to them was a vicious slap in their faces. Is being old so amazing? That just means you'll be buried in the ground sooner. Furthermore, with your conduct, how did you sweep through the world? It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really am looking down on you. With your kind of character, even with the supermonastery's protection, all you know how to do is abuse your power and bully the weak. If you dared to leave the supermonastery's protection, then with your ugly ass face, you definitely wouldn't survive for half a day in the world before someone beat you to death, said Long Chen. Go to hell. Do you believe me when I say I can crush you like an ant? Raged Sha Tonghai. Back when he had been in the first monastery, he had been a powerful figure, and no one had dared be impolite to him. Now that Long Chen repeatedly gave him slaps in the face, his killing intent soared. Seeing Sha Tonghai on the verge of going berserk, Zhao Yongchang smiled faintly. He hadn't said anything from the start, because he knew he didn't need to do anything. Someone else would naturally take the lead. As compared to him, Sha Tonghai hated Long Chen far more. His prediction ended up being spot on. He hadn't even had to do anything before Sha Tonghai flew into a rage. That refreshed him greatly, and inside, he sneered at Sha Tonghai for being an idiot. He was far too lacking compared to Sha Kishan. Hearing what he said, Long Chen stood up. With his hands clasped behind his back, he left his position and slowly walked towards Sha Tonghai. You said you can crush me like an ant. I really do doubt those words. I want to give it a try, he said. Everyone was silent now. They were all startled by Long Chen's actions. Although Long Chen had killed Shantian experts before, that was because of the earth flame and that he had caught them off guard. In a head-on clash, he would definitely die. And yet, just like this, he swaggered over to Sha Tonghai, causing everyone to be at a loss. Long Chen was representing the first monastery, and this kind of conduct violated the no fighting except with words rule between sect leaders. Long Chen arrived in front of Sha Tonghai. The two of them were less than 3 inches from each other. Everyone's hearts clenched inside. They wouldn't really fight now, right? I, Long Chen, have come. I want to see how you crush me to death. Long Chen stared straight at Sha Tonghai. Sha Tonghai wasn't tall, and he was half a head shorter than Long Chen. Now Long Chen was truly looking down on him. HMPH, I'm too lazy to quibble with a brat. That would make others laugh at me, sneered Sha Tonghai. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that he didn't dare. This was the supermonastery, and the monastery head was overseeing this place. He didn't dare be unbridled here. After all, Long Chen represented the first monastery. All right then let me show you something. What is this? Long Chen extended a hand, his 5 fingers open. HMPH, a cat claw, sneered Sha Tonghai. Wrong answer. A palm streaked through the air in a beautiful arc, striking Sha Tonghai's face like lightning. Chapter 497 Slapping a sect leader's face. Before Sha Tonghai could react, he was sent flying by Long Chen's slap. Together with his chair, he tumbled into the distance. Everyone was stunned. This development had come too suddenly. No one had expected Long Chen to take the initiative to strike and to use such a humiliating attack. Your answer was wrong. This is called a large slap in the face, said Long Chen. The elders that had come with Long Chen were all dumbfounded. They were definitely screwed. Long Chen had provoked a disaster. Long Chen, go to hell. Sha Tonghai crawled up from the ground. A large handprint was deeply imprinted in his face, and the stinging pain made him roar furiously as he charged at Long Chen. Idiot, do you want to try laying a finger on me? Long Chen didn't dodge, nor did he raise any defenses. Sha Tonghai might be furious, but Long Chen's words made him stop right in front of him, not daring to strike. He didn't touch Long Chen. But Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy, and another large hand ruthlessly slapped across the other side of Sha Tonghai's face. A clear sound rang out, causing everyone to tremble. Although the person being slapped was Sha Tonghai, they all felt a sympathetic pain on their own faces. Each of Long Chen's slaps was more ruthless than the last. Sha Tonghai almost fainted from being struck. Although Long Chen had yet to temper his bones, he had reached the bone-forging realm now, and his strength had reached an abnormal level. If it was a meridian opening expert who was struck by him, a single slap might kill that person. But even as a Shantian expert, Sha Tonghai's skin didn't have that much defensive ability. His head was buzzing, and it was only after a moment that he recovered. Fuck, how calamitous, Long Chen suddenly cursed, looking at his palm with a disgusted expression. Everyone saw there was a layer of something white on his palm. It looked very similar to lard used for stir-fry. Looking from his palm to Sha Tonghai's greasy face, their expressions became odd. A single slap ends up drawing out all this grease. Just how much grease did you wipe in the first monastery? Long Chen took out a handkerchief from his spatial ring and wiped his hand, cursing the entire time. Even normal grease on a palm would make a person irritated. Now, Long Chen felt a bit nauseated, even beginning to regret slapping him. Only at this time did Sha Tonghai crawl up from the ground again, tottering back and forth. Suddenly, killing intent erupted from him and he released his aura. Fat pig, I'd advise you not to do anything stupid. If you don't activate your Shantian power, I can slap you to death with ease. But if you do activate your Shantian power, then that would destroy the Shantian pavilion, and it would be the monastery head who slaps you to death. Long Chen didn't even look at Sha Tonghai, simply continuing to clean his hand. You, PFFT. Sha Tonghai coughed up a mouthful of blood from fury. He had never felt this stifled in his life. Long Chen's physical body was incredibly powerful, and it was just like he said, if he didn't use his Shantian power, he was helpless to do anything to him. But if he did use his Shantian power, this entire palace hall would be instantly destroyed. This was the Shantian Pavilion, a building that had been built at the very start of the Shantian Supermonastery, and similar to the ancestral statue, it was a symbol of the Supermonastery. If he destroyed it, then the monastery head would definitely kill him. So he wanted to fight but couldn't, and he wanted to endure but couldn't. Perhaps the fact that he hadn't fainted from fury was enough to show he had a powerful mental strength. You really aren't educated. Looks like all your years were wasted. Don't you know the Shantian Pavilion is an important area and it is forbidden to crap here? Looking at the blood on the ground, a disgusted expression appeared on Long Chen's face, as if he was looking at a pile of dog shit. Before he could say anything else, Sha Tonghai felt his chi and blood surging again, and he almost coughed up more blood. He hastily circulated his chi to suppress it. Alright, I'm glad we've settled this misunderstanding. After all, we're all members of the Supermonastery, and it's best for us to be peaceful and not bicker over minor matters. My Shantian Supermonastery is a prestigious sect, an example for the righteous path. Sha Tonghai, I won't bother with how rude you were to me. Long Chen returned to his seat, acting extremely magnanimous. But everyone was looking at him oddly. After slapping someone in the face, he then said he forgave them and acted so highly principled. As if he was so magnanimous even after suffering wrongs. Was there really someone so shameless in this world? Even so, the imposingness Long Chen had displayed had completely intimidated them. They were all Shantian experts, and they could tell his physical body was too terrifying. That made many of them feel a chill inside. They had noticed Long Chen had already advanced to the bone-forging realm, but he was far stronger than any of them would have expected. The power of his physical body had already surpassed their understanding. Adding on an earth flame to protect himself, there really was no one who could threaten him in the same realm. Quite a few of them had already given up any hopes of defeating him. Wasn't being enemies with a monster with limitless potential like Long Chen simply foolish? Long Chen, just wait. Sha Tonghai's eyes were practically spitting flames as he clenched his teeth and pointed at Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen stood up, causing everyone to jump in fright, thinking that Long Chen was about to attack again. Sha Tonghai's expression changed and he retreated a few steps, taking a defensive posture. But then Long Chen just stretched his waist and sat back down without glancing at Sha Tonghai. He even took a napping posture. Too evil. No one would play people like this. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Sha Tonghai, whose face had turned the same color as a pig, they involuntarily felt sympathy for him. If anyone else had been in his position, the result would probably have been the same. Without using Shantian power, they were unable to defeat Long Chen. But if they did use Shantian power, that would be throwing their lives away. At this time, Zhao Yongchang also didn't say anything. He had now experienced just how difficult Long Chen was to handle. He was practically completely unrestrained and out of control. For the next while, the atmosphere was exceedingly odd. Originally, everyone had already agreed to suppress the first monastery and erase any of their prestige. But Tu Fang hadn't come. Instead, it was Long Chen, and the ones to lose face were them. That result was not something in their calculations. The monastery head has arrived. Suddenly, a cry rang out and everyone stood up. Atop the platform in front of them, the curtains were pulled apart, and Shui Wuan appeared in front of them. Behind Shui Wuan was a white-haired elder. Long Chen recognized him as the other assistant monastery head who had opened the Julie secret realm. However, he had heard that this elder had entered seclusion after opening the secret realm. For him to appear here was a bit puzzling. Shui Wuan's gaze swept over everyone. When it landed on Long Chen, an unnoticeable humor appeared in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Shui Wuan's position was like the imperial throne of a palace. The only difference was that here, everyone else had chairs as well. Everyone can sit. We'll be doing the same thing as always. Report your gains and anything you've learned in the past year for everyone, said Shui Wuan, sitting down. Monastery head, please help me get justice. Suddenly, Sha Tonghai let out a mournful cry. Oh, aren't you sect leader Sha? Your face. Shui Wuan looked at the deep handprints on his face with confusion. But Long Chen could see a touch of ridicule deep within Shui Wuan's eyes. At the same time, he noticed the muscles under her ears twitched a few times. Others might not have noticed the change in Shui Wuan, but it was unable to escape Long Chen, who possessed a perfect understanding of the human body. Those muscles under the ear followed the cheeks and would activate when a person smiled. When someone forcibly held back a smile, it would cause those muscles to shake ever so slightly. Because that was the physiological reaction, similar to a conditioned reflex, it didn't matter how high Shui Wuan's cultivation base was. Long Chen had still managed to see through that change. Most likely, the monastery head already arrived a while ago. She only revealed herself when the play was over. Long Chen couldn't help smiling. Was this what it meant for an old person to still possess a child's heart? But that couldn't be blamed on Shui Wuan. Those two handprints that were deeply imprinted on Sha Tonghai's face truly were comical. For Shui Wuan to know what had happened but still act like she didn't, it was no wonder she had an urge to smile. This was done by that despicable brat Long Chen, complained Sha Tonghai, almost crying tears of grief. What, but you're a Shantian expert, while Long Chen has only just advanced to bone forging. That really is hard to believe. Shui Wuan looked from Sha Tonghai to Long Chen with an expression of disbelief. Monastery head, this is absolutely true. Every sect leader and elder present can testify that it was Long Chen who struck me. Said Sha Tonghai, I can testify it was Long Chen who struck him. Zhao Yongchang was the first to stand up. Following Zhao Yongchang, other sect leaders also immediately stood up to testify that it was done by Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze swept over those testifiers. He didn't say a single word, but his gaze caused all of them to shiver. But they had already stood up, and there was no way they could take their words back. Furthermore, the fact that Long Chen had struck Sha Tonghai was an indisputable fact, so it wasn't as if they were lying. However, there were over 20 sect leaders who had stood up but didn't say anything. They had all originally been roped in by Sha Tonghai, but now they didn't like the way things were developing, and so they decided not to say anything. In any case, there were already enough people testifying. Holding back a little might end up protecting themselves from disaster. Seeing that many people stood up to testify, Shui Wuan's expression sunk and she harshly shouted, Long Chen, how brazen. You actually dared maliciously injure someone in an important place like the Xuantian Pavilion. Do you accept your crimes? 1. The term for grease can also mean ill-gained profit. Chapter 498. Everyone stunned. Shui Wuan's shout caused Long Chen to jump. He hadn't expected the amiable Shui Wuan to suddenly turn hostile. That made Long Chen a bit puzzled. Was she planning on punishing him? Long Chen, I'm asking you a question. Why are you just looking at me? Asked Shui Wuan icily. Just now I was a bit too startled and forgot what you asked. Can monastery head please repeat it? Said Long Chen apologetically. He was unable to guess her intentions. Seeing Long Chen's sluggish expression, Shui Wuan almost laughed. But on the outside, she still acted icily and said, I asked, why would you maliciously injure someone in the Xuantian Pavilion? Who gave you such nerve? Now Long Chen couldn't help smirking inside. He finally understood that Shui Wuan was saying this to help exonerate himself. For him to have hit someone here had encroached upon her prestige as monastery head. It was no wonder she had to act angry. But unless Long Chen had raised down the entire Xuantian pavilion, that kind of offense was not worth the death penalty. At worst, she would just have to severely punish Long Chen. That was what all these sect leaders wanted to see, as Long Chen was just too fierce, and they needed to suppress him. The maliciously injure someone, she said, was extremely brilliant. All Long Chen had to say was that it was Sha Tonghai who had provoked him first, and he had only attacked because of his anger. Like that, the responsibility would be split between the two, and no matter what Sha Tonghai said, it was impossible to dispute that. After all, why would Long Chen only strike him but no one else? Once that was settled, Long Chen's punishment would become extremely trivial, and this matter would be over. However, this light punishment would probably require him to be imprisoned for a few days, and Long Chen didn't want to waste that time. He shook his head and said, "Monastery head is wrong. I didn't maliciously injure anyone. This is all just a misunderstanding." Seeing Long Chen had instantly understood her intentions, Shui Wuan relaxed slightly. However, she still acted icy. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could allow you to slap someone in the face twice? Do you think I'm so easy to fool? Although Shui Wuan's expression was icy, Long Chen knew that was just for everyone to see. After all, she was the monastery head, and she couldn't obviously act biased towards Long Chen. She needed a justification to help him. "Monastery head, this is really just a misunderstanding. Let me explain," said Long Chen. "Alright, I really want to hear what kind of misunderstanding would be this fierce." In truth, Shui Wuan was also a bit bewildered. She had clearly already given Long Chen an escape route. After slapping a sect leader in the face twice, just being imprisoned for a few days couldn't even count as punishment. She wouldn't actually make it hard on him. At most, he would have to cultivate here for a few days. But it seemed Long Chen had his own plans. She was truly curious just what method Long Chen had to exonerate himself. In truth, it was like this. Sect leader Sha Tonghai and myself were having a scientific discussion of whether a human could be crushed to death like an ant. Sect leader Sha Tonghai first came up with the grand concept, thinking that humans could be crushed like ants, but I felt great doubt for his theory. To sacrifice myself for a grand cultivation discovery is something I would be proud to do, and so I decided to take the risk to test sect leader Sha Tonghai's theory. But although I was brave enough to test it, it seemed sect leader Sha Tonghai began to feel his theory was flawed, and so he didn't dare try it. However, I felt that theories have to be tested, that putting theories into practice is the only way to verify them. I didn't want such an amazing topic of discussion to end just like that. I'd rather see it to the end, and so I proceeded with the discussion with sect leader Sha Tonghai. Up to now, everyone was still completely lost as to what Long Chen was saying. "What absolute nonsense. You're just quibbling. It was clearly you who hit me," raged Sha Tonghai. "Don't be so impatient. I'm not finished talking. Since it seems monastery head also doesn't fully understand, then let me give monastery head a demonstration. Then the misunderstanding will be resolved." The first theory was something sect leader Sha Tonghai came up with. A person can be crushed to death like an ant. At that time, I raised my doubts and even risked my own body as evidence for sect leader Sha Tonghai. But when I wanted to prove it, sect leader Sha Tonghai retreated. In my opinion, it seems his theory was flawed, but he didn't want to admit it. And so, I brought up another topic. I asked sect leader Sha Tonghai, "What is this?" After saying that, Long Chen turned to Sha Tonghai, extended a hand with his fingers open. He asked him, "Sect leader Sha Tonghai, what is this?" Without hesitation, Sha Tonghai snorted, "A cat claw." A large hand ruthlessly slapped across Sha Tonghai's face with a crisp sound. Sha Tonghai was knocked onto the ground. "Wrong. This is a slap in the face," said Long Chen. "Long Chen, you are courting death." Being slapped again, Sha Tonghai's hair stood on end. He had already forgotten the monastery head was present, and he charged at Long Chen furiously. Long Chen once more gave him a slap in the face, one that was extremely ruthless and sent him flying. Because sect leader Sha Tonghai refused to accept his error, I could only use this evidence to back up the truth. This truly isn't a cat claw, but a slap in the face. Monastery head, now you should fully understand that this really was just a misunderstanding. After sending Sha Tonghai flying, Long Chen turned to Shui Wuan with an aggrieved expression. At this time, Sha Tonghai had just stood back up. Hearing Long Chen's words, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen suddenly gave him a thumbs up, praising him. What a perfect demonstration of what happened back then. I admit, back then, when I saw sect leader Sha Tonghai crap all over the palace hall, I truly was a bit too aggressive and sneered at him too much. Let me apologize for that right now. But just because I'm apologizing doesn't mean I did anything wrong. It's simply because I feel like we are all members of one sect, and we should all work together peacefully. It was just a misunderstanding. Now that it's been resolved, I hope that since we're all members of the same sect, we should focus on being harmonious and not quibble over minor matters all day. After all, my Xuantian supermonastery is a grand sect, an example for the righteous path. Due to this, I won't quibble with Sha Tonghai over his rude behavior to me. Long Chen spread his arms, acting as if he didn't mind having to suffer a slight loss. Everyone was stunned. Just now, they had personally witnessed Long Chen repeatedly slap Sha Tonghai's face in front of the monastery head. Not only was Sha Tonghai dizzy, but they were all dizzy as well. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Shui Wuan suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the assistant monastery head, who now had an odd expression. This assistant monastery head looked from Long Chen to Sha Tonghai, who was on the verge of fainting. He didn't know what to say. Assistant monastery head, do you see? Long Chen is absolutely out of control and even dares be so brazen in front of you. How could our Xuantian supermonastery accept such a fierce and malicious disciple? Sha Tonghai implored to the assistant monastery head, weeping tears. This time, his tears weren't fake. In all his life, he had never felt such grievance. Furthermore, it was a grievance which didn't even allow him to strike back. He felt so sullen that he wanted to kill himself. Cough, this matter is a bit hard to determine. We should wait for the monastery head to return. Most likely, the monastery head merely had something urgent to do but will quickly return, coughed the assistant monastery head awkwardly. Looking at Long Chen, who was acting like this was none of his business, he sighed. He had lived for a long time, but he had never seen someone like Long Chen. That made him sigh with emotion. The world truly was filled with marvels. Suddenly, space shook slightly and Shui Wuan reappeared in front of them. She gravely said, "Just now, someone touched upon my supermonastery's restrictive formations. I went to investigate, but I didn't find the slightest trace. However, I suspect some powerful enemy was trying to stealthily infiltrate the supermonastery. They were too strong for me to even catch them." Everyone was shocked. Someone dared infiltrate the supermonastery. Could it be an expert from the corrupt path? But that kind of possibility was extremely small. In all of history, the battles between the righteous and corrupt path were only between disciples. If the higher-ups fought, that would be a real war. You don't need to be nervous. Perhaps I am just too paranoid, or perhaps the formations have become loose after so many years of disrepair. Let's just continue from our previous subject. Shui Wuan shrugged, stopping everyone's whispering. Looking at Long Chen and Sha Tonghai, she didn't know what to say. Monastery head, it seems you still aren't clear on what happened. This can't be blamed on you, as just now, my recount wasn't clear enough. How about this? Let me demonstrate it again for you from the start. That way you'll be able to fully understand what happened and be able to make the best judgment. After saying that, Long Chen turned to Sha Tonghai. There's no need to demonstrate. I admit that Long Chen didn't maliciously injure anyone. We were just discussing theories. Sha Tonghai's words caused everyone to be dumbfounded. But seeing the veins bulging on his forehead and his eyes that seemed to the spitting flames, everyone was well aware of the truth. Long Chen's methods were too vicious. Simply by refusing to admit it was anything but a discussion, Sha Tonghai couldn't do anything to him. In fact, if he continued to quibble, he would very likely continue to be beaten. So he directly gave up and simply remembered this enmity in his heart. Shui Wuan was also dumbfounded. Seeing Long Chen's disappointed expression, she couldn't help but feel it was funny. This fellow really did know how to con people. No matter what reason it was, to strike someone in the Xuantian pavilion is still an offense. When this meeting is over, stay behind, Long Chen, said Shui Wuan icily. Her words made Sha Tonghai incredibly grateful, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Monastery head is wise. Shui Wuan icily glared at him. Although Long Chen might have gone too far in this matter, don't think I'm unaware of the real cause. Competition is based on power, and if you want to fight, you should fight openly. If you simply want to use despicable schemes and violate the rules, then don't blame me for being vicious. Was Sha Kishan's death not enough? That made everyone's hearts turn cold, and they didn't dare make another sound. The annual meeting continued just like that. This meeting was simply a summary of the year's development, as well as the prospects of the next year. Having to listen to each sect's summary made Long Chen incredibly drowsy. 6 hours later, the meeting finally concluded. Everyone got up and left, leaving behind only Long Chen. A delighted smile appeared on Sha Tonghai and Zhao Yongchang's faces. Chapter 499 Ling Yunzi's Challenge. You rotten brat, you almost made me do something shameful. Within a private room, Shui Wuan was rebuking Long Chen. Currently, she no longer had any of her austere dignity and seemed more like a big sister that was reprimanding Long Chen. This was Shui Wuan's private cultivation room. She had never had anyone else in here. Long Chen was the first. But as soon as Long Chen entered, she unleashed a scolding on him. Only now did Long Chen find out that the reason Shui Wuan had to leave in the middle of the meeting wasn't because someone had touched the restrictive formations. That had just been an excuse to cover up that she hadn't been able to hold back her laughter. As the monastery head, if she were to laugh in front of everyone like that, it would truly be lacking propriety and dignity. So now she was scolding Long Chen. But as she scolded, a laugh occasionally sneaked out. She shook her head. You really are a devil. Is there ever a time you're afraid? Long Chen's nerve was really too great to repeatedly give Sha Tonghai slaps in the face. If Sha Tonghai ended up going berserk, losing all reasoning and not giving a damn about the consequences, then Long Chen would very likely be instantly killed. Of course, there are times when I'm afraid, but I definitely wouldn't be afraid of them. A bunch of petty cowards like them don't have the courage to kill me. And even if they wanted to kill me, then if I couldn't beat them, couldn't I still run? I don't believe that you would just watch as your own house was torn apart. That would just be slapping yourself in the face. Long Chen laughed. Little fellow, you really are wicked. Even I've been included in your calculations. Are you so sure that I would protect you? Asked Shui Wuan. Of course, what happened just now was just some trivial matter. But I know if something happened, you'd protect me, or you wouldn't have saved me back then. Long Chen smiled. Ah, you, sometimes I feel you're smart enough to scare me, but sometimes you're foolish enough to scare me as well. I still don't know whether or not you're truly smart or stupid, sighed Shui Wuan. Me, I have a smart side and a stupid side. However, my smart side is reserved for my enemies, while my foolish side is reserved for my brothers. Shui Wuan's heart shook ever so slightly, as Long Chen's words were indeed true. He had an intelligence and a vision that could easily see through all schemes, but even so, he would always do some foolish things that others couldn't comprehend. What happened previously in the first monastery was a perfect example. By going to the first monastery, he had just been accompanying everyone to die. That kind of conduct was idiotic, and extremely so. But that had been what Long Chen had done. That made it so Shui Wuan was unable to tell just what was inside Long Chen's head. Furthermore, his foolish conduct had ended up infecting others as well. As sect leader, Ling Yunzi had actually started a slaughter just for one disciple, killing multiple sect leaders without caring about his own life. Perhaps sometimes foolishness was just part of human nature, and sometimes, it was the most precious thing. Then sect leader, by having me stay behind, are you planning on punishing me? Asked Long Chen. I really do need to punish you. You need to reserve yourself more, or I really won't be able to have any more peaceful days, said Shui Wuan harshly. Hearing that, Long Chen relaxed a great deal. So all she was doing was making life a bit more difficult for him. Long Chen, I look very favorably upon you. Once you grow up, you'll definitely be a world-shaking figure. But your temperament, Shui Wuan involuntarily shook her head. I'm just like that. Unless I die, I won't change myself, said Long Chen. He also felt a bit powerless about that. He had to be like this, as this was the path of the 9-star hegemon body art. Since he had stepped onto this path, he had to advance without fear. Lu Fang'er and Yi Zichou's deaths had made it completely clear to him that if he continued to deny the direction of the 9-star hegemon body art, he would end up losing even more companions. Now there was hope for Yi Zichou to revive, but Lu Fang'er was forever dead. Although Lu Fang'er had said she was just an extra, an accessory to Meng Qi, she had still been a pure-hearted woman. She had liked a person, and she had dared to admit it. In the beginning, Long Chen really hadn't completely approved of that feeling. But when Lu Fang'er had died, he had felt a heart-wrenching pain. Her death made him completely realize that he couldn't be so cowardly. Otherwise, everybody beside him would die one by one. So now, whatever Long Chen wanted to do, he would do. He would not submit to any restrictions. He needed to nurture his domineeringness, to use his bloody methods to intimidate all enemies. When Long Chen had made that determination, he had felt his mental realm instantly become completely clear. He was able to see things clearer and with more depth. Alright, it's not like I want to change you. Are you aware that before Ling Yunzi left, he came to see me? Shui Wuan hesitated for a moment before saying this. The sect leader came to see you. Oh, could it be? Long Chen looked at Shui Wuan. She appeared to be only 25 to 26 years old, and she was extremely beautiful. You little rascal, you really are looking for a beating. Where did your thoughts end up wandering? Seeing Long Chen's odd expression, Shui Wuan raged, Ling Yunzi and I are not from the same generation. Why is your head only filled with such crazy thoughts? Oh, then that really is a pity. Long Chen scratched his head, feeling that it was regretful. When I made my name, Ling Yunzi had yet to be born in the world. Furthermore, as people who chase after cultivation, how could we throw our mental realm into disorder just for some romantic feelings? Shui Wuan shook her head, but a sliver of sadness appeared in her eyes. Long Chen's heart shook. Perhaps Shui Wuan was also someone with her own story. He hastily shut his mouth. It was best not to know that much gossip, or you might end up being killed to keep silent. When Ling Yunzi came to see me, he came to challenge me to a battle. Shui Wuan smiled slightly. What, then wasn't he just looking to be crushed? A Xianxian expert had challenged a sea expansion expert. Although Long Chen didn't know what kind of concept a sea expansion expert was, when Shui Wuan had appeared back then, heaven and earth had trembled in front of her, and a terrifying pressure had enveloped the entire monastery. Under that pressure, Long Chen had felt himself to be only an ant without any ability to resist. As for those Xianxian experts, although they could also kill him, their pressure was far from lacking compared to Shui Wuan's. There was really no comparison. Ling Yunzi had gone to challenge Shui Wuan. Was he trying to ascend to the heavens? As a result, I lost, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen almost jumped up. How was that possible? We each only made one move. I lost that move, and we didn't make a second move, as there was no more meaning behind fighting. He was just giving me a display, said Shui Wuan. Displaying what? He said he had obtained immense benefits from you, and he wanted to show his achievements to me. That sword attack of his was truly brilliant. In the Xianxian realm, perhaps there is no one who can receive a single attack from him anymore. That's why he left. Shui Wuan sighed, shock appearing in her eyes as it seemed she sank back into her memories of his sword. That sword attack had contained a destructive aura that could destroy the blue dome of the sky. That was a sword that could end the heavens, end the earth, end gods, and end devils. Although it was just an embryonic sword intent, it already contained a will to destroy everything. Even Shui Wuan had been astonished by that sword's power. She had no idea how he had comprehended such a thing. I'm a bit bewildered, said Long Chen. So even you have times when you're bewildered? Good, then stay confused. Shui Wuan laughed. In truth, Ling Yunzi did this for my benefit. He hoped I would treat you well. If I did, I would definitely gain a profit in the future. Long Chen couldn't help being moved. Before leaving, Ling Yunzi had still been worried for him and had gone to Shui Wuan to ask her to look after him. However, Long Chen didn't know just how incredibly daring Ling Yunzi had been. He had actually absorbed the destructive will from the lightning tribulation that had been attacking his body. That kind of energy was something that would destroy a person's Tao foundation once it was absorbed into the body. A single mistake would turn a person into a cripple. But Ling Yunzi had actually stored a thread of that destructive energy in his body for him to comprehend the true essence of the annihilation Tao. By merging it into his sword Tao, he ended up creating a unique annihilation sword Tao. After comprehending the annihilation sword Tao, Ling Yunzi had seen a vaster sky for himself, and so he had gone to pursue greater heights. But he had still been worried for Long Chen. Although he knew divergence wouldn't die to the hands of humans, that was just something said in legends. He didn't want to hear the news that Long Chen had died while he was pursuing greater heights of his sword Tao. So he had gone to see Shui Wuan. No matter what, Shui Wuan was someone who had saved his life, and he also felt she wasn't a bad person. He had shown off the power of his sword to tell her she would benefit from looking after Long Chen. Then I'll have to thank monastery head. Long Chen hastily thanked her. Little fellow, your skin really is thick. I haven't even said whether or not I would look after you. Aren't you saying thanks too early? Laughed Shui Wuan. You've long since been looking after me. If it hadn't been for you, I would already be stirring up trouble in another world. So, of course, I have to thank you. Long Chen smiled. You really know how to talk. It's no wonder those girls are all willing to stay by your side. Shui Wuan rolled her eyes at him, shaking her head. But let me warn you, don't think that just because I'm looking after you, you can do whatever you want. Don't stir up any trouble, or I'll have you imprisoned. After their two interactions, she was well aware of Long Chen's fearless nature. He was capable of doing the craziest things. In front of her, he had even dared slap a sect leader multiple times. Even after living for so long, Shui Wuan had never heard of anyone doing such a thing. However, not only had Long Chen done it, but he had even caused his opponent to willingly admit defeat and give up on investigating the truth. Such a person would either not cause any trouble, or cause enough trouble to bring down the very heavens. She had to first warn him harshly, or else he really might end up ascending to the heavens, and not in a good way. I had you stay behind this time because I have some news I want to tell you. Do you want to know about Yin Luo and the others? Chapter 500 News. Long Chen's eyes brightened. Previously, he had caused such a huge disturbance in the Julie secret realm. The top experts of the righteous and corrupt paths had been cut down like weeds in front of him. It was precisely because the ones attacking Long Chen had been the ones who thought themselves mighty and supreme that he had killed so many top experts. Now, quite a while had passed. Long Chen really did want to know how those fellows were doing. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't have any way of getting news about them. Shui Wuan looked at Long Chen and sighed. Little fellow, you really are ruthless enough. Currently, my Xuantian supermonastery is being targeted from all sides. Countless sects are criticizing me for harboring a murderer. There are even sects who have secretly brought your matter up to the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen had killed too many righteous experts. Just the chosen had to be counted in the hundreds. As for the peak experts, not many had been left. It could be said the sects of the 7 prefectures had been gravely wounded. This time, if that had happened because of the corrupt path, then they wouldn't have anything to complain about. But they had died to Long Chen, which was something they were unable to accept. They actually have the face to criticize others. So only they can kill me, but I can't kill them. Sneered Long Chen. But you were too ruthless. In the end, they were already defeated and fleeing, but you still chased them down. That's why they're dissatisfied, said Shui Wuan. Dissatisfied? Do I care about their dissatisfaction? TCH, they were lucky. In order to kill Yin Luo and chase down Yin Wushuang, I let so many of them escape. If the exit had opened just an hour later, I would have made all of them forever rest in the secret realm. Each of them has to face the consequences of their own actions. They feel wronged, but then when Lu Fang'er and Yi Ziqiu died, who was I supposed to complain to? What about the disciples who died from the Huayan sect in Mo Gate? What about their grievance? TCH, those people are all idiots. Not killing them would be unworthy of their idiotic intelligence. Long Chen became more and more furious as he thought of that battle. His killing intent instantly soared, and he wished he could revive those idiots just so he could kill them again. Long Chen had never gone to provoke anyone, but because of a single oral promise, those idiots had been blinded by greed, selling out their conscience to raise the butcher's knife against members of the same path. Now that most of them were killed, they actually wanted to complain. They went to report it to the higher-ups. Long Chen's rage soared. It's fine. Don't have such a fiery temperament at such a young age. Currently, the righteous path is already like this, and nobody can change it. If you continue like this, you'll end up suffering greatly, consoled Shui Wuan. She couldn't help but sigh. Long Chen truly was foolish sometimes. Once someone touched one of the people by his side, he would forget all about his intelligence and do foolish things no one could understand. Currently, they had just said a few sentences, but his temper had already erupted. That made Shui Wuan bitterly smile. This child's temperament was too fierce. I don't mind suffering, but I won't let the people by my side suffer. If anyone dares touch them, I'll kill. I'll kill until those idiots learn what pain is, learn what fear is. Then they wouldn't use their idiot intelligence to challenge my patience, said Long Chen viciously. Compared to the corrupt path, Long Chen felt much more hate towards the righteous path's contemptible shamelessness. They were completely lacking any sense of justice, and their smiles hid their daggers. The pain they had brought Long Chen was much greater than the corrupt path, and it was much more difficult to guard against them. But the entire righteous path is now like that. How many can you kill? Said Shui Wuan helplessly. I'll kill as many as I can kill. In any case, since we've stepped onto the cultivation path, we've long since thrown caution to the wind. Just how many kind-hearted cultivators are there? Since no one can know their future, why not live as you please, repaying gratitude and enmity? Why must you wrong yourself? If someone has the ability, then they can step over my corpse and I won't mind. But as long as I still have breath in me, I won't allow anyone to harm the people by my side, said Long Chen. Shui Wuan was silent for a while, seeming to think of something. In the end, she sighed, all right, let's not continue on this topic. We've become a bit sidetracked. Let me just tell you about the news I've obtained. First, let's talk about Huo Wufang. I don't know what medicine you fed him, but it ended up sinking into his bones, making him feel so much pain as to not want to live. Each day, he continuously consumes spirit medicines. But most terrifying of all, the poison in his bones cannot be removed and will absorb the spirit medicines to increase its own power and make Huo Wufang feel even more pain. Currently, his bones are still completely crushed, and they cannot be healed. Each day, he lies in bed like a pile of mush, constantly wailing. Just what poison did you feed him? How could even the Pill Tower's alchemists be so powerless? Shui Wuan couldn't help being astonished. Long Chen's methods must truly be bizarre for even the Pill Tower to not know how to relieve the poison. It had to be known that the Pill Tower represented those who had achieved the greatest level in the Pill Dao. In truth, this poison isn't that hard to remove. As long as they use a 6th-tier antitoxin medicinal pill, the poison will disappear. However, that will bring about two consequences. One is that Huo Wufang will be in so much pain that he will hover between life and death, and he will very likely go insane. That kind of pain is not something ordinary people can endure. The second is that even if Huo Wufang manages to endure it, the poison in his bones has already completely coiled around his soul. Once the poison is forcibly removed, the poison that has coiled around his soul will wither. Once it withers, it will release a special toxin called Soul Contamination Star. That toxin will instantly invade his mind-sea, and that would be even worse than destroying his soul root. It will make him completely unable to use his spiritual strength. If he tried to use his spiritual strength at that time, he would feel a needle-like pain in his head. That toxin cannot be removed, but it also isn't fatal. However, being unable to use spiritual strength, he will no longer be able to refine pills. In the future, he would have to give up being a pill cultivator and focus on being a martial cultivator, explained Long Chen. Hearing this explanation, Shui Wuan felt a chill. Long Chen really had been too vicious. This was crippling Huo Wufang's pill cultivation career, something even more terrifying than just killing him. Perhaps you might feel like that was too much, but I feel like this was simply right. When a woman I cared about used her body to block an attack for me, when she gave me that smile just before her death, I felt 1,000 times the pain he's feeling. Unfortunately, my cultivation base back then wasn't high enough, or I would have used methods that would make him feel 10 times the pain. Otherwise, wouldn't that be treating myself unfairly? Said Long Chen, clenching his teeth. I've lived too long and seen too many things. I already don't know how to love, and I don't know how to hate. It's precisely because I don't have love that I don't feel any hate. So I have no way to understand your emotions. I don't have the right to criticize your actions. Let's return to the main point. Currently, Huo Wufang is half dead, infuriating the Huo family. However, because Huo Wufang ended up participating in the righteous and corrupt battle, a grave violation of the Pill Tower's neutral oath, they can only accept this loss. However, the Huo family aren't the kind of people to just accept this. After all, the Huo family cares deeply about a person's talent. They also care deeply about the favorite of the family head, and this time you really were a bit excessive. Don't look at me like that, I'm just objectively commenting. Your conduct is a humiliation in the eyes of the Huo family, and a provocation. Although the Pill Tower has 3 families supporting it, the Huo family definitely has a large say. They've secretly gone to the Xuantian Dao sect to display their dissatisfaction. As for the Dao sect, they sent people over to ask me about what happened. They asked me to hand you over. They didn't want to cause the Pill Tower displeasure just because of one disciple. Hearing that, Long Chen's eyes narrowed and his fury soared. Fuck, who do they think they are? They think they can just toss me out. You don't need to be mad. That's just what a sect is. Everything is for the sect's growth. As for things that will hinder the sect's development or impair their profit, they must be mercilessly removed. Perhaps that is a bit unreasonable, but all sects are like that at the core. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive for countless years. Of course, my reply was that you're my disciple, and unless my disciple does something wrong, no one can punish my disciple, said Shui Wuan. Although her words were light, they were also filled with resolve and an unswerving determination. Seeing Long Chen was about to say something, Shui Wuan waved her hand. You don't need to thank me. I used you as a chess piece before to handle Zhou Qingyu. Now that she's been executed, you ended up helping me win this match. I naturally have to protect you, or wouldn't I become a petty person who forgets favors and gratitude? Zhou Qingyu died, I gathered proof on all those things she did over the years. This time, she ended up making an immense mistake, causing so many disciples to die. Even the Zhou family was not able to protect her. The Zhou family is often at odds with my Shui family, and this perfect victory even got me praise from the family head. Shui Wuan smiled excitedly. On the other hand, Long Chen's heart turned a bit cold. Weak people had their small struggles, while strong people had their large struggles. No matter what realm you reached, no matter what power you had, you were always on a bloody battlefield. That was life. That was the cultivation world. No matter what level you reached, you would always be surrounded by complicated relationships and have to constantly fight. Was that humanity's nature? Could it be that cultivation was just for fighting? To trample your opponents under your feet. But once you trampled one opponent, so what? You would go to the next level and face even more opponents. Were you supposed to continuously trample them? In the end, Long Chen smiled icily and sighed. I don't care about that much. If you want to fight, then go fight. Just don't provoke me. That's Hu Weifang's current state. With me protecting you here, no one would dare do anything to you. Let me ask you, Long Chen, are you willing to join my Shui family? Asked Shui Wuan. Chapter 501 Refusing to join. Sorry, but I don't want to. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen, perhaps you just don't know how strong my Shui family is. Let me tell you, being refused by Long Chen, Shui Wuan didn't get the slightest bit angry. On the contrary, she smiled slightly. Monastery head, or perhaps I should call you big sister as that will make us seem closer. I don't want to join your Shui family because I don't want to be drawn into your Shui family's games. Perhaps you asked me for my benefit, as I can grow up better within the Shui family. At the same time, the Shui family will gain a powerful helper, a mutually beneficial agreement. But considering how large your Shui family must be, is it possible everyone is united? There's no inner struggle. If someone targeted me, what would I do? If you were the Shui family head, then perhaps I might choose to join, because I can sense you truly do care about and trust me. But you aren't the family head. Then what if one day the Shui family decides that for profit, they have to sacrifice me? What would you do then? Asked Long Chen. When Shui Wuan first heard Long Chen call her big sister, she almost laughed. But seeing how solemn he was, emotion tugged at her heart. She now understood a bit of Long Chen's temperament. Since he had called her big sister, then he truly did think of her as a big sister. In all her years, this was the first time someone treated her so genuinely. Even in her family, there was no one who had had such trust in her. But the rest of his words caused her heart to shiver. Large families were heartless, just like how sects were heartless. In front of profit, everything else was so insignificant. Furthermore, with Long Chen's temperament, if she brought him into her family, then although he might bring some benefits, he would very likely bring trouble with him. After bringing profit, her family would smile happily towards him, but as soon as he caused trouble, if that trouble exceeded the profit, her family would not hesitate to abandon him. Let alone Long Chen, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon her as well. For Long Chen to join the Shui family, there were two likely conclusions. 1. Long Chen would die under the Shui family's scheming, or 2. Long Chen would live, while the Shui family. Thinking of that, Shui Wuan became covered in cold sweat. She recalled what Ling Yunzi had said before leaving. That had been a warning as well. I understand. I won't force you to join. In addition, thank you for that appellation. I feel like I'm suddenly much younger. Shui Wuan laughed. Seeing she wasn't displeased, Long Chen relaxed a great deal. If this matter had caused Shui Wuan displeasure, then Long Chen would have had no choice but to bring his people to leave the monastery. Currently, Long Chen was surrounded by enemies on all sides. If he had been alone, he wouldn't be afraid. But he had others with him. The Dragonblood Legion had just been formed and had yet to mature. If they were struck now, it would be a fatal blow. Although Shui Wuan was in a high position and also used profound schemes, Long Chen felt that she was actually very kind inside, someone worthy of him trusting. Hehe, I should be the one saying thanks. With a big sister like you, then wouldn't I be able to slap whichever sect leader I wanted? Long Chen smiled mischievously. You dare, let me tell you, don't even think of using my name to run amok. Otherwise, I'll still put you in your place, warned Shui Wuan. I was just joking. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Said Long Chen awkwardly. Shui Wuan silently looked at Long Chen, but that gaze clearly said, yes, I do. After talking to him for a while, Shui Wuan now felt closer to Long Chen than before, and she was more casual. The Huo family is trying to make it hard on my supermonastery. All our medicinal pills are purchased from the pill tower. But a few days ago, I received word that when my subordinates went to purchase medicinal pills, the pill tower said they were low on stock and could only sell us a limited amount. HMPH, those despicable little people, they want to play this game with me. Are they trying to give me a demonstration of their power? In any case, my supermonastery has quite a few savings. As long as they don't completely cut us off, we can still endure for a while, sneered Shui Wuan. TCH, a bunch of counterfeiters also dare be so arrogant. Truly courting death. Long Chen also sneered. Counterfeiters. Big sister, you probably don't know this, but the bone tempering pills sold by the pill tower have had something done to them to have their medicinal effect. However, it's impossible to tell from the outside, and since all the bone tempering pills on the market are monopolized by the pill tower and others don't have the medicinal formula to refine their own, no one knows this secret, explained Long Chen. Is that true? How refreshing. Would I dare trick big sister? Well, since you don't believe me, I'll refine a furnace of pills for you to see. He directly took out a pill furnace and refined pills in front of Shui Wuan. His technique was extremely skillful, and he refined very quickly. In just an incense stick's worth of time, the furnace lid opened and pill fragrance floated out. They're all high-grade pills. Long Chen, you're an alchemy genius. Seeing those 9 high-grade medicinal pills, Shui Wuan was completely shocked. Although she wasn't a pill cultivator, her years of experience weren't wasted. Not only was his pill refining speed extremely fast, but he had also refined 9 high-grade pills at once. That was practically unbelievable. In truth, Long Chen had been holding back. If he had refined a furnace of ringed high-grade pills, that would definitely make Shui Wuan dumbstruck. But Long Chen didn't want to show off that much. Right now, all he needed was to prove that the medicinal pills sold by the pill tower had a problem. Big sister, look. This medicinal pill is the same quality as the bone tempering pills sold by the pill tower, but their medicinal effects are not the same, said Long Chen. Shui Wuan carefully took out a bone tempering pill to compare with Long Chen's bone tempering pills. Bewildered, she said, on the outside, they look the same, and the medicinal energy fluctuations are around the same. There really is no way to see a difference. But more importantly, how do you know how to refine bone tempering pills? Only the pill tower had the pill formula for the bone tempering pill. That was why it was monopolized and the pill tower could make so much profit. Countless people had tried to research the bone tempering pill's formula, but it was practically impossible. People found that whatever formulas they came up with would either fail to condense or wouldn't have any bone tempering effect. The fact that Long Chen could refine bone tempering pills shocked Shui Wuan even more than his refining speed or his full furnace of high-grade pills. Ah, if you can't say, it's fine, added Shui Wuan hastily. Only now did she remember it was taboo to ask about a person's secrets. That's all right. This bone tempering pill's medicinal formula is something I obtained accidentally within the secret realm. I'm not planning on keeping it secret. Long Chen smiled slightly. He couldn't tell the truth. All he could say was that he had obtained it in the secret realm, because it was possible for any kind of treasure to appear in there. More important was Long Chen's last sentence. That made Shui Wuan jump, and she quickly said, you can't be reckless. If you make the pill formula public, you'll definitely be chased down by the pill tower. No one would be able to protect you. The pill tower had mostly monopolized the pill market, and the bone-tempering pill was one of their most lucrative pills. If Long Chen made the pill formula public, the pill tower would definitely launch a harsh attack. It would be impossible for them to let him off. Why would I make it public? I just said I wouldn't keep it secret. Even if a huge amount of bone-tempering pills suddenly appeared in the cultivation world, they wouldn't suspect me. There should already be certain people that have begun to sell them throughout various auction houses. Long Chen laughed. Could it be, you're selling bone-tempering pills through the Huayan sect? Shui Wuan suddenly understood. The only one that could face off against the pill tower was the Huayan sect. Long Chen's actions were equivalent to giving the pill tower a vicious cut. Long Chen detested the pill tower's lofty and arrogant fellows. From Huo Wufang's conduct, he had already realized the entire pill tower was full of arrogant people who looked down their noses at people. He had already given the pill formula to Zheng Wenlong. This was an extremely secret cooperation. When Zheng Wenlong had seen the pill formula, he had almost shouted in shock. Long Chen was doing this for two reasons. One was to borrow the Huayan sect to give a blow to the pill tower, revealing their contemptible scheme to sell fake medicine. The other goal he had was to get more bone-tempering pills for himself. He didn't have enough time to refine that many bone-tempering pills, so he needed the Huayan sect's help. After all, the Huayan sect also had their own pill cultivators. Furthermore, Huayan sect's reputation was famed, and they always kept secrets confidential. No one would realize that it was Long Chen who had given the pill formula to the Huayan sect. Back at that time, Zheng Wenlong had already said that once they began to sell bone-tempering pills, Long Chen would receive a 20% dividend of the profit. It had to be known that the Huayan sect's auction houses were spread throughout the world. A 20% dividend was shocking. However, Long Chen didn't really care about it. Right now, he needed two things. One was precious medicinal ingredients, while the other was bone-tempering pills. To establish the Dragonblood Legion would require an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. If he refined all of them himself, he would end up exhausting himself to death. So cooperating with the Huayan sect was the best, mutually beneficial option. This way, it won't be long before the matter of the pill tower's fake medicines becomes public knowledge. At that time, will they still have time to care about me? This time I'll borrow the Huayan sect to give the pill tower a vicious blow. Those arrogant fellows really should reserve themselves more. Long Chen laughed mischievously. Looking at Long Chen's sinister smile, Shui Wuan was a bit speechless. For the pill tower to end up making an enemy out of someone like Long Chen, they really were unfortunate. The pill tower might say they were neutral in the cultivation world, but they were too arrogant, and they were lacking character. No one had a good impression of them. However, both the righteous and corrupt paths relied on their medicinal pills. There was no choice but to lower their heads to them. Once the Huayan sect delivers this blow, they should be a bit better behaved from now on. Their haughtiness should also be more restrained. That's right, sister, is there any news about Yin Wuxuang? Asked Long Chen. Chapter 502 Bloodkill Hall. The girl from the Yin family. In the end, she couldn't bear the torment and ended up killing herself. Long Chen, you should be careful of the Yin family. They definitely won't let this matter end just like this, warned Shui Wuan. So what, will they come to kill me in the first monastery? Asked Long Chen. They won't dare do something like that. But with the Yin family's temperament, it would be better for you to be careful. Do your best not to go out. I won't be going anywhere outside the monastery for a while. They won't get any chance, nodded Long Chen. In this world, there were always some people stealthily spying on you. As soon as you made a slip up, they would be like a poisonous viper, delivering a fatal blow with one attack. Long Chen had not gotten that arrogant to ignore other people's schemes, especially not the schemes of an ancient family. Long Chen didn't have much of an understanding about ancient families, but from their disciples' arrogance, he could tell they had to have shocking foundations. What had been revealed to him was just the tip of the iceberg. Then has Han Tianyu died? Asked Long Chen. No, I heard he was put in an important position within the Yin family and has obtained their best grooming, answered Shui Wuan. What, Yin Wuxuang didn't bring him along with her? Long Chen couldn't help being startled. That wasn't what he had predicted. According to Yin Wuxuang's character, before she killed herself, she would definitely have Han Tianyu killed. They should have departed this world together. I'm not clear on the exact details. As for the corrupt path, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Laughed Shui Wuan. Let's hear the good news first, said Long Chen without hesitation. The good news is that Yin Luo died. You have one less opponent. He died. No way. How did he die? When he attempted to break through to the meridian opening realm, he was attacked by his heart devil, and his entire body exploded. A generation's genius died just like that, sighed Shui Wuan. Yin Luo was a genius on the same level as Han Tianyu, someone praised as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. The corrupt path had spent endless effort on raising him, even sacrificing a Shantian expert to implant Shantian blood in him. But after encountering Long Chen, he had run into setback after setback. When he had advanced realms the last time, he had almost died to his heart devil. This time, when he had returned, he had only had half his body. Long Chen had become his nightmare. The corrupt path's experts had wanted to seal him for 100 years, and once those 100 years were over, the memories of his heart devil would be washed away. Currently, his mental state had become chaotic and was not suited towards cultivation. But he had refused, swearing to personally cut off Long Chen's head in order to wash away his humiliation. He had forcibly attacked the meridian opening realm, and thus died. Even as a member of the righteous path, Shui Wuan sighed emotionally. That's not any good news. His life or death has no meaning to me. Long Chen shook his head. The two were enemies only because of their different positions. Long Chen didn't really feel much hate towards him. On the contrary, Yin Luo's death made him feel a slight sense of loss. Cultivation was just that cruel. The defeated would only be mercilessly eliminated. However, Long Chen wouldn't foolishly sympathize with him. If he had been the one to be defeated, then Yin Luo wouldn't feel the slightest shred of sympathy towards him. Instead, he would probably flaunt his decapitated head. That's also true. The two of you are no longer on the same level. Chosen or nothing in the face of celestials. Shui Wuan smiled slightly. What are celestials? Long Chen couldn't help being startled. It's nothing. Realizing she had made a slip of the tongue, Shui Wuan hastily said, as for the bad news, you've ended up on the corrupt path's must-kill list. In other words, the corrupt path will do anything they can to kill you. In truth, the reason I wanted to pull you into my Shui family is mostly because of this must-kill list. Is the must-kill list so amazing? Asked Long Chen. The only ones added to that list are the geniuses who the corrupt path thinks can threaten them. They will do anything in order to kill those people. Furthermore, they won't just attack you on their own. If they have to, they will also hire assassins to kill you, said Shui Wuan. Assassins? Isn't that just a profession in the secular world? This was Long Chen's first time hearing something like this. The cultivation world also has assassins, and they are extremely mysterious. Their cultivation techniques and battle skills are all extremely bizarre, and used to assassinate others. Perhaps their true combat abilities are low, but assassinating across realms is something simple to them. In fact, there are records of some of their geniuses succeeding in assassinating targets 2 realms above them. They are all a bunch of devils that hide in the darkness and specialized in taking lives. The Bloodkill Hall is the organization of assassins. Just their name is enough to cause the entire world to shiver. Shui Wuan's expression turned a bit grave. A head-on fight was not something to be afraid of. The most terrifying thing was those bizarre assassination techniques. Before you could even react, you would already be dead. Those who had been targeted by the Bloodkill Hall's assassins were mostly killed without the slightest ability to resist. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of them. His intuition was far beyond ordinary. Anyone who had hostility towards him would be sensed immediately. It was very difficult for them to get close to him. I'll pay more attention, nodded Long Chen. Good, this is just my guess, but since you are only at the bone-forging realm, they probably won't hire the Bloodkill Hall's assassins yet. But it's still best to be careful. All you need to do is pay more attention. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins also won't easily attack. As long as you are within the monastery, you should be safe. But if you go out, you should first tell me, understand? Said Shui Wuan. Other than Huo Wufang, Yin Luo, and Yin Wushuang, I've also made some inquiries about Wabaluo. That girl only woke up once she was stealthily sent home by Sha Kishan. The Hua family is extremely pleased with this matter, and I heard they ended up bestowing quite a few rewards on that girl. She's currently cultivating hard, but there is one matter that is a bit thorny. I heard you ended up killing a disciple from the heaven-splitting divine sect. Shui Wuan frowned. Correct, he wanted to kill me, but I killed him in the end, said Long Chen. Where did you learn the first style of split the heavens? Asked Shui Wuan. Long Chen explained how he had obtained it within the imperial capital in detail. He didn't hide anything. Do you know why the disciple from the heaven-splitting divine sect would attack you? Asked Shui Wuan. To take my treasures. Yes, taking your treasures is one aspect. But the real reason is he suspected there was an even greater secret on your body. That was why he attacked you. You probably don't know, but the heaven-splitting divine sect has two powerful techniques they rely on. One is the 9 styles of split the heavens, while the other is the battle god sacred canon. Their battle god sacred canon is a cultivation technique that is as famous as the Xuantian Dao sect's Xuantian record. Those are priceless treasures that were passed down from the immortal era. However, our Xuantian record only contains Dao mysteries, and it is incredibly profound. It is all-encompassing and yet incredibly deep. It is not a cultivation technique or a battle skill. It is something that can only be comprehended by those with great wisdom. As for the battle god sacred canon and split the heavens, they complement each other. They are a full set, and without studying the battle god sacred canon, it is impossible to use split the heavens. That is why he suspected you were lying. Even if you hadn't had any treasures, he still would have killed you. I'm telling you these secrets only for you to know. You can't tell anyone else. The battle god sacred canon is complete, while split the heavens has become damaged. The first 6 styles still exist, but the final 3 have disappeared from this world. That's why the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples will go to all the various secret realms to test their luck, to see if they can find the portion that has disappeared. That disciple suspected you had the complete 9 styles of split the heavens, which is why he wanted to kill you. That misunderstanding really was large, sighed Shui Wuan. Then what will they do? Asked Long Chen. The heaven-splitting divine sect is a bunch of domineering madmen who don't talk reason. If they knew that you had learned the first style of split the heavens and could even use it, they would definitely have you hand over your cultivation technique, said Shui Wuan. They shouldn't even think of such a thing. If they dared, then unless they kill me, I will plague them for an eternity, said Long Chen icily. They weren't even able to protect their own battle skill, causing it to spread, and now they wanted someone else to hand over their cultivation technique. Were they dropped on their heads as children? They wanted the 9-star hegemon body art. Keep dreaming. If they really dared try something like this, Long Chen wouldn't mind undergoing his tribulation at their home every time he advanced. You don't need to worry too much about this either. The heaven-splitting divine sect isn't located in this region, and they won't necessarily learn about this news. I'm just telling you this so you're prepared on the off chance they appear, consoled Shui Wuan. Although that was what she said, she was extremely worried inside. The heaven-splitting divine sect was an enormous sect on the same level as the Xuantian Dao sect. Their inheritance stretched back countless years. Furthermore, they were extremely domineering and hard to talk with. The Xuantian Dao sect definitely wouldn't face off against the heaven-splitting divine sect for just one disciple. But the one thing that comforted her was that those disciples in the secret realm were unaware of the heaven-splitting divine sect's existence. Those smaller sects wouldn't know about the heaven-splitting divine sect's matters, so she could only pray this news wouldn't reach there. Otherwise, a great catastrophe would befall Long Chen. During this time, you should just peacefully cultivate in the first monastery. If you have any problems, you can find the assistant monastery head. Tomorrow, I'll leave for the Xuantian Dao sect to handle some things. Remember to be more well-behaved for me. Don't cause any trouble. After Shui Wuan's repeated warnings, Long Chen left her room, his mood a bit heavy and also a bit angry. Fuck, why are there so many spears pointed at me? I'll just focus on cultivation right now. Whoever wants to die can come. Long Chen clenched his teeth and stepped onto the transportation formation that would send him back to the first monastery. Chapter 503 Red-Robed Woman. Once he returned to the first monastery, Long Chen immediately entered seclusion. He sensed a crisis coming. He was surrounded by enemies, and he urgently needed to increase his strength. He began to refine bone-tempering pills for himself. Currently, his body had already been tempered to the peak from his thunder force. He constantly refined the bone-tempering pills, as his body was too powerful, and the number of medicinal pills he needed was shockingly high. Even after consuming dozens of ring bone-tempering pills, Long Chen had only tempered a single bone. Half a month later, he had tempered 6 bones. On this day, Long Chen received a nice surprise. A middle-aged man from the Huayan sect had come. He was a Shantian expert that Long Chen had never seen before. After seeing Long Chen, he didn't say much. Handing a spatial ring to him, he said the second batch would come quickly and then left. When Long Chen looked inside the spatial ring, he almost cried out. It was filled with barrels. Each barrel was filled with pills. After a quick count, he found there were 300 barrels, each one containing 10,000 medicinal pills. Zheng Wenlong really handles things perfectly. Long Chen was filled with ecstasy. After handing Zheng Wenlong the pill formula, he had also revealed that he needed an immense number of bone-tempering pills. He had even included his idea to create the Dragonblood Legion. Back then, Zheng Wenlong couldn't help being a bit moved. He promised to send medicinal pills to him as fast as possible. Long Chen was unaware that as soon as Zheng Wenlong had returned to the Huayan sect, he had gathered hundreds of alchemists to refine these pills day and night. He had also sent letters reporting to his superiors, and they had attached great importance to this pill formula, sending over 1,000 alchemists for Zheng Wenlong. It went without saying that the Huayan sect was simply enormous. After obtaining the pill formula and seeing the potential for immense profit, they began to crazily refine bone-tempering pills. With that many alchemists refining day and night, the medicinal pills poured in. However, Zheng Wenlong had long since said to his elders that of the first batch, 80% of them had to be reserved for himself. Those were to be given to Long Chen. The Huayan sect's higher-ups had already sent down orders giving the authority to Zheng Wenlong. So now, 3 million medicinal pills had been sent to Long Chen extremely quickly. Long Chen had to prostrate himself in admiration towards Zheng Wenlong's methods. He had truly helped him out greatly this time. Only someone like Zheng Wenlong possessed this kind of boldness. Furthermore, Zheng Wenlong was also an astute businessman. The remaining 20% of the medicinal pills were rapidly being spread in the world. It had to be known that the bone-tempering pills had been monopolized by Pill Valley for countless years. Their price had always been extremely high. This time, Zheng Wenlong wanted to use a large-scale method to show the entire world that the Huayan sect also possessed the bone-tempering pill, and its effect was even twice as great as the pill towers. The Huayan sect put out words that they had managed to research the pill formula on their own. That idea had been proposed by Long Chen. Not only would that show the Huayan sect's power, it would also protect him. Although the pills looked the same on the outside, their pill was twice as effective. That was a vicious slap in the face for the pill tower. Furthermore, the pill tower had to endure it, as they couldn't say it was their own pill formula. Otherwise, how could the same pill formula end up with different medicinal effects? It wasn't as if they could admit they had done something to the pills to cut their medicinal effect by half just to make more money. Right now, Zheng Wenlong wasn't selling them all. He first sent them throughout the world, storing them for a suitable time to give Pill Valley another slap in the face. A businessman was extremely patient. As for Long Chen, after obtaining 3 million bone-tempering pills, he directly distributed them amongst the Dragonblood Legion. When they saw the barrels of medicinal pills, they couldn't believe their eyes. Medicinal pills were always stored in bottles, not barrels. Long Chen sent down orders to consume them quickly and temper their bones as fast as possible. This was just the start. In the future, there would be even more medicinal pills for them. Although they had no idea how Long Chen had done this, the Dragonblood warriors were all incomparably moved. They saw a new path for themselves. Long Chen had already upgraded their spirit roots. Right now, they all possessed at least silver spirit roots. Their cultivation speed was 10 times as fast as before. Now, they had already reached the 4-temper realm. In the past, the 4-temper realm was the final goal of these ordinary disciples. But in the Dragonblood Legion, that was only the start. Thinking of how they would follow Long Chen to stand at the peak of the martial path, fighting against this world's top heavenly geniuses, they were all filled with excitement and began to devour the bone-tempering pills, refining their energy. After setting that up, Long Chen began to consume them like snacks, ferociously gobbling them. Although those were only ordinary high-grade bone-tempering pills and not as good as the ringed pills he refined himself, they had the advantage in terms of quantity. Long Chen saved an immense amount of time now. If the quality wasn't up to par, then it could be made up with quantity. Each time he opened his mouth, he stuffed himself with them until he couldn't fit any more in before refining their energy to temper his bones. Bone tempering was using the medicinal pills, energy to completely purify the bones. The impurities in bones were the hardest to remove, so tempering bones was extremely important. Only when the skeleton was sturdy enough could a body bring out its full power. With each bone he tempered, Long Chen felt his body strengthening. That wasn't his power that was increasing. It was his physical body becoming stronger, allowing him to bring out more of his power. Only with a powerful body could a person bring out 100% of their power. Before bone tempering, if Long Chen had used too much of his power, then his own skeleton wouldn't have been able to endure it and would have broken apart. When he fought, although he might feel like he was releasing his greatest power, in truth, that wasn't his greatest power. His body would instinctively hold his own power back as to not injure himself when fighting explosively. That kind of instinct could not be changed, as it was simply self-protection. Even if Long Chen was willing to throw caution to the wind and use his full strength, willing to destroy his own bones, that still wouldn't work. Instinct was instinct, and it was extremely difficult to control. But now that he had begun bone tempering, it was no longer so awkward. As long as the skeleton was able to endure it, the body's instincts would allow a person to automatically bring out their greatest strength and would no longer hold back their power. Long Chen was in that kind of situation. Previously, he had been like a beggar sitting on a treasury. Now, he was slowly unlocking the treasure, finally able to spend his own wealth. In just 6 hours, Long Chen consumed a whole barrel of pills. In other words, 10,000 bone tempering pills. He could feel his body faintly rumbling and energy overflowing from within him. I've finally reached the 10 temper realm. Long Chen clenched his fist excitedly, feeling the surging energy within his body. For Long Chen, tempering his bones required far more bone tempering pills than others. However, that wasn't able to hold him back when he consumed them this quickly. For others, eating 3 pills at once would already be a great deal. If they consumed any more, their bodies would not be able to bear the medicinal energy, and that would waste some of it. But Long Chen's physical body was stronger than a magical beast's, and the impact of the medicinal energy could be completely ignored. Although this wasted a portion of the medicinal energy, he cared more about time. Wasting a few medicinal pills was fine. After eating a full barrel of bone tempering pills, Long Chen adjusted himself slightly and began to consume the second barrel. He thought of Wild. If it was Wild, perhaps he would swallow 10 barrels in a single go. However, his body didn't need any medicinal pills. All he needed was flesh. He could extract the purest essence from magical beast flesh to nourish his own body. Right now, Wild was with Kang Ming, and considering Kang Ming's love for him, he was definitely spending his entire time hunting magical beasts for Wild. Most likely, Wild's cultivation speed was at least as fast as his own. Last time, in the secret realm, the mysterious mark on his forehead had lit up, and his qi and blood had explosively grown. On his own, he had held back Yin Luo, Han Tianyu, and the other peak experts' attacks. At that time, it had felt as if Wild already had some of the aura of the barbarian race expert. This still isn't fast enough. I'll have to go faster. Thinking of Wild, Long Chen began to consume them even faster, crazily refining the medicinal energy to nourish his bones. When he finished with the 7th barrel, he had already tempered 16 bones. Standing up, he felt his body was filled with limitless energy. Bang! He smashed his own chest with his fist, causing the air to buzz around him. But Long Chen didn't feel any pain. Nice, this kind of physical body really is refreshing. Long Chen could feel that this fist could easily crush boulders, but when it smashed onto him, it just caused some noise. This was his first time experiencing the terror of bone tempering. That made Long Chen incredibly ecstatic, but it also made him feel a bit pained. Long Chen had consumed 70,000 bone tempering pills to temper only 16 bones. For others, eating 70,000 bone tempering pills would be enough for them to temper over half their bones. According to Long Chen's previous estimations, for a single person to undergo complete tempering, it would require around 100,000 high-grade bone tempering pills. But now he found that this estimate wasn't very accurate. It seemed the stronger a person's physical body was, the more difficult it was to temper their bones, and the more pills they would require. Due to that, he would probably require more than the original 36 million pills he had estimated. But as long as he could allow everyone to undergo complete tempering, he didn't care about that. He wanted to create a loyal and hot-blooded army of his own. Scram! Call out Long Chen. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from outside accompanied by the sound of the perimeter defenses collapsing. Long Chen couldn't help being startled and hastily rushed out to take a look. He saw that the two disciples guarding the gate were already collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The walls constructed around his seclusion area had also been destroyed. He saw there was a red-robed woman standing there. She looked to be around 35 years old with a mole on her chin. That woman icily looked at Long Chen. "You are Long Chen. Who are you?" Long Chen's heart shivered slightly. He sensed a terrifying pressure from this woman. "Kneel when you speak to me." A sneer suddenly appeared on her face, and a terrifying natural energy crashed down upon Long Chen. Chapter 504 Fury Soars. Kneel. Long Chen immediately felt as if the space around him had frozen, and a terrifying natural energy was crushing him. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a terrifying chi wave blew apart the residence behind him. He felt as if a mountain was crushing his body, but he still refused to kneel. He used his physical body to resist the terrifying pressure. "Who do you think you are to make me kneel?" Long Chen roared furiously, glaring at that woman. He couldn't understand what was going on. He had never even seen this woman before. Why would she come to humiliate him? This disturbance immediately drew the monastery's attention, and countless people began to rush over here. Seeing that the woman was actually targeting Long Chen, they roared furiously. The woman's cry became a surging sound wave that blasted those charging disciples and elders, causing them to faint. Long Chen took advantage of that to take out Blooddrinker and attack the woman. "HMPH, don't bother showing your insignificant skills in front of me." That woman sneered and lightly slapped his blood-red saber. Long Chen felt an immense power transmit through it. The sleeves of his robes burst apart, and he was unable to keep a grasp on his saber. Blooddrinker flew into the distance, destroying a small building a mile away. "You're so rude to a senior. It seems your family never taught you any manners. Then let me take the place of your parents to teach you how to respect your elders." Her hand struck like lightning, slamming onto Long Chen's shoulder. A terrifying natural energy surged into his body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. She increased her force, wanting to force Long Chen to submit. "Keep dreaming." Long Chen's eyes filled with flames of rage. This was his first time being humiliated like this by someone. He circulated his full power to resist the terrifying force. "TCH, your bones really are hard. Let's see just how long you can endure." The woman was slightly amazed, but then she sneered and increased the force. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet crumbled. He felt as if his bones would be crushed to pieces. This woman was too powerful, and Long Chen felt as if all of heaven and earth were crushing down on him. There was simply no way to resist. Seeing that Long Chen was still able to hold on, the woman couldn't help being shocked. But that shock was quickly replaced with icy killing intent. "Your cultivation technique clearly has an evil air. You're definitely a spy who snuck their way in here from the corrupt path. Once I look into your mind, see, everything will become clear." She sneered and pointed a finger at Long Chen's forehead. Light shot out, runes shining brightly. Powerful spiritual strength surged out of her. "Look into your fucking mother." Long Chen roared and punched her finger. The woman sneered in disdain upon being punched. Once his fist touched her finger, the force from her finger would obliterate his fist. But her expression changed when Long Chen's fist struck her finger. Violet lightning had surged out of his fist, and she was actually forced back a couple steps. "Die." Taking advantage of this opening, a lightning spear appeared in his hands, and he stabbed it at her chest. The woman was startled upon being knocked back. But with a cold snort, light blossomed from her palm, and runes filled the air, colliding with his spear. His lightning spear crumbled upon meeting her fist as if it had just been a toy. There had been no threat at all. A chill ran through Long Chen. He instantly understood this woman was not someone he could handle. "Seal the heavens, lock the earth." Forming hand seals in front of her, countless runes flew out from the surrounding space, and Long Chen found he was unable to move at all. "An evildoer from the corrupt path dared barge into my righteous path. Let me see just what origin you have." She pressed a finger onto his forehead, and powerful spiritual strength attempted to pierce through his mind sea. Long Chen knew this woman was extremely vicious and wanted to examine his mind sea. That way, all his secrets would be exposed to her. All his soul energy surged out, forming a spiritual wall, preventing her spiritual strength from invading. "Oh, I wouldn't have expected your spiritual strength to be so powerful. But in front of me, it's still insufficient." With a snort, the runes on her finger enlarged. A powerful buzzing erupted in his mind sea. He felt as if a hammer was striking his head, and blood poured out from his 7 apertures. She was using a powerful spiritual technique to destroy his defenses, causing him to be injured. HMPH, let me see just what secrets you're hiding. She snorted, just about to forcibly examine his memories. Suddenly, a sharp attack shot at her back, and her heart turned cold. She felt the sensation of death from that attack. Ignoring Long Chen, she hastily dodged to the side. She had just dodged when a palm struck her in the chest, seemingly having predicted how she would move. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. Only now did Long Chen recover and see a beautiful woman in front of him. The one to save him was Shui Wuan. Her expression was frosty. When she looked at the blood pouring out of Long Chen's apertures, killing intent appeared in her eyes. Shui Wuan, how dare you use such a heavy blow against me? After coughing up a mouthful of blood, the woman's entire chest had sunk in slightly. Oh, so it was Assistant Monastery Head Zhou. So sorry, I thought it was some expert from the corrupt path who came to kill my disciples. What a misunderstanding. Shui Wuan came to a sudden realization. You clearly did this intentionally. That attack contained just enough power to injure me. I'll report this to the Dao sect, saying you used your position selfishly. She raged. Zhou Qingyi, don't randomly slander people. It was you who used such vicious methods against my disciple. That's what made me mistake you for a corrupt expert, and that's the only reason I had to attack you. It can only count as a misunderstanding, said Shui Wuan lightly. After saying that, she grabbed Long Chen's hand, and he felt a strange fluctuation surge into his head. Unlike that woman, Shui Wuan's energy was nourishing and healing, and the intense pain of his soul quickly faded. I just thought his cultivation technique was odd and wanted to test him a bit. But for you to use such a heavy blow against me, you clearly tried to injure me intentionally. Raged the woman who had been called Zhou Qingyi. Whether or not you were just testing him out and whether or not I did it intentionally is something we're all clear on. There's no need to debate it. Remember, although you might have reached the Sea Expansion realm, this place is not the Xuantian Dao sect. This is the supermonastery, and I am the monastery head, while you are just the assistant monastery head. You had best reserve yourself a bit and not run amok. If you irritate me, I don't mind paying any price to kill you, said Shui Wuan icily. You dare, if you kill me, a disaster will befall your entire Shui family. I don't believe you have that ability, sneered Zhou Qingyi. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. I can first kill you then slaughter your son, and the worst case is that I'll have to leave the Xuantian Dao sect and take the world as my home. In any case, I have no sons or daughters and can do whatever I want. What do you think? Said Shui Wuan. Zhou Qingyi's expression changed. I don't like wasting words. You can scram now. Don't think that just because you've managed to get the assistant monastery head position that you can reverse this game. If you provoke me, I'll kill you 2 chess pieces all the same, said Shui Wuan. Good, then we'll see what happens in the end. Don't think your Shui family will be able to keep the advantage forever. Zhou Qingyi snorted, viciously glaring at Long Chen before a pair of wings appeared on her back. She flew into the air and disappeared from everyone's sights. Boss, what happened? Guo ran and the others now ran up. The first monastery was too large, and Long Chen's residence was very isolated, which had been what he had wanted. By the time the others arrived, everything was over. But seeing that Long Chen was covered in dust, his clothes ruined, and his face still covered in bloodstains, they were all alarmed. It was nothing. You can go back to cultivating. I have some words to say to the monastery head, said Long Chen. Although everyone had countless questions, they could only leave since Long Chen refused to answer. Especially with the monastery head present, it was extremely inconvenient to press him. They all left. I'm sorry, Long Chen. I've implicated you, apologized Shui Wuan. Long Chen smiled slightly and cleaned himself up a bit. This can't be blamed on you. This is just life. Conflicts never stop, unless you manage to completely kill your opponents. You don't need to feel guilty, big sister. I've already remembered this Zhou Qingyi, and I'll repay this humiliation she gave me today 1,000 times. A touch of killing intent appeared in Long Chen's eyes, as this Zhou Qingyi was completely intolerable. Seeing that Long Chen still called her big sister just caused Shui Wuan to feel guiltier. In truth, she did this as a display to me. You were just an innocent victim. This time, the Zhou family ended up losing a half-step Sea Expansion expert, and so they immediately struck back, sending in applications to the higher-ups. In order to express their apologies, they sent a true Sea Expansion expert to take Zhou Qingyu's place. But in truth, they are unwilling to accept defeat and want to use this chance to knock me down. So if you want to leave the monastery, I won't stop you. If I left the monastery now, that would be too stupid. Furthermore, how could I leave my big sister to fight on her own? Said Long Chen. I'm afraid she'll target you and will make things as hard as possible for you in order to affect your cultivation. Furthermore, the Zhou family is extremely interested in your secrets. Also, Shui Wuan sighed. Your Shui family is also interested in my secrets, right? Long Chen took her place to finish her sentence. Shui Wuan bitterly smiled and didn't reply. Within the secret realm, many people had seen Long Chen merge with a mysterious bead. Everyone was curious about it, and the Shui family was no exception. But you don't need to worry. Since you've called me sister, I will protect you, said Shui Wuan. Good, then us brother and sister can fight together. To tell the truth, I really do want to kill that woman right now, said Long Chen, clenching his teeth. That woman was too hateful. Crushing her right now isn't an option. She's the same as me, a sea expansion expert. I'm just higher within the realm. Furthermore, I have some bad news for you. Your first monastery is about to get a new sect leader. That's something arranged by the higher-ups, and he'll be arriving tomorrow, said Shui Wuan. A new sect leader? Yes, it's Zhou Qingyi's son. Hearing that, Long Chen's eyes brightened slightly, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Good, very good. Chapter 505-20 Temper. Her son is going to come be sect leader. Our Xuantian Dao sect really is interesting. After killing a mother-son pair, another mother-son pair arrives. Could it be that our Xuantian Dao sect uses a matriarchal inheritance? Long Chen's words were filled with dense ridicule. Shui Wuan couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. Although Long Chen's words weren't targeted towards her, this matter truly was bothersome. This time, she had struck thunderously, killing Sha Qishan and having Zhou Qingyu sent to the executioner's block. But that didn't mean her Shui family had won. They had just taken a slight advantage. This time, the Zhou family had truly been slapped in the face by the Shui family, and this slap had been too resounding. Their covert struggle immediately became an open fight. Through their connections, the Zhou family had managed to have Zhou Qingyi come here to target Shui Wuan. Did the Shui family think themselves to be so amazing? Then what if they sent someone here just to keep an eye on her? Unless she never made a mistake, they would bite her to death in the end. What Shui Wuan felt most helpless about wasn't just that others would take advantage of her mistakes, but that they would frame her for crimes she hadn't committed. To have to be on guard like this every day was like walking on eggshells. Furthermore, Zhou Qingyi's methods were extremely vicious, and she had taken advantage of Shui Wuan being at the Dao sect to target Long Chen. Long Chen was just an insignificant bone-forging disciple. Even if he died, that wouldn't cause any waves amongst the higher-ups. Furthermore, even if he died, the Zhou family could easily make up some high-sounding reason. His death would be nothing. After suffering such a loss, the Zhou family was planning on using Long Chen to display their power. They had now shown the initial display of strength for Shui Wuan. What they didn't know was that this display of strength had ended up inviting a Yama king to their Zhou family. Shui Wuan could also see that Long Chen had become Zhou Qingyi's target, so for his safety, she wouldn't stop him if he wanted to leave. But after suffering such a loss, how could Long Chen leave like this? He had never suffered such a humiliation. Sister, can you explain what the relationship between your two families is? Asked Long Chen. He needed to know some of these behind-the-scenes secrets. Shui Wuan hesitated, pulling Long Chen to a more hidden place before telling him some of the secrets of the Xuantian Dao sect. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, other than the old patriarch's bloodline, there were also 4 great powers. Those were the Yan, Ku, Zhou, and Shui families. Originally, the old patriarch had had 4 major disciples, and these 4 families were their progeny. Their ancestral line went back shockingly far, and their power definitely surpassed Long Chen's imagination. However, the 4 families were not very harmonious. Fights and schemes could not be avoided. The ones who were most at odds with each other were the Zhou and Shui families. As for what enmities the 2 families had, Shui Wuan didn't say. All she said was that their 2 families were like fire and water, and if it wasn't for the patriarch's bloodline suppressing them, they might have even started a full-scale war. From her words, Long Chen learned just how terrifying the Xuantian Dao sect was. That was because she had said that in her family, her power was ranked near the bottom amongst the higher levels. That was the only reason she had been sent outside and didn't remain in the Dao sect. She didn't tell him too much about her family's internal structure. All she said was the Zhou and Shui families were using Zhou Qingyu's death in order to turn their covert struggle into an open struggle. That was why Zhou Qingyi dared target Long Chen like this. She won't attack me again, right? Asked Long Chen. Don't worry, I'll keep my eye on her. If she dares be so unbridled, I'll cut down that mother and son personally. The worst case is that I have to leave the Dao sect and go out to travel the world. But I trust she won't attack you again. However, once her son comes as sect leader, he most likely will make things hard on you. They're doing this deliberately to pressure you into leaving the monastery. Once you leave, you'll be attacked on all sides, as both the righteous and corrupt paths want your life. Once you die, she'll have essentially won this match. At the same time, she will have proved my own powerlessness at being unable to even protect my own chess piece. That's why the competition between myself and Zhou Qingyi will very likely end up affecting the first monastery. If you want to leave, I can send you off safely. Going to Mo Gate would be a good choice, said Shui Wuan. She didn't want Long Chen to be implicated. After all, Zhou Qingyi was too despicable. For her to actually attack a child, Shui Wuan had underestimated her shamelessness. If she hadn't arrived on time, Long Chen would have had his memories examined, which was an absolute humiliation. Even if she didn't end up killing him, his Dao heart would receive a powerful blow. Perhaps he might never be able to advance again. As long as she doesn't attack, it'll be fine. As for her son, he should be a Shantian expert, correct? Asked Long Chen. Yes, he's just at the mid-Shantian realm. In truth, he's just a piece of trash. Even in an excellent place like the Dao sect, it took him 130 years to reach the mid-Shantian realm. He's the weakest of the weak. His strength is exceedingly low for his level, and his combat experience is essentially zero. A touch of disdain appeared on Shui Wuan's face as if she were describing a piece of crap. Then that's fine. As long as that vicious woman doesn't attack me, there's nothing to be afraid of. She wants to set herself against you. Then good, I'll help you accompany this mother-son duo. Long Chen smiled, but that smile was extremely chilly. But, Shui Wuan was not completely at ease. There's no buts. As long as you can hold back that woman, I guarantee I can play her son to death without batting an eye, said Long Chen. Fine, we'll do as you say this time. I'll keep my eye on her, but you should focus on safety, warned Shui Wuan. Once Shui Wuan left, Long Chen viciously kicked a boulder beside him. The boulder instantly burst into broken pieces. They think I'm an ant they can crush at any moment. Fine, I'll go all out against you. Now that he was alone, he finally released his fury, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. In front of that woman, Long Chen had felt himself to be a tiny ant, one that could only accept humiliation and be controlled by others. He felt himself to be so incredibly useless. Looking around, he saw this residence had already been destroyed. Everything within a few miles had been razed, and so he couldn't live here anymore. After thinking for a moment, Long Chen gathered up Guo Ran and the others. They went through the monastery's rules in depth, as they couldn't allow anyone to find evidence of any of their possible wrongdoings. Even if Long Chen used the back of his foot to think, he would still realize the new sect leader would nitpick whatever they did. He would come up with anything to put them in their place. In order to avoid being caught breaking the rules, they had to be careful. For now, Long Chen simply told them not to say anything tomorrow and to only take actions according to his signals. After setting that up, Long Chen found a new residence and began cramming medicinal pills down his throat. He couldn't waste a single moment right now. He had to quickly temper his bones. Long Chen had already had everyone stop cultivating their realm. Bone tempering would passively increase their cultivation base, and he was worried people would advance to meridian opening before tempering all their bones. Then they would be doomed. Once you reached meridian opening, it was impossible to temper more bones. In other words, how many bones you had tempered before that point was set in stone. Your foundation could not be changed. As for Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others who had been in the secret realm, there had been no way around increasing their cultivation base back then, as that had been to preserve their lives. Once they had returned, Long Chen had given them medicinal pills to temporarily lock their cultivation base in place so they could still undergo complete tempering. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from Long Chen's body suddenly, and his aura surged. I've reached the first heaven stage of bone forging. Just now, he had tempered 2 more bones, allowing him to advance. My bone tempering speed is slow, but my advancement speed is fast. Now it'll be troublesome. I should think of a way to suppress my advancement. Long Chen also had to finish tempering all his bones before advancing to the meridian opening realm, or his foundation would forever be flawed. At just 18 tempered bones, he had advanced to the first heaven stage. If it continued according to that speed, he would end up advancing at just 180 bones. But the human body had 206 bones, so he would have to suppress his advancement. Oh, wait, there's no need. I don't have 10 levels to advance, but 13. Then it's exactly perfect. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he was different from others. Others had 10 levels to advance, but he cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, so he had 13 levels. Now Long Chen was at ease and began to crazily devour more pills. He was a typical case of a person who couldn't stop consuming medicine. That made him understand that his pill god memories were practically a perfect set with the 9-star hegemon body art. If it weren't for the pill god memories, there would be no way for him to keep up with the immense demands of the 9-star hegemon body art. Furthermore, he had noticed that his body had no rejection to medicinal pills at all. No matter how many of one pill he consumed, he still absorbed 100% of its energy. That was different from a regular person. After 3 of the same pill, the body would form a resistance to it, and the medicinal pill would have no effect. Of course, this excluded certain pills that could be consumed almost limitlessly, like the bone tempering pill. Not only could he absorb all of a pill's energy, but the impurities within the medicinal pills, in other words, the pill toxins, were all expelled through his pores. Originally, he had prepared some spirit medicines used for expelling pill toxins, but he had given those away to others as he didn't need them. When the rising sun finally pierced through his window and lit up his body, he slowly opened his eyes, smiling contentedly. I've finally reached the 20 temper realm. By tempering 20 bones, he had far surpassed those top disciples of large sects. Furthermore, this was something he had achieved because of himself. Within the entire Xuantian supermonastery, only Long Chen was able to allow someone to temper this many bones. Even people like Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi, people with powerful backgrounds, were unable to reach the 20 temper realm. No matter how powerful their backgrounds were, they weren't heavily favored by their sects, and so it was impossible for them to get such a luxurious treatment. Each bone tempering pill was expensive, and to undergo complete tempering required over 100,000 of them. Unless you were the most favored figure in your sect, no one would spend such an immense amount of wealth on you. To let over 300 people undergo complete tempering, perhaps Long Chen was the only one in this world who possessed that qualification. The reason Long Chen had this qualification was mostly because of his cooperation with the Huayan sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough time to refine that many pills. He pushed open his door. It was about time for the new sect leader to arrive. Long Chen wanted to see what kind of bastard son a malicious woman like Zhou Qingyi could have. Chapter 506 Little Snows. Terror. The first monastery's transportation formations were located on the north side of the plaza. Only the first monastery possessed enough territory to place their transportation formations within the heart of their monastery. Compared to the first monastery, the 108th monastery they had come from was wholly insignificant. Currently, Tu Fang and the others had long since been waiting in front of the transportation formation. Yesterday, the supermonastery had sent down word that their new sect leader was coming today. Although Tu Fang felt extremely unwell with that, he was powerless to do anything. He had long since predicted the first monastery would become the battlefield for 2 stronger powers. In the future, his sect leader title would be over. He was powerless to change the competition between 2 immense powers. Right now, he could only brace himself and take things step by step. When Long Chen arrived, Little Snow let out a roar from the distance and shot forward, knocking him down and rubbing his head intimately over Long Chen's body. Ha ha ha, Little Snow, I missed you too. Long Chen hugged Little Snow. Little Snow's aura had grown even stronger. However, his body hadn't grown larger. Instead, he had shrunk slightly. Woo woo woo, Little Snow let out a worried growl. Oh, really? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Little Snow said he would quickly advance. However, he was filled with terror towards this advancement. He sensed something bad would happen. Could it be? Long Chen's expression changed. Don't worry, Little Snow. When you advance, I'll protect you. Little Snow had now mutated and was no longer an ordinary magical beast. Currently, Little Snow's intelligence was shocking. This was Little Snow's first time feeling so anxious, which made Long Chen think of certain legends. In those legends, it was said that mutated magical beasts were not supposed to exist in this world and would all be exterminated by heavenly tribulation. Long Chen had once gone through ancient texts to investigate the legends pertaining to mutated magical beasts. Mutated magical beasts were supposedly terrifyingly strong, and once they matured, their power could theoretically devour the very heavens. However, those mutated magical beasts were all killed by heavenly tribulation first, so they were unable to mature. So of those peak divine beasts that existed in legends, none of them were mutated magical beasts. Mutated magical beasts were like shooting stars within the river of time. They released a dazzling light, but only for a short time. Then they would disappear forever. Am I the same as Little Snow? A mutant, TCH, but I'm not a magical beast. Does my merger with the pill god soul count as a spiritual mutation? Could it be because of this spiritual mutation that the heavens want to destroy me? He shivered. Back then, when he had undergone his first tribulation, the spirit world expert had said that all existences that could threaten the heavenly Taos were all exterminated by the heavenly Taos. Then presumably, if Little Snow could mature, he would be able to threaten the heavenly Taos. His future combat ability would definitely be shocking. Long Chen, I heard you were injured yesterday. Tang Wan-er and Meng Qi rushed over, deeply concerned with him. The two of them had been in seclusion yesterday and hadn't learned of what had happened. Furthermore, Long Chen had already told everyone not to tell the two of them so they wouldn't worry. However, they had still found out today. I'm fine, it was just a minor injury that's already healed. Long Chen smiled. How can that new assistant monastery head be so shameless to bully even a disciple? Raged Tang Wan-er. Exactly, that's far too shameless. She's even more shameless than me. I'm completely bewildered as to how she managed to become so shameless, agreed Long Chen. The two women laughed and Meng Qi rebuked. Really, it's already this kind of time and you still want to make jokes. Originally I really was a bit depressed about being bullied. But after seeing two beauties show such concern for me, I feel like I'm being blessed by the sunlight after the rain. That comfortable and refreshing feeling simply can't be described. Long Chen laughed. Tang Wan-er and Meng Qi blushed, warm light flowing in their eyes, beautiful beyond compare. Despite having been with them day and night, Long Chen still felt his heart pounding from looking at that beauty. Thump, 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 dislikable, stop misbehaving. Tang Wan-er reddened even more and viciously pinched Long Chen. He was intentionally making his heart pound louder for the two of them to hear. Long Chen, you are too wicked. Meng Qi was as red as an apple, bashful and angry. Long Chen laughed inside. No matter what unpleasant emotion he was feeling inside, just seeing the two of them made him feel much better. To be able to tease beauties every day was an incredibly freeing delight. But then thinking of that group of idiots, his good mood faded. There were always people trying to snatch away his happiness. That gave Long Chen even greater determination to get stronger. He had to grow up faster and trample these idiots to death sooner. At this time, Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others also came up to him. He looked over their cultivation bases and saw that they hadn't increased, which was a good thing. Furthermore, they had already tempered 16 bones, which was already the peak of ordinary bone tempering. By asking them, he learned they had consumed less than 3,000 bone tempering pills. That made him sigh. He had already stuffed himself with 100,000 bone tempering pills, only to temper 20 bones. His own consumption was equivalent to dozens of them. This 9-star hegemon body truly could consume medicinal pills. Boss, this new sect leader will probably come and target us. What plan do you have against it? Asked Guo Ran. Currently, Zhou Qingyi and the monastery head had already publicly torn off their masks. Their covert struggle had become an open struggle, and Long Chen was the heart of their struggle. That caused them to be nervous. Do you still not understand your boss's methods? You still need to ask such a question, said Long Chen. Guo Ran was startled and delighted. Really, what brilliant plan did you come up with? Quick, tell us. Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er also perked up their ears. Long Chen was the one who came up with the craziest ideas. He definitely wouldn't just wait while he suffered a loss. None. Long Chen shook his head. What, boss, now isn't the time for jokes. If you don't have any plan, then once they start targeting us, they'll play us to death. Exclaimed Guo Ran. I'm just human, not a god. Before I see my opponent, I can't come up with a plan. This is like playing chess. Don't I still need to know what kind of person my opponent is? Most importantly, it's not just that I don't know who my opponent is, but that I don't even know what game we're playing. Chess, go. How can I come up with a strategy like this? But you don't need to be worried. Normally, I teach you not to use schemes to handle things, because in front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. Wasting time on scheming is just wasting your cultivation time. But this time, it won't be the same. In this particular situation, we'll definitely need some smarts to handle our problems. This time, I'll let you learn that while your boss normally uses his fists to resolve problems, that doesn't mean he doesn't have any smarts. I'll let you see how I play them to death with my head. Long Chen clenched his fist confidently. Well, more accurately, you aren't able to beat them with your fists, muttered Guo Ran. Long Chen clapped Guo Ran in the back of his head and cursed, Brat, why do you have to expose me? You're all grown up now and ready to spread your wings. You want to fight with your boss. Everyone laughed, and the tense atmosphere lessened a great deal. Long Chen continued, you don't need to be nervous. Even if they want to target me, they'll still have to do it within the scope of the rules. That's also why I have you all become completely familiar with the rules yesterday. It's to avoid falling into a trap. Today, just act according to my signals. As long as we work together, we'll be fine. With me present, we definitely won't suffer any loss. Right now, the person that intimidated Long Chen the most was Zhou Qingyi. That malicious woman's cultivation base was too high, and so he could only endure for now. But since Shui Wuan had promised to keep an eye on her, he was much more at ease. The Dragonblood Legion had only just been formed. Now was the most critical time for them. Each breath's time was extremely precious. He was unable to bring them to seek shelter at Mo Gate. That wasn't because Mo Gate wasn't reliable, but because once he left, he would just be sending himself straight into those people's trap. Once he lost the supermonastery's protection, then let alone the corrupt path, even those righteous sects would attack him to get revenge for their disciples. Most importantly, there were many people who had placed their sights on his secrets. The primal chaos bead from the secret realm had shaken everyone. It was unknown just how many people's gazes were covertly focused on him right now. It could be said that Long Chen was surrounded by enemies that were like tigers watching their prey. Only with the supermonastery's intimidation was it possible to keep them back. But once he left, he would definitely be chased down by countless experts. One option was to ask some experts from Mo Gate to come here. But then having to wait for them to come and then going over there would be very time-consuming, and in the end, it wasn't worth it. It was better to temporarily stay and grow within the monastery for now. Right now, Long Chen didn't want anyone to learn about the Dragonblood Legion. The outside world only knew that these people were those that he trusted. They had no idea that they were undergoing complete tempering. Within the entire monastery, the only one who saw some clues was Tu Fang, but Tu Fang definitely would not say anything. Long Chen wanted to turn the Dragonblood Legion into the most terrifying army in the world. But right now, they were still only budding and extremely weak. He couldn't allow anyone to place their sights on them, or that would be dangerous. So right now, he had ordered each of them to keep this secret from everyone else. What they needed the most right now was time. Let's go. Everyone, get into position. Let's see just what abilities this new sect leader has. Long Chen told Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng a few more things to take note of and then had them look after the others. Everyone had only just taken their positions, and Tu Fang had just been about to say something when the transportation formation lit up, and over 10 figures appeared in front of them. Chapter 507 Slap yourself in the face. Long Chen and the others were surprised to see that 16 figures had appeared at once from the transportation formation. These 16 people were all meridian opening experts, and 4 of them were currently holding a golden palanquin. That scene caused them to be a bit stunned. What kind of nonsense were they doing? The new sect leader was sitting within the palanquin. That was being a bit too pretentious, wasn't it? Even the monastery head, Shui Wuan, had always come directly on her own. Furthermore, cultivators would usually abstain from sitting in palanquins. A palanquin and other similar vehicles inhibited a person's movement. If they were ambushed, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. Now, 2 meridian opening experts quickly rolled open a red carpet. Only once the carpet was properly laid did they set down the palanquin. The curtain was pushed open, and a man appearing to be in his 20s got out. This man didn't look that bad, with a very fair complexion. But he had an extremely feminine air to him. As soon as this man walked out of the palanquin, he icily looked everyone. That gaze caused Long Chen and the others to shiver, as that gaze was truly able to make their hair stand on end. Long Chen's vision was extremely sharp, and he immediately saw that there was a thin layer of powder over his face. His eyebrows had been drawn on, and most astonishing of all, he had even drawn red paint over his lips. Damn, Zhou Qingyi really gave birth to a peak-grade product, thought Long Chen. It wasn't just Long Chen. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Tang Wan and everyone else were also dumbfounded. They had never imagined that the legendary Xuantian Dao sect would send down such a sect leader. HMPH, you don't know how to kneel when seeing the sect leader. That feminine man swung his sleeves, icily snorting at them. Greetings, sect leader. Being dumbfounded by this peak-grade sect leader, they had forgotten their manners. They hastily bowed. Oh, you must be Long Chen. As a disciple, you won't kneel when seeing the sect leader. Raged the feminine man, but his fury made others feel even odder. He was pointing at Long Chen, but for some reason, his pinky finger was also pointed out. Long Chen took a deep breath, cursing his bad luck inside. How had such a peak-grade idiot come here? As the enforcement elder, I don't need to kneel to you, said Long Chen. How brazen Long Chen, to be so rude to the sect leader. Do you believe me when I say I'll slap you in the mouth right now? Before the feminine man could open his mouth, one of the meridian opening experts by his side shouted coldly, taking a posture that would allow him to strike at any moment. A person who dares slap my boss has not yet been born. Who do you think you are? Shut your mouth. Aren't you still hoping for your mouth to give birth to a kid? Guo Ran didn't take that person's insult lying down. He directly pointed at him and cursed. That person became furious and roared at Guo Ran, how could my mouth give birth to a kid? Ah, so you know that that's your mouth. Then how come all that comes out of it is crap? My boss is the enforcement elder, so why would he have to kneel? Are your ears deaf? You can't understand what my boss says. Sneered Guo Ran. You must want to die. That person furiously released a powerful aura that locked down Guo Ran. Guo Ran icily looked back without saying anything. His gaze was filled with disdain. He clearly didn't believe this person dared attack here. Everyone, shut up. At this time, the new sect leader shouted. His voice truly was dignified, but it was sharp, like a duck whose throat was being stepped on. Even his voice caused a chill in people. You're all too brazen. Who do you think I am? Do you not accept me as the new sect leader? Raged that man. Ah, it seems we really don't. Long Chen and the others oddly looked back at this new sect leader. They really didn't have a way to accept this new half-woman man as their sect leader. Long Chen, from today onwards, you are removed from your post. You are now just an ordinary disciple, he said. All right. Long Chen nodded without saying anything else. Why are you removing my boss from his elder position? You have to at least give a reason, right? Long Chen might not care, but Guo Ran wouldn't let it go. This was absolute bullying. Long Chen's position in their hearts was unsurpassed. For others to remove him from office with just a word was a humiliation. A reason? HMPH, do I need one? As the sect leader, I have the right to decide the posts of the monastery. I feel that Long Chen is unsuitable, so he's unsuitable, sneered that man. Peng Shiquan, starting today, you'll be the first monastery's enforcement elder, he said to the person Guo Ran had previously cursed. Thank you for this favor, sect leader. I definitely won't disappoint you, thanked Peng Shiquan. For Peng Shiquan to instantly be elevated to enforcement elder caused all those other meridian opening experts to be filled with envy. As for those on the first monastery's side, they were completely indignant. This was going too far. How could the Grand Enforcement Elder's position just be randomly given away? If this person was narrow-minded, he could intentionally make things hard on anyone. Then wouldn't all of them have all their time wasted by his nonsense? Sect leader, this matter, Tu Fang stood up. This new sect leader was truly going too far. Although Long Chen had told them to act as if nothing was happening, Tu Fang couldn't hold back. Shut up. The sect leader hadn't even needed to say anything when another expert by his side immediately stood up, pointing at Tu Fang and cursing, who do you think you are to question the sect leader's decisions? Even at your age, you're still just at the peak of meridian opening. Even when you die, you probably won't be able to reach the Shantian realm. A useless fogey like you should just find somewhere to dig a hole for your burial. What are you even doing here? This person's words had only just left his mouth when cold light shined. Every disciple had taken out their weapons now and glared at that person, causing him to jump in fright. What he didn't know was that although Tu Fang's cultivation base wasn't impressive, he was an unquestionably fair and straightforward person. He had won all these disciples' respect. For this person to insult Tu Fang immediately provoked their fury. What? You're looking to rebel? That person was startled. For over 1,000 people's weapons to be pointed at him caused his nerves to be stretched taut. These people were those who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood with Long Chen in the righteous and corrupt battle. Once their killing intent erupted, it could cause heaven and earth to change color. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, as long as you say a single word, we'll immediately cut down this bastard. Cut this bastard down, all the first monastery's disciples roared. From this posture, it was impossible to doubt their determination. Tu Fang had also not expected everyone to defend him like this, and he couldn't help being emotional. But now that they were so furious, he found he was unable to control this situation. What do you think you're all doing? The new sect leader finally couldn't hold back from roaring furiously. He hadn't expected the first monastery's people to be so united. Whether it was the disciples or the elders, they were all furiously glaring back at him, their weapons ready to attack at any moment. Long Chen's expression was also dark. Tu Fang and Ling Yunzi were both seniors he greatly respected. His killing intent was also starting to surge. Long Chen ignored the sect leader, and with his killing intent surging out, he said to the bewildered man who had just spoken, "Little fellow, I'll give you two choices. Either be turned into mincemeat by our blades, or kneel down and slap yourself in the face until all your teeth are gone. You can choose for yourself." That man was both startled and furious. Seeing those people releasing their killing intent, he felt a chill in his heart. Although he was a meridian opening expert, he was still afraid. Long Chen, don't go too far. Raged the sect leader. Too far? Did we go as far as you? When Elder Tu Fang was the sect leader, he had both integrity and talent, and was fair and open. He is a senior we all respect. For you to come here and immediately insult our old sect leader is something we can't accept. Well, there's no need to waste too many words. I'll give you to the count of 3. Life or death? You choose, snorted Long Chen. You dare, Long Chen. As the sect leader, let me see if you dare touch one of us. Raged the sect leader. 1. Long Chen didn't even glance at him, looking at that person as if he was already dead. Long Chen, you. The sect leader's whole body was trembling from rage. 2. Long Chen shouted coldly, cutting off the sect leader's words. He raised his blood-colored saber, and a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Following him, all the disciples and elders released their auras, their killing intent shaking the dome of the sky. The sect leader turned ashen with fury. He had never imagined the first monastery was such a cohesive force. Although he was in the Shantian realm and was the appointed sect leader, he was unable to punish these many people. He couldn't make enemies out of all these people, or his later plans would be ruined. They had their own goals in coming here. If they were unable to accomplish their missions, then the consequences would be extremely severe. So although they were furious, they decided to compromise in the end. Zhang Bao, you weren't respectful to a senior. Slap yourself in the face 80 times. The sect leader took a deep breath, clenching his teeth, and spat out his orders to the person who had insulted Tu Fang. Chapter 508 Furiously cursing a sect leader. Me, slap myself. But sect leader, the person called Zhang Bao couldn't help being dumbfounded. Previously, Peng Shiquan had managed to stand out, becoming the enforcement elder in an instant. However, he had done the same thing as him and ended up being ordered to slap himself in the face. He was bewildered. The sect leader furiously slapped Zhang Bao in the face and shouted, "Since you know I'm the sect leader, how dare you talk back?" The sect leader was also holding back a stomach full of fire. Long Chen was forcing Zhang Bao to slap himself in the face, causing him to also lower his head. That was equivalent to a slap in his face as well. In the current situation, he couldn't use martial strength to subdue everyone. He could only place this grievance on Zhang Bao, but Zhang Bao hadn't realized that, causing him to find a target to release his stomach full of fire. Zhang Bao became dizzy from being hit, but seeing the sect leader's gloomy expression, he finally knelt on the ground. He began to slap himself in the face. Hearing those resounding slaps, the sect leader and the others were all filled with fury. However, the monastery's disciples were all incredibly refreshed. The sect leader and the others had already infuriated them with how unreasonable they were. Now, this was truly too relaxing. The final slap rang out and Zhang Bao stood up. His gaze was filled with hatred as he looked at Long Chen and Tu Fang. It was obvious he was cursing inside. Are you deaf? I said to slap yourself until all your teeth were gone, not that you could just randomly slap yourself a few times, said Long Chen. That's enough. Long Chen, don't go too far, shouted the sect leader. He truly was furious now. He had already lowered his head to get Zhang Bao to slap himself in the face. But Long Chen still refused to let it go with just that. Brothers, kill. Long Chen was too lazy to waste words with him. He was the first to charge at Zhang Bao. Following him, all the disciples, blood boiled, and they seemed to return to their memories when they fought shoulder to shoulder with him. With a roar, they all charged. Stop, the sect leader shouted, his Shantian power surging out, causing the world to freeze. A terrifying pressure fell on all of them. The disciples involuntarily stopped, feeling as if a wall had blocked their path. A terrifying pressure was crashing on their bodies, causing them to turn pale. Only Long Chen's expression didn't change. He icily stared at the sect leader. Zhang Bao's mouth was too rude, and he must pay the price. Right now, I'll give you 3 choices. 1. Let Zhang Bao slap out all his teeth. 2. Let us kill him. 3. You can kill us all. The sect leader glared at Long Chen, wanting to kill him. But he couldn't. He truly only had those 3 options, but he absolutely could not choose the third one. If he did, he and his mother would be killed. Furthermore, the Zhou family would once more receive a ruthless blow. As for the second choice, that was also unacceptable. If Zhang Bao died, his other followers would be disillusioned. And what about his own prestige? How would he even be a sect leader? Zhang Bao, do as he says. Sect leader. The sect leader once more gave him a slap in the face. He had an urge to slap this idiot to death. This bastard still hadn't realized what was going on. The more he hesitated, the more face he would lose. Slap yourself in the face, he ordered. Under the sect leader's harsh orders, the familiar sound of slapping once more rang out. However, this time, the sound was much more intense. After Zhang Bao finished playing the music of his face, bubbles of blood foamed out of his mouth. All his teeth had fallen out now. In truth, having one's teeth be knocked out was nothing to a meridian opening expert. Using medicines, they would quickly recover, growing new teeth. However, compared to the physical body's pain, the pain of the mind was much worse, capable of driving a person insane. Zhang Bao pointed at Long Chen, just wait, Long Chen. However, without his teeth, his words were very unclear. Only after a couple breaths did people realize what he was saying. Long Chen didn't look at him. Putting away his saber, he smiled as if nothing had happened. Sect leader's noble character and unquestionable integrity, especially his ability to be impartial, is admirable. The sect leader felt as if his lungs might burst. After finishing beating Zhang Bao's face, he had begun slapping his face. His ability to be impartial was an incredibly loud slap. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before saying, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Kaifeng. I come from the Xuantian Dao sect. Starting today, I will be your new sect leader." This was Zhou Qingyi's son, while Zhou Kaifeng's father had been an expert that had married into the Zhou family. Those who could marry into the Zhou family were all top geniuses. For the sake of their future progeny, the women of the Zhou family would only marry experts. But Long Chen and the others wondered just what happened between Zhou Kaifeng's mother and father. Could it be that they ended up making some mistakes when researching how to have their next generation? They had actually ended up giving birth to an oddity like Zhou Kaifeng. His cultivation talent was extremely ordinary, and his bearing was extremely odd. He was also extremely misophobic, a neat freak. When he walked, he couldn't let his feet be touched by mud, and when he sat, he couldn't let his clothes be touched by dust. Those meridian opening experts were his nannies in charge of his clothes, food, housing, and transport. Now that he had taken office, they had all come with him. These meridian opening experts were all just a bunch of random workers within the Xuantian Dao sect. But here, they had become the top experts, so naturally their egos had swelled. Long Chen, previously I hadn't introduced myself and you had your elder status, so you didn't need to kneel to me. But now, you should know what to do. Zhou Kaifeng looked at Long Chen icily. Guo Ran and the others' expressions changed. How insidious, how despicable. He was forcing Long Chen to kneel to him as humiliation. But Long Chen sneered. He cupped his hands and loudly said, "Greetings, sect leader Zhou." "How brazen. As a disciple, how dare you not kowtow?" Raged Zhou Kaifeng. "Sect leader, don't be so angry. If you ended up dying from rage, that really would be unfortunate. There are 2 reasons why I don't need to kowtow. First, my cultivation base has reached the bone forging realm, and according to the monastery's rules, there's no need for me to kneel when seeing the sect leader. If I want to kneel, that would be depending on the sect leader's character and morality. If it was someone like sect leader Tu Fang or sect leader Ling Yunzi, people of virtue and prestige, then I definitely would kowtow to them. But as for you, hee, to tell the truth, you have no character and have no morals. So sorry, sometimes I say too much. Second, according to the monastery's rules, disciples only need to kowtow to the sect leader during the ancestral ceremony to express their gratefulness at being transmitted their master's favor. Today is not the day of the ceremony, said Long Chen. Even so, you should bow at least. Otherwise, how would you differentiate between seniors and juniors? Shouted Zhou Kaifeng. Cough, originally, I should have bowed. However, I'm injured, and I can't bend my waist. Please forgive me, sect leader, said Long Chen, apologetically. What nonsense, you're completely healthy. You're clearly trying to evade. It seems I'll need to punish your disrespect. Raged Zhou Kaifeng. Don't be in such a hurry to punish people. I truly am injured. Everyone present can testify that yesterday, there was some old bitch that must have taken the wrong drugs. But she ended up coming here, acting like some unfilial daughter beating her father, attacking me. As a result, my residence was razed, and I ended up coughing up blood. Later, the monastery head had to come here to expel that old bitch. If you don't believe me, you can ask any one of us. I definitely didn't say any lies. You bastard, that person was my mother. You dare be disrespectful to the assistant monastery head? Zhou Kaifeng's killing intent surged out. Oh, that old bai cough, so she was your mother. I really had no idea. So sorry. Long Chen, awkwardly, coughed a few times, suddenly grumbling, I really had no idea that person was your mother. However, your mother really was heavy-handed. She beat me until my bones broke. Was it worth it for her to do such a thing to me, a bone-forging disciple? I suppose you haven't seen your mother when she goes crazy. But yesterday, it was like she has gone mad. I really can't understand why she would come here to beat me. It's not like I'm your father. Tu Fang's face twitched. Wasn't this openly cursing someone? Meng Qi and Tang Wan were covering their mouths. Seeing how black Zhou Kaifeng's face was, they were afraid they might end up laughing. On the other hand, Guo Ran praised and sighed, boss really is boss. His cursing ability has practically reached the realm of perfection. He can curse someone in the face, but make it so they can't display their anger. Zhou Kaifeng was unable to find any way to retort. As long as Long Chen said he had no idea who that woman had been, he couldn't say anything. More importantly, he wouldn't be able to make Long Chen kneel now. If Zhou Kaifeng tried, Long Chen would just say he was injured. If he doubted him, he could call over his mother to ask her. Fine, you're injured, but what about the others? They also haven't knelt, raged Zhou Kaifeng. Sect leader, have you forgotten? Just how powerful is your mother's cultivation base? Back then, everyone here was struck by your mother's bastard chi and injured. I hope sect leader can forgive us. Long Chen smiled apologetically. Zhou Kaifeng clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. Even the distant people were able to hear it. Perhaps he wasn't very happy. Originally, he had come here to display his prestige and completely suppress the first monastery. Then, later, he would proceed with the rest of the plan. But now, he hadn't managed to suppress the first monastery, but he had instead been forced to lower his head. All his prestige had been lost. That made him incredibly depressed. This was completely different from his plans. Zhou Kaifeng hastily gave Peng Shiquan a glance, and he immediately understood. Taking a few steps forward, Peng Shiquan icily looked at everyone, a sinister smiling appearing on his face. Chapter 509 Breaking Stones on Abdomens. Your constitutions are too weak, and within the same level, you're unable to compare to the other monasteries, disciples. One is in the heavens while one is still on the ground. So starting today, "We'll be undergoing drilling to strengthen your constitutions and physiques," shouted Peng Shiquan. Those who followed Zhou Kaifeng were all very sturdy men, and Peng Shiquan was the one with the strongest physique. But what was different from ordinary experts was that Peng Shiquan had grown extremely unevenly. His build was like a butcher's, and it was lacking the aesthetic of well-built men. As soon as he said this, Long Chen and the others understood this idiot was beginning to play his tricks. As expected, he continued, "Within the other monasteries, the disciples' physiques are at least twice as strong as yours. Furthermore, you're disciples of the first monastery. If your physiques are too weak, how will you compete with the other monastery disciples? Do you want to be laughed at by others?" After saying it, he saw that Long Chen and the others were just expressionlessly looking at him, as if they were just watching a monkey put on a show. He was startled. This situation seemed to be a bit different than the situation he had expected. He had been hoping for everyone to become impassioned. Only then could he start with the next step. However, he thickened his skin and took out a stone slab. It was a square, 2-foot slab that was half a foot thick. Peng Shiquan continued, "Starting today, if you want to obtain the monastery's rewards, you must reach the standards of the stone-crushing abdomen test. Otherwise, you'll be cut off." After saying this, he saw that Long Chen and the others were still expressionlessly looking at him, provoking his fury. "Fuck, is there no one who wants to try it? You want to be cut off?" According to his plan, at this time, there should be countless hot-blooded disciples trying to challenge the stone-crushing test. But for them to just stare at him icily, he felt he was being played. "You, get out here. If you pass, you'll continue getting your rewards. Otherwise, you'll be cut off until you do pass. And if you can't pass after 3 tries, you'll be expelled from the monastery." Peng Shiquan pointed towards Yu Zifeng. Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This bastard truly knew how to pick people. Yu Zifeng had the weakest physical body of them because he was a sword cultivator, not a body cultivator. However, Long Chen wasn't worried about him. Even if his physique was weaker than them, he had already reached the 10-temper realm, and his body was much stronger than average bone-forging experts. Yu Zifeng walked up and icily looked at Peng Shiquan. "What do you want me to do?" His gaze was extremely irritating to Peng Shiquan, and he said, "Lie on the ground and I will place the slab on your abdomen. Then, using the sledgehammer, I will smash it. If it breaks and you don't suffer any injury, your physical body will have reached the standard. You don't need to doubt this. This slab has the specific marking of the Xuantian Dao sect and is specifically used to test the strength of its disciples' physical bodies. There's no way to fake it." Flipping over the slab, he revealed an extremely special mark at the center of it. If Long Chen hadn't met Yu Xiaochen, he might not be able to recognize it, but after she had helped him translate the ethereal crafting secret record, he could read that character. That was the Zan, immortal character. Perhaps of everyone present, only Long Chen could recognize it, as that was a rune that appeared in the ethereal crafting secret record. From that appearance, it seemed it really wasn't fake. Could it be that they hadn't done anything to it? Did they really think everyone would fail to pass this simple test? Although he didn't know how strong the disciples from the other supermonasteries were, he was sure that even if their monasteries' disciples were strong, they definitely wouldn't be stronger than them. Long Chen had already had everyone undergo complete tempering. The strength of their 10-temper realm was far stronger than other disciples' 10-temper realm. Passing this test would be absolutely no problem. Yu Zifeng lay on the ground. But what made Yu Zifeng frown slightly was that this stone slab might not be that large, but it was extremely heavy. It had to be over 10,000 pounds. "Prepare yourself." A large sledgehammer appeared in Peng Shiquan's hands, and he ruthlessly smashed it down onto the slab. The slab instantly shattered. Beneath the slab, Yu Zifeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to let out startled cries. He had actually been injured. "HMPH, you don't meet the standards," sneered Peng Shiquan. He disdainfully said, "Starting today, you are cut off from your monastery rewards. You'll only get them once you manage to pass." Yu Zifeng wiped off his blood, an icy light shining in his eyes, seeming like 2 sharp blades stabbing into Peng Shiquan's eyes. The latter felt pain in his eyes, and he involuntarily took a step back. After glancing at Peng Shiquan, Yu Zifeng didn't say anything and returned to Long Chen's side. But everyone could see the killing intent in his eyes. Long Chen's expression became a bit gloomy. The stone slab was definitely fine. Yu Zifeng was also not the problem. The problem lay in the person smashing the sledgehammer. That bastard had intentionally injured Yu Zifeng. Others might not be able to see through the clues, as his movements really hadn't had anything suspicious to them. But that was the most despicable part. Their actions could not possibly escape the senses of Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength. Other than Yu Zifeng, he was the only one who knew this bastard had used a sinister trick. In truth, if Yu Zifeng had used his full power to defend, he wouldn't have been injured. Or even if he was injured, he definitely wouldn't cough up blood. Long Chen had already warned Yu Zifeng and the others not to reveal their full strength. At any time, they were only to reveal the power of the Four-Temper realm. That was why Yu Zifeng had held back and thus been injured. That made Yu Zifeng extremely furious, and he had an urge to immediately unsheath his sword and cut down this bastard. But now wasn't the time. Truly useless. You can be the next one. Peng Shiquan icily pointed toward a person behind Long Chen. But his actions caused an icy light to shine in Long Chen's eyes. He was actually pointing at Tang Wan. To make a woman place a stone slab on the abdomen was already a humiliation. Long Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Elder Peng, right. There's one thing I don't understand. Are you sure this slab is used for testing the physiques of bone-forging disciples?" "But of course. What, do you doubt us?" raged Peng Shiquan. "I truly do doubt you. I suspect this stone slab's hardness has already surpassed the limits of what the bone-forging realm should be able to endure. In fact, I believe that even you meridian opening experts would not be able to handle it," said Long Chen icily. "What nonsense. This is just because you're all too weak. This is specifically the slab used for testing bone-forging disciples," said Peng Shiquan. However, he couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. It was true this slab was used for testing bone-forging disciples, however, it was the one used for bone-forging disciples who were about to advance to meridian opening. Before smashing the slab, he had lightly tapped it with his sledgehammer a few times. In truth, he had been testing out how strong Yu Zifeng's body was. He was startled to find that Yu Zifeng's body was even comparable to 8-temper bone-forging experts, and so he had to stealthily use a trick. "That's bullshit. I know just how strong my brother's body is. You definitely secretly switched out the slabs to trick us. How about we let one of you test it out for us as proof?" raged Long Chen. Fine. Originally, Peng Shiquan had been worried about having his scheme seen through, but seeing Long Chen wanted one of his own people to test it, he was delighted inside. Once he used one of his own people to test it, that would prove there was no problem, and he could openly trick them. "Ji Yufeng, you come over and show them. This thing is as weak as tofu. Only good-for-nothings would be injured." Peng Shiquan beckoned to another meridian opening expert. Although they were in the early meridian opening realm, the meridian opening was the last of the Haodian realms, and they had already started on the way of the Shantian realm. Their physical bodies were much stronger. These stone slabs were truly like tofu to them. Ji Yufeng walked over, sneering at Long Chen. "Brat, look closely. In our eyes, these terrifying slabs are just trash." He lay down and placed a stone slab on his abdomen. But from how easily he placed it, it was as if he was lifting a pillow. That startled all the disciples. Although they were extremely disgusted with these fellows, they had no choice but to admit they were truly powerful. "Brat, look closely. I'll use twice as much strength to smash it so you can accept it wholeheartedly," sneered Peng Shiquan. He raised the sledgehammer. "Wait a moment." Long Chen suddenly thought of something and cried out. Peng Shiquan jumped in surprise, and he hastily put down the sledgehammer. He almost ended up hitting his own head with it. "What do you want?" he raged. "Who knows whether or not you two are colluding? You might act like you're using a great deal of power, but just be tapping it. Then wouldn't we be scammed?" said Long Chen. "Why would we scam a bunch of weak bone-forging disciples?" raged Peng Shiquan. Long Chen icily looked back at him. Peng Shiquan shifted guiltily. Long Chen's gaze seemed to pierce through to the bottom of his heart, exposing all his secrets. "Then, what do you want to do?" he asked. "Let me do it," said Long Chen. "You?" "Yes, me. I can represent all our monastery's disciples. If this stone slab truly has no problem, then each one of us will accept your test without the slightest complaint," said Long Chen. His words made Peng Shiquan's hearts burst with joy. There was nothing better than this to them. "All right, here you go." Long Chen received the sledgehammer. The hammer's head was the size of a plate and extremely heavy, at least 100,000 pounds. Long Chen tested it out on the slab, hesitating for a long time with a nervous expression. Can you smash it or not? Beneath the slab, Ji Yufeng rushed him impatiently. I'm a bit nervous, said Long Chen. What are you nervous about? I'm afraid of missing. Fuck, how could you miss such a large target? You must be an idiot. Hurry up, if there's a problem, I'll take responsibility for it, rushed Ji Yufeng. Long Chen's eyes brightened, and without saying another word, the sledgehammer in his hands began to whistle as it smashed down. Ah! A miserable scream resounded throughout the entire monastery. Chapter 510 Smashing a Sledgehammer on the Crotch. A miserable scream resounded throughout the entire monastery. That heart-rending shriek was like needles stabbing into people's ears. Everyone saw that Long Chen had smashed the sledgehammer right between Ji Yufeng's legs. Long Chen's immense power had directly caused his crotch to sink in. Seeing this shocking scene with their eyes, hearing that heart-rending cry with their ears, all the men involuntarily trembled, pressing their legs together. They felt an icy chill at a certain part of their bodies. It's definitely broken. Many of the men had the same thought. As men, they all felt sympathy. At the same time, they clamped their legs together, trying not to distress their own crotches. Ah! Ji Yufeng was clenching his crotch, rolling on the ground back and forth, his veins bulging. Even his eyes looked like they might pop out. How dare you, Long Chen? You did that on purpose. Zhou Kaifeng finally couldn't hold back and cursed at Long Chen. No, it wasn't at all on purpose. I was just too nervous. Long Chen spread his arms innocently. However, he had forgotten that he was holding a sledgehammer. Spreading his arms, the sledgehammer dropped to the ground. Who knew whether or not it was a coincidence, but the sledgehammer just happened to once more smash onto Ji Yufeng's crotch. The muffled bang that came from that caused everyone to twitch. Ji Yufeng curled up like a shrimp, and then his eyes rolled into his head and he fainted. In an instant, his mournful shriek ended. The world returned to silence. The monastery disciples were oddly looking at Ji Yufeng, not saying a single word. Only Guo Ran had a worshipful expression, his eyes like two shining stars. If the circumstances weren't inappropriate, he might have immediately knelt down and begged Long Chen to take him as a disciple. His conning arts had reached the realm where even ghosts and gods would be shocked. Perhaps only Long Chen had such abilities. Iya, so sorry, I just wanted to demonstrate my innocence. Long Chen, who seemed to have never expected the situation to reach this point, apologized extremely awkwardly. Long Chen, today you intentionally used a sinister scheme to injure others. Today, all, Zhou Kaifeng shouted, just about to punish Long Chen. Wait a moment, don't mislabel others. I said I was nervous. It wasn't intentional. Long Chen waved his hand. What nonsense. It was clearly intentional, raged Peng Shiquan. Really, what part of it was intentional? Don't slander others. In the beginning, I was too nervous and didn't smash the hammer, all because I was afraid I would miss. But this fellow encouraged me, practically forcing me, which is the only reason I finally smashed it down. Previously, he clearly said that if there were any problems, it would be his responsibility. Everyone here heard that. Are you deaf? If you didn't hear it, then go ask your sect leader if he heard it. You can also ask each and every disciple and elder if they heard it, said Long Chen disdainfully. Zhou Kaifeng and the others clenched their teeth furiously. This Long Chen was too wicked, to intentionally bait Ji Yufeng into saying such a thing. Now, he wouldn't have to bear any of the responsibility. Ji Yufeng had suffered for nothing. I feel like the test should just end here today. Sect leader came from so far, he should rest for a few days. Let's scatter. Long Chen laughed at the gloomy-faced Zhou Kaifeng. That smash of the hammer had truly been addicting. No matter what realm you reached, as long as you were a man, that place was always a vital point. The place of the lifeline could not be isolated from pain. Even a meridian opening expert was in enough pain as to die. Long Chen's sneering made Zhou Kaifeng and the others feel like they might explode from rage. But they were powerless to do anything to him. If they ended things like this, then they wouldn't have established their prestige. Instead, they would have lost all their face. No, this test is not a game. This is for us to get a clear understanding of the disciples' power. Those who do well will get better resources, while the trash shouldn't waste any of our resources. The earlier we set up our foundation, the more beneficial it will be in the long run. We won't end just because of a small mishap. Peng Shiquan saw Zhou Kaifeng give him a special gaze, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. The earlier we set up our foundation, the more beneficial it will be in the long run. Long Chen really was impressed. They really were shameless enough. They could even utter such pompous reasoning for their schemes. A touch of ridicule appeared in Long Chen's eyes as he said, "Then you want the test to continue right now?" "Of course, we have to continue. Since you suspect something's wrong with the stone slab, then I'll let you test it on me this time." Then, Peng Shiquan added, "Last time, you might have managed to pull off a little trick, but let me see what you dare try this time. If you dare try it again, the sect leader will definitely cut off your head." Peng Shiquan lay on the ground, placing the stone slab on his chest. "Go ahead, go as hard as you like. Fuck off, can you not say something so disgusting? I don't have that kind of interest in men," cursed Long Chen. Everyone looked oddly at Peng Shiquan, who was lying on the ground. That posture, it truly could be misconstrued. "You, shut up and smash it." Peng Shiquan turned purple and roared furiously. Only then did Long Chen raise the sledgehammer. He took aim on the slab, testing it out several times with a nervous expression. "I'm nervous again." Peng Shiquan turned green, and he crossed his legs tightly, afraid Long Chen would also smash his crotch. Although that wouldn't kill him, that kind of pain was something men could not endure. Looking at Long Chen's wicked gaze, it seemed he was thinking of once more doing something sinister. "Long Chen, don't vainly think about using the same trick twice. If you intentionally miss again, I'll immediately have you killed," shouted Zhou Kaifeng. Only then did Peng Shiquan relax. He sneered, "Brat, now you can't run. Once this is finished, you'll have to be more well-behaved." His voice was extremely quiet so only Long Chen could hear. It was an obvious threat. Was this worth the trouble? Long Chen shook his head helplessly. "Shut up and swing the hammer," shouted Zhou Kaifeng. Long Chen smashed the hammer down. But all that happened was the stone slab shook ever so slightly. Everyone was puzzled. Smash after smash went down, but his blows were so weak. All that happened was some loud banging. The stone slab wasn't damaged at all. "Long Chen, are you playing the drums?" Zhou Kaifeng raged. Long Chen was just lightly tapping the slab. If he continued like that, not even a year would be enough to break the slab. He was clearly stalling for time. "Isn't this because I'm nervous? This way, if I miss, at least I won't injure anyone," said Long Chen. What nonsense. This is a test, not a game. If you can't destroy the slab, I will punish you for neglecting your duty," roared Zhou Kaifeng. "I'm no longer the enforcement elder, so how could I neglect my duties?" said Long Chen disdainfully. Even when he tried to accuse him, it seemed he still didn't have a brain. Even if you're not the enforcement elder, you are still a disciple. I use my status as sect leader to order you to smash apart that slab. Otherwise, I will punish you severely," quibbled Zhou Kaifeng. Although he was twisting the logic, it was at least slightly reasonable. If someone didn't listen to the sect leader's orders, there really was a need to punish them. "All right then, prepare yourself. Don't get killed as soon as I smash it down. Otherwise, your father would have worked so hard for nothing all those years," said Long Chen, hesitating. "Hurry up," roared Peng Shiquan. If Long Chen didn't hurry up, he was afraid he might die from rage. Long Chen spat on his hands, rubbing them like a stonemason about to get to work. "Are you prepared?" he asked again. "I'm prepared." Peng Shiquan was practically roaring. He had an urge to throttle Long Chen. This posture was extremely embarrassing for him to stay in. All right then. The instant he said that, the sledgehammer in his hand ruthlessly smashed down. The ground rocked intensely, but everyone was startled to see that the slab hadn't even cracked. As for the one beneath the slab, his face went from red to white, and then white to purple, his eyes bulging. Shockingly, the stone slab hadn't broken, but Peng Shiquan, a meridian opening expert, vomited a mouthful of blood. Long Chen had condensed his power so that it wouldn't scatter, and when he had struck the stone slab, the force had gone straight through the stone slab to strike Peng Shiquan. As a result, the stone slab hadn't broken, but Peng Shiquan wildly vomited blood. Originally, breaking stones over abdomens, using heads to break bricks, and similar tricks were just circus acts found amongst the secular world's commoners. In truth, those performers weren't powerful cultivators. They were just ordinary people. However, ordinary people wouldn't be able to endure that kind of powerful force. According to reason, they should be injured. However, those performers always managed to break the stones without the slightest injury, causing people to click their tongues in wonder. In truth, there was a certain trick to it. The trick didn't lay in the person lying on the ground, nor did it lay in the stone. Instead, it was in the hand of the smasher. As long as the person using the hammer controlled her strength properly, scattering the power when the hammer hit the slab would break apart, while the person at the bottom would receive extremely little force. Those performers would often use children to lay under the stones in order to impassion the crowd. Then they might earn a bit more money. But the people smashing the hammer were always old masters who had trained in doing this for many years. Otherwise, there really was a danger of smashing someone to death. As for Long Chen, he was doing the opposite. He sent the force directly through the slab so that the person below would endure it all. Previously, that was also why Yu Zifeng had been injured. Long Chen's cultivation base might not be high, but his control over his power had reached the point of perfection, and his control was at least 100 times better than Peng Shiquan. Peng Shiquan had used this trick to injure Yu Zifeng. Now, the wheel had turned. Long Chen's control was even more exquisite, and he used even greater strength. Even a meridian opening expert was unable to endure it. Everyone was still shocked by how Peng Shiquan had vomited blood when Long Chen ruthlessly swung the hammer a second time. Chapter 511. A Human Fountain. The sledgehammer smashed onto the stone slab. The slab trembled, but it still didn't break. Peng Shiquan once more vomited a mouthful of blood. Long Chen was too strong, and the force that transmitted through the slab shook his inner organs. He was both startled and furious, not understanding how a bone-forging brat could possess such immense power. Furthermore, his strength was controlled exquisitely. Over 90% of his force transmitted straight through the slab to strike him. Even he was only able to allow 20% of his power to transmit through the stone slab. The majority of his force would be absorbed by the slab. This tortoise shell really is hard. Elder Peng, please endure it. I will definitely smash apart your tortoise shell and save you. Not waiting for Peng Shiquan to reply, Long Chen raised the sledgehammer and once more ruthlessly smashed it down. PFF'd, PFFT. Bang, bang, bang. PFF'd, PFFT, PFFT. Each time he smashed the sledgehammer down, it would be accompanied by a loud bang. Then Peng Shiquan would vomit a mouthful of blood. Furthermore, each time, the blood would spurt out of his mouth and reach the exact same height of just over 3 meters. After reaching their peak, the droplets of blood splashed down to the ground, appearing strangely beautiful. What's going on? Is he a fountain? He seems like a fountain, a human fountain. What a rhythmic fountain. It's too mystical. Each time, the angle, the arc, the strength, everything is the same. Even the range of his blood spatters are identical. Just how did he manage to do this? Peng Shiquan's amazing blood-spurting divine ability immediately stunned everyone. When the monastery disciples saw this divine sight, they couldn't help feeling a trace of admiration for Peng Shiquan. He truly was worthy of being a meridian opening expert. Even the scene of him vomiting blood was so magnificent. I understand. Wow, Peng Shiquan's parents really were amazing. Why would you say that? Because his parents would predict the future. Think about it. Peng Shiquan, Pen, Shui, Quan. 1. He's exactly suited for spurting blood too. Look, his blood-spurting divine ability practically makes him into a human blood-spurting fountain. Amazing, truly amazing. A true genius had arisen within the monastery now. This explanation truly was too wonderful. Stop. Zhou Kaifeng finally recovered from the shock of watching Pen Shiquan vomit blood. I can't. If I don't smash apart this stone, I'll end up being gravely punished. Unfortunately, I have no choice. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chen went all out smashing the stone slab, appearing like he wouldn't stop until the stone slab was smashed to bits. Peng Shiquan was so terrified, his soul almost fled from his body. He wanted to get away, but now it was too late. He had already received continuous attacks. His body had been gravely injured, and his spiritual qi had been scattered. He was powerless to resist. Save PFFT. Before Peng Shiquan could ask to be saved, he once more vomited a mouthful of blood. Uncle, not even saying father would help you. 3. Weren't you acting very badass just now? You want to secretly injure my brother. Was that very addicting for you? Peng Shiquan let out a miserable cry and vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, Long Chen had used an even greater force, and he was unable to bear it. As for the stone slab, it cracked from his force, startling Long Chen. Just now, he hadn't controlled his power well enough, shortening the lifespan of the slab. Oh, big brother, hang on. Your day of salvation is coming soon. This stone slab is just about to break. Long Chen cried out with delight, and once more smashed down the sledgehammer. The ground shook intensely. A large crater formed on the stone ground. Peng Shiquan was smashed into the ground, and the stone slab finally reached the end of its lifespan and broke apart. Long Chen. Zhou Kaifeng roared furiously, glaring at Long Chen. He looked like he wished to bite Long Chen to death. Sect leader, why are you looking at me like that? Long Chen asked curiously. The disciples' expressions turned odd. Looking at Peng Shiquan, who almost looked to be on his final breaths, they wondered, did he really have to ask? You ended up smashing one of his subordinates almost into a flat painting. If they had nails, they could directly hang him on a wall. That was a vicious slap in his face, and yet you still have to ask why he would look at you like that. Zhou Kaifeng was fuming, wishing to immediately kill Long Chen. But Long Chen had been too sly, and there was no opportunity for him to do so. Long Chen had purposely angered him, making him say that if he didn't smash apart the stone slab, he would be gravely punished. As a result, he had ended up giving Long Chen an honorable reason for his actions. If he had smashed Peng Shiquan to death, then Zhou Kaifeng would still be able to punish Long Chen for negligence. However, he had left Peng Shiquan just barely alive. Peng Shiquan's current appearance was extremely frightening. But in truth, his vitals hadn't been seriously injured. That had been done intentionally by Long Chen. That made Zhou Kaifeng furious and surprised. His mother had told him about Long Chen, saying he wasn't a pushover and that he had to be careful. But when he had then learned that Long Chen was merely a brat who had just turned 17 years old, his mother's words ended up being ignored. He had thought that with his strength, he could arbitrarily manipulate Long Chen as easily as turning a hand. Now he realized what it felt like to be manipulated by Long Chen. He was like a loach in the mud, completely uncatchable. He hadn't given Zhou Kaifeng any opportunity to punish him. Two meridian opening experts pulled Peng Shiquan out of the ground. Currently, Peng Shiquan didn't even look human anymore. Sect leader, you have to get justice for me and kill that bastard Long Chen, begged Peng Shiquan tearfully. Suddenly, blood splashed. A sword flew over and directly pierced Peng Shiquan's chest, startling everyone. Most shocking of all was that the owner of that sword was Zhou Kaifeng. Killing intent surged on his face, and he raged, "You bastard, how dare you take advantage of my trust to play such despicable schemes against my disciples? You're unworthy of my patronage." Peng Shiquan was startled and then furious. He instantly realized that Zhou Kaifeng was planning on using his death to reverse the tables of this match. The stone slab had clearly been completely fine, and he had only acted as Zhou Kaifeng had told him to. But Long Chen had ruined Zhou Kaifeng's plan, causing him to lose all his prestige and placing him on the spot. Unable to kill Long Chen, Zhou Kaifeng was using Peng Shiquan's execution to display his prestige. He would use his death to warn them all that he was the sect leader. You little slut, yesterday in bed." A powerful force erupted, and Shantian power blew Peng Shiquan into a rain of blood, cutting off his words. Zhou Kaifeng's followers were spattered with blood because they had been the closest. Only Long Chen had seemingly long since been prepared, and when Zhou Kaifeng had increased his power, he had unhurriedly taken out an umbrella from his spatial ring. The exact moment when the rain of blood erupted, he opened the umbrella in front of him. There wasn't a speck of blood on him. Long Chen threw the umbrella to the side, his expression disdainful. After Zhou Kaifeng lost his face, he had actually killed his own subordinate in an attempt to display his prestige. Was that the style of these high cadre disciples? However, it went without saying that Zhou Kaifeng's actions were truly shocking. No one had imagined he would be ruthless enough to kill a meridian opening expert. Within the first monastery, the only meridian opening expert had been Tu Fang. But now, a meridian opening expert had been killed right in front of them. However, Long Chen felt it was a bit odd. Before Peng Shiquan had died, he had cursed Zhou Kaifeng as being a slut, as well as something about a bed. Peng Shiquan was a two-faced man, taking advantage of my trust to switch out the stone slabs, disappointing me. This matter will end here. I'm weary from travel and need to rest. You can all scatter. After Zhou Kaifeng said this, someone went to gather Peng Shiquan's corpse, while two others hastily ran forward to set down more of the red carpet. Zhou Kaifeng had to have this red carpet wherever he walked, as he refused to get dust on his feet. The red carpet continued all the way to the sect leader's cultivation location. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sight of the red carpet stretching into the distance. This is a bit too pretentious, don't you think? Guo Ran spat on the carpet. This carpet was created from the pelts of magical beasts. If it was in the secular world, only a monarch's residence would have such a luxurious commodity. But to Zhou Kaifeng, that luxurious carpet was a one-use item. That was truly wasteful. He's so feminine, he's almost a woman. He also seems to have very severe misophobia. His clothes are all exceedingly clean, without a single wrinkle or loose thread. Furthermore, he can't even be touched by dust, said Meng Qi. I've never seen a guy with painted lips, drawn-on eyebrows, and so much white powder on his face. And even his voice is like that. I think I have goosebumps, said Tang Wan. Hee, our new sect leader really is peak grade. Didn't that Peng Shiquan mention the bed? Hee, laughed Guo Ran. What about the bed? Asked Tang Wan. Guo Ran meant that this half-man, half-woman is an extreme neat freak, and so he probably is always in his room, lying on his bed to avoid getting dust on himself. Long Chen glared at Guo Ran before explaining. It was best for pure fairies like Tang Wan and Meng Qi to not learn about this matter. Alright, everyone can scatter. Remember the monastery rules and pay attention to your conduct. Don't let anyone find any evidence of any wrongdoing, or we'll be the ones to lose out. Now, the situation is extremely clear. They've come here to nitpick everything we do. Although their main target might be me, they won't let you guys off either. Be careful, said Long Chen. Everyone returned to their residences, their moods slightly grave. Peng Shiquan's death had cast a shadow over their hearts. While their moods might be a bit heavy, Zhou Kaifeng's mood was even heavier. When he arrived at his new residence, he directly smashed apart all the decorations in his room. Long Chen, just wait. I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. Killing intent surfaced from Zhou Kaifeng's eyes. Chapter 512 Countering Every Move. Originally, Long Chen had thought that the first day's results would make Zhou Kaifeng tranquil for at least a few days. But Zhou Kaifeng began to make things hard the very next day. However, this time, Zhou Kaifeng didn't come out personally. Instead, he sent out 2 meridian opening experts whom he had appointed as elders. Those 2 were given the title of training elder. On the second day, they called out all the disciples, including Long Chen, and began to undergo training. The goal of this training was to strengthen everyone's physiques. Only with a powerful physique could you cultivate stronger cultivation techniques and battle skills. It sounded good, but when the disciples saw what they were drilling, they almost coughed up blood. They were doing martial sequences such as the horse stance, the frog jump, etc. Those movements were extremely commonly seen in the secular world. But in the cultivation world, no one would train in those, as they were essentially useless. When people raised their doubts about this, the training elders had replied that the foundation was the most important thing, and so they needed to see what kind of foundation they currently had. What made them the most speechless was that the training elders made it incredibly difficult, nitpicking every small detail. If they didn't do it perfectly, they would be directly kicked out and cursed. The disciples quickly realized this was no drilling but just making life hard on them. They could only obediently endure for now, trying to make their movements according to the standards set by the elders so that there was nothing to nitpick. These 2 training elders had learned from their predecessors, and they didn't dare target Long Chen. Instead, they would pick out targets from the people beside him. One time, one of them set his gaze on Meng Qi. But seeing Long Chen's icy gaze, he hesitated and decided not to in the end. After 3 days, Long Chen was finally unable to endure any longer. He could tell these bastards were just intentionally making things hard on them so that they had no time to cultivate. That very night, Long Chen, Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, Songming Yuan, Yu Zifeng, and Li Qi covered up their faces and snuck their way into the residence of those 2 elders. As soon as they snuck in, without saying a word, Long Chen charged forward, knocking down one of them with a spear. The other one was knocked unconscious by Ji Yuyong and the others. What's going on? How are they so weak? Guo Ran was dumbfounded. Fool, they might have a high cultivation base, but their true combat experience is essentially 0. They're just a bunch of servants amongst the workers. How strong did you think they would be? Said Long Chen disdainfully. He had long since noticed that while they had reached the early meridian opening realm, they lacked any murderous aura at all. Most likely, they had never killed anyone ever. Even when they had snuck in, the 2 of them had still been drinking. In fact, Even once they had noticed several masked men enter, they had actually asked them what they were doing. Such idiots were truly the peak of all idiots. They brought the two of them behind a mountain. Long Chen said, "Break all their limbs." An extremely inhumane massage was followed by the sounds of bone breakings. However, the two of them were still alive. They were unable to make a sound, not because they didn't want to, but because Ji Yu Yang's socks were stuffed in their mouths. Ji Yu Yang's socks were the worst smelling, and even he would feel dizzy when he smelled them. As a result, that grand mission had been given to him. Who let you show off? Who let you bully others? Just keep going. Thinking of how insufferably arrogant they had been during the drilling, they beat them black and blue. They only stopped once the two of them had fallen unconscious, and they couldn't help feeling refreshed. Alright, let's go. Long Chen felt that was good enough. If they continued beating them, they really might die. These injuries would probably require several months to heal. Long Chen brought them to leave. But Guo Ran had only just taken a few steps when he suddenly thought of something. A naughty smile appeared on his face, and he ran back, taking off his pants. A stream of yellow liquid splashed on the two of them. Ji Yu Yang and the others also became excited and ran back, giving the two of them a free shower. Long Chen was speechless and didn't join them. He returned to his residence, and he found someone from the Huayan sect waiting for him. This person had brought him a spatial ring. Inside were 10 million bone-tempering pills. That made Long Chen incredibly delighted. They had just run out of bone-tempering pills a few days ago, so Zheng Wenlong had sent them right on time. That person told Long Chen that to refine these pills, the Huayan sect had been recruiting alchemists from all directions. Now, their own alchemy team was extremely powerful. Long Chen asked this person whether doing so was safe, as it might expose the secret, but that person merely smiled and told him to be at ease. Of the Huayan sect alchemists, some were their own disciples and thus extremely reliable, while some were alchemists they had recruited. Those alchemists had all had to sign contracts that none of them would dare break. Furthermore, they were all refining within the Huayan sect's secret rooms, and so there was no way for anything to leak. After sending that person off, Long Chen decided not to distribute all the medicinal pills like he had the first time but to just distribute 10 days' worth. With Zhou Kaifeng here, it was best to be cautious. If they noticed people had tens of thousands of bone-tempering pills in their spatial rings, that would raise his suspicions. In the entire first monastery, after countless years of saving up, there had only been just over 100,000 bone-tempering pills. That was only enough to raise a single complete tempering bone-forging expert. Now, if each person was given that many bone-tempering pills, that would bring trouble if it was noticed. Now was the most critical moment of their development, and Long Chen had no choice but to be careful. The next day, the training stopped because the two training elders had disappeared. Even the sect leader ended up being disturbed by the resulting commotion, and he ordered all the disciples to search. As a result, they found the two of them had been beaten up badly and were lying in a ditch behind a mountain. Furthermore, a disgusting stench was coming from their bodies. Seeing that, Zhou Kaifeng was enraged. After waking the two of them, he pressed them for answers about who had done it, but the two of them had no idea who those people had been. All they knew was that it had been a bunch of black-robed people. But after Zhou Kaifeng guided them a bit, they both spoke out at the same time to say it was Long Chen. But how could Long Chen admit to that? Wasn't this, wrongly, accusing him? As a result, all the Dragonblood Legion's disciples stood up to testify that Long Chen had been with them drinking wine at that time. He had never gone out, so there was no way he had committed this crime. Although Zhou Kaifeng was 90% confident it was done by Long Chen, there was no proof. In the end, he could only drop the subject. From that day onwards, Long Chen and the others' days became even worse, because two more training elders came to do drilling with them. Furthermore, they had grown smarter, and all the meridian opening experts stayed together at night. Unless all the Dragonblood Legion moved out, it was impossible to capture them all. Most importantly, they were living not far from the sect leader's residence, and the smallest disturbance would alarm him. But they had to think of something, as continuing like this was not a solution. Long Chen wanted to raise everyone's strength, and he had no time for this. And so, Long Chen was preparing to make a large move. That night, he called Guo Ran over and the two of them discussed the plan all through the night. The next day, Guo Ran gathered all the Dragonblood Legion's disciples. This was an important matter, and all of them had to participate. Guo Ran, is boss preparing to publicly cut down the sect leader? Asked Ji Yu Yong excitedly. I don't know, but boss did assign everyone a very difficult mission. After saying that, Guo Ran took out piles of delicacies, filling up a large table. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a celebration? This is the mission boss assigned us. You have to finish all this food, and each person must drink at least 2 jugs of wine. Guo Ran laughed. People were unable to comprehend. What kind of mission was this? But Guo Ran refused to answer, and so they could only drop it and begin to crazily devour the food. It went without saying that cultivators had strong stomachs. Each person ate hundreds of pounds of food, and some drank 5 or 6 jugs of wine. Guo Ran, boss really is nice. He knew we were suffering from the bullying, and he wanted to make it up to us. Ji Yu Yong hiccuped and laughed. He was the one who ate the most and drank the most. Make it up, hee hee. Guo Ran laughed. Good word. All this food has had some supplements added to it so that when they enter the stomach, they will rapidly expand. As for the wine you drink, boss sprinkled in some 5-flavor tofu. At this time, you should be beginning to feel the effects in your stomach. Everyone's expressions changed. As Guo Ran had said, their stomachs were starting to ache slightly, and they also felt a certain valve was in danger of being breached. What's going on, Guo Ran? Hee hee, you've all eaten too many medicinal pills, and the toxins in your body need to be expelled. Otherwise, if the toxin reaches your souls, it will become impossible to remove. So, boss is helping you all undergo a detox, explained Guo Ran with a sinister laugh. You 5 sisters should hurry and leave. If you don't find a toilet soon, it might be too late. Qing Yu and the others blushed and hastily ran off. They could already feel it coming. Hey, you guys, don't rush off. You still have some work to do. Once the 5 women left, the others also felt something coming and wanted to slip away. Otherwise, it really might be too late. The danger of being breached was rising. The chamber pot has already been prepared for everyone. With a thud, a large barrel over 30 meters in circumference and 15 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. This chamber pot was more like a swimming pool. It was made entirely of steel, and it appeared to have just been made. Previously, your mission was to eat all that food. Now your mission is to work together to fill up the dung pool. After saying that, Guo Ran's expression suddenly changed, and he hastily took off his pants and began undergoing his arduous mission. Chapter 513 Crap Pool. Boss, are you sure about this? Don't you think this is a bit too vicious? Don't spout such rubbish. If we just continue like this, we'll be toyed with to death. Our time is our lives, and wasting. Our time is equivalent to killing us. This time, we must make a big move. So shut up and keep digging. Long Chen and Guo Ran were underground, wielding shovels and digging a tunnel with all their might. But they had to make sure to keep the noise to a minimum. Boss, this is a bit wicked. Why would you want to do it in the middle of the day? Guo Ran asked while digging. Aren't you still spouting nonsense? Haven't you heard of a certain phrase, those who commit wicked deeds will be found out sooner or later? So I decided to just do this during the day. Don't bother with those useless details. Don't you realize Zhou Kaifeng is up to something? There's definitely a reason he declared there wouldn't be any drilling today. Have you prepared everything I asked you to do? This is extremely important, asked Long Chen gravely. Don't worry boss, when have I ever let you down? The goods have all been prepared. Although it's not completely full, it's almost there. It can definitely drown a person. Boss, this time you really were a conner. The toxins from over 300 people, the splashing liquid, that scent, Guo Ran almost vomited. Don't describe it so much. Are you trying to disgust me? Looks like you'll need to train for a few more years. Long Chen rolled his eyes. He just knew Guo Ran felt a bit wronged and wanted to disgust him to even it out. After all, Long Chen had been the plotter, but Guo Ran had been the one to carry it out. To display his emotions to his brothers, he had no choice but to use himself as a demonstration. Despite knowing there was something in the wine, he had still drunk it. But boss, after this detox, I feel like my mind is much clearer, like I've completely transformed, said Guo Ran. Of course, because cultivators consume too many medicinal pills, a large amount of pill toxins accumulate in their bodies. That's an even bigger problem for us since we come from more humble origins than those other geniuses. The medicinal pills we use are usually of lower quality, which increases the concentration of pill toxins. The amount of pill toxins we accumulated was too great, and if we still didn't expel it, it would have sunk into our bones and then infected our souls, becoming completely unextractable, said Long Chen. During this time, they had been consuming medicinal pills as fast as they could. Long Chen had noticed the pill toxins in their bodies had begun to grow to threatening levels and needed to be expelled. The two of them dug for over 2 hours, creating a huge, circular cave. Long Chen appraised it and said, "It's about the right size. Go set up the mechanism above." When Long Chen and Guo Ran returned above ground, the sky had already darkened. The work had taken several more hours, however, everything would definitely be very worth it. Another tiring day came. The entire monastery was enveloped with a strange atmosphere. Each day, they would have to constantly try in order to establish a sturdy foundation. That exhausted everyone, and they had no energy to cultivate. By now, everyone in the monastery was well aware that Zhou Kaifeng was deliberately making things hard on them, making it impossible for them to cultivate. Originally, he had planned on cutting off their monthly stipends to slow down their cultivation speed, but that plan had been ruined by a smash of Long Chen's sledgehammer. Now, his scheming became even worse, and he directly used the most despicable method to thwart their cultivation, causing all the disciples to hate him. They also felt immense hate for his pawns. Those meridian opening experts were all a bunch of petty men, using their position to bully them. They didn't have any of the style of experts. They used all sorts of reasons to make things hard on them, almost making everyone explode in fury. But they still had to endure it. Other than the drilling, they had added another aspect. When the drilling ended, the sect leader would personally come to see if anyone was absent. This was clearly just rubbing it in. The first monastery only had so few disciples. It was obvious if anyone was absent. Now, they would say names one by one, and each time, that name would have to be recorded, taking up another 2 hours of their time. Just seeing Zhou Kaifeng sitting in front of them, smiling a smile that wasn't a smile, they had an urge to bite him to death. The drilling had just ended today. A meridian opening elder took out a clean towel and wiped it over the ground dozens of times to make sure there was no dust. Only then did Zhou Kaifeng appear in front of everyone. When he looked at Long Chen, his expression became one of disdain. Previously, he had summoned Long Chen, wanting to see if he could use some method to obtain Long Chen's secrets. That was one of his missions in coming here. But Long Chen ignored him, saying he was crapping and had no time to see him. If he wanted to see him, then that was fine, he could come to the lavatory. That had made Zhou Kaifeng furious, and he had even destroyed the decorations in his room again. However, he had no choice but to endure. He could only use this torment to make Long Chen submit. It had already been half a month. Each day, he would come up with ways to torment these disciples, not letting them cultivate. They had all reached the bone-forging realm, which was the golden period to cultivate. Each hour was extremely precious. Now that half a month had passed, all the disciples' expressions were extremely ugly. But those expressions made Zhou Kaifeng incredibly delighted. He felt his plans were already starting to bear fruit. Success was not far. However, today he saw that Long Chen still didn't have the slightest expression. In fact, there almost seemed to be a smile hiding within his eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily clench. With a red carpet beneath his feet as usual, Zhou Kaifeng walked over to his seat. A meridian opening expert hastily took out a new towel, and only after he rubbed the chair did Zhou Kaifeng sit. "Let's start attend ah." Zhou Kaifeng didn't even have a chance to finish his sentence when the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in. No one noticed that behind Long Chen, Guo Ran was stepping on a round thing on the ground. Once the ground caved in, Zhou Kaifeng and his elders fell into the ground. There was a loud splashing sound as if something had fallen into water. Before anyone could go see what was going on, an incomparably foul stench wafted over, one that could overturn seas and reverse rivers. Long Chen had originally been thinking of getting a look, but he had underestimated that stench. Although it wasn't as strong as that stink spider poison sac, it was only just slightly inferior. He hastily fled. The others didn't even know what was happening. But that stench was just too disgusting, and they all crazily ran while holding their breaths. Save Arg. Zhou Kaifeng didn't know what was down below, but as a neat freak, he couldn't be touched with dust. He called out for someone to save him, but before he could, he fell into the water, gulping down a mouthful of it. When he saw the yellow and green liquid around him and smelled the stench that could make a person go crazy, Zhou Kaifeng's eyes rolled into the back of his head and he directly fainted. He might be a Xianxian expert, but he had no fighting experience. Furthermore, he had extremely severe mysophobia. He was surrounded by his nightmare. As for the other experts, they weren't much better off than him. They were just servants, and their training had been severely lacking. They had never run into such a situation. Falling into the crap pool, many of them ended up drinking a few mouthfuls in their panic before crawling out. Where's the sect leader? They had crawled out, their bodies stuck with some sticky residue, and it was unclear who was who. But after a while, they finally realized the sect leader wasn't amongst them. He's still down below. We have to save him. It went without saying that although they didn't meet the standard as experts, they were pretty good servants. They jumped their way into the crap pool to save their master. However, it took them an incense stick's worth of time to dig him out. Long Chen, this wasn't done by you, right? Tu Feng looked at that scene from a distance, feeling numb. The first thing they had seen once they had fled far enough was those meridian opening experts, crawling out of the crap pool and then jumping back in. Even from a mile away, they could still smell that foul stench. That stench made them dizzy, and there seemed to be toxins within it. How could there not be toxins in it? The Dragonblood Legion's warriors had all expelled these toxins. When they saw their self-made products had actually been put to use, they almost cried out. Don't falsely accuse a good person. Am I, Long Chen, such a person? Who knows, perhaps this is some new training method they came up with. Long Chen decided not to admit it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tu Feng, but that everyone within the monastery had been gathered here. Who knew whether there would be someone to inform against him? Safety should still be his first priority. It was fine as long as he just laughed inside. Sometimes feeling happy just inside was an extremely good feeling. Tu Feng looked at Long Chen, and then to Zhou Kaifeng, who was still unconscious. Looking at the meridian opening elder's panic, he couldn't help sighing inside. They could have decided to target anyone, but they had decided to target Long Chen. They were definitely looking to die themselves with crap. Long Chen, this matter, started Tu Feng worriedly. Does this matter have anything to do with me? We've only just taken over this monastery, and who knows what mechanisms are present here. If there's a problem, they should go find the old owners of the first monastery. They can investigate them. In any case, I don't know anything, said Long Chen. He had long since thought of this way out. Although the mechanism had been set up by him and Guo Ran, as long as he refused to admit anything, what could anyone do to him? Where was the proof? They're leaving, cried out some people. Everyone hastily looked to see the few of them carrying Zhou Kaifeng and rushing toward a transportation formation. Long Chen laughed. Now we can finally get some peace. Chapter 514 The Aftermath of the Vicious Move. When Zhou Kaifeng and the others appeared in the Xuantian Supermonastery's transportation formation, the elders guarding the formation all jumped in fright, thinking it was an enemy attack. That was because when they appeared, a terrifying stench attacked their heads, making them dizzy. Furthermore, there was some liquid stuck all over them, and it was impossible to see their faces. Seeing a dozen unfamiliar faces who were all meridian opening experts, those elders panicked and activated the alarm. The alarm rang out throughout the entire supermonastery, and countless experts rushed over. Zhou Kaifeng was still unconscious. As for his suck-ups, they only knew how to fawn over him. Now, they had no idea what to do. Only once the elders demanded to know who they were did they realize they should report their names and beg to see assistant monastery head Zhou. They said their sect leader had been gravely injured. That person was comparatively smart and didn't tell the entire story, as that would be extremely embarrassing. Zhou Qingyi quickly arrived. After all, it was her son, and although he was a bit useless, she still cared for him. When she saw her son was covered in a layer of grime that emitted a disgusting stench, Zhou Qingyi almost went crazy, and right there and then, she began to curse those meridian opening experts. When she had selected these bodyguards for her son, she hadn't cared about their cultivation base or combat abilities. After all, within the Xuantian Dao sect, there was no need to worry about safety. She had picked out these people because of their methods and loyalty. As a result, these people's combat abilities were absolute garbage. But even with over 10 people guarding him, her son had still ended up in this state. If there weren't so many people present, she would have immediately executed all of them. What happened? Zhou Qingyi walked up, wanting to see her son. But seeing that yellow-green liquid stuck to him, she almost vomited. Don't tell me now. Hurry up and wash yourselves. Seeing that her son was fine and had merely fainted, she was very relieved. She had those people hurry up and take a bath, as they were really too disgusting. They hastily ran to a pool near the supermonastery and washed. As a result, all the water within several miles became incredibly foul, and all the fish in the water floated up, dead. Although they had rubbed themselves until they had shed their old layer of skin, they were still unable to eliminate that stench. Even their skin had been dyed a brown color. Because they had stayed in the crap pool for too long, the pill toxins inside it had permeated throughout their skin. Unless they tore off all their skin, that color would never fade. Furthermore, the stench would be permanent. In the end, they returned to the supermonastery, their skin an odd shade that caused the disciples there to look strangely at them. However, no one dared ask them any details, because the stench coming from them was still too strong for them to get close. They only watched from a distance. When disciples in the lower-ranking monasteries advanced to the bone-forging realm, they would be sent to the supermonastery, as their own monastery did not possess the ability to raise them. In the end, the struggle between monasteries could not be allowed to affect the development of geniuses, or that would be digging their own grave. Thus, Zhou Kaifeng's actions in targeting the first monastery had caused a stir in the entire supermonastery. Let alone the disciples, even the elders were waiting to see what would happen. So at this time, there were people who took a trip to the first monastery. They asked about what had happened and then returned, announcing that those people had ended up falling into a dung pit. That news caused a clamor within the supermonastery, and they all understood why those people looked like they did. Originally, Zhou Qingyi had been hoping to keep this matter private and to interrogate the guards on her own. But now, the entire supermonastery was aware of it, causing her expression to become exceedingly ugly. She knew there were people who were intentionally spreading the news. Without even thinking about it, she knew it was Shui Wuan who set that up. That was the reason this matter ended up causing such a huge commotion. When she saw the disciples looking oddly at her, she was so furious that she wanted to kill them. After learning the whole story from Zhou Kaifeng's bodyguards, Zhou Qingyi's killing intent surged. She knew this matter was definitely done by Long Chen. Zhou Kaifeng awoke several times, but each time he woke up, he would wildly vomit and then faint. Again, he possessed an extremely severe mysophobia, and his mother knew that. Even a person without mysophobia would be unable to endure being dropped in a crap pool. Furthermore, Zhou Kaifeng had even swallowed a few mouthfuls of it. That was something that would affect him for the rest of his life. Zhou Qingyi's expression was dark as she went directly to the transportation formation. However, she was blocked by a certain person. Assistant Monastery Head Zhou, where are you going in such a rush and with such a murderous aura? Shui Wuan smiled gracefully in white robes. This was the best mood she had been in since Zhou Qingyi had arrived at the supermonastery. She almost felt as if she had returned to her youth, and her whole body was filled with energy. During this time, Zhou Qingyi had used various methods to purchase quite a few of the supermonastery's elders in order to publicly oppose Shui Wuan. It went without saying that Zhou Qingyi's methods were extremely brilliant. Furthermore, she was willing to spend an immense sum of money. Most likely, the Zhou family had given her quite a bit of privilege. She had quickly pulled in almost half of the elders with authority in the supermonastery, making Shui Wuan extremely furious. Zhou Qingyi was practically absolutely shameless. Her brazen actions lacked the elegance of a great expert. Instead, her conduct was similar to the hoodlums on the streets. But such a move was something Shui Wuan could not defend against. If she wanted to contend against it, she would also have to give up her dignity to pull back those elders. But Shui Wuan had her pride, and she disdained to do such a thing. But while she might disdain to do such a thing, her opponent was in full swing. If this continued, it would just take a few years before all her authority within the supermonastery was essentially gone, and she would be the monastery head in title only. Just as she was hesitating over what to do, over whether or not she should also thicken her skin, Long Chen had sent her this great gift. Long Chen's actions were undoubtedly a vicious blow to Zhou Qingyi, and also a fierce warning to those elders collaborating with her. Long Chen brazenly injured a sect leader, and his crimes cannot be pardoned. So what if I want to kill him? You want to harbor a criminal? Raged Zhou Qingyi. Currently, all the supermonastery's disciples and elders were watching from a distance. They all knew the two of them were like water and fire. They would fight until one of them was dead. However, Their struggle represented two enormous entities, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell just who was stronger. The supermonastery's elders were all restless. Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi had torn off their pretenses and were publicly going against each other. They had to choose which side to join. According to reason, Shui Wuan was the monastery head, and they should join her. But Zhou Qingyi's momentum was torrential, and she rivaled Shui Wuan, claiming herself to be an equal. She was clearly trying to suppress her. Furthermore, Zhou Qingyi's methods were extremely straightforward. She secretly offered them extremely generous conditions, even saying that she could bring them into her Zhou family to grow. It was very enticing. However, which one of the elders with actual authority in the supermonastery wasn't an old fox? Although a portion of them had agreed to join Zhou Qingyi, that was just a verbal agreement. In truth, they were still just spectators. Looking at the current situation, it seemed the two of them really were about to have a throwdown. Their fight was about to reach a new intensity because of Long Chen's actions. You say Long Chen did it, but where is the proof? If you don't have any, then don't. Randomly bite people like a wild dog, said Shui Wuan. Zhou Qingyi was incredibly furious. She even suspected this had all been set up by Shui Wuan. Even if it wasn't done personally by Long Chen, he is definitely related to this matter. Once he's captured and interrogated, the truth will naturally come out. Oh, is that so? Then there's no need to capture me. I, Long Chen, have already come. Suddenly, a voice came from the transportation formation. At some unknown time, Long Chen had already appeared. Long Chen, Zhou Qingyi gnashed her teeth. Even after turning her son into his current state, he still was brazen enough to appear here. Assistant Monastery Head Zhou, why do you want to capture me? There's no need to go to that much trouble. I'm already here, so if you have anything to say, you can say it here. Seeing Zhou Qingyi had turned ashen from rage, Long Chen couldn't help feeling refreshed inside. This could count as getting some interest for his previous humiliation. Long Chen, you really are brazen to harm a sect leader like this, shouted Zhou Qingyi. Hey, don't make up so much nonsense. It's not like you were the one who fell into a crap pool, so how did you learn to spout such crap? Did you personally see me do anything? Aren't you just wrongly accusing a good person? Said Long Chen with great grievance. When Long Chen called himself a good person, Shui Wuan almost laughed. If he was considered a good person, then were there any bad people in this world? Even Shui Wuan had never imagined Long Chen would be this vicious, dropping a misophobic person into a crap pool. That was even worse than killing him. But then thinking of how Zhou Qingyi had attacked Long Chen at the beginning, she had a certain thought: wicked people were best handled by wicked people. You dare quibble? Once I capture you, we'll see if you dare lie again. Zhou Qingyi roared and a powerful aura locked Long Chen in place. The entire world seemed to have frozen, startling everyone. She shot forward like a bolt of lightning, a large palm aiming for Long Chen's throat. Long Chen was locked down by a terrifying pressure and unable to move. But he was sneering with ridicule. A figure appeared in front of him, and a snow-white palm slapped across Zhou Qingyi's face. Chapter 515 Little Snow Undergoes Tribulation. A crisp sound rang out. Zhou Qingyi flew back, and when she finally stabilized herself, everyone saw a very delicate handprint on her face. Zhou Qingyi, don't be so shameless. This is the supermonastery, not your Zhou family. It'd be best for you to differentiate the two of them, warned Shui Wuan. Zhou Qingyi's expression sunk. This face slap was practically the greatest humiliation. She unsheathed her sword, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Everyone couldn't help letting out startled cries and hastily retreating. If an expert on this level truly attacked, then the terrifying power could destroy the entire supermonastery. Zhou Qingyi, let me say it again, don't be so shameless. Your miserable abilities are nothing in front of me. Don't think that just because you've reached the sea expansion realm that you're so amazing. Although we're both in the sea expansion realm, if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't last even 3 exchanges. If you still want to stubbornly insist on doing things the wrong way, then even if I kill you, I will stand on the side of reason. At most, I will get a light punishment. But as for you, you'll have lost your life, said Shui Wuan. Zhou Qingyi's chest heaved, her expression changing multiple times. Shui Wuan was entirely correct. She was not her match. Shui Wuan had already participated in 3 righteous and corrupt battles, and she was a true expert. Not only was Zhou Qingyi's cultivation base lower than hers, but her combat experience was also extremely lacking. However, this face slap was unendurable. She had never felt such grievance in her life. It's just a slap in the face and not something so big. We're all members of the same sect. Why quibble over such minor matters? Furthermore, your skin is so thick. As a Grand Sea expansion old demon that wasn't embarrassed to attack a small bone-forging disciple, I'm sure that a slap isn't able to break through the defenses of your skin. It must not even hurt. Let's just let this matter end here, advised Long Chen. That made Zhou Qingyi feel like her face was burning. That was another slap on her face. Long Chen's mouth was too vicious. As for Shui Wuan, she was also refreshed by his words, but she also cut at him with her eyes, startling Long Chen. Then, he quickly realized he had misspoken. By saying "sea expansion old demon," he had ended up including Shui Wuan in his cursing, and he couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. Seeing Zhou Qingyi glare at him, his fury ignited and he raged, "What? Did I say something wrong? You shameless old bitch, you repeatedly bullied me. Tell me, are you shameless or not?" If Long Chen was able to beat her, he would have long since tried to kill her. The humiliation of her trying to make him kneel down had to be repaid. That enmity was enough for Long Chen to want to hack her to death 1,000 times. "Long Chen, I know this matter definitely has to do with you," raged Zhou Qingyi. "Are you a pig? I already said not to make up nonsense. If you want to accuse me, bring out your proof," sneered Long Chen. "The first monastery only has so few people. I don't believe I won't be able to find out who did this. Just wait, I'll definitely kill the villain who did this." Zhou Qingyi clenched her teeth. "Idiot, you still spout such crap before investigating. Even if you find out who did it, it will be up to the law enforcement branch to decide their punishment, not you. Other than that, let me tell you that we've only just entered the first monastery for over a month. We still aren't familiar with the monastery's structure. Those crap pools must have existed for a while. The amount of toxins in there would require at least a decade to form. Furthermore, look at the crap's texture, color, smell, taste." The meridian opening experts that had been following Zhou Qingyi couldn't help it anymore, and they began to crazily vomit. Those were Zhou Kaifeng's bodyguards, and this time, Zhou Qingyi had been preparing to bring them with her to the first monastery. They were to say it was done by Long Chen, and whether or not he admitted to it, they could still bring him back here and then consider their next move. But before they could do that, Long Chen had come of his own volition. Now that Long Chen had begun to describe the crap pool, their expressions darkened. When he mentioned the taste, they ended up recalling the sensation as it passed through their mouths, and so they began to retch. "In any case, let me sum it up. If you want to punish me, then bring out your evidence. Goodbye." Just like that, Long Chen activated the transportation formation and disappeared from everyone's gazes. He had come suddenly, and he had left suddenly. No one knew just what drug he had taken. Only Shui Wuan realized that he had come here to tell her that he hadn't left any openings. He had long since erased any evidence that could point to him, and he wasn't afraid of Zhou Qingyi's investigation. Even if she found something questionable, Long Chen had all kinds of methods to handle it. He had come here to put Shui Wuan at ease. If Zhou Qingyi wanted to investigate, she could investigate as much as she wanted to. He had already modified the evidence. The toxins within the crap pool had been changed to look like it had been there for many years. He had also made the tunnel and pool look old and broken down. No one would be able to tell they were newly excavated. Thus, they wouldn't be able to match it up to the right times. If they wanted to find the origin, they would have to investigate the people that had been led by Sha Qishan, the ones that had been there years ago. Now, Sha Qishan had already died, while most of the old first monastery's members had already left. From there, they could pick a few suspicious targets and investigate them for as long as they wished. In any case, they wouldn't find any concrete evidence. It was unknown just how long this investigation would take, but in any case, Long Chen was fighting a long-term battle. This was just to gain himself some time. Once Long Chen left, in order to appear impartial, Shui Wuan formed an investigative team to find out what had happened. For the sake of being fair, both Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi sent people. Right now, Shui Wuan didn't have to do anything except keep an eye on Zhou Qingyi. She didn't let her leave her eyesight. This was for Long Chen's safety. Long Chen had truly given her a nice gift now. He had completed this matter beautifully. Not only had he essentially crippled Zhou Qingyi's son, but she herself had even landed a slap on her face. That feeling really had been satisfying and addictive. Whenever Zhou Kaifeng woke up, he would constantly vomit. He seemed to have gone insane, making Zhou Qingyi frantic. However, there was no way to fix this. Mysophobia was innate, and there was no medicine to heal it. There was also no pill to heal his current state. Seeing her son be turned into this crazy state, Zhou Qingyi was incredibly furious, and she secretly killed all his bodyguards. She knew she had been played by Shui Wuan, and extremely viciously at that. The slap in the face had caused all her prestige to disappear. Those fellows who had originally been indecisive about joining her side began to give her the cold shoulder. As for those who had agreed to support her, they began to enter seclusion, handing their matters to other people. That surprised and infuriated her. Long Chen had now completely ruined all her previous work. In comparison to Zhou Qingyi, Long Chen's mood was excellent now. Once he returned to the monastery, he gathered the Dragonblood Legion and distributed the medicinal pills to them. They all went into seclusion, and they were not to leave until they finished all the medicinal pills. He knew Zhou Qingyi had no way to counterattack for now. Their monastery would get a brief period of peace. This period of peace was extremely precious. Long Chen refused to waste it. Everyone went into seclusion to temper bones. As for Long Chen, he didn't have time to cultivate. The first thing he did was bring Little Snow out of the monastery. They traveled tens of thousands of miles, stopping within a desolate mountain range. Woo-woo, Little Snow rubbed Long Chen's chest, his voice trembling slightly. Don't be afraid, I'll be here the entire time. In a bit, I'll just watch from a distance as you attack your bottleneck. If there's a problem, I'll immediately come to help. Long Chen patted Little Snow comfortingly. Little Snow nodded and rushed 100 miles away. His body shook slightly, and suddenly a powerful aura soared. Little Snow's fur stood on end, looking like needles. The ground beneath Little Snow collapsed. The air around him shuddered. But nothing else happened. Just as Long Chen thought Little Snow had been worried for nothing, thunderclouds gathered up in the sky. As expected, it really did come. Long Chen's expression was grave. That was tribulation lightning. There was no longer any doubt. Little Snow was undergoing tribulation. That was practically inconceivable. Ordinary magical beasts wouldn't have any tribulations. Only those magical beasts which possessed ancient bloodlines would have to undergo tribulations. Furthermore, even if they had to undergo tribulation, they would only start tribulations upon reaching the 6th rank. 6th rank magical beasts were equivalent to the Xianxian realm for cultivators. When cultivators reached the Xianxian realm, they would also begin undergoing tribulation, using Thunder Force to temper themselves, transforming their Hautian spiritual chi to Xianxian power. Rumbling shook the sky, and boundless pressure crashed down on Little Snow. Little Snow was filled with terror, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Don't be afraid, Little Snow. It's just trying to scare you. If you end up being terrified, you'll end up losing. Don't worry, I'll be here, called out Long Chen. Long Chen was all too familiar with this scene. It made him think of his own first tribulation. At that time, he had faced a terrifying will that had horrified and panicked him. The spirit world expert had told him that had just been to test his will. As long as his will was strong enough, he could disregard it. Now, Little Snow was the same as him. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning struck Little Snow. The ground exploded, dirt flying everywhere. What terrifying power! This isn't lightning baptism, but pure annihilation. Little Snow was covered in blood now, but he listened to Long Chen, bitterly enduring. He roared up at the sky. The second bolt of lightning ruthlessly crashed down on Little Snow, bringing with it a powerful pressure and a destructive aura. Little Snow cried out miserably. That terrifying power almost blew his body apart. He was unable to hold on and lay on the ground, vomiting blood. Just at that moment, the thunderclouds in the sky began to condense, and a waterfall of lightning crashed down on Little Snow, who was now on his last breaths. Fuck off! An angry roar pierced through the clouds, and Long Chen appeared in front of Little Snow, a fist smashing toward the surging lightning. Chapter 516 Lightning Against Lightning. After those two attacks from Little Snow's lightning tribulation, Long Chen clearly saw that it was lacking a certain something that should have been there. It was said that lightning tribulation was a cruel trial, but it was also a gift from the heavens. The lightning contained a destructive aura, but it also contained a portion of life energy to purify the flesh of the person undergoing tribulation. But Long Chen saw that Little Snow's tribulation was the same as his. Where was the life energy? It was entirely destructive in nature. Its only goal was to ruthlessly annihilate him. It was completely different from the records. That made Long Chen furious. The heavens were not only rejecting him, but they were also rejecting Little Snow. When the third bolt of terrifying lightning descended, he finally roared furiously, and Thunderforce covered his right hand as he ruthlessly struck the lightning tribulation. Long Chen's qi and blood surged violently. However, he still managed to block the attack. Originally, the thunderclouds had already begun to show signs of dissipating, but once Long Chen's fist broke apart the lightning, heaven and earth began to rage, and an area of tens of thousands of miles once more became filled with thunderclouds. A terrifying pressure locked Long Chen down. Come then, I want to see just what you can do to me this time. Long Chen placed Little Snow into his spiritual space and fed him a healing pill to stabilize his current condition. Right now, he had no time to heal him. Suddenly, the sky shook and rain of lightning crashed down. It's the same order as last time. Long Chen was surprised. He allowed the lightning to fall on his body. This thunder force was no longer able to cause any damage to him. Instead, he began to absorb the lightning. The lightning serpent tattoo on his left arm, which was where all his Thunderforce runes had gathered, was like a bloodthirsty beast that had seen food, and it began to crazily devour this Thunderforce. Boom! As time passed, the lightning grew stronger, each blow containing a boundless destructive aura. I didn't expect my body to have strengthened so much. Last time, I would have needed to defend with my full strength against this level of lightning, but now, I can endure it without even defending. Long Chen raised his arms, allowing the lightning to strike him as much as it wished. The lightning serpent on his arm was crazily devouring the thunder force for itself. Long Chen's physical body had already reached an abnormally powerful level. This terrifying lightning couldn't cause any real injuries to him. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds rumbled, and two lightning pythons shot out from the clouds, causing the void to tremble. Most terrifying of all, those two pythons suddenly merged while in midair, and a terrifying aura gave Long Chen a chill. The two pythons rapidly twisted around each other, attacking Long Chen with a destructive aura. Hehe, you've finally appeared. Battle intent soared from Long Chen. Last time, this pair of lightning pythons had nearly taken his life, causing him to feel extremely irritated. Even if the pair of lightning pythons represented the will of the heavenly Daos, he didn't care. All he knew was that it was time for revenge. The lightning serpent on his arm lit up, and a huge lightning blade appeared in his hand. Countless Thunderforce runes flickered over it, causing the void to tremble. Long Chen roared, and a will that caused heaven and earth to tremble surged into the sky. The void almost exploded. The lightning blade and the lightning pythons shattered at the same time. Long Chen flew back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. However, this slight injury was nothing to him. Looking at the clouds that were finally scattering, Long Chen suddenly laughed. That was a release of emotions, as well as a provocation. You want to exterminate me? Wait until I'm stronger. Then I'll exterminate you. The black clouds scattered. The tribulation was over. Long Chen called out Little Snow. Although Little Snow was covered in blood and many of his bones were broken, his life energy was growing stronger. Furthermore, Long Chen sensed a powerful pressure from him. No crystal core, no Niden. How curious. All his energy is distributed within his flesh. Long Chen examined Little Snow's body, finding no Niden or crystal core. His energy was distributed throughout each and every cell. The red tuft of hair on his head had now become a complex mark. Little Snow was still unconscious, and Long Chen could sense his body slowly recovering, so he didn't give him any medicinal pills. If he could heal on his own, it was best not to consume any medicine. What a powerful recovery ability. Looks like he really did reach the 5th rank. However, he's still in the midst of transforming. Long Chen couldn't be completely sure, but it didn't seem like there were any problems. Little Snow had mutated, and it was best to let everything come naturally. Carefully putting Little Snow back in his spiritual space, he returned to the monastery. While he had been gone, the investigative team had begun to make its way through the first monastery. However, the Dragonblood Legion ignored them according to Long Chen's instructions and simply focused on cultivating. Furthermore, it wasn't as if they really knew anything about that crap pool other than that it had their own contribution inside it. As for the ordinary disciples and elders, they never learned what had happened. Their investigation didn't reveal anything. However, after the investigative team had gone through the crap pool, they transported it far away. After all, such a thing was too offensive to leave in the monastery. Everything went according to Long Chen's prediction. The investigation was just a formality and wouldn't lead to any conclusion. Although Zhou Qingyi was certain it was done by Long Chen, she was unable to find any proof. Furthermore, she was also being closely followed by Shui Wuan. She was helpless to do anything, and so Long Chen managed to escape the law. The first thing Long Chen did upon returning to the monastery was to find Guo Ran. That little fellow truly was not bad, and he had managed to accomplish the task he had given him. After leaving Guo Ran's residence, he went to visit Meng Qi. Meng Qi was just blankly looking at the violet phoenix sparrow in front of her. It was unknown what she was thinking. Long Chen. When she saw Long Chen, her eyes brightened and she hastily came to greet him with delight. "Why are you just lost in thought all by yourself? Could it be that you miss me?" laughed Long Chen. What surprised Long Chen was that Meng Qi nodded, blushing. "I was worried about you." "Worried about me?" he asked with surprise. "Long Chen, it's not just me. Wan is the same. Each time we see you face off against powerful enemies, our hearts clench inside." Seeing the worry in Meng Qi's beautiful eyes, Long Chen felt a burst of warmth and lightly pulled Meng Qi into his embrace, burying his head into Meng Qi's hair. "Sorry, I've made you worry." Meng Qi's arms tightly wrapped around Long Chen's waist, her heart filled with warmth. "Long Chen, how about we leave the monastery? We won't need to cultivate. We can just be some commoners living in seclusion. We'll live an ordinary life, give birth to a group of kids, and pass each day happily. Although our lives will be shorter, we can pass each day peacefully. We won't have to be constantly on edge," said Meng Qi. Meng Qi's words caused Long Chen's heart to tremble. The image of a maiden appeared in his mind. Although she wasn't extremely beautiful, she had a pair of beautiful eyes as well as a kind smile. Xiao Hao was still in that nameless little village. When she had parted with Long Chen, she had given him a necklace that Long Chen constantly wore now. Her final words rang out within his mind again. "Long Chen, I know I can't keep you. I made this just now. I hope you can forever wear it on your body. Haha, perhaps this gift is too poor and will be laughed at." That expression of melancholy and her soft voice appeared in his mind, causing him a burst of pain. Long Chen also wanted to give up the struggle of walking the cultivation path. He didn't care about fame or profit, but how could he not want to learn who his parents were? How could he live like that? But that didn't change the fact that this was a dangerous path. It was possible to fall at any time. Meng Qi was a quiet and peaceful woman. The sole reason she had slaughtered so many people in the secret realm was because of Long Chen. She felt a great aversion to killing inside, but each time she saw Long Chen facing powerful enemies, she would feel afraid that she would lose him. "Meng Qi, I promise you, I'll be fine. Trust me." Long Chen looked into Meng Qi's eyes, giving her a solemn promise. "I'm sorry, Long Chen. I shouldn't be like this. This will disturb your Dao heart. I'm just being too emotional. There's a saying in the secular world, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Since you're my fiancé, I'll leave it up to you. Wherever you go, I'll go. We'll be together in life and death." Meng Qi took out a small piece of paper, a smile appearing on her face. That paper was the marriage contract he had given her back then. She had carefully protected it all this time. She handed it back to him. "You should take care of the marriage contract. Now I'm your fiancé again." Long Chen looked at the marriage contract, all kinds of emotions surging within his heart. The scene atop the sunset mountain once more appeared in his mind. He felt as if countless years had already passed since then. "You should keep the marriage contract. It's just a souvenir now. I've already said the marriage contract doesn't count. I'll pursue you anew." Long Chen held Meng Qi's hand, laughing. "Didn't you already manage to do that?" Meng Qi blushed, her face like a peach blossom in bloom, making Long Chen's heart pound. When pursuing a woman, you naturally have to have gifts. "Come, let me give you a custom-made gift." Long Chen laughed mysteriously and took out a beautiful case. Chapter 517 Challenge to a Fight. "What is this?" asked Meng Qi, looking at the beautiful case. "Haha, beautiful miss, please have a look." Long Chen opened the case, revealing an exquisite hairpin inside. Meng Qi involuntarily exclaimed, "How beautiful." The hairpin was 7 inches long and completely golden. Complicated lines had been carved into it. At the head of the hairpin was a beautiful flower. It had 18 petals and 36 pistils, looking just like a real flower. What made Meng Qi the most surprised was that even the extremely fine pistils were covered in decorative designs that would have required immense skill to carve. It was so beautiful that she instantly fell in love with it. "Is this really for me?" asked Meng Qi. "Of course. It took me a long time to carve and polish this gift." "It took a lot of effort," said Long Chen. "Thank you, Long Chen." Meng Qi tightly embraced Long Chen. She was filled with delight when she looked at the hairpin. There was no woman who could resist such a beautiful ornament. However, if Guo Ran heard Long Chen's words, it was unknown whether or not he would take his hammer and smash his boss who he respected so much. It was true Long Chen had spent a great deal of time creating and polishing the design of this hairpin. But to say it had taken him a lot of work to make it was a bit shameless, as that hairpin was something Guo Ran had worked day and night for half a month in order to create. "Oh!" Meng Qi suddenly let out a startled cry when she carefully held the hairpin in her hand. "What? It feels a bit similar, right?" Long Chen smiled. Meng Qi was a bit bewildered. "Hee, yes, it was created from the golden page." Long Chen laughed. He explained, "This hairpin is now a true soul item. The 18 petals and 36 pistils, along with the main body of the hairpin, can all be separated and used as weapons. Each piece has soul imprint runes carved into them. As long as you nourish them with your soul, then your soul energy can send out even a single pistol to kill someone silently." Soul items were extremely precious, and apparently, even the Wind Spirit Pavilion's master had only possessed one soul item, a feral that was extremely powerful. But regretfully, Long Chen hadn't gotten to see it. Under that lightning tribulation, all of them had been completely exterminated, their bodies turned to dust. Perhaps it was possible for an absolutely supreme spatial ring to survive, but Long Chen had been heavily injured, so he hadn't had any time to clean up the battlefield. Only someone on the level of the Pavilion Master had had the qualifications to possess a soul item, so it could be seen how precious they were. Could it be that Guo Ran made this? Creating a soul item must have been very taxing. Meng Qi finally recalled how Long Chen had asked her for the golden page that day and then immediately gone to find Guo Ran. Taxing. Of course, it was taxing. Otherwise, that little fellow wouldn't have almost turned hostile against him. Creating it was nothing, but the taxing part was carving those runes. If it had been an ordinary soul item, then it would have been fine, but to carve runes onto those tiny, delicate pistils was incredibly difficult. It was fortunate Guo Ran had a shocking talent when it came to forging. He had also comprehended some tricks from the ethereal crafting secret record. Although it was an extremely shallow understanding, runes were something a forging master had to have mastered, and so it was something he was capable of doing, but it was incredibly difficult. Just creating this small hairpin had been more difficult for him to create than his entire armor. For the next few days, you should pause your cultivation and focus on refining the hairpin with your soul energy. Once you brand your spiritual imprint on it, you'll have another trump card, said Long Chen. If she was fighting an enemy, Meng Qi could use magical beasts to protect herself and then stealthily send out a flower pistol to one-shot her enemy. This hairpin was made of soul gold, and that was something only Xianxian weapons or material on that level could block. But Xianxian weapons were incredibly precious, and less than 1 in 2 Xianxian experts possessed one. As for Xianxian armor, that was practically unheard of. But without a Xianxian armor, how would you defend against this soul item? It could be said that once Meng Qi could use this hairpin, she would become capable of killing Xianxian experts, and her killing power might become the highest of them all. After talking with Meng Qi for a while, Long Chen didn't hold her up from refining the hairpin any longer. He returned to his own residence to enter seclusion. Taking advantage of this time when no one was disturbing them, he began to crazily devour medicinal pills. When Meng Qi had tried to persuade him to retire from the cultivation world, he had felt immense pain from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't watch as the people around him were killed. He also couldn't give up on finding his biological parents. Then his only choice right now was to get stronger. Whether it was for the people by his side, his parents, or even that mysterious voice that rang in his head occasionally, he had to get stronger. He had no retreat path. He had to charge forward all out, because as soon as he slowed down, he would lose the companions he cherished. During this time, the supermonastery was extremely calm. However, this calm was a bit frightening, because the investigation team only worked for a week before disbanding. Zhou Qingyi wasn't a fool, and she had already realized Long Chen hadn't left any openings for her to catch him. Continuing like this was a waste of time and would even make people laugh at her. So, She directly gave up on the investigation, and she sent her son back to the Xuantian Dao sect, hoping to use her connections to invite an expert soul cultivator to seal a portion of his memories. Sealing a portion of a person's memories was equivalent to sealing a portion of their spiritual strength. In other words, that person's soul would no longer be complete, and it would make it impossible for them to advance. But in any case, Zhou Kaifeng had always been famed for being useless. He had only reached the mid-Shantian realm thanks to a mountain of resources and special treatment. The late Shantian realm would have been his absolute limit. For him to advance out of the Shantian realm was an impossibility. Since that was the case, it was best to just seal a portion of his memories. That way, he could at least live normally for a few more years. After handling that, Zhou Qingyi didn't make any further moves, nor did she target the first monastery. Everything was exceedingly quiet, but this quiet was unable to give people a feeling of peace. This was like the calm before the storm, and it was unknown when that storm would erupt. This quiet lasted for a whole month. After this month had passed, a group of people appeared in the first monastery's transportation formation. Long Chen, get the hell out here. I, Han Tianyu, have come to challenge you to a fight. A furious shout rang throughout the entire monastery, and all the disciples rushed over to the transportation formation. Han Tianyu, when they saw who it was, their expressions changed. That person was acclaimed as the supermonastery's junior generation's #1 expert, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, Han Tianyu. Currently, his expression was extremely dark, and killing intent filled his eyes. He seemed like a furious magical beast, and just looking at him gave people chills. Behind Han Tianyu was a woman. Many people recognized her, as she had once come to the first monastery. She was the Yin family's half-step C expansion expert, Yin Qing. Beside that woman was an icy man with a pair of eagle eyes. That man's gaze icily swept over everything. Any disciple whom his gaze landed on would feel their heart start to pound and find it hard to breathe. At the same time, they felt their blood rapidly circulating, as if it wanted to explode out of their bodies. Those disciples were all horrified. It seemed as if he could almost kill them with just a look. Just how strong was this person? The three of them walked off the transportation formation. Han Tianyu didn't see any familiar faces in the crowd, and he once more shouted, "Long Chen, you son of a bitch, get out here." Han Tianyu, could it be that you want to kill yourself but don't have the courage, and so you want me to help you resolve that problem? An icy voice rang out, and everyone hastily turned their heads to see Long Chen slowly walk out. He was wearing black robes, and his gaze was practically electric. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen, Han Tianyu's handsome face instantly became twisted, killing intent roiling out of his eyes. Long Chen couldn't help being puzzled. Just why would Han Tianyu suddenly appear at the first monastery? Furthermore, he dared challenge him to a fight. Seeing Han Tianyu's current state, Long Chen's heart trembled. Han Tianyu seemed like a completely different person than before. Previously, Han Tianyu had been extremely gloomy, not revealing his own emotions easily. But now, his whole body emitted a berserk aura. That aura possessed a certain aspect that even intimidated Long Chen. But before he could examine Han Tianyu in detail, Long Chen felt a pair of eyes land on him. When he looked back at those two eagle-like eyes, his heart involuntarily clenched. That gaze seemed to possess some kind of magical power, and when their gazes met, Long Chen felt his blood began to circulate rapidly and out of control. His blood began to surge into his head, and if that happened, his entire head would explode. Long Chen snorted. Activating the 9-star hegemon body art, his berserk blood instantly returned to calm. Oh, he has some abilities. The eagle-eyed man was a bit surprised. Long Chen was extremely shocked inside. This man had to have an extremely bizarre cultivation technique for even a single gaze to be an attack. Ordinary disciples could be killed with just a look. This place is the first monastery, and without our consent, don't. You think it's rude for your Yin family to come here? Are your ancient families all so rude? Said Long Chen icily. You're wrong. I agreed to have them come here. Suddenly, the transportation formation lit up, and two more figures appeared in front of them. Greetings, monastery head. The two were Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi. The one who had spoken was the latter. However, everyone only greeted Shui Wuan, treating the latter as just air. Zhou Qingyi's expression turned ugly. Long Chen, Han Tianyu challenges you to a life and death battle. Do you accept? Shouted Zhou Qingyi. Chapter 518 Meridian Opening Spirit Cliff Fruit. Are you mentally ill? Why would I accept his challenge? Long Chen sneered. Did they think if they asked him to fight, he would just fight? It was obvious the Yin family's arrival here was no coincidence. Otherwise, Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi wouldn't have come at the same time. Furthermore, Shui Wuan had stealthily given him a glance, her meaning for him to be a bit more careful. There was definitely something fishy going on. Han Tianyu's aura was bizarre. It felt as if he had reached the peak of bone forging, and his entire body emitted an intense killing intent. He was completely different from before, but the most intimidating thing to Long Chen was that young man from the Yin family. He looked young, around the same age as him, but his cultivation base was extremely condensed, and he was clearly a meridian opening expert. Just that person's gaze was able to cause waves in Long Chen's heart. He was definitely extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than a Shantian expert. He hadn't expected such a terrifying genius to have appeared in the Yin family. This was clearly a trap, so Long Chen naturally wouldn't just jump in foolishly. Shui Wuan was present, and he didn't believe they could force him. Long Chen, when did you become such a coward? Sneered Han Tianyu. I hear you've been doing pretty well in the Yin family and obtained quite a few special resources. Did you return to the monastery just to flaunt your new status? Asked Long Chen lightly. That was just a random question, but Long Chen noticed Han Tianyu shudder ever so slightly, and rage filled his eyes. Long Chen, although I went to the Yin family, that doesn't mean I left the monastery. I am still a monastery disciple. According to the monastery rules, if two disciples have an irreconcilable enmity between the two, one of them can initiate a life and death battle. If the other person refuses to accept the challenge, then they must leave the monastery. HMPH, so either accept or scram. It's up to you, said Han Tianyu. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. The monastery really did have such a rule. As expected, these people really wanted to force him to leave the monastery and then target him. With a petty person like Zhou Qingyi present, not even Shui Wuan would be able to protect him. It seems we don't have any irreconcilable enmity between the two of us. Long Chen shook his head. Bullshit. You not only killed my beloved, but you also killed my little brother. Our enmity is absolutely irreconcilable, roared Han Tianyu. Originally, he was about to say the truth about their enmity, but then he remembered that all of that had started because of him, while Long Chen had only passively defended, so he hastily changed what he said, raising the matter of Yin Wushuang and Han Tianfeng. When Yin Wushuang was mentioned, the Yin family's people's expressions darkened, and they icily glared at Long Chen with fury. Long Chen had poisoned Yin Wushuang, making her suffer torment day and night, and no alchemist had been able to save her. Yin Wushuang hadn't been able to endure the torment and decided to kill herself. His actions not only had killed one of their disciples, but had also given them a slap in the face. They definitely wouldn't just accept that. Previously, Yin Qing had been blocked by Shui Wuan. She had then returned to her family to discuss it with the higher-ups, but Shui Wuan was standing on the side of reason, and behind her Xuantian supermonastery was the Xuantian Dao sect. They didn't dare provoke her. However, this time, they had found an above-board reason to come here. Shui Wuan couldn't interfere with a legitimate challenge between two disciples. Monastery head, is this true? Asked Long Chen. Of course, replied Zhou Qingyi. I didn't ask you. Who do you think you are? Do you even realize your title has an assistant in it? Can you not act like you're so amazing? Just looking at that act makes me want to vomit. Long Chen spat on the ground. How brazen, Long Chen, raged Zhou Qingyi, wanting to kill him immediately. I've always been brazen, so at least this time you're right, said Long Chen disdainfully. This idiot woman really was crazy. Right now, he couldn't defeat her. But with Shui Wuan present, then if he didn't piss this crazy woman off a bit, that would be letting down himself. Long Chen, I'll definitely punish you for being so rude to the monastery head. Raged Zhou Qingyi. Can you stop it already? Have you gone senile? You've already forgotten what I just said. Just like a pig, it seems all you know how to do is eat. You're just the assistant, monastery head. As the assistant, you don't have any authority at all. Look, do you ever see me even acknowledge you? Do you really consider yourself a person? Said Long Chen disdainfully. His words shocked everyone, including the two from the Yin family. They had never imagined Long Chen was this out of control, even daring to curse right in the face of the assistant monastery head. On the other hand, the first monastery's disciples were incredibly refreshed. Zhou Qingyi and her son had been a pain in their ass, and Zhou Kaifeng's ridiculous training had caused them to receive quite a few beatings. They had long since been stifling a stomach full of fire. Not one of them didn't prostrate themselves in admiration towards Long Chen now. In this world, perhaps only Long Chen was this brazen. Long Chen, the monastery truly does have such a rule, and you have the right to choose to accept the battle or not. Even if you don't accept, I will still send you safely out of the monastery, said Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan, you are breaking the rules. Zhou Qingyi was absolutely infuriated. If it went as Shui Wuan said, wouldn't all their plans be completely ruined? Zhou Qingyi, Long Chen is correct. Do you really consider yourself a person? I don't need your opinion on my actions. If Long Chen doesn't accept the battle, then he will no longer be a monastery disciple. For me to send him off is my own private matter and has nothing to do with the supermonastery. After being slapped so many times, it seems you've lost your memory. The Zhou family's face really has been lost by you, sneered Shui Wuan. Originally, even if they were fighting, Shui Wuan should have held back slightly. After all, they were both people with their own prestige, and acting like this was losing face for herself in the eyes of the disciples. But Zhou Qingyi's conduct made it impossible for her to endure. Zhou Qingyi was even more shameless, not giving a damn about her own status to target Long Chen. As a sea expansion expert who had lived for many years, Shui Wuan saw through their trap with just a look. She also saw that there was something off with Han Tianyu. Although Long Chen was strong and he had once killed Shantian experts, that was just coincidence and luck. Those two Shantian experts had been too overconfident, and they hadn't even circulated their Shantian power to defend. That was the only reason they had been killed. As for Han Tianyu, he had once been praised as the supermonastery's #1 expert, and Shui Wuan was worried Long Chen might lose. It was best for him to be sent off instead. Her intention was to send Long Chen to the Mo family. That way, he wouldn't have to spend all day on edge like this. She would also get to relax slightly. Right now, Long Chen was caught in the struggle between the Shui and Zhou families. Although he seemed carefree, he was dancing on the tip of a knife, and there was danger of falling at any moment. Shui Wuan was worried that a single miscalculation might cause Zhou Qingyi to take the advantage. If Long Chen ended up killed because of that, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Even if she killed Zhou Qingyi afterward, it wouldn't make up for it. Alright, then I'll listen to the monastery head. I refuse your challenge, said Long Chen. That stunned everyone. Long Chen had chosen to leave. The first monastery's disciples were unable to accept that. Even Han Tianyu was dumbfounded. He suddenly shouted, Long Chen, you little coward, don't you think yourself to be so strong? What happened to the boldness you had back in the Julie secret realm when you fought against the peak experts of the righteous and corrupt paths? Seeing that Han Tianyu reacted the most intensely out of everyone, an odd smile appeared on Long Chen's face, and he sighed, times change. Sometimes, bravely retreating in the face of danger is the way of the king. As for the glory of youth, don't even mention it. Bragging. He was definitely bragging. Just how old was Long Chen? What glory of youth? What bravely retreating in the face of danger? He was definitely acting. You, Han Tianyu almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. You don't want to fight because there's no profit, right? That's fine. Let me add some stakes. The man from the Yin family, who hadn't said anything this entire time, took out a dried-up fruit. That fruit was the size of a fist, but if it wasn't withered, it would definitely be larger. Many lines covered the fruit, and those lines almost seemed like a diagram of a person's meridians. It was extremely bizarre. Meridian opening spirit cliff fruit. Long Chen couldn't help being astonished. This was the main ingredient in refining meridian opening pills. A single meridian opening pill could allow a bone forging expert to have a 30% chance of success when attempting to break through to the meridian opening realm. It had to be known that as a person's cultivation base increased, the stronger their bottlenecks would be. A bottleneck would be like a heavenly chasm that blocked the cultivator. There were countless cultivators, but it was unknown just how many of them were stuck forever at the bone forging realm. As for Long Chen and the others, they had chosen to undergo complete tempering, and their difficulty in advancing to meridian opening was over 10 times greater than normal bone forging experts. Originally, Long Chen had been worried that it would take a long time for everyone to advance once they reached the peak of the bone forging realm. It was even possible that some of them might be stuck forever, unable to advance to meridian opening in their lifetimes. He had thought of refining meridian opening pills before, and he had already asked Zheng Wenlong to help him obtain the main ingredients of it. He knew several possible pill formulas. However, those medicinal ingredients had already gone extinct, and Zheng Wenlong hadn't even heard of them. As for this meridian opening spirit cliff fruit, Zheng Wenlong was well aware it existed, but such a treasure would immediately cause the Huayan sect to set up a huge auction for bidders. Considering how long it had been and that Zheng Wenlong hadn't sent him a word, it meant that he was unable to obtain this precious ingredient. So, this meridian opening spirit cliff fruit was just what he needed. Alright, hand it over. I agree. Long Chen's words caused Shui Wuan to jump. She hadn't even said anything before Long Chen agreed on his own. You haven't even won yet, so why would I give it to you? The man frowned. Isn't that just nonsense? This is a life and death battle, and if I lose, it will naturally be returned to you. In fact, everything I have will end up being yours, said Long Chen. That person smiled slightly. Long Chen was entirely correct, and so he threw the meridian opening fruit over to him. Catching the fruit, Long Chen was filled with excitement. He hastily threw it into his primal chaos space. There were a dozen seeds within the fruit. Once he planted those seeds in the soil, they began to germinate in just a breath's time. Are you ready? We can move on to the life and death battle. Chapter 519 Open the death deciding stage. Now can we initiate the life and death battle? The man looked at Long Chen with a bit of ridicule. Even if you obtained a treasure, the more important thing was keeping yourself alive. That meridian opening spirit cliff fruit was just bait. They had heard Long Chen was an alchemist, and supposedly, his alchemy skills were quite impressive. This meridian opening spirit cliff fruit possessed a fatal attraction to a bone-forging alchemist. Other than this meridian opening fruit, he had also prepared a weapon as well as 2 secret tomes to bait Long Chen into fighting. Who would have thought that as soon as he saw the meridian opening fruit, he would immediately leap into the trap? That made him look down on him greatly. He was definitely a country bumpkin. In truth, the meridian opening spirit cliff fruit was a treasure only the Yin family possessed. It was one of their most important treasures. That was because the Yin family possessed quite a few meridian opening spirit cliff trees that they had inherited from ancient times. Later, the world had changed. The meridian opening spirit cliff fruits had gone extinct from this world. Thus, the meridian opening spirit cliff trees possessed by the Yin family became priceless treasures. Although there were several meridian opening pills, even the highest quality one of them could only increase the chance of breaking through by 10%. As for the meridian opening pill refined from the meridian opening spirit cliff fruit, it increased the odds by over 30%. That was definitely a heaven-defying effect. To complete tempering bone forging experts, that was a treasure they would long for even in their dreams. For a complete tempering bone forging expert, the chances of failing were too high. So just relying on their meridian opening spirit cliff trees, they were able to support practically their entire family. Over half the Yin family's income came from the meridian opening spirit cliff trees. As an ancient family, they possessed a profound foundation and many experts. If it was an ordinary sect, possessing just one such tree would guarantee that countless people would go destroy them to steal it. Seeing Long Chen smile so excitedly over just a fruit, that person felt a burst of disgust and urged him to hurry up. Long Chen, are you sure? Asked Shui Wuan. Of course, I've already taken the gift, so I can't renege, said Long Chen indifferently. All right then, the martial stage here isn't sturdy enough, so we should go back to the supermonastery. Shui Wuan was quite relieved by Long Chen's indifferent expression. Everyone walked into the teleportation formation. Tu Fang hesitated for a moment and joined them. As for the other disciples, they could only watch them leave. The transportation formation required quite a few spirit stones to activate. They didn't have the resources to use the transportation formation, so they couldn't help being disappointed. Long Chen, how come Guo Ran and the others didn't come? Asked Tu Fang quietly. Why would they come for such a minor matter? If they have such time, they should spend it on cultivating, said Long Chen. Standing in the transportation formation, he was focused on the primal chaos space. He was secretly circulating his Feng Fu star and Aliath star to urge on the primal chaos space. A dozen small sprouts were growing at a visible rate. Seeing that delighted Long Chen. The scene before them changed, and they finally appeared in the Xuantian Supermonastery's plaza. Open the death deciding stage. Following Shui Wuan's shout, a bell rang in the distance. That resounding sound enveloped the entire supermonastery. The supermonastery became chaotic as countless disciples and elders surged over from everywhere. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that the supermonastery had tens of thousands of disciples, and they had all reached the bone-forging realm. However, after a brief moment of shock, he quickly realized that these disciples must be from previous generations, and their talent must be rather lacking. They were relying on the supermonastery's missions to gain cultivation resources. That was the only reason there were so many of them here. He saw that some of these disciples were already no longer young. By the time Shui Wuan brought them over to the 10,000-meter stage, countless disciples were already waiting to watch the excitement. The supermonastery's death-deciding stage rarely opened, and it was usually only used by meridian opening experts. Many of these disciples had only been here for a few years, and they hadn't once had an opportunity to watch a battle to the death on this stage. Who do you think is undergoing the life and death battle? It was ordered by the monastery head, so it's probably two amazing people. Hee. This time there'll be something fun to watch. Before I leave, I'll have a chance to watch a fight on this stage. The person speaking was a man who was already 29 years old. According to the supermonastery's rules, if you were unable to advance to meridian opening within 30 years, then you must leave. He could go to a monastery as an elder, but he would not be allowed to remain in the supermonastery. If a disciple was unable to advance to meridian opening within 30 years, then the chances of them ever advancing in their lifetime was extremely remote. By going to a monastery, they were essentially just waiting for their death. To be able to see the death-deciding stage used before he left was an extremely fortunate thing to him. Heavens, isn't that Han Tianyu? He's acclaimed as the #1 genius of the supermonastery. I heard he left to join the Yin family. I just can't understand. Han Tianyu is a genius of our supermonastery, so why did the monastery head allow him to be snatched by the Yin family? There were quite a few disciples who wondered this. That was basically raising a child for it to be snatched by someone else. They didn't understand what the monastery head's reasoning was. If you don't understand, then don't randomly guess. Do you think the monastery head's intentions can be understood by you disciples? Shouted a Shantian elder. Those disciples immediately went silent. They didn't know that at that time, Shui Wuan had been acting as a bystander, waiting for Zhou Qingyu to make a fatal mistake. Other than that, she also didn't look favorably on Han Tianyu. Although he was extremely talented and tough, he lacked the determination to focus completely on the martial path. He only worked hard so others would worship and envy him. To put it frankly, he was simply too vain. Such a person was extremely difficult to raise properly. A person's nature was extremely difficult to change. A person like him might be able to quickly advance at the beginning, but once he met a setback, that might lead to a total collapse. In comparison, those people with ordinary talent worked harder the more they were challenged, and they could walk further on the martial path. What? How did he come? That demon king has appeared. Several people covered their mouths, filled with disbelief as they looked at a black-robed figure that stood out amongst the crowd. Long Chen, why has he come again? Last time, he ended up beating up several meridian opening experts, and then during the sect leader meeting, he slapped a sect leader in the face 4 times. It couldn't be that, muttered one person. Yes, you should be right. He's already walked onto the stage, cried out a person beside him. Han Tianyu against Long Chen. What's going on? People couldn't help wondering. Han Tianyu was acclaimed as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the supermonastery, while Long Chen was more like a marvel that appeared once every 10,000 years. Within the Xuantian supermonastery or its 108 monasteries, there was no one who didn't know him. The fact that the two of them were now standing on the death-deciding stage stunned all of them, but it also filled them with excitement. The two of them were peak geniuses, and this battle should be splendid to watch. The supermonastery's death-deciding stage was no different from other martial stages. There was nothing like a fancy countdown system. Instead, it was simply extremely sturdy, and even meridian opening experts would find it difficult to break. Standing on the stage, Han Tianyu smiled sinisterly. Long Chen, you've been duped. Today, you'll definitely die. I believe you when you say I've been duped. I freely admit to it. But I need that meridian opening spirit cliff fruit. As for a definite death, I believe that too, because this time, I won't be letting you escape. I don't make the same mistake twice, said Long Chen. Ha 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 ha. Han Tianyu raised his head and laughed, his voice filled with a deranged will. A vast aura slowly surged out of him. Boom. Space raged as Han Tianyu's aura erupted beyond the peak of bone forging. The Meridian Opening Realm's aura. He actually used some secret technique to conceal it. What a terrifying aura. Although it's clearly only in the early Meridian Opening Realm, why can it make me afraid too? Wondered a shocked, late Meridian Opening Realm elder. This fellow actually concealed his cultivation base until now. What a sinister plan. Long Chen will definitely die. I heard Long Chen managed to defeat Han Tianyu in the secret realm, almost managing to kill him. Now that he's advanced to Meridian Opening, he wants revenge. Fuck, isn't that too sinister? To conceal his aura until they were both on the stage, Han Tianyu's character is definitely trash. He's not worthy of being the supermonastery's top genius, cursed someone. The Yin family's two experts sneered. They had obviously already known this would happen. As for Zhou Qingyi, she felt delight upon getting revenge and icily said, Shui Wuan, no matter how powerful you are, there's no way you can protect Long Chen now. He'll die, and this competition's winner will still be me in the end. You really did collude. Shui Wuan didn't display any emotion. HMPH, so what? Zhou Qingyi didn't deny it. Han Tianyu hadn't formally left the monastery, and the Yin family hadn't changed his surname. That meant he hadn't married into the Yin family. In other words, his challenge to Long Chen was completely within the rules. This extremely obvious scheme was something impossible to block. Why bother? Suddenly, I feel extremely tired. For a simple competition, is there really any meaning in treating a disciple's life as nothing, using them as just chess pieces? Sighed Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan, don't bother with that hypocritical act. Today, I'll let you watch helplessly as Long Chen is killed. What can you do to me then? Ha ha ha, sneered Zhou Qingyi. Shui Wuan merely smiled indifferently. She just watched that expressionless man on the stage. She very much wanted to know just how strong Long Chen was. Chapter 520. The difference is too great. Long Chen, do you have any final words? Han Tianyu's aura surged powerfully, shocking everyone. He was like a regent looking down upon Long Chen. Is this all? Long Chen was a bit startled. What do you mean? Said Han Tianyu icily. I mean, is this your trump card? Asked Long Chen. Correct. I've already stepped into the Meridian Opening Realm and am at the third heaven stage. I've already thrown you off far into the distance. Now I can crush you as easily as an ant, sneered Han Tianyu. Why does that sound so familiar? Long Chen frowned and then suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, Ah, I remember. A while ago, there was an idiot who said something like that to me. As a result, I ended up slapping him in the face. Could it be that you're related to that idiot? Bastard. Before Han Tianyu could reply, a fat man in the distance roared. That person was the one who had been slapped in the face 4 times by Long Chen, Sha Tonghai. The opening of the supermonastery's death-deciding stage had immediately alerted all the sect leaders, and they had all rushed over to watch. However, Sha Tonghai had only just arrived when Long Chen helped spread his fame. His face twitched, and he saw quite a few people looking at him oddly. As always, you're still so dislikable. But that's fine. Today, I'll end your life. Han Tianyu sneered sinisterly. Ah, do you think that's enough? I seem to recall when I was just in the tendon transformation realm, I was already able to beat you into a dog when you were at the bone forging realm. Now you've advanced to Meridian Opening, but I've also advanced to bone forging. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from for you to dare challenge me to a life and death battle. Long Chen shook his head. The people outside now suddenly realized he was right. Within the secret realm, Long Chen had slaughtered the righteous and corrupt paths experts. Many of them had already forgotten Long Chen had only been at the tendon transformation realm back then, while his enemies had been chosen that had reached the bone forging realm. Now their presumptions that he would be suppressed under an entire major realm's difference and killed were blown away. Long Chen was a monster who could fight across realms against top chosen. HMPH, idiot, the current me is no longer the old me. You can die now. Han Tianyu roared and his aura exploded violently. A fist smashed toward Long Chen. This fist caused heaven and earth to tremble, and everyone's expressions changed. What a terrifying fist. This is Han Tianyu's power. The Meridian Opening experts were all astonished. If they were the ones facing this fist, they would only be able to dodge. They wouldn't dare take it head on. Not only did this fist contain boundless power, but it also contained an undefeatable will that made people involuntarily lower their heads. Han Tianyu truly is a genius. Shui Wuan couldn't help nodding inside. This fist already contained the essence of going from something complicated to something simple. It was incredibly polished, and it also contained a locking force that would make it impossible to dodge. Bam! A large hand caught Han Tianyu's fist. Everyone was astonished. Long Chen had randomly extended a hand and caught Han Tianyu's incredibly powerful fist. His strength is incredibly condensed. He used his own energy to scatter Han Tianyu's power. Long Chen truly is a monster. Seeing Long Chen easily block Han Tianyu's punch, even Shui Wuan couldn't help being startled. Perhaps others were unable to tell, but she clearly saw at least 7 streams of energy within Long Chen's palm at the moment of contact. They were what had erased the power behind Han Tianyu's punch. If she hadn't interacted with Long Chen so much, she would definitely suspect he had been possessed by some old ghost. That kind of control over power required an incredible skill. This showed that Long Chen's control over his own power had reached an incredibly delicate level. If it was someone like Shui Wuan, possessing that kind of control wouldn't be so shocking. After all, she had lived for hundreds of years without her realm or power increasing. Her own control had already reached the pinnacle. But Long Chen wasn't the same. He was in his golden cultivation period, and each day, his power increased rapidly. Before he could even adapt, his power would increase again. That was why, according to reason, it should be extremely difficult for Long Chen to control his power this finely. However, he had managed to do it, which was what shocked Shui Wuan the most. However, the most shocked person was obviously Han Tianyu. He was no longer the old him, and it was unknown just how many times stronger he was now. But just now, he had felt as if his punch had been a drop of water that had landed in a desert, and all its power had been instantly sucked away. While he was still recovering from his shock, Long Chen had already raised a hand, and it swung in a beautiful yet bizarre angle. His hand ruthlessly slapped across Han Tianyu's face. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Han Tianyu was sent flying. What kind of technique is this? Shui Wuan was even more shocked. From the time he raised his hand to after it struck, it had seemed like one perfect movement. That smooth and perfect movement warmed the heart and delighted the eye. It had seemed like one indivisible whole. During his slap, it had felt as if time had stopped. The only thing moving in heaven and earth was his hand, as it swung in that graceful arc. It was so beautiful that it would almost feel blasphemous to interrupt it. Previously, when Long Chen had slapped Sha Tonghai, his back had been facing her, and so she hadn't noticed this. Now that she saw it clearly, she was completely stunned by how strange this slap was. Ah! Suddenly, a furious, almost bestial roar rang out, causing everyone to recover from their shock. They saw Han Tianyu glaring at Long Chen, his eyes practically spitting flames. Why do you have such a violent temper? Wasn't it just a slap in the face? Don't be so petty. Look, you wanted to kill me, but did I fly into such a tantrum? Advised Long Chen. Die. Han Tianyu roared and 9 runes appeared on his face. 9 line chi explosion art. Space violently shook and twisted around him. A terrifying aura soared out. Those disciples who were too close to the stage hastily retreated. Even meridian opening experts were unable to endure that pressure and retreated. The sound of his sword unsheathing was like a dragon's cry. Han Tianyu's sword was covered with runes that emitted an ancient aura. A Shantian weapon. Someone let out a startled cry. Considering the terrifying pressure from it, there was no doubt that Han Tianyu was wielding a Shantian weapon. Die! Han Tianyu roared, charging at Long Chen. His sword cut through space as it slashed down. Long Chen also roared. Now that Han Tianyu had activated his 9-line chi explosion art, he didn't dare look down on him. A blood-colored saber appeared in his hands, and he slashed it at Han Tianyu. Boom! The saber and sword collided, causing an immense explosion. Suddenly, an odd noise came from the stage beneath their feet. Heavens, the martial stage is cracking. Their saber and sword were still tightly pressed against each other. That terrifying force was destroying the martial stage beneath their feet. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Han Tianyu let out a furious roar and crazily attacked Long Chen with his sword. Long Chen repeatedly blocked with his saber, releasing terrifying chi waves that spread in every direction. Those spectators had now fled hundreds of meters away. What terrifying power! Han Tianyu can definitely dominate anyone within the same realm. But a meridian opening expert couldn't help sighing inside. But after sighing that Han Tianyu could dominate his realm, he felt he was a bit wrong. If Han Tianyu could dominate his realm, then how should Long Chen be described? What's going on with Han Tianyu? He clearly has the advantage, so why is he acting so crazy? Several experts saw through some clues. Han Tianyu was attacking all out, while Long Chen was only passively defending. However, Han Tianyu was the one clenching his teeth furiously, his eyes filled with hate. There's nothing impossible about it. This is just the difference between us. You might have advanced to meridian opening, but the difference between us is just growing greater. Long Chen swung his saber onto Han Tianyu's sword, and a powerful force erupted, blowing him back dozens of meters. Back in the Julie secret realm, perhaps you had the ability to threaten me slightly. But now, you don't have that ability. Originally, we didn't have any enmity between us. We could have walked our own paths. Unfortunately, you made a mistake. You wanted to trample on my corpse to advance. It's very regretful. That desire of yours will never be achieved. Not only will you never achieve it, but anyone with that desire will find themselves dying beneath my saber. Saying those things now is already meaningless. Han Tianyu, since you are a generation's genius, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself," said Long Chen indifferently. The crowd was deathly silent. Many people finally realized why Han Tianyu seemed to have gone crazy. He had already been fighting all out, but Long Chen was just fighting half-heartedly. The difference between the two of them was truly too great. That scene shook all of them. Even someone as powerful as Han Tianyu could be ignored by Long Chen. Long Chen was definitely a monster. Long Chen, don't think you've won just like this. Even if I have to die, you'll accompany me as well. Han Tianyu suddenly roared, and his expression became even more malevolent. His eyes lost their whites, making them look like the eyes of a devil. Chapter 521 Departed Ghost Devour Art. Sinister runes covered Han Tianyu's face, and the whites of his eyes disappeared, causing him to look like a malevolent spirit. At the same time, a huge illusory image appeared behind him. That illusory figure was 30 meters tall, and it possessed an immense pair of wings. It was impossible to see it clearly. But when it appeared, an incredibly evil aura filled the air, causing everyone's hearts to turn cold. Netherworld Ghost Devour Art. Shui Wuan's expression changed, and she looked towards the Yin family's experts. You really are brazen. How could you teach Han Tianyu a forbidden technique? Are you trying to be targeted by the entire righteous path? The corrupt path's cultivation techniques and battle skills were all forbidden techniques to the righteous path. Any disciple who obtained those techniques would have to hand it over to higher authorities, or they would be killed. If a sect selfishly hid this fact or secretly taught these kinds of forbidden techniques, they would be treated as traitors of the entire righteous path and attacked from all sides. Thus, no one dared do such a thing. But now Han Tianyu had used a technique that released such an evil aura. It was clearly a secret technique from the corrupt path. That was why Shui Wuan was so furious. You're wrong. No matter how brazen my Yin family is, we wouldn't dare cultivate forbidden techniques. The secret technique you see right now isn't the Netherworld Ghost Devour Art, but the Departed Ghost Devour Art. I trust that with experience, you should have heard of it. Although it was a secret technique created by the corrupt path, cultivating it does not require killing or harming others, and so it is fair game. Even righteous disciples can train in it. If a disciple trains in it and thus causes displeasure with the righteous path, then their sect will have to bear the consequences. However, in my opinion, Han Tianyu's conduct won't bring about any bad consequences. Yin Qing smiled slightly, clearly having already predicted all of this. You really were vicious. Shui Wuan took a deep breath. Hee, what is viciousness in this world? This is just cultivation. Those who offend my Yin family can't have any good ending, or how would my Yin family maintain the prestige of an ancient family? Laughed Yin Qing. Shui Wuan didn't reply, turning to look at Long Chen. The only thing that comforted her slightly was that Long Chen's expression had been completely calm this entire time. But she was still worried, because according to her understanding of Long Chen's temperament, even if he was facing death, he still would maintain the same calm expression. He definitely won't show any expression of fear or panic. However, she knew he was smart, and so she had no idea what assurance he had against Han Tianyu, who had used the Departed Ghost Devour Art. Everyone was looking at Han Tianyu with shock. That huge black figure behind him released an aura like the vengeful spirits from the depths of hell. Long Chen, I really want to know what emotion you're feeling now. Terror, unwillingness, or is it something else? Even Han Tianyu's voice had changed after using this technique. It sounded like iron scraping together, and it was not a sound that should come from a human. It was more like the cry of a bloodthirsty devil. Long Chen smiled slightly and rested his saber on his shoulder. He finally understood why Han Tianyu dared to challenge him. This should be his strongest trump card. He had no choice but to admit that Han Tianyu truly was powerful. However, there was still one thing he didn't understand. I really want to know, now that you've used your secret technique, even if you can kill me, how long will you be able to live after? 1 hour. Han Tianyu icily glared at Long Chen with his devil-like eyes. His words caused a wave of shock to ripple through the crowd. This terrifying secret technique was actually so self-destructive. Once it was used, even the user would die. Then why bother? Long Chen shook his head. Why bother? Ha ha ha, why bother? Han Tianyu suddenly laughed loudly, his voice filled with unwillingness and fury. His voice shook everyone's eardrums and they turned pale. Isn't this all because of you? If it weren't for you, I'd still be the #1 disciple of the Xuantian supermonastery. How free and happy would I have been? It was you who destroyed everything I had. If you had just obediently been killed by me, how could so many things have popped up later? You little bastard, you intentionally didn't kill that Yin Wushuang to scheme against me. That slut tormented me with all her might until she died. Now she's dead, but the bastards from the Yin family placed a soul larva in my body. They're raising a fiendish ghoul within me. I only had 2 options. To allow the devouring ghoul within me to grow stronger every day until it consumed me, or to use my spiritual strength to activate the ghoul's strength to gain 10 times the power. Now I've come here. They promised me that as long as I can kill you, they'll suppress the ghoul's growth and won't let it continue growing. But, you bastard, why are you so strong? Why did you have to force me to this point? If I didn't kill you, I'd still die. But now, I'll definitely kill you first. Han Tianyu's voice grew to become a heaven-shaking roar, one filled with unwillingness and hatred. His sword slashed forward. When he moved, the figure behind him also moved, its actions the exact same as his. The illusory figure's sword slashed down on Long Chen. A true sword and a sword image superimposed. Heaven and earth trembled, and even those Xuantian experts' expressions changed. This level of power had already reached the pinnacle of the Haodian realm, and it was practically comparable to Xuantian power. One sword slashed down. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, the entire stage had been cut cleanly in 2. Did he manage to dodge? Quite a few people thought Long Chen was dead now. That power was too great, and below the Xuantian realm, no one could block it. It's still the same act, that familiar show-off sequence of yours. Han Tianyu, there really is no saving you. Long Chen raised Blooddrinker, looking icily at Han Tianyu. You intentionally missed your attack. Are you trying to make me feel despair? You want to see my expression of despair before you die yourself. Of everyone present, only Shui Wuan and the others on her level had been able to see that exchange clearly. In truth, Long Chen hadn't moved at all from his original location. He had simply allowed that sword to slash right by his body. That had given Shui Wuan a fright. This little scoundrel really needs a beating, Shui Wuan muttered hatefully inside. If she hadn't had such trust in Long Chen, she would have taken action just now to block it. Long Chen was definitely too brazen. If that sword had landed on him while he hadn't had any defenses at all, he would have been turned to 2 piles of pulp. Let alone Long Chen, even Xuantian experts, if they hadn't activated their Xuantian power, would also definitely have died. However, although Long Chen was young, his battle experience was greater than anyone else here. He had experienced more life and death fights than anyone else, and it could be said that he had walked to his current point across a path of corpses. As soon as Han Tianyu had attacked, he had seen through his intentions. That sword hadn't been aimed at him, and he was only displaying it to intimidate him, to use his powerful martial might to subdue him and make him feel despair. That was the exact same thing he had done when displaying the crystal bone in the secret realm. That was why Long Chen had said there was no saving him. Using the same sequence over and over again, he really only had that little ability. Everyone looked from Han Tianyu, to the stage that had been cleanly cut in 2, to the expressionless Long Chen. They felt as if they had gone crazy. Just what were they doing? The instant that attack had fallen, they had all felt as if their hearts might leap out of their chests. But from Long Chen's words, it seemed that absolutely appalling attack had just been used to show off. If the circumstances weren't inappropriate, many of them would have broken out into curses. How could he play around like this? HMPH, even if I die, I'll still kill you. I just want to appreciate your expression when you're right in front of death, ha ha ha. Han Tianyu pointed his sword at Long Chen and crazily laughed. Sorry, perhaps you won't get to achieve that wish, apologized Long Chen. I really dislike that mouth of yours. Just go and die for me. Han Tianyu roared and his sword pointed up to the sky. A ray of sword chi soared into the sky, and a mile-long sword image slashed down on Long Chen. Space seemed to freeze in the face of this sword's immense power. This power had already reached a peak, and all sound had disappeared from the world. The monastery disciples were all horrified. This attack was 10 times stronger than his last attack. That previous attack really had just been a display. This was his true attack. All disciples, retreat, Shui Wuan suddenly shouted, and only then did the disciples recover from their shock and flee. They had only gone a few hundred meters when a powerful explosion rocked the land, and a boundless chi wave soared out. That terrifying chi wave caused countless disciples to crazily vomit blood, feeling as if they had been smashed by a sledgehammer, their bodies going limp. The chi wave continued to spread, voraciously devouring everything in its path. Everyone was horrified. Just what level of strength was this? Just the shockwave was so terrifying. If you were struck by it, then you wouldn't even have a corpse left. Only the Shantian experts were able to resist the impact of this chi wave by circulating their Shantian power. They managed to block some of the power from reaching the disciples. Although they had all at least reached the bone-forging realm, this shockwave was too powerful, surpassing all of their imaginations. If it weren't for the Shantian experts, then even if they weren't killed, they would definitely be struck half dead. When their vision finally recovered, they hastily looked towards the stage. The stage had already disappeared now. In front of Han Tianyu, Long Chen's saber was still in a blocking position. Behind him was a 300-meter divine ring. A powerful pressure soared into the sky. Long Chen's black robe and long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. I've already said I'm sorry, you'll never be able to achieve your wish. Now you should understand, right? Chapter 522 Killing Han Tianyu. Long Chen lazily rested his saber on his shoulder. His gaze was like lightning, disdainfully looking down on all, and his voice resounded throughout the entire supermonastery. The disciples looked at him with shock. It had been impossible for them to clearly see their previous exchange. But they could all see that the martial stage had been destroyed, and that level of power terrified all of them. Long Chen was still completely fine in the face of that power. Only Shui Wuan, Zhou Qingyi, and a few Shantian experts had been able to see the entire exchange. When Han Tianyu's attack had been about to reach him, a divine ring had suddenly appeared behind Long Chen's back. As soon as that divine ring had appeared, it was as if a battle god had possessed his body, and with a swing of his saber, he broke apart Han Tianyu's attack. It was precisely because they had seen it clearly that they were even more shocked. That slash of his saber had seemed like a random blow, and yet it had possessed an incredibly destructive power. Previously, rumors had spread that Long Chen had fought against the peak experts of the righteous and corrupt paths, but many people found it impossible to believe such a thing. Now that Long Chen had revealed his wild domineeringness, he shocked all of them. Even the Shantian experts were shocked by Long Chen's domineeringness. It was as if Long Chen was a monster that had finally woken up, and his berserk will was incredibly imposing. Long Chen, Han Tianyu clenched his teeth. Long Chen had once more become the undefeatable demon king he had been in the Julie secret realm. This image of Long Chen had already become his nightmare, one that was just waiting to kill him. Han Tianyu roared and light erupted from his sword, attacking Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and he leaned forward, tightly holding his saber with both hands. A harsh and cold aura gradually rose from him, like a devil leopard accumulating strength. Suddenly, Long Chen roared thunderously, and his saber created a ray of blood-red light, appearing like a heavenly saber that could slash apart the river of stars. Everyone was amazed to see that Han Tianyu was sent flying by a single slash of Long Chen's saber. After sending him flying, he followed up on his saber, taking a single step to appear in front of Han Tianyu. His saber released a sea of red light as it slashed down on him again. Han Tianyu was completely horrified, and he instantly recalled that Long Chen seemed to possess an extremely amazing saber technique that superimposed his strength. Each slash of his saber contained a portion of his previous slash's power, and it was extremely terrifying. But he had no time to react after that thought flitted through his head. Long Chen's saber was already about to reach him, and he hastily raised his sword. Han Tianyu vomited blood, and he flew back. This time, He had taken extremely heavy injuries. Furthermore, Long Chen's third attack was coming for him, his saber cutting through the void, seemingly capable of cutting through anything. Han Tianyu was completely appalled and resisted with his full strength. However, he was unable to block this saber. This saber seemed to be able to destroy the heavens, destroy the earth, destroy devils, and destroy gods. After a heaven-shaking explosion, a figure shot out like a meteorite, digging a long ditch in the ground. Han Tianyu ended up smashing through several miles of ground before smashing heavily into a large platform. That platform was the Shantian Supermonastery's ancestral statue. This statue might be extremely tall, but its base was dozens of meters tall, and it was covered in runes that made it extremely stable. Han Tianyu's bones broke and his muscles tore apart when he struck that platform. He no longer even appeared human anymore. The entire crowd was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Long Chen with shock, reverence, and terror. Long Chen's power had already surpassed their imaginations. Using the netherworld ghost steps, Long Chen appeared in front of Han Tianyu with a single step. He put away his saber and clasped his hands behind his back. All of Han Tianyu's bones had been crushed. He had almost turned into a lump, but this wasn't his worst injury. The worst damage was to his spiritual strength. His soul was starting to grow unstable, like a candle in the wind. That illusory figure behind him completely disappeared, while his spiritual strength was also burned to its limit. Even Long Chen would be unable to save him. Do you have any last words? Long Chen looked at Han Tianyu. His words didn't contain any ridicule, but they also didn't contain any sympathy. Han Tianyu coughed up several large mouthfuls of blood, and his gaze became a bit dim. However, his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. You chose complete tempering. Long Chen nodded. Yes, I've chosen complete tempering, and I've already tempered over half my bones. Cough. It's all because of those bastards from the Yin family. They made me abandon my complete tempering, and they also placed a spiritual larva inside me. Otherwise, the person dying today would definitely have been you, he said ruthlessly. From their fight, Long Chen had also seen that Han Tianyu had given up on his complete tempering and had only tempered 16 bones before attacking Meridian Opening. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed so much. That was what Han Tianyu felt most unwilling about. If he had undergone complete tempering, then with his current realm, the results of their fight would most likely have been reversed. Perhaps, said Long Chen indifferently. There was no point over arguing this point. Who is that person? Why would I tell you? Sneered Han Tianyu. Perhaps there will come a day when I get revenge for you. If you don't want to tell me, that's also fine. I won't hold up your death. You can do whatever you want. I'll leave. Long Chen turned to leave. Wait, Han Tianyu reddened slightly. Can you really get revenge for me? Right now, you're on your final surge before death. If you want revenge, then say what you want to say before you breathe your last breath. Fine, I'll tell you. He is the Yin family's future junior master. He is their strongest junior generation. His name is... Han Tianyu's voice suddenly stopped. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Han Tianyu's body still contained a trace of life force, but his soul had already been exterminated. Let me take his place to tell you. My name is Yin Wuxiang 1. Remember this name, because the person possessing this name will one day cut off your head. The person talking was precisely the mysterious man from the Yin family. He was looking at Long Chen lightly without the slightest surprise. Yin Wuxiang, what a trash name. One day, I'll definitely cover your entire body with injuries. Long Chen shook his head disdainfully. However, there's one aspect of you that's not bad. Thank you for that Meridian Opening Spirit Cliff fruit. Although that thing's not worth much, it's so rare for you to be filial, so I won't quibble with you about it. When you go home, say hi to your mother for me. Yin Qing and Yin Wuxiang's expressions sunk. Yin Wuxiang was their Yin family's peak genius, the future inheritor of the Yin family. His status was incredibly high, so Long Chen's words were practically the greatest possible insult to him. Long Chen, if I killed you now, that would just be bullying. I'll wait until you've finished your complete tempering and reach the Meridian Opening to cut off your head, said Yin Wuxiang icily. That startled everyone. Yin Wuxiang was truly confident, saying he would kill Long Chen once he reached the Meridian Opening realm. However, there was one thing slightly odd that they had noticed. Many people had been glanced at by him when he had first come, and that gaze had felt like the gaze of a death god. Even the Shantian experts had that feeling. I'd advise you not to think that way because that is very dangerous. With the death of Han Tianyu, the enmities between your Yin family and I have basically ended. If you continue to target me, then I, Long Chen, swear to erase your Yin family's name from this world. I, Long Chen, never make empty promises, and if you want to try me, you can come at me any time, said Long Chen icily. These words were too ruthless, and even Shui Wuan felt they were too much. Ha 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 ha, good, good. Then let me see just how a bone-forging amateur can eradicate my Yin family. Let me make it clear to you. Now that you've killed someone from my Yin family, even if you ascend to the heavens or bore your way into the earth, you won't be able to escape my Yin family's reach. In this world, no one can step on the ancient family's prestige. Unless you plan on spending the rest of your life in the Xuantian supermonastery, take care till the day I cut off your head, sneered Yin Wusheng. Good, then saying anything more is meaningless. Now, that person is already dead, and you've also shown your filial respect, so just scram. My Xuantian supermonastery truly can't compare with your ancient family, so don't stay for food. Just fuck off however far you can. Long Chen waved his hand, almost as if he was waving off a beggar. Yin Wusheng was very aware that he couldn't get angry right now, or that would just be elevating Long Chen's status. And yet, although he kept his expression calm, his hair was standing on end. In all his years, he had never been as infuriated as today. If Shui Wuan wasn't present, he would very likely have immediately attacked. What are you just staring at? Glaring doesn't have any use. There are no leftovers, so scram, pushed Long Chen. The veins on Yin Wusheng's forehead bulged, and a cold light shone in his eyes. A formless energy enveloped Long Chen, and he felt his heart jump. He was just about to take action when Shui Wuan waved her hand, and that sensation disappeared. This is the Xuantian supermonastery. Junior master from the Yin family, are you saying you don't place me in your eyes? Shui Wuan stood in front of Long Chen. Yin Wusheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Monastery head Shui, my Yin family and your Shui family don't have any enmity. Are you not afraid of the consequences of your actions? Junior master, are you trying to threaten me? My Shui family is backed by the Xuantian Dao sect. If you think your Yin family can handle the Xuantian Dao sect, then just come. It seems the righteous path hasn't gotten excited in a long time, retorted Shui Wuan. Fine, then we're leaving. Yin Wusheng clenched his teeth and stepped on the teleportation formation with Yin Qing, disappearing from their sight. Sorry, I've caused some people to be disappointed. I hope those people don't end up dying from rage, otherwise, for two pieces of garbage to die in the supermonastery in one day would be quite embarrassing. Plus, we'd have to waste a coffin, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen, Zhou Qingyi was completely infuriated. He was clearly indirectly cursing her. Furthermore, it was in front of everyone. Long Chen, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Shui Wuan didn't even glance at Zhou Qingyi and pulled Long Chen away. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back. Assistant Monastery Head Zhou, the death deciding stage has disappeared. I'll leave the reconstruction to you. Consider it a formal mission. Excuse me, Chapter 523 Celestial. Junior Master, is Long Chen a Celestial? Once they left the Xuantian supermonastery, Yin Qing respectfully asked Yin Wusheng. Even she, a Shantian expert, had to be respectful to her family's #1 junior generation. He's not. When he fights, there is no resonance with the heavenly Daos or manifestation. He's definitely not a celestial. Yin Wusheng shook his head. But then how is he so strong? Once he activated the departed ghost devour art, Han Tianyu had power equal to Shantian experts, but he was still defeated so miserably. Yin Qing couldn't help feeling slightly worried when she recalled their fight. Long Chen's potential was too terrifying. That part really is odd. He's not a celestial, but he has such power. Perhaps it has to do with his battle skill. That divine ring behind him is extremely bizarre. The opposite rotation of the two colors absorbs spiritual chi for him to use so he won't run out of energy, and when he activates the divine ring, his strength instantly multiplies by several times. This is my first time seeing such an odd battle skill. Yin Wusheng nodded. He had no choice but to admit that Long Chen truly was powerful once he activated his divine ring. In comparison, Han Tianyu was far too lacking. Even with the departed ghost devour art, he still hadn't been a match for him. In fact, he hadn't even been able to pose a threat. Then what would happen if you fought him? Asked Yin Qing carefully. If Long Chen's power is limited to what he revealed, then I can take his life in 3 blows. Junior Master really is an unrivaled hero, the glory of our Yin family," exclaimed Yin Qing fervently. However, it's clear Long Chen didn't use his full strength. But so what? No matter how strong he is, he definitely can't last more than 10 exchanges with me. HMPH, if it weren't for Shui Wuan, I would have killed him right there and then. He really is hateful. Yin Wusheng clenched his teeth. Just thinking of how Long Chen had looked at him made him furious. Then what should we do now? We're just going to leave like this. All we did was end up losing a meridian opening spirit cliff fruit. Yin Qing was a bit distressed about that. Meridian opening spirit cliff fruits were extremely precious. The Yin family was only able to produce less than 20 of them a year. Each one of them was invaluable, and she really was unwilling to have sent one to Long Chen just like that. Most hateful of all, Long Chen had acted like that was their filial duty and then treated them like beggars asking for food, infuriating them. HMPH, that Long Chen really is stupid. That meridian opening spirit cliff fruit is completely defective. Over 90% of its essence has already expired. It's extremely difficult to refine it into a meridian opening pill. And even if he could refine it, at best, it would only be low grade. If it could increase a person's chance of advancing by 10%, it would already be impressive. What difference would there be compared to ordinary meridian opening pills? As an alchemist, he wasn't even able to see through that. He really is stupid enough. All those other baits I prepared ended up being useless, said Yin Wusheng disdainfully. He didn't know that Long Chen had long since seen through that. However, Long Chen wasn't using the meridian opening spirit cliff fruit to refine pills, but to plant its seeds. Although those seeds had already withered and died, with the primal chaos space, he could revive those seeds. In the future, it wouldn't only be the Yin family who could produce meridian opening spirit cliff fruits. It was unknown whether or not Yin Wusheng would end up dying from fury if he learned of this. Young Master really is brilliant. So what should we do now? Yin Qing intimately wrapped her arms around Yin Wusheng's elbow with a fawning expression. Yin Qing looked to be in her 30s, and although that was a bit old in comparison, her figure really was not bad. She had some good looks. Let's wait around for a while and see if there's a chance to quietly catch Long Chen. I need to know his secrets. Other than that goal, that bastard really pisses me off, and I'll definitely have to torment him a bit. Yin Wusheng clenched his teeth. Young Master, since you have so much fire within you, how about you let Big Sister Qing release some of it? Yin Qing had already wrapped her arms around him from behind, her hands gently rubbing his chest. She continued, I know young Master has it very hard. Although those few girls in the family aren't so bad, they still haven't stepped into the Shantian realm. Let Big Sister help you out. Yin Qing pressed her body against Yin Wusheng, and he immediately began to breathe more hurriedly. Young Master, don't hold back. I naturally know I can't compare to you, and I don't have any extravagant requests. I just hope that once young Master succeeds the family master position, he won't forget about Yin Qing. Yin Qing's hands became even fiercer. Ha ha ha, good, then I'll have to thank Big Sister. Yin Wusheng suddenly lifted Yin Qing and began to rush into the distance. You brat, how are you so brazen? How could you threaten Yin Wusheng and even say you'll exterminate the Yin family? Do you know how powerful the ancient families are? Their inheritance stretches back tens of thousands of years, and even after so many experiences and hardships, they still haven't declined. You want to exterminate their family? Why not just say you'll exterminate the very heavens? Within a private room, Shui Wuan was resentfully rebuking Long Chen. Just how strong was the Yin family? Even the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't dare to easily say they would exterminate an ancient family. Long Chen really was too brazen. Sister, I'm your brother, so you can't call me brat. That sounds off. Long Chen laughed. Stop being flippant. Ah, why can't you just not cause trouble? Why on earth would you anger Yin Wusheng? Even I wouldn't dare do such a thing to the Yin family's junior master, said Shui Wuan. He's angry. He actually has the face to be angry. That woman from the Yin family caused so much trouble, causing Lu Fang'er to die, causing us to not know if Yi Ziqiu is alive or dead, implicating so many of my brothers. What is he so mad about? Their ancient family really must be a bunch of spoiled idiots. My words today weren't to intimidate them. If they dare cause any more trouble for me, I will definitely exterminate the Yin family. It's not like I don't have experience, raged Long Chen. Experience? You mean, the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Shui Wuan looked at him with disbelief. Long Chen had an urge to slap himself. How did he end up slipping up here? But it was already too late to take it back. Don't ask. In any case, I won't admit to it. Shui Wuan was completely astonished. The Wind Spirit Pavilion's disappearance had shaken all the nearby sects, and even she had personally gone over to examine the scene. When she had seen that everything within 1,000 miles of the Wind Spirit Pavilion had been turned into barren land, she had been completely dumbfounded. The ground still retained a boundless destructive aura that chilled her heart. Ordinary experts weren't even able to get close to it, or that destructive aura would exterminate their souls. In fact, when she had seen that, she had felt a burst of fear, because that had happened the day after she had accompanied Long Chen to demand them to hand over Meng Qi. Afterward, she had had her suspicions. But that extermination of the Wind Spirit Pavilion was simply not something a human could do. The only thing that could cause something like that was heavenly punishment. But heavenly punishment was only something used to scare people. Whose tribulation would cause such terrifying wreckage? Furthermore, who would undergo tribulation in their own homes? That was just asking for trouble. This matter had ended up being an unresolved case. The Wind Spirit Pavilion, with its lengthy inheritance, had been exterminated overnight, disappearing from the cultivation world. Because this matter was related to the heavenly Taos, many people decided to just drop it after they got a look. They didn't bring it up again, afraid of being contaminated by karma. Shui Wuan hadn't even connected the Wind Spirit Pavilion's destruction to Long Chen due to how shocking the scale was. But now that he said this, she suddenly recalled that when she had brought him to the pavilion, he had only been in the tendon transformation realm. Then, after an unknown amount of time, he had reached the bone forging realm. Long Chen's slip of the tongue made her think of a terrifying possibility, one that made her bewildered. She looked at Long Chen like he was a monster. Was it really done by you? She was filled with disbelief. Sister, it couldn't be that you'd kill me to remove a scourge from the righteous path, right? Asked Long Chen. Looking at Long Chen's wily and slippery expression, Shui Wuan suddenly chuckled and then rebuked, "Don't be so wacky. How is it that you are never serious? You're like a scoundrel without any air of an expert. Aren't you trying to make things hard on me? How could a bone-forging rookie display the air of an expert in the face of a sea expansion expert? I still want to live for a few more years." Long Chen shook his head. There really is no saving this child. Shui Wuan sighed. When he fought, he was like a divine god that had descended upon the world, arrogantly looking down on all, and yet normally, he was like a shameless scoundrel, making all kinds of jokes. She even suspected he had a split personality. She suddenly took out a black stone tablet 3 meters tall. There were many decorative designs on it, several of which were flower designs. Sister, it couldn't be that you really are planning on crushing me for the sake of righteousness, right? Long Chen couldn't help being startled upon seeing that huge stone. If you're flippant one more time, then I really will crush you, rebuked Shui Wuan. This is a celestial stone, something I just borrowed from my family. I want to test whether or not you are a celestial. Although there's no resonance with the heavenly Taos and no manifestation when you fight, there are some legends of variant celestials that don't have any obvious manifestations, so I just want to test it. What's a celestial? Long Chen was startled. Celestials are, stop wasting time. Just take the test first. Place your hand on the center of the stone and circulate your energy within the designs, urged Shui Wuan expectantly. Long Chen saw there was a special design specifically for his hand, and placing it on it, his spiritual chi surged out. Chapter 524 Fighting Across Realms. The stone tablet suddenly trembled, but then it quickly became silent. Is this really the case? Shui Wuan sighed disappointedly. Sister, did I not use enough force? Asked Long Chen. You can try circulating your full strength, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen fully activated the Feng Fu star and Alioth star, and his spiritual chi surged out, but it didn't cause any reaction with the stone tablet. It's fine, there's no need to keep trying. You aren't a celestial, sighed Shui Wuan. Long Chen pulled back his energy and asked, what is a celestial? What relationship does it have to the stone tablet? Celestials are the true favorites of heaven and earth. The legends are that celestials are heavenly geniuses born to deal with worldly calamities. The heavens pamper them, blessing them with karmic luck, and their combat strength is shocking. Within the supermonastery, there are countless favored, but compared to celestials, they aren't even fit to wipe their shoes. If I were to make a comparison, Favored are blades of grass and flowers, while celestials are towering trees. The grass is the cornerstone of the world, but then celestials are this world's towering pillars. They are the leading characters of this world. At the level of top geniuses, only celestials are able to remain unrivaled within the same realm and can fight across realms. When they fight, karmic luck supports them, and that mysterious energy makes them unrivaled. It can be said that once a celestial matures to their peak, they are the peak figures of the cultivation world, capable of looking down on anyone else. Other than that, they have another special point. If a celestial has awoken, then when they advance to bone forging, the heavens will bring down heavenly tribulation on them, using thunder force to temper their physical body and will, stabilizing their foundation. That is what it means to be the favored of the heavens, sighed Shui Wuan. There's such a good thing in this world. When I undergo tribulation, aren't the heavens just purely trying to kill me? Why can't I feel a trace of that kind-heartedness? Long Chen was filled with a sensation of unfairness. This celestial tablet was formed with a celestial stone at the core. It is extremely sensitive to the heavenly Taoes, and it is used specifically to test celestials. Celestials are split into their own levels. Do you see the 9 flowers on the stele? If a celestial circulates their spiritual qi, those flowers will light up. The more flowers that light up, the higher the rank of the celestial, and the more blessed they are by the heavens. 1 flower makes you a rank 1 celestial, while 9 flowers make you a rank 9 celestial. Rank 9 celestials are known as true celestials, and such figures only exist in legends. It's unknown how many years have passed since one has appeared. As for rank 1 to rank 8, those are actually just quasi-celestials. However, in the current cultivation world, they are still lumped together as celestials. Since you underwent a tribulation at the bone forging realm, you should be a celestial. At worst, you should at least be a rank 1 celestial. It really is odd, sighed Shui Wuan. Long Chen bitterly smiled and sighed. He hadn't just undergone tribulation at bone forging, he had started going through tribulation since blood condensation. If it hadn't been for the spirit world expert's reminder, he'd have long since been dead. Just thinking of how the heavens had made a blood condensation rookie undergo tribulation, Long Chen had an urge to curse the nonsensical heavens. Sister, even if I'm not a celestial, it doesn't matter. With my strength, I wouldn't be inferior to anyone, consoled Long Chen. Fool, you just don't know how terrifying celestials are. Let me tell you something, that Yin Wusheng who you cursed is a rank 1 celestial, said Shui Wuan. What, even he's a celestial? The heavens will bless him. Then the heavens really are blind. Long Chen shook his head, aggrieved at the unfairness. Ah, don't feel so indignant. Although you aren't a celestial, your strength wouldn't rank you beneath celestials. Within the same realm, perhaps you can fight with one of them for a while. But remember, when facing celestials, you cannot try fighting across realms, because that's just suicide, warned Shui Wuan. I understand. Long Chen nodded obediently. He knew she was worried he would be too obstinate. It wasn't as if he was an idiot. Of course, he wouldn't just stubbornly clash with someone head-on when he would be the only one to suffer losses. If my guess is correct, Yin Wusheng came today mostly to see whether or not you are a celestial and also to test your strength, said Shui Wuan. I know. That's why I didn't expose my true strength when I fought just now. If it hadn't been for the meridian opening spirit cliff fruit, I wouldn't have even bothered to accept such a senseless challenge. Long Chen smiled when he thought of the meridian opening fruit. He had already sent it into the primal chaos space, and the saplings had already grown over a foot tall. Just looking at that scene made him feel happy. For a single meridian opening spirit cliff fruit to make you this happy, you really must not have any worries, said Shui Wuan helplessly. To agree to a deathmatch with someone just because of a fruit. Sometimes she felt that when Long Chen was smart, he was frighteningly smart, but when he was foolish, he pushed the bounds of a person's imagination. However, the fact that you didn't expose the split the heavens battle skill is at least a bit smart. After this, bring my tablet to go select some heaven class battle skills from the battle skill pavilion. Try not to use split the heavens. Most likely, the heaven splitting divine sect is too far, and so the news of the Julie secret realm didn't reach them. That matter will end there. But in the future, don't use split the heavens. That is taboo. Just pick a few heaven class battle skills you like. Although their power is inferior to split the heavens, they won't be that much weaker. At the very least, it's much safer, said Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan was also very worried about the heaven splitting divine sect. That was an existence on the same level as the Xuantian Dao sect. Let alone her, even her Shui family would be unable to do anything to them. Right now, the only good news was that there was no news from the heaven-splitting divine sect. Most likely, the heaven-splitting divine sect had too many disciples, and they couldn't pay attention to every disciple that explored the many secret realms. Shui Wuan asked Long Chen whether or not he wanted to just stay in the supermonastery now. That way, she could keep a constant guard over him, and it would be safer. She was worried about the Yin family's schemes. However, Long Chen declined. As a cultivator, how could a person live off another person's charity just for safety? Furthermore, he still was worried about the matter with the Dragonblood Legion. He had to keep watch over them personally. This time, he hadn't exposed the Dragonblood Legion, as none of them had come with him here. It was impossible for Shui Wuan to not notice how powerful the Dragonblood warriors were. For over 300 people to undergo complete tempering would definitely astonish anyone. To avoid being exposed too early, the best method was to be more low-key. Now, Long Chen left Shui Wuan's room, going directly to the supermonastery's battle skill pavilion with her tablet. Long Chen found that he really never had enough time. The matter of training in more battle skills should have been something he brought up. But he had been too busy. Ever since returning from the secret realm, he had only taken a single day's break, and that had been when they had had their barbecue. Other than that day, he had spent all day concocting pills and cultivating. He hadn't even dared to take a 15-minute break. If Shui Wuan hadn't taken the initiative to urge him, he still wouldn't have had time to go to the battle skill pavilion. Within the monastery, the only battle skills present were in the earth class and below. If you wanted to learn heaven class battle skills, you had to go to the supermonastery. Furthermore, you couldn't bring the tomes outside of the battle skill pavilion nor could you copy them. The rules were very strict. Why have you come here? Just as Long Chen arrived, he heard a voice trembling with fear. When he saw the owner of the voice, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, how coincidental. Does your face not hurt? I came here to pick out some battle skills. I feel like I only use one skill when fighting, and I only have such limited abilities. There's no beauty to it, no creativity. I've gotten tired of it. Long Chen laughed. That person was precisely the one who had come to receive Long Chen on the day of the sect leader meeting. He had intentionally provoked and insulted him, and then almost died from Long Chen's slap in the face. Back then, Long Chen had already deduced that this idiot was being used by someone. If it wasn't Sha Tonghai, then it had to be Zhao Yongchang. Other people didn't have that ability. But to try and intimidate Long Chen like this really was too foolish. This person had ended up being slapped for nothing. Originally, he had been planning on going to the law enforcement branch to report Long Chen. But then he had heard that Long Chen had slapped Sha Tonghai's face 4 times in front of the monastery head, and so he had abandoned the thought. Now, seeing Long Chen today, he began to tremble in terror, thinking Long Chen had come to target him. Let me warn you, don't do anything stupid. I'm on my official shift, and if you strike, that will be a grave offense of the rules. He stuttered, but then he realized that Long Chen wasn't even looking at him and had gone directly into the battle skill pavilion. Only then did he sigh in relief. Long Chen didn't care about an ant. Cultivation was just like that. Some people were stupid and had no idea how to size up the situation. Just being face slapped was already fortunate for him. At the very least, he was still alive. There were many people in this world who had ended up silently disappearing because they had stood on the wrong side. Stop. The battle skill pavilion is an important location. Idlers can't randomly enter. Suddenly, 2 elders appeared in front of Long Chen. I'm not an idler. I came to select battle skills, said Long Chen. Tablet. The 2 elders were expressionless. Seeing the tablet Long Chen handed over, the 2 of them were slightly startled and then nodded. The heaven section is straight ahead, 3rd path on the right. After saying that, the 2 of them pressed the stone wall, and a passage opened for him. Damn, did they need to make it so exaggerated? Long Chen couldn't help being startled. The stone wall had looked extremely ordinary, but it was actually dozens of meters thick. Hurry and enter, urged one of the elders. Only then did he realize that countless runes were shining on the stone door, and it seemed it used up a great deal of their energy to keep it open. He hastily walked in. As soon as he entered, the stone door slammed back down. Long Chen now felt like he was isolated from the rest of the world. There was not the slightest sound. Chapter 525 Lightning Rushing Hand. Fuck, how frightening. The sensation of suddenly being cut off from all his senses truly was a frightening one. It felt as if a boulder was crushing him. But then thinking about it, he was also relieved. The Supermonastery's battle skill pavilion was an important location, and having such defenses was normal. He quickly advanced, choosing the third pathway. On either side of the passage were many stone doors. Each stone door had some words on them, and when he looked at them, he saw that they marked the classification and grades of the battle skills. He ignored those doors and went directly as deep as possible. At the end of the passage, a large door appeared. What is this supposed to be? Long Chen was dumbfounded upon seeing this door. There was no opening mechanism. Was he supposed to smash it open? Suddenly, a light sound came from the stone door, and a notch appeared. Long Chen hastily tried placing the tablet Shui Wuan had given him into it. The stone door slowly pulled into the wall, revealing a room. This room was around 300 meters wide. There were no decorations within the room, only many foot-long jade tablets embedded into the walls. Arriving at the first tablet, he saw a line of characters on it: middle grade heaven class battle skill, lightning rushing hand. Requirements: lightning attribute spiritual chi. Nice, this is just what I need. Long Chen was delighted. Now that the lightning serpent tattoo had appeared on his arm, he found that his thunder force no longer had any rejection for him, and he could easily control it. But the thunderization art he had learned was of too low quality and unsuitable for controlling such powerful thunder force. Now he practically went crazy with delight. Pressing a finger on the jade tablet, he inserted his spiritual strength. That was what Shui Wuan had taught him. As expected, the jade tablet immediately lit up, and a vast amount of information poured into Long Chen's head. He hastily opened up his soul, allowing the information to enter. These were extremely convenient spiritual jade tablets that recorded the contents of battle skills, and the information within them would be copied once a person activated them with their spiritual strength. What an exquisite circulation method! Long Chen couldn't help exclaiming, and with a thought, his lightning python quivered and his hand was covered in a layer of violet light. What a terrifying condensing ability! With the thunder force on my hand, I can even grab Shantian weapons. Long Chen couldn't help being astonished and delighted. This lightning rushing hand was an extremely exquisite lightning battle skill, and through its special circulation method, it could compress his thunder force. That thunder force would condense over his hand without the slightest bit of them scattering. But once it touched something, then with a thought from its master, it would erupt with irresistible force. Within the battle skill pavilion, it is forbidden to activate battle skills. A roar resounded throughout the pavilion. Long Chen jumped, hastily putting away the lightning on his hand and apologizing, "Sorry, really sorry." After putting away the lightning, the voice also faded. Long Chen wasn't even clear on where the voice had come from. It seems there are people watching here. Long Chen was slightly startled, and he didn't waste any more time. He hurried over to the second jade tablet, seeing a line of words: middle grade heaven class battle skill, wind moon engulfs stars. Requirements: wind attribute spiritual chi. Not bad, not bad, this is good for 1 and it's even a group slaughter technique. Hehe, I really have struck gold. Tang Wan was currently comprehending the wind mysteries within the wind spirit crystal, and her comprehension and control over her wind energy was advancing at a shocking pace. This wind moon engulfs stars was definitely a treasure for her. Once he brought it back, perhaps he would get an opportunity to obtain a beauty's kiss. Long Chen didn't look into the wind moon engulfs stars in detail. After everything within had been transferred into his mind, he sealed it within his soul. Later, he could directly transmit it to Tang Wan. In any case, going through it in detail was useless to him, as this battle skill was not his style. He hastily moved on to his next target. High-grade heaven class, mountain-crushing body tempering art. Requirements: only those with powerful physical bodies can train in this. Otherwise, it will cause your body to explode. Be warned. High-grade cultivation technique. It seems very strong. Long Chen was surprised to find something like this here, and he hastily investigated it. As expected, it truly was an extremely powerful cultivation technique. However, the body tempering arts recorded inside had extremely high requirements. If your body couldn't endure 3 caddies of force, it was forbidden to train in it. A caddy was a unit of measurement from ancient times. 1 caddy was equivalent to 300,000 pounds. 3 caddies was already almost 1,000,000 pounds. Furthermore, that requirement was based purely on physical strength and could not be dependent on activating any battle skills or cultivation techniques. It was an extremely harsh demand, and beneath the Shantian realm, there were few people who could train in it. But once you reached the Shantian realm, you would have even better things to train in. Who would bother with this? Hehe, this is practically perfect for the Dragonblood Legion. Once they've tempered more than 100 bones, then it'll be no problem for them to have 3 caddies of strength. Right now, the majority of the Dragonblood Legion had tempered at least 100 bones. As for the remaining members, they would also reach that point quickly. After all, their talents weren't the same, and it was impossible for them to advance at exactly the same rate. However, even those who cultivated slower would reach the 100 temper realm within 10 days, and then they could train in the mountain-crushing body tempering art. After learning these 3 techniques, Long Chen had just been about to select a 4th technique when a voice resounded within the battle skill pavilion. You may only choose 3 battle skills to learn each time you enter the heaven class portion of the battle skill pavilion. Now Long Chen was paying attention and heard that this voice came from one of the 2 Shantian elders guarding the door. The voice was distorted from echoing in the pavilion, but now he could tell that this was the same speaker as the one who had roared at him previously. How come I've never heard of that rule? The monastery head gave me her tablet, allowing me to learn any of the techniques here, raged Long Chen. In truth, Shui Wuan hadn't said that, but he knew she wouldn't care. If Long Chen didn't take advantage of this opportunity, then that would be too much of a loss. These are the rules, was the icy reply. Suddenly, the jade tablet receded into the stone walls, disappearing completely. Fuck, are you hurrying me out? Fine, count yourselves as vicious. Long Chen furiously left the battle skill pavilion. When he reached the exit, the passage automatically opened for him. When he walked out, the passageway closed again. Long Chen glared at the 2 elders, but they didn't even glance at him, acting as if this was just as the rules dictated. Long Chen didn't say anything. He walked away, but just a dozen steps later, he turned back and arrived in front of the 2 of them. Oh, how coincidental, to run into the 2 of you again. The revered monastery head has ordered me to come learn some battle skills, laughed Long Chen. Didn't you just learn them? Asked one elder. If you already ate once, would you never eat again? Said Long Chen lightly. According to the rules, I've already acted according to the rules. Each time, I can only look through 3 techniques, right? Well, now I've come again. This is my 2nd time coming here, so thank you for your trouble, but I want to look through another 3 techniques. Then I'll come out and come again a 3rd time, said Long Chen. What kind of garbage rules were these? This was clearly just making things hard on him intentionally. If they wanted to play, then he would accompany them. Although he didn't know what exactly their intentions were, it still made him furious. With the monastery head's tablet, you still want to make things hard on me. You must have a mental illness. Furthermore, it's not like me training in battle skills makes things hard on you. The 2 elders looked at each other, each seeing the other's helplessness. They could only open the door for Long Chen again. When the door closed again, one of them shook his head and said, "This Long Chen really is a ruthless character. You should tell Zhao Yongchang not to target him anymore, otherwise, the ones to suffer will definitely be you guys." Long Chen didn't know about that, but he also didn't care. He was planning on going through every single technique within the battle skill pavilion, as those were things the Dragonblood Legion required. 6 hours later, Long Chen finally left, perfectly contented. Dozens of high-grade battle skills had been sealed within his mind. That was only possible due to how vast his spiritual strength was. For an ordinary bone-forging expert, memorizing 2 heaven-class battle skills would already be impressive. Sealing such a technique within the mind required a vast amount of energy. Just relying on memory wasn't enough. There was simply too much information within those high-class techniques. Not only did battle skills contain a circulation method, there were also taboos as well as many principles and theories, and even some experience from seniors. It could be said that if 1,000 people used the same battle skill, it would cause 1,000 different effects. A person needed to go through drilling and experience to find out the best way to use a technique. Once he left the battle skill pavilion, Long Chen returned the tablet to Shui Wuan. On his way back, he saw Zhou Qingyi furiously directing people to rebuild the new death-deciding stage. Long Chen walked by her grandly and openly, making her even more furious. After doing that, seeing how furious Zhou Qingyi was, Long Chen's mood became much more pleased, and only then did he step into the transportation formation and return to the first monastery. The monastery erupted into a clamor because the news that he had killed Han Tianyu had long since arrived. It was not easy to calm everyone down and get them to calmly cultivate, but he finally managed to return to his own residence. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you've returned. He had only just arrived at his yard when a young woman in disciple robes bowed in greeting. Chapter 526 Assassins. Long Chen was startled. His residence was private, and there had never been anyone to disturb him. Why would a female disciple appear here suddenly? I am Xiao Kui. Could it be that you've forgotten? A few days ago, Elder Tu Fang had me deliver a message to you. She laughed. Oh, I remember now. Back then, I asked you how old you are, but you refused to tell me. Long Chen also laughed. A girl's age is a secret. Xiao Kui blushed. A blood-red saber silently stabbed through Xiao Kui's chest. Xiao Kui looked at Long Chen with terror. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Sorry, but I never asked Xiao Kui her age. Long Chen shook his head apologetically. When he had seen her, he really hadn't realized she was Xiao Kui. Only once she told him did he recall that they had had such an interaction. Although he had only interacted with Xiao Kui ever so slightly, he now felt something was off about her, but at the same time, he was unable to say what it was. That was why he had tested her just now, and, Xiao Kui, had ended up exposing herself. Now I know what's wrong. The fragrance coming from you is strong, but you don't have any of a girl's body odor. For a man to dress himself up like a girl, it really must have been hard on you. Long Chen shook his head. It'd be best for you to not make any sudden movements. My saber contains my spiritual qi. If you move, it will immediately cause your body to explode. If I haven't guessed wrongly, you must be an assassin from the Bloodkill Hall, correct? Asked Long Chen. Ha 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 ha, to die to someone like you is acceptable. Xiao Kui's voice suddenly became that of a man's. But it didn't contain the slightest bit of fear. Long Chen, being targeted by my Bloodkill Hall is equivalent to having a Yama King stuck to you. Death will be your final end, haha, PFFT. Unexpectedly, the assassin self-destructed, filling the sky with blood. What? Even his blood contains poison. What? Viciousness. Long Chen suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Just at this moment, another figure popped out of nowhere and stabbed a dagger towards Long Chen's back. He was another assassin who had been patiently waiting this entire time, not releasing the slightest aura or hostility. Even when his companion had been stabbed, he hadn't released the slightest fluctuation. He only revealed himself when his companion had self-destructed and poisoned Long Chen, flashing into action to kill him with a single blow. But a blood-red saber seemed to inadvertently and yet also intentionally spin through the air, just happening to slash apart that assassin's waist, cutting him in two. The saber clanged onto the ground. At the same time, Long Chen also fell to the ground. A black arrow suddenly shot out of the room at his heart. Just as the arrow was about to reach him, Long Chen raised a hand covered in violet light and smashed apart the arrow. At the same time, he also pointed out a finger. A bolt of lightning shot out of his finger and instantly pierced into the room. The sound of a body exploding rang out. Only then did Long Chen crawl up from the ground and pat the dust off his body. Picking up his saber, he looked at the corpses, his expression a bit odd. Looks like I've been feeling too secure recently. I actually forgot to activate my divine sense immediately, he muttered to himself. Divine sense was something specific to Long Chen. He had once asked Meng Qi about it, but Meng Qi didn't know anything about divine sense. She could only use her spiritual strength to scan for spiritual fluctuations. But the divine sense Long Chen used had the ability to see everything with spiritual strength. The former could only sense the fluctuations of life and find out their positions, but Long Chen could actually see them. These assassins had been extremely skillful, especially the last two. They had completely hidden their spiritual fluctuations so that no one would be able to sense them. Even spiritual strength wouldn't be able to sense them. Ordinary experts would definitely have died. That was the most terrifying aspect of assassins. But although they could conceal themselves from spiritual perception, they were unable to escape Long Chen's divine sense. Under the observation of his divine sense, they had nowhere to hide. However, he had been afraid of them getting away, so he had put on an act of almost dying. Assassins were only specialized in assassinations and fleeing. He had no assurance in being able to chase one of them down. Only once all three were dead and there was no one else around did he get back up. The corpse on the ground was the only one that was remotely intact. It had a bronze badge. Picking up the badge, he saw a skull had been carved into it, and at the mouth of the skeleton was a bloody dagger. The carving was extremely exquisite, almost lifelike. It was extremely bloody, and the carving of the blood dripping from the dagger was extremely chilling. On the other side of the badge was a strange mark, but he was unable to understand its meaning. Perhaps it was a code name, or perhaps it was their level. They were all at the mid-bone forging realm, so their cultivation bases weren't high, and their combat abilities weren't outstanding. But they were specialized in assassinations. They are cold-hearted, emotionless, uncaring about their own lives. Long Chen was lost in thought. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins had finally arrived. Their abilities truly were powerful. Somehow, they had managed to sneak their way into the first monastery. That didn't mean that the monastery's defenses weren't good enough, but that these people were too skillful and specialized. That first assassin had managed to dress himself into appearing like a woman in such a perfect way that even Long Chen hadn't seen any flaws. If he hadn't had an odd feeling inside, causing him to test her, he might have ended up being killed. These assassins were all madmen, willing to go to any means necessary to achieve their goals. They were definitely difficult to handle. If they only aimed to kill him, he wouldn't feel afraid. Even if he was stabbed in his vitals, he had the primal chaos bead and could instantly heal. Unless they managed to instantly chop off his head, he could still recover. However, Long Chen didn't believe they were capable of that. What he was worried about was that these madmen would assassinate the people by his side. Then their chances of succeeding would be extremely high. After cleaning up quickly, Long Chen called out Meng Qi, Tang Wan Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and all the other Dragonblood warriors, telling them that the assassins from the Bloodkill Hall had arrived. Fuck, it's not like we ever provoked them. Why would they come target us? Raged Ji Yuyong. They're just a bunch of madmen who buy lives with money. There's no need to get angry. Their target is me, and I can handle them. Today, I called you all out to tell you a few things. First, all of you enter seclusion. No matter what happens, don't come out. Wait until you finish complete tempering and reach the peak of bone forging. At that time, advance to meridian opening in one go, said Long Chen. Advance in one go, is that going to be alright? Asked Meng Qi worriedly. Their cultivation bases were all raised by medicinal pills. Advancing this quickly was a cultivation taboo. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The Dragonblood Legion's power surpasses your imagination. They're all true warriors who have killed their way out of a sea of blood. Their foundations will be fine. Other than that, although your cultivation bases were rapidly increased with medicinal pills, as long as you have an appropriate cultivation technique, you can still make your foundation even sturdier without battling. Long Chen smiled. Boss, did you obtain another treasure again? Guo Ran's eyes brightened. Yes, I obtained quite a few techniques from the supermonastery this time. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Starting today, each of you can start training in a high heaven class cultivation technique, said Long Chen. High heaven class cultivation techniques were even more precious than heaven class battle skills, and for it to be the high heaven class, everyone was filled with disbelief. I won't waste any words, but I guarantee the cultivation technique will completely satisfy you. With this cultivation technique and the assistant of high-grade battle skills, each of you will have the power to battle across realms. Long Chen transmitted the mountain-crushing body tempering art to each person, causing each of them to be filled with wild joy. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a person's cultivation, and the stronger that foundation, the more power they could release. A high heaven class cultivation technique was something they didn't even dare dream of obtaining. Sister Qing Yu, you and the other women can't train in it for now due to your innate constitutions. But that's fine, because in a bit, I'll refine some body strengthening pills for you, and then you can train in it. Within the Dragonblood Legion, there were 5 women. If their innate constitutions weren't strong enough, they could make up for it with more work and resources. Other than that, I also have heaven-class battle skills, but I don't want you guys to get distracted, so I won't distribute them just yet. Everyone should just focus on cultivating. Go into seclusion, and don't come out until you finish complete tempering. You don't need to worry about the medicinal pills, said Long Chen. Hearing that he had heaven-class battle skills as well, everyone's eyes shone, and they wished they could immediately reach complete tempering to cultivate those techniques. After handling that, Long Chen returned to his own residence. After thinking for a while, he decided to go find Elder Tu Fang and tell him the news that he had been targeted by the Bloodkill Hall. That made Tu Fang jump in fright. There were few who ever lived after being targeted by them. He urged Long Chen to go to the supermonastery. But he declined that suggestion, telling Tu Fang that it would be fine as long as every disciple returned to their own residences. After that, Long Chen returned to his residence and quickly completed some work. Then, he simply waited while eating medicinal pills. 3 days later, a light sound interrupted Long Chen while he was refining pills. Chapter 527 The Pill Tower's Sorrow. The sound was extremely light, almost imperceptible, but Long Chen smiled. He knew that his guest had arrived. Activating his divine sense, he could instantly see everything within several miles. He clearly saw a figure concealed within a corner of his residence. That figure was like a lizard, crawling on the wall. Because of the darkness of night, even if someone walked right past them, they wouldn't notice them. Furthermore, that person had concealed their aura perfectly, making themselves appear just like a lifeless rock. That person continued to hide for a quarter hour before slowly beginning to wriggle. If Long Chen hadn't been personally watching it, he definitely wouldn't have believed that there was such a movement technique. The person was like a snake, wriggling themselves forward, looking like they didn't have any bones in their body. The odd movement didn't cause any sound. This is what it means to be a professional. Long Chen couldn't help feeling some praise. That person wriggled their way in, glanced into Long Chen's room, and began to rush towards the corner. But his foot had only just touched the ground when he felt something like a thin string, and without hesitation, he turned and fled. However, 3 arrows shot out, and one of them struck him dead on. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he was about to flee when his body suddenly stiffened, and he collapsed to the ground. Long Chen opened the door and walked into his room, putting away the corpse and setting up the mechanism again. Then, patting his hands, he once more began to consume medicinal pills. Time passed quickly. Long Chen spent all day consuming pills and setting up his mechanism. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and he had tempered a total of 128 bones. His cultivation base had also reached the 7th heaven stage of bone forging. During these days, he had also obtained 11 corpses. Without exception, they were all bone forging experts with a bronze badge. Those assassins had raised Shui Wuan's alert, and she had personally gone to tell Long Chen that these were simply the Bloodkill Hall's amateurs. The Bloodkill Hall had sent them after Long Chen merely as some tempering. Within the Bloodkill Hall, there was a mission distribution system, and assassins could pick their own missions. If a mission was failed too many times, the Bloodkill Hall would increase the rank of the mission. Once the mission rank was increased, then higher ranked assassins would come to kill him. Right now, he was merely encountering the weakest bronze rank assassins of the Bloodkill Hall. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins were ranked bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold. But she did tell him one thing that comforted him a great deal. The Bloodkill Hall had their own integrity. They never assassinated anyone of a lower realm than them. What they sought was using their assassination arts to kill those stronger than they were. Assassinating targets in the same realm as them was their bottom line. In other words, Long Chen would not encounter any meridian opening assassins. So he decided to turn down Shui Wuan's good intentions and focus on refining and consuming pills. Occasionally, he would go check on the current state of the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen was extremely grateful towards Zheng Wenlong. The medicinal pills had been coming in a steady supply. This time, he had sent him 10 million bone-tempering pills. He had directly told the sender that they didn't need any more. This was enough for everyone to undergo complete tempering. At the same time, Zheng Wenlong sent Long Chen news that they had already set their plan fully into motion half a month ago. On the same day, all the Huayan sect's auction houses announced that the Huayan sect could also refine bone-tempering pills, and that their effect was twice as high as the pill towers. The thing that made Long Chen clap in praise was that the Huayan sect wasn't selling them in an auction style, but selling them at a 10% lower price than the pill tower. The entire cultivation world was greatly shaken. For countless years, only the pill tower had possessed the formula for the bone-tempering pills. They had monopolized all the profit. Now, the Huayan sect had somehow developed their own formula. Although the appearance and pill fragrance were all the exact same as the pill towers, the effect was double. That had caused countless sects to send people to the Huayan sect. What kind of joke was that? Double the effect for only 90% of the cost. Only an idiot wouldn't go. It went without saying that the Huayan sect truly knew how to do business. They didn't immediately release too many of the pills. They only gave people a taste to let them see the pill's effect. They first created contracts for the various sects. Once those sects signed, they gained a large down payment for a long-term purchase order. Those contracts were all for at least 100 years, and some sects even signed 1,000-year contracts, which required an immense down payment. One reason was because bone-tempering pills were too hard to obtain. Who wouldn't turn greedy when facing one with double the effect at a fair price? The other reason was because of the Huayan sect's reputation. After doing business for countless years, they had never conned anyone. Their spotless reputation was worthy of trust. However, the only ones to make those long-term contracts with the Huayan sect were the smaller sects. The larger sects were still hesitating. Due to their size, they needed even more medicinal pills. The majority of those were bought from the pill tower. That didn't just include bone-tempering pills. It was simply that the bone-tempering pills were used up the fastest. For just a small advantage, they might end up offending the pill tower. If the pill tower cut them off from their medicinal pills in their fury, then that would be extremely troublesome. After all, the Huayan sect did not specialize in medicinal pills, and there were many pills that the Huayan sect didn't have. However, the old leaders of some sects were not all useless. Some of the smarter ones stealthily sent their own people to create their own sect. Using that sect's name, they agreed to purchase medicinal pills from the Huayan sect. In any case, as long as they did it covertly enough, not letting the pill tower obtain any proof, it would be fine. As a result, countless tiny sects sprang up within the cultivation world, like bamboo after the spring rain. The most marvelous thing was just how tiny some of those sects were. Within the entire sect, there was only one member. The sect leader was also the disciple. However, whether or not that kind of conduct was just deceiving themselves, the Huayan sect had at least started off beautifully. Just the down payments they had received were equivalent to a year's worth of income for them. That achievement made Zheng Wenlong incredibly excited. He said that in less than half a year, a huge sum of money would enter Long Chen's pocket. While Zheng Wenlong was excited, the pill tower was dumbfounded. This blow was too vicious. The entire cultivation world was shaken. Even Pill Valley, who kept themselves isolated from mundane affairs, ended up disturbed. When they saw the bone-tempering pills the pill tower was selling, they were completely infuriated. When they saw they were selling fake medicine, they immediately started an investigation to find out who did it. As a result, they realized all three of the pill tower's families had participated in this scheme. For some profit, they had cut the medicinal effect in half. The extra profit from the fake pills had been divided evenly by the three families. When the investigators from the Pill Valley found out, they almost blew up with rage. However, the three families truly did have their own methods. They ended up giving those investigators an irresistible sum of money so that they would say some kind words on their behalf. In the end, to dissuade the world's suspicions, the Pill Tower announced that they were completely committed to the development and refining of medicinal pills, and that it was impossible for them to sell fakes. As for the problem of the medicinal effect, the Pill Tower's explanation was that there had been a small problem with the new formula they had developed which had caused the medicinal effect to drop. To express their sincerity, they announced that the bone-tempering pills they were now selling were 100% the genuine product, and for their old buyers, they offered a 20% discount. In a show of their determination to fix things, they had even thrown millions of the defective bone-tempering pills into the garbage. However, doing this was still too late. The Huayan sect had long since expected that reaction, and so their long-term contracts with those sects were extremely profitable. Furthermore, that contract clearly stated that if they wanted to back out, they would lose their down payment. That tightly bound countless sects to the Huayan sect. Let alone a 20% discount, even a 40% discount wouldn't be able to pull those sects back. If they did, they would end up losing a fortune. Furthermore, there were also many people who had long since grown tired of the Pill Tower's arrogance. Even when buying pills from them, when giving them their money, they still had to act so subserviently. When compared to how courteous the Huayan sect was, how they never put on airs no matter what their cultivation base was, they felt much more comfortable with them. The Pill Tower was completely dejected, and yet they were unwilling to end things here. They actually made a new announcement. A few days ago, the formula for the bone-tempering pill had been stolen. They were clearly implying it was done by the Huayan sect. But the Huayan sect's reply was extremely direct. If someone stole the pill formula from you, wouldn't they be refining the same fake medicine as you? You should think before you speak. As the Huayan sect and the pill tower fought, Long Chen had no time to pay attention. Over the past few days, he hadn't had time to cultivate. He was focused on refining pills because within the Dragonblood Legion, Ji Yuyong was the first to completely temper all his bones, and Long Chen was focused on urging on the primal chaos space. The meridian opening spirit cliff trees finally gave birth to the first batch of fruits. Half a month later, Long Chen was bursting with joy. Other than him, everyone had now advanced to the meridian opening realm. Today, Long Chen and the others finally exited their seclusion to eat and drink, partying as hard as they could. But their party was interrupted halfway. A powerful explosion suddenly rocked the monastery. Chapter 528 Dragonblood Legion, Attack. Enemy attack. A harsh shout resounded throughout the monastery. The silent night had become a prelude to a massacre. A huge sword image descended from the sky, breaking the first monastery's transportation formations. Following that, dozens of figures appeared like specters. Those people were all Shantian experts. Behind them was another mass of people. Jejieheji. A chilling laugh resounded throughout the monastery, one that made their blood turn cold. Long Chen, you destroyed my disciple. Today, I'll exterminate your entire monastery along with you. An emaciated elder waved a black cane, and hundreds of meridian opening experts surged into the monastery. Tu Fang's expression changed completely. They had over 20 Shantian experts and hundreds of meridian opening experts. They were clearly planning on completely razing the first monastery, not letting a single blade of grass survive. Prepare for battle, shouted Tu Fang. He took out his sword and stood at the front of everyone. He knew this was a pre-planned sneak attack. If they tried to flee, they would only be cut down from behind. They had to face them head-on. Hee, old fogey, you can die, sneered one of the meridian opening experts. He saw that they only had one meridian opening expert and no Shantian experts. They could all see Tu Fang was the cornerstone of their morale. Once he was killed, the entire monastery would collapse, each person turning into a departed spirit under their blades. Shantian experts, don't attack just yet. Keep watch over the monastery. Our target is Long Chen, and he can't be allowed to escape, shouted the emaciated man. He stood at the top of a pagoda, overlooking the entire monastery. Suddenly, a woman's cry rang out, and the meridian opening expert charging at Tu Fang suddenly stiffened, collapsing on the ground. All the corrupt experts were startled and paused. Who's there? Shouted a Shantian expert. The person you're looking for. An icy voice caused all the despairing disciples to feel hope. Its senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Heavens, Ji Yuyong and the others, their auras. Long Chen appeared in front of them in black robes. Behind him were Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, Yu Zifeng, and all the Dragonblood Legion warriors. They had all advanced to meridian opening. But because they had only just advanced, their auras were extremely unstable, and they were unable to keep it reserved. Their vast auras shocked everyone. Ha ha ha, good, so you've come, Long Chen. I won't need to look for you. Since you destroyed my beloved disciple, today I'll kill you all to accompany him. The emaciated elder with the black cane clenched his teeth. Who is your disciple? Long Chen frowned. Yin Luo, was the icy reply. Ah, I think I've heard of him. Long Chen nodded. Bastard, my disciple was killed by you. Today, I'll definitely tear you apart. Raged the elder. Kill them all. The corrupt experts roared, all of them taking out their weapons, their auras erupting. A shocking killing intent caused the entire monastery to shiver. All disciples retreat further away. This is not your battlefield. The disciples all retreated. Even if Long Chen wanted them to disband, they would not hesitate. Brothers of the Dragonblood Legion, today is your first battle since advancing to meridian opening. It will also be your first battle as Dragonblood warriors. What are you all waiting for? There are so many grindstones in front of you, waiting for you to temper yourselves on. Use your weapons to pierce through the armor of your enemies. Use their evil souls to bear witness to our hot blood. Starting today, the Dragonblood Legion is going to rise to the peak. No one can block our path. Brothers, kill them all. Long Chen's furious roar shook the land. Ji Yuyong and the others had already turned red-eyed. They felt as if their blood was boiling. It was Long Chen who had let them step onto this path. It was Long Chen who had brought them to stand at the front lines of cultivation. It was Long Chen who had changed their lives, letting them see a brand new future for themselves. Roars shook the heavens, and a berserk-will soared. Ji Yu Yong was at the front with a golden spear. HMPH, do you think you can be arrogant when you've only just reached meridian opening? Just die. The corrupt experts could all tell that they had only just advanced and had yet to even stabilize their realm. They couldn't help but sneer. However, that corrupt expert only got out half his sneer before Ji Yu Yang's spear smashed him and his weapon into broken pieces. The corrupt experts were appalled. They were unaware that other than Long Chen and Wild, he was the one with the greatest brute strength. After undergoing complete tempering, his skeleton was like steel. Moreover, having trained in a high heaven-class cultivation technique, his strength had advanced to the point that even he felt himself to be terrifying. Having smashed apart a meridian-opening expert with a single attack, his blood grew even hotter, and his spear swung through the air repeatedly. Suddenly, a ray of sword chi slashed down from the heavens, landing amongst the corrupt experts. 4 of them were turned into a bloody mist. Yu Zifeng's comprehension of the sword Dao was growing more and more terrifying. His sword intent could shake the heavens. This was his first time using his full strength since advancing to meridian opening. Although sword cultivators were widely known to be icily arrogant, that attack had felt incredibly refreshing to him, and he began to crazily kill. Following Ji Yu Yong and Yu Zifeng, Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan also roared, charging forward with the other Dragonblood warriors behind them. Even against enemies of over twice their number, the Dragonblood Legion were like tigers amongst a flock of sheep. Blood and limbs flew through the air, bloody to the pinnacle. As soon as the two sides met, over 100 of the corrupt experts were killed. It was completely one-sided. What power! The senior apprentices really are terrifying. The monastery disciples were completely shocked. This was a scene they wouldn't be able to forget in their lifetimes. Let alone those disciples, even Tu Fang was dumbfounded. He didn't even know when they had advanced to meridian opening. Boss, why won't you let me go up too? I want to show off, implored Guo Ran. Currently, all of the Dragonblood Legion had gone forward. Only Tang Wan Meng Qi, and Guo Ran were hanging back. Tang Wan and Meng Qi were still at the peak of bone forging. Long Chen hadn't given them the meridian opening pills because he wanted them to stabilize their cultivation bases first. As for Guo Ran, he had long since reached the meridian opening realm, but Long Chen still kept him behind, causing him to be dissatisfied. He felt unbearably itchy. This is for them to temper themselves. But you can already just barely count as an expert, so why must you fight over meat with them? Can't you just grow up a bit? Back in the Julie's secret realm, you were already quite the badass. On your own, you faced thousands of enemies. What more do you want? Asked Long Chen. At the beginning, I was a badass, but then later you showed off too much. You were like the rising sun, while I was turned into just a firefly. All my work was obliterated, complained Guo Ran bitterly. Fine. Those old ghosts are starting to get agitated. You can go out. Long Chen saw that some of those Shantian experts were already starting to charge towards Ji Yu Yong and the others. He hastily pushed off Guo Ran. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. Ji Yu Yong, Yu Zifeng, and the others were all incomparably valiant, cutting down their enemies. In just a few breaths' time, more and more corpses littered the ground, all of them from the corrupt path. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before their meridian opening experts were completely slaughtered. Ji Yu Yong and the others were just too ruthless. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear in their eyes. In fact, they became more and more excited, and along with that excitement, they grew even fiercer. Each of them was like a bloodthirsty fiend that had crawled out of hell. In front of them, the corrupt experts, widely known to be cruel and merciless, were practically tender sheep. Now, one of the Shantian experts charged in and reached Ji Yu Yong. You should die instead, you old ghost. Ancestral mark. Ji Yu Yong roared furiously, and countless runes covered his body. He fully activated the mountain-crushing body tempering art and smashed his spear at him. Ji Yu Yong flew back, but that Shantian expert's arm trembled intensely, and his staff almost blew out of his hand. He was also blown back. How is that possible? The corrupt experts were all dumbfounded. Ji Yu Yong had clearly only just reached the early meridian opening realm. No, he couldn't even count as having reached the early stage. He had only just broken through, but he was able to fight on the same level as an early Shantian expert. Bastard, could it be that they all underwent complete tempering? Finally, there was a corrupt expert who cursed as he thought of a possibility. If they hadn't undergone complete tempering, then it was impossible for them to possess such strength. But how was it possible for over 300 people to undergo complete tempering? Everyone, kill them all. The emaciated elder's expression finally changed. He finally realized he had been duped. But having only realized this now, almost all his disciples had been killed. You can all die. I'll let you experience just what Xiantian power is. A mid-Xiantian expert roared, taking out a jagged sword. Using his Xiantian power, he slashed it down on the Dragonblood warriors. This blade caused heaven and earth to change color, and Tu Fang's heart shook. But he saw Long Chen's expression was still calm, as if everything was still in his control. Sparks flew as a metallic hand tightly caught the blade. Chapter 529 Bloody Battle within the monastery. This is Xiantian power, it's not that powerful. A metallic monstrosity blocked the mid-Xiantian expert. Guo Ran's hand tightly clenched his blade. His golden armor was incomparably eye-catching. This was newly constructed, and it was over 100 times stronger than his old one. It was his best masterpiece. Guo Ran turned his wrist, and that blade actually snapped, shocking everyone. Trash. He threw the blade to the side and punched the Xiantian expert. It was unknown whether he was talking about the weapon or the wielder. That Xiantian expert had never seen such a metal monstrosity, and he hastily raised his severed blade to block. The ground beneath Guo Ran's feet crumbled, but the Xiantian expert was blown back. Senior apprentice brother. Guo Ran is mighty. Seeing Guo Ran blow back a Xiantian expert raised the morale of all the Dragonblood warriors. In his golden armor, Guo Ran truly did appear impressive. But before Guo Ran could do anything, another Xiantian expert charged at him with a battlehammer. Guo Ran hastily raised his arms to block. The impact of the attacker's blow caused a huge ripple which blew back all the surrounding people. HMPH, let me see how many of my attacks you can block. The corrupt elder was a brute strength fighter, and this one attack made Guo Ran's body tingle all over. He didn't dare to be careless, and a golden saber appeared in his hand as he fought. The two were evenly matched. All the other Xiantian experts also charged their way into the midst of the Dragonblood Legion. They had already realized each of them had to have undergone complete tempering. They were far, far stronger than ordinary meridian opening experts. They definitely couldn't allow them to grow, or the corrupt path would never be able to rest peacefully. Complete tempering required piling endless resources to create a genius. Having one person undergo complete tempering could bankrupt a medium-sized sect. For over 300 people to undergo it at the same time was unbelievable. Their best option was to take advantage of this time before they had matured and kill them all. Heaven's soul annihilates the void. Meng Qi hastily formed hand seals upon seeing several Xiantian experts charge at the Dragonblood Legion. A bright illusory figure charged at a dozen of them. Careful, it's a soul cultivator. The emaciated elder standing on the pagoda let out a startled cry, but it was too late. Only two of Xiantian experts had a barrier of light appear over them to protect from Meng Qi's attack. As for the remaining ones, they silently fell to the ground. At the same time, their spiritual fluctuations disappeared. Fuck, kill that woman. That elder finally couldn't endure it anymore and flashed into motion, charging at Meng Qi. Previously, when Meng Qi had killed that meridian opening disciple at the beginning, he hadn't been paying attention and hadn't noticed how he had died. But now that Meng Qi had shown her skills again, he was filled with panic, and his metal cane smashed down on her with endless Xiantian power. Meng Qi felt an arm wrap around her, and she was suddenly flying through the air. It was Long Chen who had flung her up, and at the same time, his saber slashed down. A terrifying Qi wave exploded, and whether it was the Dragonblood warriors or the corrupt experts, they were all blown away. The surrounding buildings completely crumbled. Everyone, form into your squads and split up. Don't let a single one of our enemies escape, ordered Long Chen. Following his orders, other than a few who continued to cut down the remaining few meridian opening experts, the 360 members of the Dragonblood Legion charged at the Xiantian experts. The Dragonblood warriors had already turned red-eyed. Other than Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Song Mingyuan, and Li Qi, they were all just ordinary disciples. They hadn't even had the qualifications to enter the Zhuli secret realm. But they, who could only be considered as absolutely ordinary within the monasteries and supermonastery, had their fates completely changed because of one choice. They had gone from ordinary disciples to geniuses capable of slaughtering anyone in the same realm as easily as cutting through melons. Now, They were capable of battling against Xianxian experts while in the Meridian Opening realm. What kind of glory and pride was that? Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er summoned their violet phoenix sparrows, flying up into the sky, looking over the entire battlefield. Long Chen had handed them the task of protecting everyone. Right now, the Dragonblood Legion could be considered a sharp blade, but they were still rough around the edges. They needed more training and sculpting. As they were only just starting out, they had to be protected so that there were no losses. Meng Qi would occasionally use spiritual attacks, while Tang Wan'er had countless wind blades circulating around her, ready to take action at any moment. Although the two of them hadn't broken through to Meridian Opening, their attacks were both very special. As a soul cultivator, Meng Qi's spiritual attacks were something that could kill even Xianxian experts if they didn't have soul items to protect themselves. Furthermore, having absorbed Long Chen's spiritual seed, her spiritual strength had grown 100 times stronger than before. Her attacks were incredibly powerful. As for Tang Wan'er, with the assistance of the Wind Spirit Crystal, her comprehension over wind energy had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Her attacks were incredibly sharp, so sharp that they even shocked Long Chen. It was only because of their protection that Long Chen dared allow the Dragonblood warriors to go all out. Go die, Long Chen! The corrupt elder roared furiously, his aura erupting and causing heaven and earth to tremble. He had reached the late Xianxian realm. He was finally completely infuriated. The Meridian Opening disciples he had brought had been completely exterminated, and even half of the Xianxian experts had died. But Long Chen was still alive and well. That result was unacceptable. The cane in his hand suddenly blossomed with light, and countless runes appeared. A garish light lit up the void. Fuck, this old bastard is using Xianxian power to activate his Xianxian weapon. Long Chen's expression completely changed. Long Chen had also finished complete tempering, and his cultivation base had reached the 12th heaven stage of bone forging. He was just a single step from Meridian Opening. This was the fastest he had advanced since he had started cultivating. With his current strength, he had no fear towards Xianxian experts when it came to physical strength. But if they used Xianxian power to activate a Xianxian weapon, then that power was practically apocalyptic. That power would destroy the entire monastery, and he had no confidence in being able to block it. Even if he could receive it, the others would still be blown to bits. Idiot, you don't care about the others' lives. Raged Long Chen. Hee, as long as you die, it's fine. For that many complete tempering disciples to accompany you, you'll definitely be happy within the 9 springs. The elder laughed sinisterly. Hey, wait a sec. In truth, the only thing between us is some misunderstandings. There's no need to fight and kill. Long Chen suddenly forced a smile. TCH, don't bother trying to stall for time. Just die. The runes on his cane lit up even more intensely, and a terrifying pressure shot out. A scarlet light formed a resonance with heaven and earth. The corrupt elder had already locked Long Chen firmly in place. When the light on his cane reached a peak, he smashed it on Long Chen. The one to die is you, exclaimed Long Chen. Suddenly, a golden petal pierced through his back and come out of his forehead, bringing with it a splash of blood. The corrupt elder's cane gradually dimmed. At the same time, his spiritual strength faded. He fell to the ground, his eyes unfocused. Even in his death, he still didn't understand how he had died. I really have to thank you, Meng Qi, Long Chen couldn't help muttering as he glanced up at Meng Qi, who was up in the sky forming hand seals. Just now, Long Chen really had begun to sweat. His power increase had clouded his mind. He might not be afraid of Xianxian power, and he also didn't need to be afraid of just Xianxian weapons. But he had forgotten one important detail. Xianxian weapons could only fully release their power with Xianxian power. If he had really allowed his attack to go through, then perhaps he could have kept himself alive, but everyone else here would have been killed. It was only thanks to Meng Qi noticing he had been in danger. She had stealthily sent out one of the jade petals of the soul item Guo Ran had made for her. That petal was incomparably sharp, capable of cutting through metal like tofu. Long Chen had noticed that, and he had hastily drawn the corrupt elder's attention. As a result, he had been completely focused on activating his Xianxian weapon and hadn't noticed the fatal danger silently approaching him. For a late Xianxian expert to die without even knowing how was truly sad, but Long Chen wouldn't bother giving him an explanation. Brothers, put in some more effort. Once you finish killing them, we can continue drinking. Long Chen walked to the front with his saber on his shoulder. Now, whether it was the disciples or elders, they were all dumbfounded. A late Shantian expert had been killed just like that. Suddenly, Long Chen's expression changed and he stamped on the ground, jumping backward. A sword appeared out of nowhere and cut through the robes on his chest. If he had been a hair slower, that sword would have pierced his heart. After the sword appeared, a figure showed up. That figure then twisted and suddenly fled into the distance. Since you've come, then don't leave. Long Chen snorted and pointed out a finger. A bolt of lightning shot out. But he was surprised to see that the figure suddenly twisted when he attacked, appearing dozens of meters away. Before Long Chen could attack again, he had already disappeared. That speed was so fast that it outraged people. Long Chen glanced towards his chest and his broken robes when his saber suddenly slashed to the side. Don't use the same move against me twice. Blood splashed, and a figure appeared out of nowhere, one that was cut in two by Long Chen's saber. Chapter 530 Drawing enemies away on his own. A figure appeared out of nowhere. However, that figure was cut in two by Long Chen's saber. Only now did people recover from their shock. The sudden changes just now had happened so quickly that none of them had even understood what had happened. By the time they did, it was already over. After killing that person, Long Chen took a step forward and once more slashed his saber. Sparks flew as another figure appeared and was forced back a dozen steps. His appearance was incredibly ordinary, and if he was thrown into a crowd, it would be impossible to find him. Right now, he was completely shocked. How did you notice me? His response was a bloody blade. His figure suddenly twisted, and he strangely dodged Long Chen's attack. Long Chen didn't chase. He merely raised his left hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his finger. At the same time as he attacked, that person's body twisted again. It was unknown what movement technique he had used, but it was like he had teleported, appearing dozens of meters away in an instant. But he had only just appeared there when another bolt of lightning struck him head-on, instantly blowing apart his body. I've already said, don't use the same move twice in front of me. Long Chen slowly lowered his hand. Long Chen was sure these were assassins. But he was shocked to find that they were able to hide themselves in space. He had almost ended up suffering greatly. Long Chen had never imagined that assassins would be so brazen as to hide themselves in the midst of such a huge battle. If it hadn't been for Meng Qi killing the corrupt elder, then practically no one would have survived his attack. These assassins really were madmen. For their goals, they were even able to throw away their lives. However, when that assassin's sword had silently pierced towards his chest, Long Chen had suddenly sensed the danger and retreated without even thinking about it. Then, he had immediately activated his divine sense and finally saw some small clues. These fellows had used some kind of secret art to cover themselves with a layer of mist that duplicated whatever was behind them, making it seem like they had disappeared. Relying only on eyesight, it was impossible to notice them, but in front of Long Chen's divine sense, they could not hide. Furthermore, after seeing them use that mysterious footwork to dodge twice, he had already noticed that when they used it, their shoulders would lean in the direction they were going, revealing their next location. So the second person didn't end up as lucky as the first and was instantly killed by Long Chen. At the same time, the other battle had also ended. Half the Dragonblood Legion was wounded, but their injuries weren't heavy. Furthermore, they were all wearing excited expressions. This battle had allowed them to experience just how powerful they currently were. At the same time, it made them even more grateful to Long Chen. All this had been bestowed upon them by Long Chen. Meng Qi, come over here. Meng Qi and Tang Waner put away the violet phoenix sparrows and walked over. Long Chen suddenly hugged Meng Qi. Everyone was stunned. This boss of theirs really was a bit too scamp-like. Meng Qi was also completely red, but her expression suddenly changed. Listen to me, said Long Chen gravely. Meng Qi wanted to say more, but seeing his expression, she didn't say anything in the end and simply nodded. Right now, there are some matters I have to attend to. Goodbye. After saying that, Long Chen directly rushed away, disappearing from their sights, causing everyone to be dismayed. They all looked at Meng Qi. Long Chen wants us to quickly leave the monastery and rush to the 37th monastery, borrowing their transportation formation to reach the supermonastery, said Meng Qi. Why? Asked Ji Yu Yang. Are you a fool? You still can't see something this obvious? Now that our monastery's transportation formation is broken, who knows whether or not the corrupt path will just send one wave of attacks. If we just wait here for assistance, then we'll be placing our fates in other people's hands. It's better for us to take the initiative to help ourselves, said Guo Ran. But then isn't the 68th monastery closer to us? Asked Ji Yu Yong. Old Ji Yu, you really make me worried. How do you know the corrupt path only attacked our first monastery? It's not a bad idea for them to exterminate all the surrounding monasteries in passing. If we end up going there, we'll just be throwing ourselves into their net. As for the 37th monastery, it's the furthest one. Furthermore, there are no other monasteries on the way, so it's the best option for us. Wait, why didn't boss come with us? Guo Ran's expression suddenly changed. Everyone looked towards Meng Qi. Ji Yu Yong asked, Senior apprentice sister Meng Qi, just what is boss doing? Meng Qi's expression was somewhat pained, and she shook her head. You're all warriors of the Dragonblood Legion, while Long Chen is the highest commander of the Dragonblood Legion. You should understand what orders are. Right now, everyone just needs to focus on moving out to the 37th monastery. Remember, these are Long Chen's orders, so don't question them. Hearing that, their hearts sank. Even if Meng Qi didn't say it directly, they could guess what was happening. Everyone from the Dragonblood Legion, gather up. What happened to that confidence you had back when you were cutting down your enemies? Who do you think our boss is? If you have time to be nervous for him, you should focus more on being nervous about yourselves and hurry up, shouted Guo Ran. That made all of them much more relieved. Who was Long Chen? He was someone who created miracles. Nothing would happen to him. Meng Qi, our storehouses? Asked Tu Fang. Elder Tu Fang, as long as we have our lives, we can have anything. Don't be so begrudging. Guo Ran hastily pulled over Tu Fang to leave directly. There was no time to care about anything in the storehouses. They were fleeing from calamity, not moving houses. Just a moment after all of them left, one man and one woman appeared in the monastery. They were Yin Wusheng and Yin Qing. It ended this quickly. Yin Qing was surprised. They had rushed over when they had sensed the disturbance. From that time, only an incense stick's worth of time had passed, but the battle was already over. The ground was littered with the corpses of corrupt experts. The majority of them went that way. Let's chase. Yin Qing pointed in the direction Tu Fang and the others had gone. Wait a moment. Yin Wusheng closed his eyes and silently sensed for a while, and then he sneered. He actually intentionally set them up to go in that direction, while he fled in the other direction. Hee, if I ended up falling for that, then I wouldn't be Yin Wusheng. It's this direction. Let's go. Yin Wusheng directly rushed in the direction Long Chen had gone. He was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning, and even Yin Qing was unable to keep up. Long Chen continued rushing the entire time, pushing the netherworld ghost steps to the peak, the wind whistling around him. It was definitely Yin Wusheng. Other than him, no one could give me that kind of feeling. Within the monastery, Long Chen had suddenly felt an intense sensation of danger. Ever since he had started cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, his spiritual perception had grown increasingly sharper. If anyone released killing intent on him, he would be able to sense it from a long distance. Back then, he had felt that the killing intent was a bit familiar, and he had immediately thought of Yin Wusheng. If it had just been corrupt experts, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid. The worst case was an all-out fight, but the righteous path's experts were much more terrifying than the corrupt path. If he was entangled by Yin Wusheng, it would be extremely troublesome. With Yin Wusheng's temperament, he would definitely not just kill him, but kill everyone to keep them silent. That was also why Long Chen had chosen to split off from everyone. He trusted that with how sinister Yin Wusheng was, he could easily sense he had gone in another direction. At that time, he would definitely choose to chase him down. Long Chen recalled Shui Wuan's words that he shouldn't fight Yin Wusheng because he was a terrifying celestial. Although he was only the weakest first rank, he definitely wasn't someone he could handle. Furthermore, the sensation of danger he had felt just now had made his scalp numb. That meant Yin Wusheng definitely had the ability to kill him. Long Chen pushed his speed to his peak, practically leaping from mountain peak to mountain peak. However, he felt the sensation of danger behind him growing increasingly intense. After rushing for 6 hours, he didn't even know how far he had fled. But now he finally saw Yin Wusheng 1,000 miles away from him. Yin Wusheng was smiling sinisterly, and his speed was shocking. No matter how Long Chen tried to flee, the distance between them only shrunk. You can't run, sneered Yin Wusheng. Long Chen didn't reply and simply continued running. Right now, Yin Wusheng was on his own, but he knew it was likely that Yin Qing was behind him. It was just that she was too slow and hadn't appeared yet. He already had no assurance in being able to beat Yin Wuxiang. If Yin Qing suddenly joined in their fight midway, then he really would die for sure. So right now, he fled as far as he could. The further he got, the more advantageous it would be for him. Seeing that Long Chen still hadn't given up and was still fleeing, Yin Wuxiang ridiculed, "Long Chen, back in the monastery, didn't you say some grand words? Something about how if I dared target you, you would exterminate my entire Yin family. Now, I'm not only going to target you, but I'm also going to tear you apart piece by piece. If you have any courage, then don't flee like a little rabbit." Yin Wuxiang's speed didn't drop at all as he spoke. Long Chen continued to flee as fast as he could, only stopping after 2 more hours. The instant he paused, a saber appeared in his hands, releasing a bloody light as it slashed down on Yin Wuxiang. Chapter 531 The Power of Lightning Rushing. Yin Wuxiang's fist smashed into Long Chen's saber. Long Chen was shocked to find that Yin Wuxiang was able to block him with just a single fist. At the same time, a powerful force drove him back 3 steps before he could stabilize. "Now let me see where you plan on running." Yin Wuxiang sneered, like a hunter looking at a rabbit with nowhere else to go. His gaze was filled with ridicule. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Yin Wuxiang was even more terrifying than he had imagined. A random blow of his fist was able to block his saber. That hadn't been because of a cultivation technique or battle skill, but seemingly from some sort of strange energy. "I really like your current expression. Where did that grandness from when you said you'd exterminate my family go?" asked Yin Wuxiang. He wasn't in a hurry. In his eyes, Long Chen was a fish caught in his net and couldn't run. "I already said the enmity between us is over. Do you really want to restart it?" asked Long Chen. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, Long Chen. You really are young. I feel sorrow for your stupidity. Who do you think you are? In front of an ancient family, you are just an ant. If it wasn't for the support of the Xuantian Dao sect, you would have long since been crushed. For you to say such nonsense, you really overestimate yourself. Did you think you could keep living after provoking an ancient family's prestige? You're wrong, and very much so. If you hadn't insulted my Yin family, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be killed by me." Yin Wuxiang suddenly raised his head and laughed disdainfully. "It was clearly your family's disciple that tried to kill me. Was I supposed to not resist? To just allow Yin Wuxiang to kill me?" asked Long Chen. "Of course, this is the cultivation world's iron law, the strong are respected." Although Yin Wuxiang wasn't strong herself, she had a powerful family, and that is also a part of her strength. To be able to reincarnate within an ancient family is also a kind of strength. As for you, a lowly commoner with no background, no matter how high your talent is, it's useless. In this world, there are many talented people, however, they all die prematurely. Why is that? That's because they reincarnated in the wrong body. Without a powerful family or sect to protect you, geniuses are only there to be killed. Now you should understand. Being low-born isn't a mistake, but appearing in front of a high-born person is a grave mistake. The price of making this mistake will be your life. The only result in accordance with the rules of this world is that you will die. After you're dead, remember, if you want to become an expert, reincarnate into a power like my ancient family, said Yin Wuxiang. Reincarnate? I really am not good at that. It seems I'm only skilled at sending other people off to reincarnate. Long Chen shook his head. Ha ha ha, even now you're in the mood to joke. That just proves your stupidity has already surpassed my imagination. But that's also good. Try to keep that mood. I want to see if you can still joke once I rip your heart out of your chest, said Yin Wuxiang sinisterly. Long Chen smiled and rested his saber on his shoulder. Then we'll have to see if you have that ability. I know you should have the power to fight Xuantian experts. However, it seems you don't know, in this world, cultivation base is not the only way to judge a person's combat abilities. Just like how you could easily kill Han Tianyu, I can also easily kill Xuantian experts. If you treat me as an ordinary meridian opening expert, you have committed an extremely grave mistake, said Yin Wuxiang. Then let me experience just how strong you are. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him. The red and orange lights spun in opposite directions, and endless energy poured into Long Chen. Now he was truly using the divine ring's power. The energy within him was like angry waves, causing heaven and earth to rumble. In the face of an enemy as powerful as Yin Wuxiang, he had no room to hold back. As expected, you really were concealing your strength. Not bad, not bad. But it's not enough. Yin Wuxiang was slightly surprised, but he still shook his head. Whether or not it's enough is something we'll only know after trying. Long Chen took the initiative, charging forward and mercilessly slashing down with his saber. Even without trying it, I know you are nothing in front of me. Yin Wuxiang sneered and punched another fist to meet Long Chen's saber. But this time, his fist was covered with runes. Astral winds erupted, and the ground crumbled like a frozen lake that had been smashed by a meteorite. Long Chen's arm trembled intensely, and he was shocked to see that Yin Wuxiang hadn't budged in the slightest. Furthermore, the ground around him was strangely completely fine. This attack's not bad. Even ordinary Xiantian experts who activated their Xiantian power might not possess such power. Most surprising of all, you rely only on physical strength. I really want to know just what cultivation technique you train in for your physical body to reach such an abnormal level. Yin Wuxiang's eyes shone as he looked at Long Chen. As the junior master of the Yin family, he was extremely experienced. He had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen someone with a physical body as abnormal as Long Chen. Just his physical body was able to fight against Xiantian powers. Yin Wuxiang felt an intense desire to learn Long Chen's secrets. He suddenly leapt into action, taking away the initiative and not giving Long Chen a chance to do anything. Long Chen was surprised, but his movements didn't slow and he once more slashed his saber. Yin Wuxiang's fist suddenly turned into a claw, and he caught his saber with a single hand. Even with Long Chen's reactions, he was still caught off guard and couldn't pull back his saber. At the same time, Yin Wuxiang's other hand stabbed towards Long Chen's abdomen. His hand was like a blade, and it was covered in complicated lines. Even before his attack reached him, Long Chen was suppressed by the wind, feeling that it was hard to breathe. He couldn't help being shocked by Yin Wuxiang's powerful battle skill. He was able to change attacks incredibly quickly, and he was definitely the most terrifying opponent he had met up until now. Yin Wuxiang was smiling coldly. With his saber caught, Long Chen was powerless to resist. Right now, he could only give up on his saber and fall back, but once he lost his weapon, he would be like a tiger that had lost its fangs. However, he was surprised to see that Long Chen's expression was still calm, and he actually also sent out a palm to meet his hand, clearly attempting a head-on clash. Stupid. Yin Wuxiang sneered. He had bitterly trained in his family's 7 disappearing cloud hand, which had been his family's strongest battle skill for countless years. After training in it for so long, he had already reached the 3rd level of mastery in it, and that allowed him to grab Xiantian weapons with his bare hands. If Long Chen dared face him like this, then he would be instantly blown to bits. But just as Long Chen's palm was about to collide with his hand, his palm became covered with thunder force, and a crackling sound filled the air. The ground beneath their feet exploded, and the two of them blew back. The lightning rushing hand really is powerful. Long Chen was delighted inside. This mid-heaven class battle skill truly was powerful. His saber had been unable to do anything to Yin Wuxiang, but this palm had forced him back. Previously, Yin Wuxiang had intentionally humiliated and looked down on him, not budging at all in the face of his saber. Even the ground beneath his feet hadn't twitched. I didn't expect you to have such a trick. Really not bad. Yin Wuxiang shook out his hand that was slightly numb. More importantly, a trace of Long Chen's thunder force had ended up invading his body, making him feel like his insides had been struck by a hammer. That startled him, as this was his first time encountering such powerful thunder force. I don't have just one trick. Long Chen snorted, and his saber began to rumble. It was suddenly completely covered in thunder force and once more slashing at him. Yin Wuxiang's expression changed ever so slightly. He hadn't expected Long Chen's thunder force to be condensed enough to be able to cover his weapon. Ordinary lightning cultivators used their lightning blades as weapons. Those lightning blades were condensed from their spiritual qi, and while they were powerful, they had stability issues. They were easily broken by experts. But transmitting thunder force into a weapon was also no good. If they did, that would end up consuming a great deal of energy, and the thunder force would still be greatly weakened in the process. But Long Chen had still done it that way, and his goal was obvious. He was attempting to use his thunder force to negate the advantage Yin Wuxiang had with his 7 disappearing cloud hand. He had no hopes that his thunder force could kill him, but his thunder force could invade through the smallest opening, and it could definitely cause some trouble for him. Yin Wuxiang blocked Long Chen's saber with a fist, but this time, he didn't have it as easy as last time, and was forced back several steps. Obviously, blocking both Long Chen and his thunder force caused him to lose some of his advantages. Long Chen roared, and a wave of light erupted from his saber, attacking Yin Wuxiang. Chapter 532 Bloodline Suppression. Long Chen roared, and his saber began to release a tide of red light, the light crashing down upon Yin Wuxiang. HMPH, just an insignificant trick. It still won't let you escape your fate of being killed by me. Yin Wuxiang snorted, and his eyes suddenly began to glow. Countless runes lit up over his hands as he charged at Long Chen. Long Chen's saber was blown back by Yin Wuxiang, and taking advantage of the opening, he smashed his other hand at Long Chen. But what was different from last time was that Yin Wuxiang was already prepared for Long Chen's thunder force. Long Chen's gaze was icy. Yin Wuxiang was clearly trying to force him into a head-on exchange. He was most likely dissatisfied with their previous exchange. Thinking of that, he was filled with battle intent. Since he wanted to try him, then he might as well help him out. He wanted to see just who was stronger in terms of power. When he reached that point in his thoughts, he decided to put away his saber. Because Yin Wuxiang was empty-handed and Long Chen was unable to increase the distance between them, his long weapon would only hinder him. He fully activated his thunder force, and lightning runes instantly covered his hands. A crackling sound filled the air. Long Chen's fist smashed onto Yin Wuxiang's fist. This one collision caused an immense explosion, and light pierced through the void. Both Long Chen and Yin Wuxiang shook. Neither of them had had any advantage in that exchange and they were both forced back several meters. Your thunder force is strange, it's not the power of ordinary lightning. Yin Wuxiang was surprised. Just now, he hadn't held back. Although it had looked like they were even, he had had to circulate his spiritual chi to eradicate the thunder force invading his body. That thunder force was too terrifying, and it was actually able to ignore the defenses of his physical body. If his spiritual chi wasn't so strong, he wouldn't be able to block it. As the Yin family's junior master, Yin Wuxiang had vast battle experience with countless geniuses. But he had never encountered such odd thunder force. Does saying that have any meaning? Asked Long Chen icily. His expression was still flat, but inside, he was incredibly shocked. From appearances, it seemed Yin Wuxiang was not a brute strength kind of cultivator. But his full strength attack had only resulted in a draw. Even in front of Shantian powerhouses, Long Chen had yet to release such power. Just what on earth were celestials? How could they be so terrifying? He finally understood why Shui Wuan had repeatedly warned him not to vainly think of battling across realms with celestials. That truly was simply looking to die. But right now, the two of them were like water and fire, and there was no leeway. Only one of them could leave here alive. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, could it be that you think just this little bit of power is enough to defeat me? You're too immature. Today, I'll let you see just what it means to come from an ancient family. In front of Yin Wuxiang, your pathetic pride isn't worth a damn. Yin Wuxiang smiled with ridicule, and then an odd character suddenly appeared on his forehead. When he saw that character, Long Chen cried out inside, "Immortal character." Although his understanding of immortal characters was limited to what Yu Xiaochen had translated from the ethereal crafting secret record, this character had been included in it. That was the Huayan character. Could it be that the ancient families had all descended from the immortal era? Otherwise, how could he condense an immortal character like this? Furthermore, on his forehead, that immortal character was not just a character, but a powerful rune. Long Chen could sense Yin Wuxiang's blood beginning to rapidly circulate, and the sound of a river flowing filled the air. He was shocked to see that without doing anything, the ground beneath Yin Wuxiang's feet began to collapse. It was unable to even endure his terrifying aura. That Yin character on Yin Wuxiang's forehead gradually grew brighter, emitting an ancient aura. Back in the Julie secret realm, Yin Wuxiang had also activated her bloodline pressure to suppress him, but now that Yin Wuxiang had summoned out the immortal character, the pressure was over 1,000 times greater than Yin Wuxiang's. Long Chen felt his own blood was starting to still, as if it was freezing. This is the suppression of an ancient family bloodline. Long Chen was appalled. He thought back to how in the monastery, a gaze from Yin Wuxiang could make a person's blood rapidly flow, so fast that there was danger of a body explosion. Now he finally realized why the ancient families were so arrogant. Their bloodline suppression truly made them superior to others. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even have the strength to resist in front of them. Ancient families' members could crush their opponents by relying on just their bloodline suppression. Light erupted from the character on Yin Wusheng's forehead, as well as the rest of his body. With the support of that character, he appeared like a grand emperor looking down on Long Chen. Now you should understand just how laughable your thinking was, correct? In front of an ancient bloodline, you low-born cultivators are just leftovers. As leftovers, you should just listen to the arrangement of the heavens and not resist. You should never have resisted back when Yin Wusheng wanted to kill you. If you had died back then, it would have been a blessing for you. But now, you've insulted my ancient family, and your death will no longer be the end of it. Not only will you die, but everyone by your side will die as well. Any of those ants who helped you resist my ancient family will be torn apart piece by piece. That's just the will of the heavens. The dignity of the strong cannot be touched by the weak. Now you should understand how foolish the mistake you made was. However, there's one thing you should feel relieved about. I'll definitely let off those girlfriends of yours. Once they reach the Xianxian realm, I'll take them in as my concubines. You can contentedly die. Long Chen's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly smiled oddly, his gaze icy. Are you sure you'll kill me today? You won't be killed by me instead. I'm sure. Yin Wusheng laughed. Your confidence has no basis. I can tell you that not only will you not manage to kill me, you will very likely be killed by me. Most importantly, you've made one huge mistake. Remember my words. Your Yin family will be destroyed because of what you said today. Yin Wusheng laughed, but his laugh was filled with killing intent. He really hadn't expected Long Chen to still be able to say such brazen things at this time. It was completely different from the expression of terror and despair he had expected. That made him slightly angry. He, a grand celestial, should never have even come here, let alone attacked someone whose realm was lower than his own. He had his own pride, but in front of Long Chen, who was even more arrogant than he was, he raged. Then there's no need to waste any more words. I accept that you really are stupid. I'll end your life for you. Yin Wusheng began to slowly walk towards Long Chen, and with each step he took, the ground trembled and the void rumbled. A terrifying aura locked Long Chen down. Long Chen felt as if his blood was about to solidify. An ancient bloodline was truly terrifying. His intuition had definitely been correct. Compared to the Xianxian experts from the corrupt path, Yin Wusheng was much more terrifying. If Long Chen hadn't chosen to leave on his own to draw Yin Wusheng away, then if Yin Wusheng had activated his bloodline's power amongst the monastery's members, it was unknown just how many disciples would have instantly exploded. Even the Dragonblood warriors might not necessarily be able to resist it. That was a scene Long Chen didn't want to see. Rumbling came from his body as he activated the 9-star hegemon body art. His blood returned to normal. Good, the 9-star hegemon body art really never disappoints me. Long Chen smiled, and he was filled with confidence. His heaven-defying cultivation technique had always been his greatest support up until now. Although his spirit blood had been stolen and he didn't know what was with his bloodline exactly, it was still impossible for anyone to suppress him when he had the 9-star hegemon body art. Oh, you erased the bloodline suppression. Yin Wusheng sensed the change instantly, and he was slightly startled. He, as expected, you really do have many secrets. Excellent. Starting today, those secrets will be mine. Greed filled Yin Wusheng's eyes. The reason he had lowered his dignity to target Long Chen wasn't at all because of Yin Wusheng. Reclaiming the dignity of his ancient family was just an excuse. The Yin family had millions of disciples, and experts were commonplace. If they had really wanted to reclaim their prestige, they wouldn't have sent their junior master. After Long Chen had left the secret realm, his cultivation base and power had explosively grown, and many people connected that to the mysterious bead he had merged with. Yin Wusheng had come here entirely for Long Chen's secrets. Now, Long Chen's trump cards were appearing one after another, causing a burning passion to fill Yin Wusheng. He hadn't felt reassured enough to send anyone else to attack Long Chen, which was the only reason he had personally come. Yin Wusheng suddenly roared, and his aura erupted like a volcano. A palm shot forward, sealing any escape paths. Chapter 533 Cry of the Heavenly Taos. Yin Wusheng's palm was incredibly powerful, so powerful that space was unable to contain it and began to buzz, seeming on the verge of collapse. Long Chen instantly sensed just how terrifying this palm was. This power was not the power that came directly from Yin Wusheng. This power was similar to how Ji Yu Yang could activate his ancestral blood to draw out a kind of sleeping energy within his blood. However, Yin Wuxiang's power was far more terrifying. Not only was his attack incredibly terrifying, but he was also incredibly sinister, using his higher realm to lock Long Chen in place and forcing him to face him head-on. His goal was obvious. He wanted to cripple Long Chen and then interrogate him, or perhaps go through his memories. His goal was his secrets. After thinking through all of that, Long Chen didn't hesitate any longer. He closed his eyes, and his Feng Fu star and Alioth star both hastily circulated, pouring energy into the primal chaos bead. His body shook slightly, and primal chaos aura surged out of him. 2-star battle armor. When he once more opened his eyes, 2 stars were slowly revolving in his eyes. After summoning the 2-star battle armor, he felt as if his entire body was filled with a violent energy. In fact, he felt as if that energy would cause him to explode if he didn't quickly use it. This was his first time entering his strongest combat state since reaching bone forging. In the face of Yin Wuxiang's palm, he sent out a fist. The instant that palm and fist collided, the void blew up and an immense chi wave roared. Runes erupted, thunder rumbled, and a terrifying power blew a hole in the ground 100 miles long. Dust filled the air. Impossible. Yin Wuxiang finally was truly startled. He didn't dare believe Long Chen could receive his attacks once he had activated his ancient bloodline. But the most shocking thing to him was that Long Chen's fist had shaken his insides, making him feel like a mountain had smashed him. It had to be known that he was a celestial, a peak heavenly genius. Battling across realms was effortless for him. With his strength, under the precondition that no one activated a Xianxian weapon with Xianxian power, then he could sweep through the Xianxian realm. However, he had never imagined a bone-forging brat would be able to block him. Given that he was a celestial, he had also been given the resources to undergo complete tempering. But even with his power, even with his activated ancient bloodline, he was only able to force a draw. That result was completely unacceptable to him. As for Long Chen, he didn't have it any better. His arm was slightly numb while his blood surged within him. He couldn't help feeling horrified at how powerful celestials were. He had already summoned his 2-star battle armor, which caused his strength to erupt to a practically dreadful level. But he was still unable to suppress Yin Wuxiang in terms of physical strength. This was his first time encountering such a powerful opponent. But from Yin Wuxiang's startled expression, he knew that he didn't have it any better. When it came to not displaying his expressions all the time, Long Chen was very pleased with his abilities. But Yin Wuxiang didn't have that ability, and his thoughts were seen through by Long Chen instantly. On the other hand, Long Chen's expression was calm and icy, and it was impossible to see through his thoughts just by looking at him. This was a mental kind of warfare. Sometimes psychological warfare was the grandest battle tactic. If 2 people's strengths were equal, then the person more likely to win was the one with a steadier heart. Long Chen didn't let Yin Wuxiang's shock go to waste, and he silently kicked his foot at his crotch. However, it went without saying that Yin Wuxiang was truly powerful, and he also had plentiful combat experience. He sensed Long Chen's kick immediately, and he increased the power in his palm, forcing Long Chen back a step to make his kick miss, while his other hand reached for his ankle. This change in moves happened incomparably quickly, and even Long Chen had no choice but to admit that Yin Wuxiang was not the same as those greenhouse flowers he had known. He was truly an expert who had killed his way to his current point. Yin Wuxiang caught Long Chen's ankle and delighted. He was just about to increase his strength when Long Chen suddenly jumped from the ground like a frog. He heard the wind whistling in his ears as Long Chen's other foot came crashing towards his head. Yin Wuxiang was startled. Long Chen had intentionally let him catch his ankle so his other foot could injure him. Furthermore, his control and timing were perfect. It was just the moment when Yin Wuxiang had started to gather power but had yet to release it. If this kick landed on his head, then with Long Chen's power, his head would definitely explode. Furthermore, he had no guarantee that a single hand would be able to block it. So for safety, he had no choice but to let go of Long Chen's ankle and raise both his hands to block. Bang! Long Chen's strike was surprisingly powerful, and although he managed to block it, he was sent flying, his legs digging a long ditch in the ground. You want to help me put on my shoes? You're not worthy. After taking the advantage, Long Chen didn't give him any time to breathe, and he flashed into action, his fists pummeling down on him, lightning crackling over his hands. Yin Wuxiang hadn't steadied himself yet, and under Long Chen's torrent of attacks, he was constantly forced back. The thing that made him almost cough up blood was how Long Chen had said he was helping him put on his shoes because he had caught his ankle. Who on earth had the qualifications to have him, the Grand Junior Master of an ancient family, help put on their shoes? Yin Wuxiang roared, and after dozens of exchanges, he finally managed to get out of his inferior position, crazily attacking with his palms. You're the one who will die, you broken down shoe carrier. Long Chen almost slipped, narrowly avoiding saying that the shoes Yin Wuxiang was helping him put on were broken down. That would have ended up including himself in the curse. Long Chen, you really piss me off. Yin Wuxiang's expression was incredibly dark, and icy killing intent overflowed from his eyes. You think I care? Long Chen's reply was icy, but he was growing more and more wary. Yin Wuxiang was much stronger than he had expected, and one mistake could result in eternal death. Originally, I was unwilling to use this move to kill you, but as a prize for infuriating me, I've decided to use it. Yin Wuxiang suddenly pushed Long Chen back and an immense pillar of light soared into the sky. Rumble, the world trembled as a terrifying heavenly might slowly rose. Long Chen's expression changed and he looked at the sky in bewilderment. Above Yin Wuxiang, countless runes were surging out of the void, bringing with them endless pressure. Those runes were transparent and numbered in the tens of thousands. They filled the space around Yin Wuxiang for a mile. It was like a sea made of runes, while Yin Wuxiang was the core of that sea. His black hair danced, and his eyes were electric. His aura was becoming more and more horrifying. The greatest impact to Long Chen was that at this moment, it felt as if heaven and earth were showing concern for Yin Wuxiang, blessing him with some kind of energy. Yin Wuxiang icily stared at Long Chen from within that sea of runes. In truth, I had many different ways to kill you. But killing you like that is of no interest. So to congratulate you, I'll display my greatest strength, letting you see what a true power difference is, and teaching you what despair is. Even Shantian experts are just ants in front of the current me. This is what it means to be a celestial, to be protected by heaven and earth. This phenomenon you see around me is called the cry of the heavenly Taos. The current me is a divine emissary of the heavenly Taos. I represent the will of the world. Tell me, just how do you plan to fight with me? Yin Wuxiang's words were like hammers striking into Long Chen's heart. He could feel that this sea of runes truly possessed the will of the world. That will was something Long Chen hated to the extreme. That will had tried to kill him not just one time. Now feeling that will again, Long Chen's killing intent soared. What will I use to fight you? Do I need anything to handle you? Is the will of the heavens so amazing? A divine emissary, more like a divine piece of crap. Don't act so high and supreme in front of me. The heavenly Taos are just farts, and I'll beat that fart out of you right now. Long Chen had originally been very icy and calm, but for some unknown reason, when the will of the heavens appeared now, he became berserk as if he suddenly could not live under the same sky as Yin Wuxiang in his heavens, and he charged forward at Yin Wuxiang. Yin Wuxiang sneered, that smile filled with disdain and ridicule, and he randomly waved his hand. Long Chen's body trembled, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, flying back. HMPH, now do you understand? Yin Wuxiang sneered at a stunned Long Chen. This is the energy of the heavenly Taos. As a celestial, I am a favorite of the heavens, and I am destined for greatness. I can borrow the power of the heavenly Taos to use for my own. Even Shantian experts can be killed in an instant by the current me. In the future, when the top heavenly geniuses struggle for dominance, that stage will be reserved for celestials, while you are just an ant who will never be able to step onto that sacred land. Now you should understand the difference between us. Long Chen wiped off the blood from his mouth. That previous exchange had injured him. The heavenly Tao energy contained in that attack had been unblockable. Most hateful of all, the will of the heavens was constantly targeting him, and when his attacks landed on Yin Wuxiang, those runes would lessen his power by 80%. On the other hand, Yin Wuxiang's attacks had become several times stronger, and a random blow from him was able to injure him. This was definitely an unfair battle. Even the heavens were helping Yin Wuxiang to cheat. The nonsense ends here. Now, I'll take your life. Yin Wuxiang charged at Long Chen. Chapter 534 Wind Flame Attack. Yin Wuxiang was wrapped around by countless runes, and his aura was boundless. With each one of his movements, the world echoed with him, increasing his power. Are celestials so amazing? Long Chen sneered. At the same time, he was filled with fury. Anyone would be infuriated at being rejected by the world. That was especially true when facing an enemy that would be aided by the world to kill him. If there comes a day when my cultivation base reaches that level, I will definitely overturn this idiot world. Long Chen clenched his teeth. The lightning serpent tattoo on his arm suddenly dimmed. A violet lightning spear appeared in his hand. As soon as that spear appeared, a terrifying destructive aura spread. This was a spirit weapon he had condensed from all his thunder force. At this point, Long Chen could only go all out. Yin Wuxiang merely smiled slightly and punched out. The instant his fist collided with Long Chen's spear, his smile vanished, turning into shock. A terrifying energy directly forced him back. The power of the heavenly Daos. Impossible. How could you have heavenly Dao energy? Raged Yin Wuxiang. Yin Wuxiang was being supported by the will of the world, and he had merged with some of the energy of the heavenly Daos. Beneath the Shantian realm, no one could block him. Only sea expansion experts who were able to use magical arts were able to break through the support of the will of the heavens. That was also why Yin Wuxiang said that Shantian experts were just ants in front of him. Heavenly Dao energy was something that could only be resisted by heavenly Dao energy. Other energies were just dregs in front of it. That was also why, despite being the Yin family's junior master, he dared to go out without any guards. He had that confidence. As expected, my thunder force is also a kind of will of the heavens since it comes from heavenly punishment. Excellent, thought Long Chen. His lightning spear was like a viper, piercing through the void to attack Yin Wuxiang. The area around them was blown into ruins. The two were both blown back, and Yin Wuxiang was completely shocked. But his shock quickly disappeared to be replaced with disdain, and he shook his head. Although I don't know how you obtained that thunder force, it seems your thunder force has a limit to it. It isn't able to threaten me at all. Death will still be your final ending. He had noticed that after 2 attacks, Long Chen's lightning spear had dimmed slightly. Although it wasn't very obvious, it wasn't able to escape Yin Wuxiang's sharp eyesight. Long Chen couldn't help grumbling inside. His thunder force was comparable to this heavenly Dao energy, but his thunder force was limited, and there was no way for it to be replenished as quickly as his spiritual qi. Although his spiritual qi could transform into thunder force, that process was extremely slow, and it was unable to keep up with a battle on this level. Having seen through his weak point, Yin Wuxiang sneered and attacked Long Chen. Long Chen could only passively defend, stalling for time as he frantically tried to think of something. Shui Wuan had been entirely correct. Battling across realms against celestials was just looking to die. Furthermore, Long Chen could tell that even now, Yin Wuxiang had not used his full strength. He was most likely not lying when he said he had many ways to kill him, but he wanted to suppress him with absolute power, so he didn't use any of his ultimate moves. His goal was very obvious. He was after Long Chen's secrets, and he wanted to subdue him and then examine his memories. Of course, after that, Long Chen would still definitely die. Right now, he had to think of a way to get out of this certain death match. Ski Moon breaking palm. Just as Long Chen was thinking while fighting, Yin Wuxiang suddenly shouted, and his palm was like a blade that slashed apart the void. Long Chen was startled, as this was clearly a heaven-class battle skill. He raised his lightning spear to block it without hesitation. Crap, however, he immediately realized his mistake. Yin Wuxiang's palm landed right on the midpoint of the spear, its weakest point. After fighting for this long, the lightning spear had already dimmed a great deal. It was now unable to endure such power, and it instantly exploded. After destroying his spear, Yin Wuxiang's palm didn't stop, slamming into Long Chen's chest. Long Chen's ribs broke, and he vomited blood as he flew back. But the same time as Long Chen was blown back, a huge flame sphere shot out from his hand and smashed onto Yin Wuxiang. Before Yin Wuxiang could react, the flame sphere exploded, devouring him. Space trembled as the flames were isolated by some kind of energy and then dissipated, revealing Yin Wuxiang, who was surrounded by runes. HMPH, I've long since heard you've subdued an earth flame. Do you think I wouldn't be on guard? However, this earth flame really is weak. It's quite disappointing, said Yin Wuxiang. The flames Long Chen had condensed had been easily isolated by his runes. It was much weaker than he had expected, and it was unable to injure him. The earth flame was something he had been on guard against this entire time, or he would have long since captured Long Chen. Bang! Long Chen smashed onto the ground, forming a large hole in the ground. Long Chen lay there motionlessly. Looking at him, Yin Wuxiang sneered. You want to play dead? Just now, I didn't use enough power to take your life. But Long Chen still didn't move. He just lay there. After waiting for several breaths, Yin Wusheng finally became impatient and icily said, "Since you like playing dead, then I'll help you out." He started walking over, but he had only taken 2 steps when Long Chen stood up, and his pupils shrank. Long Chen was smiling coldly. Within his hands was a foot-long sphere of blue flames. That flame sphere twisted the space around it, and there was a berserk flame energy within it. "You acted dead to condense this flame sphere." Yin Wusheng's expression was dark. Previously, Long Chen's hands had been stuck in the ground. He had actually been duped. HMPH, so what? It's just a final death struggle. I want to try it. Long Chen smiled coldly and flew the flame sphere forward. It instantly grew, reaching a size of 300 meters. However, Yin Wusheng found it curious why the flame sphere wasn't moving very fast. He didn't immediately do anything because he wanted to see what Long Chen was planning. He had already examined this flame, and he could tell it was unable to do anything to him. As that flame sphere advanced, Yin Wusheng suddenly noticed a scarlet flame snow wolf had appeared beside Long Chen, and it opened its mouth and shot out a sphere of wind blades. That sphere was like a shooting star charging towards the flame sphere. When the two collided, the wind sphere devoured the flame sphere, and then like a volcano exploding, like a monster awakening, like a shooting star, it crashed ferociously at Yin Wusheng. What kind of technique is this? Even Yin Wusheng now felt slightly numb, his hair standing on end. A sensation of death filled him. That was something he had never felt before. Seeing this huge meteorite-like attack shooting at him, he knew he had no time to dodge. Ancient Bloodline Divine Shield. Countless blood-colored runes appeared in front of Yin Wusheng, forming layers of defenses. The instant the sphere collided with those defenses, an immense explosion of wind blades and raging flames rocked the world. Little Snow, return to the spiritual space. Long Chen immediately recalled Little Snow and summoned out an earth flame armor. He had only just finished this when a terrifying wave of wind and flames devoured him. With wind and flame superimposed, everything within hundreds of miles was blown apart. The ground around them was instantly turned to charcoal. At the center of an immense pit, Yin Wusheng stood up and coughed up blood. His entire body was charred black, and his cry of the heavenly Tao's manifestation had disappeared. If he hadn't been cautious and used his greatest defensive ability, he would have been instantly killed by that attack. Suddenly, the ground split open, and an azure scale shot out. A terrifying pressure descended upon the world, one that would make all lifeforms quiver. Yin Wusheng was appalled. The pressure from that scale actually gave him an urge to kneel in reverence. The will coming from it was one that looked down on all things, one that mankind couldn't block. Without even thinking about it, Yin Wusheng hastily crushed a talisman, and a barrier of light covered him. That barrier was incredibly bright and twisted the space around it. But that barrier hadn't been of any use in front of the scale, and it was directly pierced through. The incomparably sharp scale directly severed Yin Wusheng at the waist. Chapter 535 Failure in the End. Blood splashed as the azure dragon scale pierced through the barrier and cut Yin Wusheng in two at the waist. The ground split open, and Long Chen also dug his way out of the ground. His expression was extremely pale, and his aura was chaotic. Because he had been too close, he had ended up being injured by his own attack. Although he had his earth flame armor to protect himself and had dug his way deep into the ground, he was still heavily injured. That attack's power was just too dreadful. Even with how powerful his physical body was, cracks had appeared on his body. He had to hastily use the primal chaos space's life energy to heal. But he was a bit depressed because as his cultivation base increased, the amount of life energy the trees in the space could provide him became increasingly smaller in comparison to how much he needed. The whole forest of trees withered, but it only slightly suppressed his injuries. That didn't mean that the life energy in the trees was weak, but simply that Long Chen's physical body was too abnormally powerful. It required incredibly vast amounts of life energy for him to recover. From underground, he had been paying attention to Yin Wusheng's condition, and seeing him vomit blood, he had hastily taken out the dragon scale, sending it to sneak attack him. At first, he had been truly amazed by Yin Wusheng's senses and reaction speed, but then he was delighted to see the dragon scale ignore the talisman's defenses and directly cut him in two. You didn't die, Long Chen. Yin Wusheng was shocked and infuriated to see Long Chen now. I've already said that the one to die today will be you. Long Chen returned the dragon scale inside his body. His aura was chaotic, as his spiritual qi had been exhausted too quickly. Resisting the energy of the heavenly Taos was too taxing. Just now, he had used almost all his energy to defend against his own attack. Now seeing Yin Wusheng's bisected body lying on the ground, he took out his saber and rushed forward. Now was his best opportunity. HMPH, you want to kill me, Yin Wusheng? Keep dreaming. Heavenly Tao recovery. Suddenly, runes appeared around him again, and they stuck to his two body parts and surprisingly rejoined them. What? Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. After rejoining his body parts, those runes then merged into his injury. Yin Wusheng actually managed to stand up. I admit I was careless. But if you think just this is enough to kill a celestial, then you really must be dreaming. Yin Wusheng icily glared at Long Chen. The heavenly Tao recovery was a secret art, and it exhausted a great deal of a celestial's core energy. Although it had practically instantly rejoined his body, for a short time, he wouldn't have the energy to activate the cry of the heavenly Taos again. In his eyes, killing Long Chen had just been a game. But now that the game had been played to this point, the one to lose miserably had actually been him. His fury soared. You can just directly die. Yin Wusheng roared, and an ancient, brightly colored sword appeared in his hand. As soon as that sword appeared, the entire world became ice cold. Aurora slash. A ray of light soared into the sky, and then terrifying sword light slashed down on Long Chen. Another heaven-class battle skill. Long Chen was shocked inside. Yin Wusheng's cultivation base was truly terrifying. He actually still had spiritual qi to use heaven-class battle skills. Long Chen clasped his hands in front of him, and the dragon scale once more appeared, hastily growing larger to block his sword light. Boom! The dragon scale was unable to endure Yin Wusheng's attack and was sent flying. That wasn't because the dragon scale wasn't strong enough, but because Long Chen didn't have sufficient spiritual qi to use it. Furthermore, his goal wasn't to attack with the dragon scale, but for it to block this one attack. Although Yin Wusheng managed to send the dragon scale flying, he was also knocked back several steps by the power behind the dragon scale. At the same time, he felt a burst of pain from his waist. The injury that had just healed began to bleed. Although he had used a secret art to fuse back together, that kind of fusion was temporary and would require a while to completely heal. This knockback ended up causing the injury to split open again. Just at this moment, a blood-red saber slashed down from the sky. A saber image hundreds of meters long slashed down like a divine blade cutting apart the river of stars. How is that possible? How do you still have the energy to use a heaven-class battle skill? Roared Yin Wusheng. He had the support of the cry of the heavenly Taos, and borrowing the power of the heavenly Taos, he depleted his spiritual qi extremely slowly. Even after this immense battle, he still had 10% of his spiritual qi left to fight. But the fact that Long Chen could still use such a terrifying attack shocked him. This was simply impossible. How could someone at bone forging possess such vast spiritual qi? But seeing this saber qi crashing down on him, he also sensed an incredibly powerful aura shake the very world. That was something that was only possible if it was a heaven-class battle skill. Sword rain seals the mountain. Yin Wusheng roared furiously, pushing out his remaining spiritual qi. Sword images filled the sky, superimposing upon each other to appear like a sword mountain. But the sword mountain collapsed, and Yin Wusheng flew back, vomiting blood. Long Chen's saber had contained an undefeatable will that filled him with dread. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar rang out as little snow appeared by Long Chen's side. Opening his mouth, a sphere of wind blades shot out, smashing into Yin Wusheng. That sphere contained countless tiny wind blades that were like revolving razors, cutting through Yin Wusheng's body. However, although Yin Wusheng's body was practically cut into mincemeat, it went without saying that celestials were truly too powerful. Despite being so injured, it still wasn't fatal. Long Chen was just about to have Little Snow attack again when he felt the world spinning around him, and he almost instantly fainted. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger in his heart, and he hastily jumped onto Little Snow's back and grabbed onto his fur. Quick, run! After saying that, he couldn't hold on any longer and directly fainted. Little Snow quickly rushed away, disappearing in an instant. Little Snow had only just left when a figure appeared like a bolt of lightning. It was Yin Qing, who had already reached the peak of the Shantian realm. Originally, Yin Qing had followed Yin Wusheng as he had chased after Long Chen, but because Long Chen and Yin Wusheng were too fast, she had ended up being thrown into the distance. After all, she wasn't a sea expansion expert who could activate wings to fly. Yin Wuxiang had left her marks as he had rushed along so that it was easier for her to chase after him. Then, after chasing for so long, she had suddenly felt the ground shaking and two terrifying auras surging. What made her appalled was that while one aura was Yin Wuxiang's, the other one was also incomparably dreadful, capable of even causing her to feel intimidated. Since Yin Wuxiang had been chasing after Long Chen, it seemed obvious that it was Long Chen's aura. But she couldn't believe that Long Chen's aura would be so terrifying. Now that she had finally arrived at the battlefield, she was completely dumbfounded. Everything within hundreds of miles had been turned into a barren land, and a terrifying pressure still lingered. Furthermore, she just managed to see Little Snow's figure rushing away, but he was too fast, and he had disappeared before she could clearly see anything. Junior Master. Yin Qing suddenly let out a startled cry as she finally saw Yin Wuxiang lying on the ground, seeming to be on his last breaths. His entire figure had changed after being cut by countless wind blades. He was like a lump of meat now. If it wasn't for his aura, she wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Yin Qing was scared almost witless. It was only after a long moment of shock that she took out a quick-acting medicinal pill and searched for his mouth within the mass of his injuries. Quick, activate the temporary transportation, formation, summon the families, experts, to chase Long Chen. Yin Wuxiang recovered a slight amount of energy from the medicinal pill and hastily spoke. Yin Qing was completely shocked. He was telling her that his injuries were because of Long Chen. She hastily took out 8 1-foot-long jade plates, setting them up in a specific formation. Using her Shantian spiritual qi, she activated the runes on the jade. The 8 jade plates runes activated at the same time, shooting out 8 rays of light that superimposed in the sky, forming a spatial gate. Over 10 figures instantly appeared from the spatial gate. They were all Shantian experts wearing blue robes. When they saw Yin Wuxiang, who no longer even appeared human, they were all completely appalled. Junior Master. Celestials were definitely monsters. After a short time, Yin Wuxiang recovered enough energy to say, Long Chen ran in that direction. All of you go after him. He's already heavily injured and on the verge of death. You must bring him back to me. It would be best for him to be alive, and if you manage to accomplish this, I will definitely give you all great rewards. Yes, those Shantian experts bowed to Yin Wuxiang and then rushed off in the direction he had indicated. Junior Master, you. Yin Wuxiang waved his hand and sighed, I just underestimated him. If I had treated him like a real opponent from the start, do you think he could run? I didn't expect him to have so many trump cards, and his strength far surpassed my expectations. This is my first time suffering such a loss. Junior Master, the transportation formation is still present. I can send you back to heal, said Yin Qing worriedly. No, I'll heal right here. My injuries aren't actually severe. I can recover in just 3 days. Right now, Long Chen already has such power at the bone forging realm. He definitely has some shocking secrets. If I can obtain them, I'll definitely soar in an instant. When the time comes, I'll be able to go to the Eastern Wasteland's immemorial pathway to compete with the geniuses of 1,000 prefectures. Just keep watch over me. I need to recover as fast as possible. I must capture Long Chen. His treasures can only belong to me. After saying that, Yin Wuxiang sat there and began to focus on healing. The battle today had caused him to start feeling uneasy and even a trace of fear. Thinking back to what Long Chen had said, he felt a chill. If he allowed Long Chen to mature, the Yin family would be in danger. He had to quickly have him killed. Chapter 536 Frantically rushing the whole way. Long Chen didn't know how long he had been unconscious for. He felt like he was floating in the clouds, and the only thing he could do was stubbornly keep hold of Little Snow's fur. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw a barren desert before him. His whole body ached, and his bones felt like they might fall apart. He hastily consumed a healing pill. As the medicinal energy gradually spread, the pain faded, but his physical body had reached a monstrous level now and healing pills were having less and less effect on his body. Little Snow, how long have we been running? A day and a night. Long Chen was startled, not expecting that he had been unconscious for so long. After thinking about it for a minute, he supposed that it had to do with that damnable cry of the heavenly Taos. It had been especially taxing to fight Yin Wuxiang when he had activated that ability. Furthermore, with his current physical body's natural recovery abilities, a day and a night was enough for him to heal slightly even without medicinal pills. However, it was as if some mysterious energy was inhibiting his recovery, which made him furious. These damnable heavenly Daos, they always have to target me. Just wait. Just thinking of his fight with Yin Wuxiang made him furious. That cry of the heavenly Daos was definitely bullying. No, it was practically cheating. 80% of the power in his attacks was blocked by the heavenly Dao runes, but Yin Wuxiang's attacks multiplied in power. This was his first time experiencing such a sullen fight. What a freak. Long Chen spat in hate. But if others were to hear that, they would definitely curse him to death. Just who was the freak? Celestials were termed the favorites of heaven and earth, the heavenly geniuses of the world. Karmic luck blessed them, and fighting across realms was as easy as having a meal to them. In this world, it was practically unheard of for someone to fight across realms against a celestial. If Long Chen's battle accomplishments ended up becoming public, it would definitely shake the entire cultivation world. Not only was Long Chen able to battle across realms against a celestial, but he had almost killed one. If a celestial was a freak, then Long Chen was a freak amongst freaks. It could be said that this battle counted as a victory, but he knew that his win was only because of luck. Yin Wuxiang was definitely feeling irritated. Now, his defeat had been entirely because of his conceit. Long Chen was sure he had even more powerful techniques, but he hadn't used them. In the beginning, when Yin Wuxiang had been shocked by his abilities, he mostly felt that it was a blow to his dignity and had wanted to use the grandest method to crush him to regain his honor. That was a celestial's pride and arrogance. But for that pride, Yin Wuxiang had ended up paying a harsh price. If he had treated Long Chen seriously, then Long Chen would never have had a chance to release his combination wind-flame attack with Little Snow. That attack's power had already surpassed the level of a heaven-class battle skill, as the flame energy did not come from a beast flame, but an earth flame. If Long Chen had not held back a portion of its energy, Yin Wuxiang would have been turned to ashes by the attack. But in that scenario, he himself wouldn't have been able to block it, and he would also have been incinerated. The fact that Yin Wuxiang had spent an ocean's worth of spiritual qi to activate his ancient blood divine shield and still almost been killed was enough to prove how terrifying that attack was. It was only because of this that Yin Wuxiang had run out of spiritual qi and been injured. After that, he was unable to use any of his more powerful techniques and thus was almost killed. It could be said that Long Chen's victory had been extremely lucky. That allowed him to see just how terrifying celestials were. Little Snow spit out a wind blade to cut a ditch in the ground. Opening his mouth, a wind blade shot out of it, creating a 100-mile gorge that was several meters deep and wide. Long Chen then had Little Snow run within that gorge. The terrain here was a desert, and the ground was very soft. But there was very little wind here to cover up tracks. By cutting open this gorge, his footprints would be hidden as the sand flowed back in. The next thing he had Little Snow do was spit out multiple wind blades from one location, creating multiple paths that would mislead any trackers. Furthermore, within the desert, everything blended together. They would only be able to tell the path was wrong when it was just a few dozen miles from ending. Now, any trackers would have to split up and wait to reconvene before they could continue chasing. There was no solution to this game. They would have to split up, leaving behind perhaps one person to wait for them back at the center. That one person wouldn't have to play the game. After fleeing for half a day, Long Chen didn't even know how many of those split-up points he had set up. But he estimated it would have to be numbered in the hundreds. Little Snow's wind blades were perfect weapons for cutting open gorges, and it basically cost him no time to set them up. He was very worried about pursuers. Although he hadn't interacted with Yin Wuxiang much, he knew Yin Wuxiang was actually quite capable and sinister. He was also smart and wouldn't give up such a good chance to kill him. After having Little Snow set up another branching point, Long Chen took out over 10 spheres from the primal chaos space. Those spheres were all around a foot in diameter, and there were dozens of small openings on them, each hole revealing a sharp arrow that gave off a chilling light. These were Guo Ran's inventions. He remembered that Guo Ran had given them some sort of name, but by now he had forgotten. When he had first seen these things, he had jumped in fright. These were basically bombs. Not only were the arrows backed by extremely powerful springs that gave them a shocking penetrative power, but when they were activated, it would also cause the energy at the core of the bomb to explode. The metal casing would transform into jagged pieces that would fly out in every direction, a second wave of destruction. Even with Long Chen's daring, he still had to handle these things carefully, afraid of triggering them accidentally. Burying them in the ground just deep enough to not be noticed but not deep enough to weaken them, he took out several thin strands of black silk and connected all their trigger mechanisms together. Anyone who walked within this 3-meter area would end up activating the triggers. He had already calculated the position. This place was just outside the gorge, so that when any pursuers left the gorge, they would unconsciously slow down to take a look around, and a single step in this place would trigger the bombs. Long Chen gave the trap a quick once-over and confirmed there were no mistakes. Then, jumping over the minefield, Long Chen continued fleeing. There was a large mountain range ahead. After traveling another 2 hours in the mountains, Long Chen swung out his saber, and saber chi directly cut off a mountain several miles high. "Get in here," Long Chen waved his hand, directly absorbing the mountain into the primal chaos space. As soon as it entered, the countless trees and vegetation on it withered, and a vast amount of life energy poured into him. With that nourishment, he felt his wounds slowly healing. This time, his injuries were not the same as before. There was a suppression caused by the laws of the heavenly Taos which made his injuries much harder to heal. That was also why Long Chen hated the heavenly Taos so much. Throwing out the withered mountain, Long Chen continued onward, absorbing more mountains in the primal chaos space. Right now, the primal chaos space was only 30 miles wide and couldn't store mountains that were any bigger. He could only go slowly. He was like a thirsty person who had to drink his water drop by drop. But although each drop was small, it could still accumulate to a shocking amount. Nice, these trees are bigger. As he rushed forward, he saw that the trees were getting even taller, and the largest tree he saw was at least a mile high. The crown of the tree was enormous, covering several miles, looking like a giant standing amongst men. Those ordinary trees were less than half its height. Long Chen was delighted to find this tree, as larger trees were able to supply him with more life energy. He hastily began to excavate it. It took him an incense stick's worth of time to dig the tree out and transplant it into the primal chaos space. What vast life energy! Circulating the primal chaos bead, the life energy within the trees spread throughout his body, causing his injuries to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Excellent, even the wounds of the heavenly Taos can be healed with enough life energy. As long as I find some more trees as big as this one, I won't need to fear celestials. Long Chen noticed that this particular huge tree was able to supply him with as much energy as all the other trees combined. However, this time, he didn't absorb all its life energy. Once the tree leaves began to show signs of withering, he stopped. He needed to keep such huge trees. What pleasantly surprised him was that after this absorption, his injuries had at least healed by 20%, and he had recovered some ability to fight. Oh, there's another one here. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. After a while, he found 7 huge trees, and after absorbing their energy, his injuries had almost healed to 80%. That made him much more at ease. Strength was always the greatest guarantee of life. Suddenly, Long Chen's heart shook, and he looked behind and smiled. He sensed a sensation of danger that was slowly approaching. As expected, Yin Wuxiang really was unwilling to give up. Chapter 537 Sharp Weapon. Over 10 blue-robed experts were following a deep gorge in the sand. Right now, they were incredibly furious. They were Xianxian experts from the Yin family. They had received orders from Yin Wuxiang to chase after Long Chen. After chasing him to this desert, they saw the gifts Long Chen had prepared for them. After going down hundreds of different paths, they were fuming in anger, but they were also helpless. Each time they encountered those intersections, they could only split up and go to the end. One of those paths had to be the right one. As for those on the right path, they had no choice but to slow down and wait for the others to loop back, or they would run out of people in just a few more intersections. Amongst them were 3 late Xianxian experts, but all of their abilities were useless here. They could only obediently walk down each path, wasting their precious time. When they finally arrived at the final intersection and saw that the path led them to a thick forest, they couldn't help celebrating. They had finally escaped this damnable maze. Without even thinking about it, they increased their speed to leave the gorge. The elder at the front slowed down to examine the distant terrain, wanting to figure out in which direction Long Chen had fled. Continuous explosions rang out from beneath them. Arrows filled the air, and countless jagged pieces of metal flew, creating a net of death in the air. Everything had happened too quickly, and they had been too close. By the time they reacted, those terrifying arrows and jagged pieces of metal had already reached them. The sound of blades piercing through flesh rang out along with miserable screams. These Xianxian experts normally lived an easy, comfortable life, and they had long since lost their sense of danger. Not one of them had been circulating their Xianxian power. Before they could do anything, merciless blades pierced through their bodies. Over 10 Xianxian experts were instantly turned into mincemeat. Damn, Guo Ran's invention is this vicious. Over 100 miles away atop a high mountain, Long Chen stood on a large tree, peeking through the leaves. He managed to see everything clearly. Long Chen had already sensed a strong hostility coming for him from 1,000 miles away. He had long since found a good place to watch the show. But seeing over 10 Xianxian experts be completely exterminated, even he was dumbfounded. Fuck, if I had known it would be like this, I would have kept half. Long Chen slapped himself on the leg, vexed. Previously, he hadn't thought this trap would have such a great effect. He had underestimated the power of Guo Ran's invention. At the same time, he had also overestimated his enemy's intelligence. If a Xianxian expert didn't circulate their Xianxian power, their physical bodies alone were unable to block such an attack. Thinking of that, Long Chen felt great regret. He actually hadn't calculated in his opponent's intelligence, wasting such good things. Looking at those broken corpses in the distance, Long Chen hesitated for a moment and then shook his head, deciding not to go pick up any spoils. Although there were probably quite a few good things in their spatial rings, it wasn't worth him taking the risk. Just like that, he sat on the large tree and began circulating the primal chaos bead to nourish the huge trees inside. There were 7 immense trees he had planted on the edge of the space, and then taking their size into account, Long Chen had also planted those trees, seeds into the ground. Those seeds were already starting to germinate. In addition to those 7 original trees, the primal chaos space now had 36 trees that could grow to immense heights. These trees were not medicinal ingredients, and Long Chen didn't even know what they were called. 29 saplings were rapidly growing within the primal chaos space. Following the circulation of his 2 stars, the primal chaos space also circulated. After 2 hours, those 7 original trees had already recovered from their slightly withered state. As for the saplings, they had also grown to a height of several dozen meters. Each trunk would require 3 to 4 people to wrap around. This growth rate truly made a person speechless. Oh, there are more people already. Long Chen was in the midst of recovering his spiritual qi when he sensed something and hastily looked into the distance. He saw dozens of people had appeared around the trap he had set up. Their robes were different from the people at the beginning. The elder at the front was gravely examining the scene, his expression completely shocked. Damn, they really are worthy of being an ancient family. For me, they actually sent out this many Xianxian experts. Long Chen sneered. It seemed Yin Wuxiang treated him as a must-have. He had actually sent out this many people. Some of these people had truly powerful auras and killing intent. With a glance, it was obvious they were real experts who had experienced countless trials and bloody battles. They were completely different from those idiots from before. What Long Chen didn't know was that Yin Wuxiang had still not been at ease. Taking advantage of the spatial gate still being open, he had used his status as the junior master to set a portion of the Yin family's elites into motion. Those previous people had just been the Yin family's ordinary guards. Yin Wuxiang didn't have much confidence in them. Taking advantage of those people being busy investigating the aftermath of his trap, Long Chen stealthily descended from the tree and slipped away. No matter how brazen he was, he wouldn't dare fight with so many people. Moreover, those people were true experts. Practically, each one of them was holding a Xianxian weapon. Once they fought and activated those weapons with Xianxian power, he would be doomed. Let alone Long Chen, even Yin Wuxiang, a celestial, someone who could treat Xianxian experts as ants, would not dare do such a thing. However, that was under the precondition that Xianxian experts did not activate their Xianxian weapons. A Xianxian weapon was a Xianxian expert's strongest killing tool, and they would not use it easily. Activating a Xianxian weapon would immediately draw out all their Xianxian power. If they were unable to kill their opponent with that attack, then they would have no more energy to resist. Now with this many opponents present, if any random one of them activated their Xianxian weapon, Long Chen would probably die. He wasn't that stupid. Slipping away was the way of the king. Within the forest, Long Chen became even more confident. Back when he had been chased down by Marquis Ying, he had also taken advantage of the forest to contend with him for a long time, so he actually liked thick forests very much. Long Chen was extremely quick as he traveled through the forest. He made sure to leave behind as few tracks as possible, even closing his pores as to not leave behind any scent. After half a day, he was no longer able to sense any danger. In other words, his enemies had been thrown off far into the distance. With the day darkening, Long Chen jumped onto a large tree, creating a small nest in the crown for himself. Just like that, he began urging on the primal chaos bead again. Furthermore, now he felt safer, and he even summoned the divine ring. Heaven and earth's energy poured into him crazily, causing the primal chaos space to circulate even faster. Those sprouts were rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Chen found that the divine ring was extremely mysterious and that there were two ways of circulating it. Circulating it one way was his battle state, allowing his strength to erupt and absorbing spiritual chi for him to use. Circulating it the other way was a cultivation state. It absorbed spiritual chi to nourish the core of the two stars, pushing the stars towards perfection. He also noticed that after obtaining the primal chaos bead, his Feng Fu star and Alioth star had changed slightly, but as for what that change exactly was, he was unable to say. It was like the primal chaos bead was the central star, while the Feng Fu star and Alioth star were complementary stars that revolved around it. It was extremely mysterious. Long Chen was starting to understand the 9-star hegemon body art and the primal chaos bead less and less. Back in the Julie secret realm when he had merged with the primal chaos bead, he had clearly sensed a great deal of information flooding into his head. But after that information had entered, it had been like snowflakes falling in an ocean, completely disappearing. No matter how he searched through his memories, he was unable to find that information. There was only one thing he was sure of. The 9-star hegemon body art's power surpassed his imagination. At the same time, he felt as if he had descended into some kind of huge game. When he thought of those strange murals he had seen, as well as that mysterious voice, Long Chen felt a bit restless. But at the same time, he felt a kind of indescribable excitement. He knew the 9-star hegemon body art could lead him to an unimaginable world. The goal of martial cultivation was to stand at the peak of the martial path. All cultivators longed to reach that point, and even if they weren't able to stand there, they would still hope to see a vaster sky before them. That was especially true once a person reached the Shantian realm. Then, their longevity would grow to 1,000 years. The higher the realm, the higher the longevity. At the same time, those that managed to reach higher cultivation heights were also more captivated by cultivation, and they longed even more to see a vaster sky. For that dream, many people had fallen on the path of cultivation. But each one of those fallen people's dreams had been to take a look at that vaster sky. Even if that cost them their lives, they wouldn't mind. Long Chen also had the heart of an expert. Furthermore, he also longed to know the secrets of his origin. He needed to get stronger at all cost. So no matter what secrets were hidden in the 9-star hegemon body art, he couldn't stop cultivating it. It was his only path. Without the 9-star hegemon body art, he would have already died within the imperial capital. It could be said that the 9-star hegemon body art had given him his life, and he needed to have full confidence in it. The divine ring behind him disappeared and he slowly opened his eyes. The day had just begun to lighten. He smiled in satisfaction. After a night's work, those sprouts had grown to a height of 1,500 meters, which was half the height of the fully matured trees. These trees would become his greatest guarantee in the future. Furthermore, outside of these trees, he had also obtained over 170 Qilin fruits and 400 meridian opening spirit cliff fruits. That was because the other medicinal ingredients would also mature along with the primal chaos space's circulation. This night's work had been equivalent to centuries of growth. Just as Long Chen was delighted by his harvests, his expression suddenly changed and he looked into the distance. Chapter 538 Heavenly Tribulation descends again. This is Yin Wuxiang's aura. Long Chen's expression changed, as he sensed a powerful, killing intent that was very familiar. How did he find me so quickly? Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He had left behind countless misleading paths behind him. Even if there were people chasing after him, it should have taken them several days. But in just one night, Yin Wuxiang was already close enough for him to sense. Based on his feeling of danger, the two of them were definitely not that far apart. I can't fight him in my current state. Time to slip away. Long Chen began rushing through the mountain forests. Although he had confidence in himself, in front of a celestial, he could only run right now. Unless he managed to advance to meridian opening, he he didn't have the ability to fight him. Furthermore, with Yin Wushang's ridiculous cry of the heavenly Daos, he still wouldn't have a chance of beating him. Of course, if he could just condense the third star, the life fate star, and bring out the 3-star battle armor, then he would be able to resist at least a portion of the heavenly Dao's energy. When he had fought with Yin Wushang, he had noticed that the 2-star battle armor was able to resist the heavenly Dao's energy slightly. He finally understood why the heavenly Daos would reject him. The power of the 9 stars clashed with this world's heavenly Daos. They were like water and fire. However, his current 9 stars energy was too weak and was not enough to resist the heavenly Daos. Unfortunately, right now, the only thing he knew about the 3rd star was its name and that it would be located at the center of his right foot. The pill formula for it had yet to appear in his mind, and so he was unable to even refine the life fate pills, let alone condense the star. Something's wrong. I'm going in such a winding path, but they're still getting closer. Long Chen's expression turned slightly darker. After rushing as fast as he could, he realized the sensation of danger wasn't fading but growing stronger instead. In other words, Yin Wushang was quickly approaching. I know, it has to be from the heavenly Dao's injuries. Long Chen suddenly stopped. After recovering to 80%, he had focused completely on urging on the primal chaos bead so that the trees would grow. He hadn't completely healed himself. Thinking of a certain possibility, he hastily urged on the primal chaos space. 36 immense trees had their life energy extracted for his use. In just a few breaths' time, the injuries on Long Chen's body completely recovered as the remaining will of the heavenly Daos on his body was erased. Long Chen smiled mischievously and then disappeared from his current location. Yin Wushang had been leading the Yin family's elite experts through a thick forest. Every so often, he would pause and sense for something before continuing. But this time when he stopped, his expression became shocked, as he realized he could no longer sense Long Chen's position. Bastard, how is that possible? Yin Wushang couldn't help raging. After being injured by the heavenly Daos, their will had remained on Long Chen's body. As a celestial, Yin Wushang was capable of using his sharp senses to locate him. That was also why Yin Wushang had refused to leave. After his injuries had recovered enough, he had immediately begun chasing. Now that the sensation of the heavenly Daos had disappeared out of nowhere, he was startled and infuriated. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Long Chen was dead, perhaps eaten by a magical beast. Then, with his soul dissipating, the will of the heavenly Daos would have nothing to adhere to and would also fade. The other possibility was that Long Chen had somehow managed to erase the will of the heavenly Daos on his body and completely recover. With Yin Wushang's understanding of Long Chen, he didn't believe Long Chen would die so easily. The odds of the second possibility were extremely high. In his fury, Yin Wushang smashed apart a large tree in front of him, startling all those elites behind him. They didn't dare utter a sound as they trembled. They knew that Yin Wushang was on the verge of going berserk. Even in this kind of situation, Long Chen had still managed to escape. That made Yin Wushang feel like he might explode. This was the first time he felt so stifled. However, even if he was unwilling, he wasn't a fool. He knew that with Long Chen's sly nature, catching up to him within this thick forest was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Junior Master, what should we do now? Seeing that no one else dared say anything, Yin Qing opened her mouth. Yin Wushang's expression was frighteningly dark, but as the Yin family's junior master, he still had to be extremely steady. He quickly calmed himself down and thought about it. It's indisputable that Long Chen has already managed to escape. We should go back. At the same time, alert the spies we have in the secular world. I want to find out everything about Long Chen, including his origin and what family he has. Junior Master, that's a grave taboo, cried a late Shantian elder. The cultivation world's iron rule was that the path of cultivation was a struggle for experts. But this bloody struggle could not be permitted to reach the ordinary mortals. If anyone decided to take out their anger on a cultivator's family, that would be an immense taboo. If the expert's family were also cultivators, then that would be alright. But if they weren't, then whoever attacked them would become targeted by the entire cultivation world. There were countless records of this happening, and those violators had all been exterminated. Immense existences like the Yin family were also amongst them. Idiot, I just said investigate, not target them. I just want to know Long Chen's origins, understand? Raged Yin Wushang. Yes, this subordinate knows his mistake. The elder hastily bowed. Let's go. Yin Wuxiang brought them all out of the forest. After a full 3 days, Long Chen managed to get out of the forest. He had no idea just how far he had gone, but a grassland now appeared before him. The forest had been very oppressive, as there was no sunlight. In fact, he couldn't even see the sky. Now that he suddenly saw the vast sky again, he couldn't help but sigh, his mood immediately elevating. He finally felt that the sensation of danger had completely disappeared. He had finally regained his freedom. Hee, Yin family, right? Let me just investigate where your old rat's nest is. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. He was prepared to undergo the same scene as what had happened in the Wind Spirit Pavilion. Fuck, what's going on? But Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. Just now, the sky had been completely empty with nary a cloud. The blue sky had been incredibly refreshing. But without realizing it, the entire sky had darkened. Damn it, you just couldn't wait a while. Long Chen suddenly stood up and cursed at the sky. He now realized he was unable to accomplish this plan. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend right now, and it was even more terrifying than last time. Back when he had been in the monastery, after he had finished undergoing complete tempering, his spiritual qi had almost reached a certain limit. Now, the continuous battles, especially the battle with Yin Wuxiang, had silently pushed him through an opening in the next barrier. At this time, before Long Chen even went to attack the barrier had already become weak. Unconsciously, he had pierced through it, drawing on heavenly tribulation. That startled and infuriated Long Chen. This was definitely bullying. He had just been thinking of using this heavenly tribulation to get revenge on the Yin family. Were the heavens protecting their celestial? Thunder clouds condensed up in the sky. The entire world darkened as endless lightning appeared in the boundless clouds. A terrifying pressure descended. The entire sky seemed to become an inverted vortex, while Long Chen was like an ant on the bottom. When those surging thunder clouds suddenly stopped moving, the entire world trembled and rain of lightning descended. Wherever the lightning touched the ground would crumble. Under the bath of lightning, Long Chen's eyes shone like the stars, and his black hair flew in the wind. A berserk aura soared out of him to face the heavenly tribulation. He didn't seem the slightest bit afraid. Come, let me see how you try and exterminate me. The response to Long Chen's goading was an even stronger tempest of lightning. But Long Chen simply allowed that lightning to land on his body. The lightning snake tattoo on his left arm lit up and began to crazily devour the thunder force invading his body. It was like a starving magical beast that finally saw food. Long Chen knew that each time, the first wave of lightning was the weakest. He had to take advantage of that chance to absorb more thunder force. Later, when the lightning grew stronger and more berserk, it would be impossible to absorb, and he could only resist it. But even this gentlest lightning was enough to easily exterminate Xianxian experts. That was because for ordinary cultivators, their first lightning tribulation would come when they advanced to the Xianxian realm. They would use the heavenly tribulation as a baptism to expel impurities from their body and then transform their Haodian qi to Xianxian qi. For those ordinary cultivators, their Xianxian heavenly tribulation would only be 10% destructive. The other 90% of it was life energy used to cleanse them. If you were unable to even withstand the 10% of destructive will, then that meant you were truly trash and you were just a waste of this world's energy. But Long Chen's tribulations were completely destructive in nature without the slightest bit of life energy. That was why those Xianxian experts from the Wind Spirit Pavilion were only able to endure for a few breaths' time. Standing on the ground, Long Chen was doing his best to absorb as much thunder force as he could. His entire skeleton was currently shining, emitting a powerful pressure. He was borrowing this thunder force to once more temper his bones, allowing his skeleton to reach a flawless level. After all, just using medicinal pills to temper the bones was unable to make them reach the level of perfection. Medicinal pills contained quite a bit of pill toxins which would hide within the bones. Long Chen was borrowing the heavenly tribulation's berserk energy to expel those pill toxins. If it wasn't for this heavenly tribulation, Long Chen would require a long time to expel those pill toxins. This saved him at least several months of work. As time passed, the lightning became thicker, stronger, and more terrifying. However, Long Chen was still focused on absorbing it. Now that he had undergone complete tempering, he didn't fear this level of lightning. On the other hand, the lightning serpent tattoo on his arm was growing increasingly bright. Suddenly, the void shook intensely, and the rain of lightning disappeared. The thunder clouds parted and 9 300-meter lightning serpents appeared. Chapter 539 Lightning Monster. When the 9 300-meter lightning pythons bored their way out of the clouds, all of heaven and earth seemed to freeze. The 9 pythons were like living creatures, and they emitted a roar before charging at Long Chen. The world rumbled and Long Chen felt all his hair stand on end. These 9 pythons were too terrifying. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, and he directly charged at the closest python. Boom! Lightning erupted, the light completely blinding. Long Chen was blown back, but the lightning python was also forced back. However, the other lightning pythons now swarmed over him. Long Chen roared and began a fierce fight with them, repeatedly brandishing his lightning spear. Explosions echoed out continuously, and lightning flashed in waves. The incredible rumbling sounded like the end of the world was coming. Those lightning pythons were shockingly powerful, each one of their blows was capable of obliterating mountains. The only thing that gladdened Long Chen was that his own thunder force wasn't any weaker. They came from the same source, and so he was barely able to resist. Being swarmed by 9 lightning pythons, his lightning spear rapidly swung through the air, forcing them away. Long Chen smashed 2 of them away when another one struck him in the back with its tail. His clothes immediately exploded and a bloody line appeared on his back. He was alarmed to find that these lightning pythons almost seemed to be alive, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Boom! Being surrounded by 9 of them, he couldn't avoid being struck again. Divine Ring. With a roar, a powerful aura soared out of Long Chen, an aura that pierced straight through the tribulation clouds. With the support of his divine ring, his strength soared. He ruthlessly smashed his spear forward. A lightning python was actually blown in 2. After being destroyed, it actually transformed into a sky full of lightning runes. Without waiting for Long Chen to do anything, the lightning serpent tattoo on his arm lit up and actually left his arm, charging at those runes. The lightning serpent began to crazily devour those runes as if they were a feast. In just a moment's work, the half-a-foot-long serpent grew to double its size, and it was still devouring more. Right now, Long Chen had no time to deal with what was happening with the lightning serpent. He had to focus completely on the lightning pythons. Another lightning python was pierced apart, turning into lightning runes. With the support of his divine ring, Long Chen felt as if he was no longer being completely suppressed by the heavenly Taos. He finally had a slight amount of power to resist. It wasn't like before when he was constantly beaten. When he reached that point in his thoughts, Long Chen suddenly raised his head and roared at the heavens, fully releasing the fury in his heart. The spear in his hand began to attack even more crazily. Those previously incomparably terrifying lightning pythons were now unable to pose any threat to him, and they were blown apart one by one. Suddenly, Long Chen's arm shook intensely, and his qi and blood surged within him, shocking him out of his fury. He suddenly laughed involuntarily. The 9 lightning pythons had already been destroyed. Just now, he had accidentally struck his own lightning serpent. Right now, the lightning serpent had already grown to a length of 30 meters. He had accidentally assumed it was an enemy just now. That was equivalent to striking himself. Right now, the lightning serpent was still frantically devouring all the lightning runes. When they were all consumed, it returned to Long Chen's arm, becoming a simple tattoo again. When it returned to his arm, Long Chen's entire body trembled because he sensed the berserk thunder force in his arm had multiplied by dozens of times. The lightning spear in his hand suddenly blossomed with light as endless lightning runes poured into it. With the increase in thunder force, even the lightning spears condensed from it are this terrifying. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. Long Chen staggered on the ground, hastily looking up. The thousands of miles of clouds were suddenly rapidly compressing into a single point. Is this the final attack? Then let me see just how powerful you are. Long Chen pointed his lightning spear up at the sky. He knew that the final attack of the heavenly tribulation was always the most terrifying. However, the lightning serpent on his arm seemed to understand his thoughts. It consumed those lightning runes to strengthen itself and give Long Chen even stronger thunder force, increasing his confidence. Buzz. The void was trembling as the black clouds in the sky continuously compressed. In the end, it formed a 300-meter black ball. That black ball was pulsing like a heart, and with each contraction, the world quivered with it. Long Chen's heart sank because he sensed a terrifying aura growing within that black ball. That feeling made him numb. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds in the sky disappeared, and the sky returned to a sunny state. That kind of weather was something that would normally make a person extremely content. But within the cloudless sky, there was a black sphere that was still compressing. A powerful aura coming from the sphere made it hard for him to even breathe. Suddenly, a light cracking sound rang out. Long Chen tightened his grip on his spear. The black sphere suddenly exploded, and a light more blinding than the sun lit up the world. A bizarre monster had appeared. As soon as it appeared, it rushed straight at Long Chen, a large claw smashing into him. Long Chen had long since been prepared, and he raised his spear to block. However, the ground beneath his feet erupted, and he shot back like a cannonball, cutting a long ditch in the ground dozens of miles long. He hastily stabilized himself and then vomited a mouthful of blood. There were broken bits of his organs inside it. The Berserk Thunder Force had badly damaged his inner organs with just one attack. Although he had the Lightning Serpent and it had instantly devoured the Thunder Force attacking him, that power had already surpassed the limits of the Lightning Serpent. Long Chen was horrified. Looking ahead, he saw some sort of lightning monster. It had a tail sticking up on its back that made it look like a scorpion. But instead of pincers, it had two huge claws. He had never seen such a monster. Although its body was made of thunder force, it looked just like a living creature other than the fact that it shone brightly. On its back was a large lightning image that emitted a terrifying pressure. It now charged at Long Chen again, its speed shocking. It reached him in practically the blink of an eye. 2-star battle armor. 2 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and a powerful will soared out of him that made the sky shiver. Not only did he summon the 2-star battle armor, but he also extracted the life energy from the trees in the primal chaos space, instantly healing his injuries. Die! Long Chen's roar rang out like thunder, and countless spear images shot out from his spear to kill that lightning monster. But when his spear landed on the monster's claw, Long Chen was blown back, his arms turning numb. He couldn't help being horrified. This lightning monster was too terrifying. However, Long Chen's strength was also terrifying. That lightning beast was also blown back hundreds of meters. That made Long Chen thank his luck inside. If it weren't for the lightning serpent possessing its own spirit and going out to devour the lightning runes for him, strengthening his lightning spear, then perhaps this one attack from the lightning monster would have broken his spear. This lightning monster had to be dealt with using Thunder Force. If he switched to a saber-like blood drinker, he would definitely suffer. Furthermore, the lightning tribulation possessed a destructive aura that would very likely damage blood drinker's spirituality. This was just how abnormal heavenly tribulation was. There were few things that could be used to resist it. The lightning monster didn't seem injured at all, and it quickly charged back. Long Chen blocked its claws with his lightning spear. But then he suddenly felt a chill run through him, and without hesitation, he used the netherworld ghost steps to dodge. A long tail pierced through the ground, causing the entire land to tremble. Dark red lava exploded out from underground. The entire world was dyed red by its light. Long Chen was shocked. Just how powerful was that attack for it to even pierce all the way to the underground magma layer? The lightning monster ignored the lava and continued charging at Long Chen. He could only use his spear to resist as best as he could. But his heart turned cold as he realized that this lightning monster was too terrifying. Its thunder force practically came in an unending stream. If this continued, there was no way he could exhaust it before his own thunder force ran out. Wait, I really am stupid, Long Chen suddenly cursed himself. Taking a step, he charged at the lightning beast from the side. Chapter 540 Devouring the Lightning Rune. Long Chen and the lightning monster had fought for several hours. Occasionally, it would use its tail to attack. That attack was too terrifying, and if he was struck by it, he would definitely die. But the good thing was that the lightning monster's body was too large, and each time it attacked with its tail, its body had to lean forward. Once he noticed that rule, he could prepare himself in advance to dodge. But even so, the monster's thunder force was too terrifying, and Long Chen's thunder force was being exhausted too quickly. If this continued, he would definitely die. But then Long Chen thought of a certain possibility and cursed himself for being stupid. What was the point of facing the lightning monster head-on like this? Activating the netherworld ghost steps, he attacked it from the side. The lightning monster was huge like a small mountain and incomparably terrifying when attacking head-on. However, because of its size, it had difficulty with turning its own body and was actually sent spinning away by Long Chen's attack. Long Chen then jumped directly onto its back. The lightning monster actually instinctively stabbed its tail at him. Just as the tail was about to strike Long Chen, he disappeared, and the tail pierced into the lightning rune mark that was on its back. The lightning rune exploded, and along with it, the rest of the monster also dissipated. After the death of the lightning monster, lightning runes filled the air. The lightning serpent tattoo on Long Chen's arm lit up, and it once more flew out to devour the runes. These runes were the purest essence of the lightning monster. As the lightning serpent devoured those small runes, it rapidly grew, doubling in size in just a moment. Unfortunately, there were too many lightning runes, and they already began to fade back into heaven and earth. The lightning serpent suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on one immense lightning rune. That lightning rune was larger than any of the others. It was over 30 meters long, and it emitted a powerful pressure. It was just about to dissipate when it was bitten by the lightning serpent, and it refused to let go. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Wasn't that the rune that had been on the lightning monster's back? Didn't it just explode? How did it appear again? All help. Long Chen knew the lightning serpent wanted to devour this powerful rune. But it didn't have that ability on its own, so Long Chen poured his spiritual chi into the lightning serpent. The lightning serpent rapidly shrunk and then returned to the tattoo on his arm. After it returned, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. After that mouthful of blood, he vomited another mouthful. A berserk energy was charging around his body, almost causing his body to explode. That was naturally done by the lightning rune. It wanted to escape his body to merge back into heaven and earth. But the lightning serpent had stubbornly locked it within his body. As a result, Long Chen's body was a cage that was being struck over and over by it. "Be still," Long Chen roared furiously, and his two stars poured spiritual chi into him, suppressing the thunder force. However, Long Chen was shocked to see that the lightning rune was too strong, and it seemed he was unable to keep it suppressed inside him. Even though the lightning serpent was doing its best to suppress it, it was still going out of control. This battle was wreaking havoc inside his body, and his body might explode at any moment. Fuck, how is it this berserk? Long Chen couldn't help but curse. He couldn't continue like this. He was just about to give up and let this damnable thunderforce scram when the primal chaos space suddenly shook. A terrifying pressure descended, and the lightning rune instantly became still as if it had become an imbecile. It was as if it had lost any of its will. Seeing that, Long Chen was absolutely delighted and poured in his spiritual chi to work with the lightning serpent. They tried to seal the lightning rune within the tattoo on his left arm. The rune actually didn't resist at all and allowed the lightning serpent to devour it. It had simply turned into food. 2 hours later, it was completely devoured by the lightning serpent. After doing that, the lightning serpent tattoo became dim, as it descended into slumber. Long Chen thought about it and quickly realized that the lightning serpent had consumed too much thunder force and needed some time to digest it. He would be unable to use it temporarily. However, he was filled with anticipation towards the lightning serpent. Just what kind of existence would it become after it fully absorbed this thunder force? Whether it was the lightning serpent or the earth flame, they both needed to be slowly raised by him. He felt a trust for them that came from his innermost being. Although thunder force and earth flames were famed for being the most berserk things in this world, and thus the hardest things to control, Long Chen trusted his intuition. He trusted that whether it was the lightning serpent or the earth flame, no matter what level they grew to, they would never betray him. Then turning his attention to the primal chaos bead, he was lost in thought again. Just what was the origin of this primal chaos bead? Whether it was the earth flame or the lightning rune, they had all been suppressed by it. Furthermore, it had seemed to be exceedingly easy. The only regretful thing was other than the fact that it could grow plants quickly, he had no idea how to use its abilities. Whether it was suppressing the earth flame or the lightning rune, it had all been done by the primal chaos bead on its own. The primal chaos bead was definitely hiding many secrets. However, he had no idea what they were. He would have to investigate them slowly over time. Just as he was about to sit, Long Chen suddenly felt intense pain coming from every part of his body. Looking inside himself, he couldn't help but grumble. The lightning rune had almost completely destroyed his body. These injuries were too severe. During the fight against the lightning rune just now, he had been constantly suffering injuries. Thus, he had long since used up all the life energy in the trees. With no other choice, he consumed a healing pill. Although healing pills had very little effect on him, it was better than nothing. He summoned Little Snow and had him carry him away from here. Little Snow was his only support right now. Little snow brought him rushing through this grassland. Long Chen no longer knew which direction he was going or where he was. He just let little snow run as he pleased. In any case, his goal was to leave the area of tribulation as fast as possible. He didn't want anyone to know that he was the one who had undergone tribulation, as that might bring on endless trouble. Little Snow traveled for half a day when a small lake appeared in front of him. The water was incredibly clear, and the sound of birds singing made the scenery extremely pleasing. Furthermore, those birds didn't feel any fear once Long Chen and Little Snow arrived. They didn't fly away and simply watched from a distance. It seems this is a peaceful land without any fierce beasts. Otherwise, these birds wouldn't be this daring. Long Chen had Little Snow rest here while he focused on circulating the primal chaos space to recover the life energy. Injuries from heavenly tribulation were different from other injuries. If his injuries were done by another person, he wouldn't even need to bother doing this, and his body would just recover naturally. However, injuries from the heavenly Taos were something he had to use the purest life energy to heal. If he didn't have this primal chaos space, he really might have been doomed. Oh, the primal chaos space actually got bigger. Long Chen suddenly noticed that the primal chaos space had grown to 300 miles at some unknown time. This discovery startled and delighted him. Ignoring his injuries, he began planting seeds of those huge trees everywhere. Following the circulation of the primal chaos space, small saplings began to grow out of the ground. Long Chen had planted over 1,000 trees in one go. Once those trees matured, he would practically have an undying body. However, he now saw that the trees were growing slower and slower. In 2 hours, those saplings only grew to a height of 3 meters. This speed was many times slower than before. Maybe I was a bit too greedy, Long Chen bitterly smiled. Maybe it really had been too much to immediately plant 1,000 trees. However, these large trees were his greatest assurance, and he had to completely mature them. That's right, it seems corpses can also make them grow faster. Long Chen suddenly recalled his experiment with Luo Bing's corpse. When he had thrown it into the black soil of the primal chaos space, her corpse had been devoured, and a powerful life energy had nourished the medicinal ingredients here. But I don't have any corpses on hand. Would magical beast cores work as well? Long Chen took out a crystal core from a spatial ring. He had dozens of these cores in his spatial ring, the majority of which were from 3rd or 4th rank magical beasts. He only had a few 5th rank crystal cores. His spirit entered the primal chaos space. He saw that the black soil had also grown to the size of a mile with the growth of the space. Throwing a crystal core inside it, he was startled to find that the core also dissolved. In just a few breaths' time, the small saplings grew slightly larger. It really is effective. Although it wasn't very obvious, it was definitely at least slightly effective. He hastily brought over all the spatial rings in the primal chaos space. Within the Julie secret realm, he had harvested plenty of battle spoils, and he had over 100 spatial rings. He took out all the crystal cores in those spatial rings. However, he was slightly disappointed that those crystal cores were too low in quality. He ended up throwing in over 10,000 crystal cores, but those saplings only grew less than 10 meters. Such saplings weren't able to give him much life energy. But at the very least, those large trees had also recovered some of their vitality. Long Chen carefully extracted a portion of their life energy to nourish his body. To subdue that final lightning rune, he had suffered incredibly heavy injuries. He would need a while to heal. That's right, after passing the tribulation, another piece of information appeared in my head. Chapter 541 Life Fate Pill Formula. It's the Life Fate Pill Formula. Long Chen almost jumped in joy, and even his voice trembled. Examining his memories, he noticed the pill formula had appeared, and it was precisely the pill formula he needed the most. He could only condense the Life Fate star through Life Fate pills. At that time, with 3 stars, he wouldn't even need to be afraid of celestials. The 3-star battle armor combined with the divine ring would definitely be able to block a portion of the heavenly Tao's suppression. He didn't need it to completely resist them. If just a portion was blocked, then Long Chen had the confidence to kill Yin Wushang. That was Long Chen's confidence in himself. Within the same realm, no one could suppress him, not even celestials. Right now, he had already advanced to meridian opening, and so he was no longer so weak in terms of realm. Once he opened new meridians, his body would once more go through a complete transformation. 9 Netherworld Grass, Heavenly Star Nectar, flowerless azure fruit, Long Chen listed off a total of 108 precious medicinal ingredients. Niece. There are no medicinal ingredients like the qilin fruit. He felt a heavy burden being lifted from his shoulders. Within the primal chaos space, he already had over half of those ingredients. As for the ones he didn't have, there were only a few that were comparatively rare. Furthermore, although those were very rare, they weren't as abnormal as the qilin fruit, nor almost extinct. He might not have them right now, but he wasn't worried. With the Huayan sect on his side, that wouldn't even be a problem. Long Chen was incomparably excited now. He had an urge to immediately return to the monastery and contact the Huayan sect so he could refine the life fate pills. However, seeing the endless grassland around him, that thought died. He didn't even know how far he had gone, and after so much fleeing, he didn't even know which direction he was at in relation to the monastery. It wasn't as if he could just return according to his old path. What if the Yin family was waiting for him? He suppressed his excitement. Things had to be taken step by step, or if you panicked, it would be all too easy for things to go wrong. In the end, he decided to focus on healing here. While recovering, he would open his new meridians. Once he was recovered, he would see if he could find a city nearby. Long Chen summoned his divine ring and urged on the plants in the primal chaos bead. As he made them grow, he also extracted a portion of their life energy to help himself recover. 10 days later, he had finally recovered by 30%. Although he still wasn't capable of having an intense battle, he had already reached the goal he had set for himself. The obvious and severe injuries were already recovered. It was simply the imprint of the heavenly Taos that was still present. If he fought with others, that imprint would immediately activate, worsening his injuries. But right now, he didn't need to fight, he just needed to urge on the primal chaos space and then begin to open his meridians. This so-called meridian opening referred to creating new meridians once the physical body reached a strong enough level. When cultivators started cultivating, their spiritual chi moved in their body through their meridians. But once they reached the meridian opening realm, they needed to abandon those old meridians and create a new set of meridians. The meridian opening realm was the final realm in Haodian level, which also built the final foundation before stepping into the Xianxian realm. That was why it was necessary to create new meridians. These new meridians required chi, blood, tendons, and bones to work together. That was why chi condensation, blood condensation, tendon transformation, and bone forging were all in preparation for the meridian opening realm. Using bones as the foundation, tendons as the channel, blood as the guide, and chi as the support, cultivators would create new channels for spiritual chi. These channels were used for storing Xianxian chi, and so they needed to be sturdier and wider than ever. Otherwise, once you reached the Xianxian realm, when you used your Xianxian spiritual chi to attack, your meridians would explode before your attack could even come out. Right now, Long Chen had to focus his spiritual chi into his meridians and create channels through his bones, connecting all his bones. For an ordinary meridian opening expert, that was something impossible to do. They could only form their new channels outside of their bones. Creating the channels within the bones was a right reserved for those who had undergone complete tempering. For Long Chen, who had used a bone-connecting pill at the very start to undergo complete tempering, this was as easy as turning a hand. After creating this connection, the next step was to use chi to draw blood into the channels. Once the blood entered a channel, it would form a membrane over that channel. That would be the new meridian. This process was very easy, but it was extremely slow. You had to be especially cautious at the beginning, as the newly formed meridians were unable to endure too much pressure. Long Chen used a full day to complete this process. However, he still hadn't truly entered the meridian opening realm. Now, he needed to spend each day pouring his blood chi into the new meridians. Furthermore, he couldn't pour in too much at a time. He had to keep it just beneath the limit of what the meridians could endure. He could only increase the strength as the meridians adapted. It was like blowing a balloon, he had to push it to its max but not let it explode. Furthermore, his blood chi would not just widen the meridians, it would also nourish them, making them tougher. For ordinary meridian opening experts, they were only able to enlarge their meridians 3 times. After undergoing complete tempering, the limit was usually 8 times. But Long Chen had already completed that process 10 times now, and he still hadn't reached the limit. This was a good thing, as his meridians were only growing stronger, capable of enduring more of his power. When the new meridians were complete, cultivators would abandon their old meridians, transferring all their spiritual chi to the new meridians. At the same time, they would also pour in a portion of their essence blood into the meridians. Only then would the meridian opening process be complete. When the spiritual chi fully entered the meridians, a person's aura would rapidly grow, like a small creek that suddenly became a vast river. Within the new meridians, as the spiritual chi and essence blood merged, they would form a bloodline energy. That kind of bloodline energy didn't have any use when cultivators fought. However, it had an even more important use than fighting their ancestral line. The children of those who had reached the meridian opening realm would inherit a portion of their bloodline energy. Thus, in the cultivation world, excellent people gave birth to excellent children. As a person's cultivation base grew higher and beyond the meridian opening realm, the bloodline energy their descendants would receive would become stronger. If it was a bloodline of a supreme expert, then their descendants would be able to activate a bloodline pressure. That was the same as what Yin Wushang had done. But while both Yin Wushang and Yin Wushuang possessed the same ancestor, the purity of their bloodlines was different. When Yin Wushuang used her bloodline suppression, it was unable to do anything to Long Chen. But Yin Wushang was able to make him feel like his blood would freeze. That was the difference. Oh, there are people here. Long Chen suddenly looked towards a certain direction. Although no one was visible yet, Long Chen's divine sense could sense a group of people rapidly approaching. Little Snow, you should rest in the spiritual space for now. After putting Little Snow away, Long Chen waited for a moment, and then dozens of figures appeared in the distance. It seemed they were rushing towards this particular lake. Long Chen looked around carefully, and only then did he notice there were quite a few marks in the distance, and he immediately realized something. There's someone here. They finally noticed Long Chen. When they got closer, Long Chen saw they were a group of youngsters who had just reached their 20s. The person at the front was a lively and pretty woman. However, he was a bit surprised to see they were all meridian opening experts. It was truly rare to see such young meridian opening experts. As for the woman at the front, her bloodline energy had been condensed to an extremely high level. That was a sign her cultivation base had already reached the peak of meridian opening, and her spiritual chi was starting to transform into Shantian power. In other words, this woman might break through to the Shantian realm at any moment. I didn't expect to run into a group of young experts here. Looks like I really am a frog in a well. Long Chen couldn't help but mock himself. He had always thought his own cultivation speed was already fast enough. He hadn't expected to run into a young half-step Shantian expert here. Hey, brat, how are you here all by yourself? Asked a man with an arrogant air. Most likely, seeing Long Chen on his own and with such a weak aura, he looked down on him. Well said, well said. It seems I really am all by myself. Long Chen laughed. That person was first startled, but then seeing Long Chen's wicked smile, he immediately understood he was cursing them as not being human. Brat, looks like you need a beating. That person was infuriated and was just about to charge forward. Zhang Wu, don't be rude, shouted the woman leading them. That woman took a few steps forward and carefully examined Long Chen. She saw he was covered in dirt as well as some blood. Overall, he appeared extremely wretched. And yet, his eyes were still completely calm, almost unfathomably so. Long Chen gave her a very odd feeling, but as for what specifically was odd, she was unable to say. Did you run into some troubles? She asked. Yes, I came out to hunt, but a group of bastards attacked me. As a result, I had to flee, separating from my companions and ended up lost. I really was incredibly unlucky, sighed Long Chen. Making up nonsense was definitely one of his specialties. But he also felt that this woman might be able to bring him out of this place to a city. Senior apprentice sister, don't listen to this brat's rubbish. He's lying. Zhang Wu hastily cried out. Chapter 542 Mushui Mercenary Unit. This brat's definitely not a good person. Senior apprentice sister, don't be fooled. Seeing that this woman seemed extremely interested in Long Chen, Zhang Wu cried out. Oh, you know how to read faces. Long Chen looked at Zhang Wu oddly. The woman couldn't help laughing. Even the other two maidens in their group covered their mouths and stealthily laughed. You clearly aren't a good person. With your gigolo looks, who do you think you can trick? Raged Zhang Wu. In truth, after continuous battles, Long Chen was covered in blood and dust. His face was completely covered, with only his two starry eyes revealed. And yet, even though only his eyes were revealed, he still gave off a handsome feeling that raised Zhang Wu's guard. The majority of this group was men, and they all dreamed of becoming lovers with the woman leading them. She possessed the highest cultivation base of them all, and she was also beautiful like a flower. How could they let a stranger swoop in? Long Chen easily saw through that, especially when seeing that the other men were also looking at him fierily. He couldn't help laughing inside. What are you smiling about? You're definitely smiling because you're guilty, and are trying to think of some way to trick us. Raged Zhang Wu. Now Long Chen really couldn't help but laugh. He gave Zhang Wu a thumbs up. Amazing, truly amazing. You really do possess an all-seeing mind. You've even managed to see through my every single thought. Sir must truly be an amazing person. Hee, of course, brat, running into me is your bad luck. There's no one that can lie in front of me, Zhang Wu. Just hearing Long Chen's praise, Zhang Wu became insufferable. It seemed he didn't hear Long Chen's sarcasm. The others looked oddly at Zhang Wu, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, they decided to remain silent, looking up at the sky as if they were unrelated to him. Zhang Wu, stop embarrassing yourself. Can I ask if you need any help? The woman asked Long Chen. In the beginning, she had also been on guard against Long Chen, but after just a few words from him, she felt he was different from others. His aura was clearly exceedingly weak, and he should be heavily injured right now. However, his words were spoken so naturally and without any fear. Furthermore, his eyes were frighteningly calm. They were more than capable of killing Long Chen, but he didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of fear or unease. He actually still joked and laughed. Just that kind of bearing showed he wasn't an ordinary person. Having determined he wasn't ordinary, she became very curious about him. She wanted to help him out, which would count as sowing good karma. I truly do need help. I'm lost and want to know how far the closest city is, and which direction it should be. If you can tell me, I'll definitely thank you generously. Long Chen cupped his fists. TCH, it seems you've misunderstood. You don't even know the reputation of our Mushui mercenary unit. Do we look like those kind of people who only help others to benefit ourselves? You think we care about your damn money? Roared Zhang Wu. At the same time, Long Chen noticed the others' expressions had also sunk. It seemed his last sentence had hurt their self-respect. I think you've misunderstood. Although we are a mercenary unit, we have our own pride. Your words are a bit hard to take, said the woman icily. Sorry, it was my mistake. I suppose I just don't have this amazing person's vision, and I can't read faces. Please don't blame me, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen truly hadn't imagined that in the scheming cultivation world, there was actually such a group of upright people. Only now did their expressions improve. The woman smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself. I am Mu Shui. After saying that, she held out her hand, startling Long Chen slightly. The etiquette of shaking hands was usually reserved for men with men. But since she had initiated it, he wouldn't feel right declining. He magnanimously shook her hand. Long Chen's etiquette was extremely well done. He only lightly held her hand, and he only used his fingers for the handshake, as that was the proper etiquette for noblewomen. Of course, that wasn't for him to display how noble he was, but because holding her entire hand would make him feel a bit like he was taking advantage of her. I'm Long Chen. Hesitating first, Long Chen decided to give her his real name. Long Chen, that sounds a bit familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Mu Shui frowned. Perhaps it's just that my name is too ordinary, and many people have the same name, laughed Long Chen. That's true. Most cultivators like to be lofty and come up with a name that can intimidate their opponents. Mu Shui also laughed. With just a few words, Long Chen found that this Mu Shui truly had the style of a leader. Her words were not at all artificial, allowing a person to feel comfortable around her. It was no wonder she had become this group's leader. Just now, he had heard them call themselves the Mushui mercenary unit. It seemed it was named after her. Perhaps it was because my mom wanted me to grow up into an ordinary person, said Long Chen. But a trace of sadness flashed within his eyes. He thought of those lines on the jade pendant. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. The first line was domineering and haughty, while the last line was warm and pampering. They were the hopes his father and mother had for him. But not long after he was born, his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone had been taken away. He didn't know just how heartbroken his parents were to have lost him. Thinking of that, he felt like blades were piercing his heart. So many years had passed. He had no idea whether his biological parents were still alive. Hehe, Long Chen, this name really is ordinary. Look at my name, Zhang Wu. The very manifestation of the martial Tao. That's really domineering. 1. Zhang Wu's voice broke Long Chen's concentration. He saw him puffing out his chest proudly as if he had beaten him. I feel like your name is still a bit lacking. If you change the Wu to Lang, it would definitely be more domineering, said another member of their unit. Zhang Lang, how is that domineering? Zhang Wu muttered it a few times. He then suddenly realized what it meant and charged at that person. Zhang Lang too really is a domineering name, haha. That person hastily dodged, not facing Zhang Wu head on. Stop it already, where is your decorum, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Mu Shui shouted, her expression sinking. Zhang Wu and that person immediately stopped messing around and didn't say another word. They all felt great respect for Mu Shui. Sorry, I've made Brother Long laugh at us, apologized Mu Shui. Long Chen shook his head. What are you talking about? You're all magnanimous and free people. The fact that they can act so unconstrained just means they're real men. Zhang Wu was surprised to hear Long Chen say that about himself. He felt like Long Chen's gigolo face was no longer so displeasing to look at. Everyone, don't just keep standing there. Hurry up and set up the tents. It's rare for us to get such a relaxing day. We should all take a good rest, said Mu Shui. Only then did everyone start getting to work, taking out tents and beds from their spatial rings. Brother Long, this area is a wild land, without any civilization for thousands of miles. Furthermore, even if I tell you the direction to the closest city, there are high mountains and long rivers that will block your path, and it'll be too easy for you to get lost. It'd be better for you to stick with us for now. Once we finish our mission, we can bring you back to Qingzhou City. At that time, it will be much more convenient for you, advised Mu Shui. Qingzhou, this place is within Qing Prefecture? Asked Long Chen. Yes, this place is considered part of Qing Prefecture. If you travel south for a few weeks, you'll arrive at Su Prefecture, said Mu Shui. Damn, that bastard Yin Wusheng really knows how to chase someone. He actually chased me across prefectures. Then can I ask what your mission is? Or is that taboo? If it is, I can wait for you here so I don't inconvenience you, said Long Chen. There's nothing taboo about it. We came out this time because of a mission from the mercenary guild. There's someone who wants to buy a certain magical beast's core for a high price, but the core must be fresh. We came out to hunt down a Xianxian magical beast. Xianxian? Long Chen was startled. Yes, Xianxian. However, it's only in the early Xianxian realm. It's actually quite lucky. A year ago, we were coming by here when we noticed it. Back then, we weren't strong enough and so we didn't attack it. But now someone wants that kind of magical beast's core, and our own strength has advanced a great deal. So this time, we're planning on killing it, said Mu Shui. Long Chen suddenly understood why there had been marks in the distance. Those marks had probably been left behind by these people. Most likely, they often came by here to rest. This lake region is safe. It's right on the edge between the territories of two Xianxian magical beasts. Other magical beasts sense the pressure from them and don't dare come here. This is the best place to set up camp. We need to rest here for a bit to keep ourselves in our peak condition in preparation to kill that magical beast, explained Mu Shui. Is the magical beast you're targeting one of those two? Asked Long Chen. Yes, our target is called the hidden ground spider. It'll probably be a bitter battle, sighed Mu Shui worriedly. The hidden ground spider's crystal core is a rarely seen dark attribute. It's the main ingredient used in refining the 9 Revolution Dao Heart Pill, and it truly does need to be fresh. The crystal core will lose its energy 3 months after the magical beast's death. It seems your buyer wants to refine pills, muttered Long Chen. You understand alchemy? Asked Mu Shui with shock. A bit, laughed Long Chen. However, it'll probably be very dangerous for the few of you to handle the hidden ground spider. I know, but we owe the buyer a great debt. Since they urgently need the hidden ground spider's crystal core, we need to pay back the favor, said Mu Shui. Can I ask who you owe this favor to? Are they worth you risking your lives? Asked Long Chen. This crystal core is something the junior gate master of Mo Gate, Mo Nian, requires. So we have to get it for him, sighed Mo Shui. Chapter 543 Hidden Ground Spider. You, and Mo Nian, are you? Long Chen felt it was a bit inconceivable. Where did your thoughts stray? It's not like that at all. Mu Shui was a bit resentful. Our Mu Shui mercenary unit was very weak when we were first established. We were always suppressed by the other powers. During that time, our unit almost completely collapsed. However, those people still didn't let up, forcing us to the brink of despair. It was Mo Gate who couldn't bear to see that happen and warned our enemies that in the next 3 years, they were not allowed to do anything to us. Without Mo Gate, we'd have been destroyed before ever maturing. So we owe Mo Gate a great debt. It was Mo Gate who made the request to the mercenary guild, causing them to create this mission for the Hidden Ground Spider's core. Furthermore, it is extremely urgent. I've heard it's something they're preparing for their junior gate master, Mo Nian. Mo Gate has treated us with kindness, but Mo Gate is too large, and we don't even have the qualifications to return the favor. This is our only chance to repay them, so no matter what, we have to obtain the Hidden Ground Spider's core. Long Chen understood now. These people were all open and candid. They didn't like owing favors, but it was impossible for them to repay Mo Gate's favor. That was a constant knot in their hearts. So even though this Hidden Ground Spider was extremely powerful, and this mission was extremely dangerous, their honor did not allow them to turn back. That made Long Chen feel a kind of respect for them. Within the cultivation world, where schemes and inner strife were everywhere, where it was either you deceive me or I deceive you, such people had already almost gone extinct. In truth, you should have given this information to Mo Gate, and Mo Gate would have sent several Shantian experts to fight with you. Wouldn't that be much easier? Why must you risk this danger? Asked Long Chen. There are 2 reasons we came to attack it on our own. The first is that we noticed the Hidden Ground Spider a year ago, but the Hidden Ground Spider often switches territories, so no one can be sure whether or not it will still be there. The second is that Mo Gate has now offended the Pill Tower, and the Pill Tower has stopped selling medicinal pills to them. Furthermore, it seems there are people targeting Mo Nian from behind the scenes. Other than Mo Gate, Qing Prefecture has 3 powerful sects. They stood up to publicly challenge Mo Gate at the same time, beginning to fight with them over Qing Prefecture's natural resources. Right now, Mo Gate is in an extremely disadvantageous position and is very busy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked the mercenary guild to set up this mission, sighed Mu Shui. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Was the Pill Tower trying to show their prestige? After being cut by the Huayan sect, they raised their own blade against Mo Gate, cutting them off from medicinal pills. Furthermore, now those other sects were fighting against Mo Gate. That would sever Mo Gate not only from the medicinal pills, but from all their other resources. They really were vicious. As for the 3 large sects Mu Shui mentioned, Long Chen did have some impression of them. Back in the Julie secret realm, Mo Nian had been entangled by 3 powerful experts. It seemed they were very familiar with each other, and they should have each come from their own powerful sect. But in the end, 2 of those experts had been cut down, while the last one's situation was something he wasn't aware of because the battle had been too chaotic. He really hadn't expected the 3 huge sects to challenge Mo Gate now. It was without a doubt that there was a powerful backer behind them. And the power supporting them was very likely the Pill Tower. Recently, the Pill Tower had lost all their prestige because of the Huayan sect. Now, it seemed they were planning on using Mo Gate to retrieve that prestige and warn the other sects of their power. Definitely looking to die, said Long Chen lightly. Whether or not we're looking to die, we still have to pay back our favor, especially now that Mo Gate is in such an urgent state. We can only do this much. Mu Shui bitterly smiled. I'm not talking about you. Long Chen shook his head. Although my own combat strength is the weakest of everyone here, I know a great deal about magical beasts' habits and characters. I can probably help you a bit. Really? Mu Shui was a bit startled. Yes, I often have to deal with brutes and animals, so I'm very familiar with them. This time, I was chased down miserably by a group of brutes, so don't worry, this is my specialty, laughed Long Chen. Senior apprentice sister, we've set up the tents and food. One of the women ran over. Good, then we should eat. Long Chen, I don't want to wrong you, so how about you change into our clothes too? Otherwise, it'll feel odd, said Mu Shui. Long Chen was currently wearing blue robes, while they were all wearing black training clothes. He truly did stand out. Other than that, he was also covered in dust and blood. However, although he had all kinds of various things in his spatial ring, he didn't have an extra set of robes for himself. Then I'll have to thank you. Long Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. This woman took out a new set of clothes for him. Your face is a bit dirty. Let sister help you clean up a bit. I'll also tidy up your hair. The woman suddenly brazenly pulled Long Chen over to the lakeside. Hey, this is a bit inappropriate. Long Chen really hadn't expected this woman to be so direct. You two hurry up, don't make us wait too long, called out Mu Shui. An incense stick's worth of time later, Long Chen was wearing their black clothes, and his face had also been cleaned up. When he entered the tent, everyone was startled, as they no longer even recognized him. Oh, how handsome. The other woman in the squad couldn't help letting out a startled cry. Long Chen's sword-like eyebrows framed his starry eyes, and a special aura came from his body that possessed an extremely fatal attraction to women. More importantly, the other men here all had bulky builds, which made his regular build even more eye-catching. As soon as he entered, everyone's gazes landed on him. The other woman's arm was wrapped around his, and her immensely pleased expression made him feel very unnatural. Sit. Mu Shui quickly recovered and pointed to a seat. About that, I see there are a lot more wine over there. I think I'll sit with those brothers instead. That way it'll be more convenient for me to drink. Otherwise, I really would feel a bit unwilling. Long Chen smiled. His words caused those two women to be a bit disappointed, but Mu Shui nodded with approval. Long Chen clearly wasn't a thoughtless person. Haha, brother Long Chen, quick, come over. Come, let's properly drink. Long Chen's actions also won him the good opinion of quite a few others. Long Chen wasn't afraid of anything, but he did feel that as a person, it was best not to be so ostentatious. Furthermore, he had no romantic feelings for these three, so there was no need to provoke anyone. Haha, thank you, thank you. Long Chen cupped his fists and sat down next to that person. There was a large, circular table in the middle of over 20 people. The table was filled with wine and meat. It was very rich, and just seeing it made Long Chen's stomach rumble. To tell the truth, he hadn't eaten anything in the past few days, so seeing all this laid out before him made him stealthily gulp down his saliva. I have a good announcement to make. Brother Long Chen has temporarily joined our Mu Shui mercenary unit to help us handle the hidden ground spider, announced Mu Shui. Haha, welcome, welcome. Don't worry brother Long, when the time to handle the hidden ground spider comes, stand by my side and I'll protect you. Zhang Wu patted Long Chen on the shoulder grandly. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Wu's cultivation base was only at the mid-meridian opening realm. Just what did he plan on using to protect him? It was unknown just who would be protecting who. This place is a safe zone. We don't need any guards tonight. Just eat and drink as much as you want. After rushing for nearly a month, I'm sure you're all a bit tired. So just relax today so that you'll be in your peak condition for tomorrow. Then we'll take down that hidden ground spider. Come, cheers. Mu Shui raised her glass. The current Mu Shui was truly grand and heroic. She was not lacking compared to any man and was truly worthy of being their squad's leader. Everyone cheered and gulped down 3 cups in one go. Only then did they begin eating and drinking. Long Chen was truly hungry, and he followed along with everyone else, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a chunk of meat in the other, crazily devouring them both. Long Chen, come, let me offer you a cup. Another one. Long Chen's mouth was full of food, but no matter who came to offer him a cup, he would down his cup. This was extremely refreshing, and after a few dozen cups, everyone began to become a bit noisy. This wine was no ordinary wine, but wine made for cultivators. It was extremely potent, thus, they were starting to get drunk. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that these fellows were actually conspiring against him to get him drunk. He laughed and drank over and over again, never refusing anyone. In less than 2 hours, the only ones who were still capable of sitting were just Mu Shui and the other 2 women. The others had already collapsed, their snoring shaking the tent. Long Chen knew these fellows hadn't circulated their qi to resist the alcohol. They were borrowing the wine to make themselves completely relaxed. After continuous days of weary travel, they were about to face a Shantian magical beast tomorrow. To say they weren't nervous would be a lie. That was a battle in which the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. After drinking and eating to his full, Long Chen sat cross-legged, continuing to insert his blood qi into his new meridians. Mu Shui and the other 2 women were meditating to preserve their strength. Although this place was a safe zone, there were no absolutes. It was always best to not be careless. After expanding his meridians to their limit, he began to circulate his 2 stars to urge on the primal chaos space. Although the growth was slow because there were too many trees, This investment would definitely lead to a bountiful harvest in the future. He couldn't waste his time. When the sun finally spilled its light over them, the Mushui mercenary unit all stood up completely refreshed. The drinking yesterday had completely calmed their nerves, and then their sleep had been incredibly refreshing. Their mental state had reached a peak. After the tents were put away, Mushui led them towards the west. After 4 hours, they arrived at a mountain range. Then after several dozen miles, Mushui raised her hand, causing everyone to immediately stop. Everyone held their breaths, because they saw a mountain-like figure ahead of them that emitted an aura that chilled them to the bone. Chapter 544 Leading the Monster. Seeing that mountain-like figure, all their hearts pounded wildly, and they didn't dare move. Before them was a spider 300 meters long and half as tall. Its 8 legs were tightly contracted right now. Countless barbs shone on them with a metallic light. No one doubted their sharpness. Its large stomach was covered with strange lines that made it look like it was made of rock. Its head was stuck within the ground so they couldn't see it, but just the aura emitted from its body was enough to make them tremble. Long Chen, what's your opinion? Mushui was also nervous. This matter could cost them their lives. Let me tell you something very unfortunate, it's advanced. Seems like it just advanced and hasn't solidified its cultivation base yet, said Long Chen helplessly. Everyone's expressions changed. An early Xianxian magical beast was their limit. It was impossible for them to defeat a mid-Xianxian realm beast. Fighting would just be sending themselves to their deaths. How could this happen? They were all filled with regret. It had taken them so much work and time just to get here, and luckily the hidden ground spider was still present. But it was as if the heavens had just been playing a joke on them. Are we just supposed to give up like this? They were all very unwilling. Mushui took a deep breath and asked Long Chen, according to your estimate, if we go all out, what are the odds? Long Chen looked at Mushui and then the others, thinking for a moment. If you face it head on, you should have a 50% chance of killing the hidden ground spider. That made all of them delighted, but his next words made their hearts sink. However, even if you can kill it, most likely over half of you will die. Furthermore, there is a 50% chance the hidden ground spider will kill all of you. You should discuss amongst yourselves about what you should do, said Long Chen. Just facing an early 6th rank magical beast, in other words, an early Xianxian realm magical beast, was already extremely dangerous for them. Now the situation had changed, and they couldn't follow their previous plans. They were unable to deal with the hidden ground spider now that it had advanced. Leader, we should fight, said one of the mercenaries. Although they usually called Mushui senior apprentice sister, when they were carrying out a mission, they would all call her leader. Yes, I agree, we aren't afraid of death, but we can't owe others. It was up to Mushui to make this agonizing choice. However, it was too dangerous to face the hidden ground spider. She was unwilling to see them all face such danger. She couldn't bear to see them die. Leader, have you forgotten? We all came from our own powerful families and powers. We were considered their elites. Have you forgotten our goal when we formed the Mushui mercenary unit? Wasn't it because we all were fed up with the deceptions and inner strifes within those powers? We were tired of being pushed aside through other people's sinister schemes and contemptible shamelessness. We formed the Mushui mercenary unit so we can be free, right? We want to live unconstrained, repaying gratitude and enmity, having our lives in our own control. Even if we can only control them for one day, we could still die content. These years, we escaped all other restrictions, living our lives for ourselves. We've already gained enough. Could it be that after experiencing peaceful time for too long, we've become so cowardly that we don't dare to risk our lives? Asked a member of the unit, his eyes red. That's right, leader. Right now, the only debt we owe anyone is Mo Gate. Once we repay that favor, we'll be completely free and won't have any more pressure. Anyone who chooses the path of cultivation knows they can't expect to have a good death. If we die, all it means is that our lives weren't hardy enough. We won't have any complaints. What we want is to be free. Hearing their passionate words, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. This world was like a vat dye, but there were still some people that hadn't been dyed by its contamination yet. They still possessed their original heart. Fine, then today we'll go all out against this beast. Mushui clenched her teeth and then turned to Long Chen. You should leave for now. Your cultivation base is too low, and you won't be able to help us. Long Chen shook his head. Why do I feel like you guys are acting like martyrs? Isn't it just killing a magical beast? There's no need to make it seem like we'll be separated by life and death. Long Chen cut off Mu Shui. I really didn't expect that I would run into people like you all. If you guys trust me, then listen to my orders in a bit. Although I can't guarantee every single one of you will survive, I can definitely increase your odds of survival. Mu Shui hesitated. She looked at Long Chen. Alright, in a bit, everyone listened to Brother Long. Yes, Long Chen was very pleased to see that the Mu Shui mercenary unit was very united. A single word from Mu Shui was able to make them all listen. Mu Shui had essentially placed all their lives in his hands, while they all trusted Mu Shui enough to do that. Mu Shui had only known him for a single day. That moved Long Chen emotionally. She was the same as him, someone who judged people based on their intuition. Since she had put her trust in him, he would have to show off his use. Everyone, retreat. What dumbfounded everyone was that Long Chen's first order was for them to retreat. Was he messing around? Long Chen, you're, asked Mu Shui. Haha, looks like my orders aren't very effective. Long Chen shook his head. Don't get angry, we just don't understand, said Mu Shui hastily. Then I'll explain this one time. But this will be the last time. Next time I give an order, no matter what that order is, you have to follow it, because if you don't, it may cost lives. Long Chen was extremely solemn. This terrain is mountainous, and it's not suitable for us to fight. The hidden ground spider can dig into the ground, and we'll be unable to catch it. If we lure it into the grassland, with the wide field of view, our chances of success will greatly increase. Now that he explained it, they all understood. They all felt a bit more confidence in Long Chen. At least he had some ability. Alright, I have a question for you now. When you fight magical beasts, you probably split into squads, right? How many squads? Asked Long Chen. 4 squads. Everyone, split up so Long Chen can see, said Mu Shui. They split into 4 squads, each with 6 people. Remembering each squad's members and power, Long Chen then said, you should retreat 50 miles into the grassland and prepare for battle. Now they no longer hesitated and they withdrew, leaving behind only Long Chen and Mu Shui. Long Chen, how about you go with them? I can lead it on my own, said Mu Shui. She was worried it would be too dangerous for Long Chen. After all, he had clearly just advanced and was in the process of forming his new meridians. He couldn't even count as a true meridian opening expert. Don't be so nervous, isn't it just a mid-Shantian magical beast? That's easy. Furthermore, I happen to be a specialist at running. You don't need to be worried about me. Long Chen smiled. If it wasn't suitable for him to fight now, he would be able to easily kill this hidden ground spider. However, his new meridians weren't complete yet, and he didn't dare use his spiritual chi impetuously. Alright, I'll begin leading the monster. Long Chen picked up a stone the size of a fist. He threw it at the hidden ground spider, crying out, hey, bastard, wake up. The sun's going to burn your butt. Hearing Long Chen's curse, Mu Shui almost laughed. But when the stone left his hand, her smile disappeared. That stone shot out at a terrifying speed, practically tearing through the air. It smacked right into the hidden ground spider's stomach, knocking it back several dozen meters. What terrifying strength! Mu Shui was awed. She had never imagined that Long Chen, who seemed like a frail scholar, would possess such strength. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended upon the world. The hidden ground spider spread its long legs, and its head, which was bigger than a house, was revealed. 2 pitch-black fangs protruded out of its mouth, appearing incredibly sinister. The hidden ground spider suddenly let out a berserk roar and charged at Long Chen and Mu Shui. Although its body was huge, it was as quick as lightning. Long Chen turned and fled. Mu Shui had long since been prepared, and the two of them crazily rushed away while the huge hidden ground spider chased. What startled Mu Shui was that the hidden ground spider was actually extremely fast, much faster than she was. As for Long Chen, he had already gotten ahead of her, causing her to feel ashamed. She had actually been worried about Long Chen, but the result was that she was the one thrown behind. Furthermore, at this rate, it would catch up to her before she could reach the grassland. Then Long Chen's plan would be ruined. But she had already pushed her speed to her limit. Now she could only watch as the hidden ground spider approached. Her only option would be to fight it. Suddenly, Long Chen paused and grabbed her. Mu Shui cried out, "You go first, don't." But she had already been pulled away by Long Chen. She was like Long Chen's kite, and he pulled her so quickly that her feet didn't even touch the ground. He only slowed down slightly when they had gotten further away from the hidden ground spider. Mu Shui was truly amazed now. Long Chen's speed just now had been too shocking. It had practically been like flying. She didn't know what to say now. With Long Chen's support, the two of them maintained a distance of several thousand meters from the hidden ground spider. The grassland quickly appeared. At the same time, they also saw a few more figures. Zhang Wu and the others had long since made their preparations to fight. Mu Shui suddenly felt Long Chen's arm wrap around her waist, and she almost cried out. Begin storing energy. When the time is ripe, I'll throw you into the air, and you will use your strongest attack to give the hidden ground spider a fatal blow. Victory or defeat lies in that one attack. Whether you can grasp that chance or not is up to you. Don't be careless, said Long Chen as he rushed forward. Hearing that, Mu Shui's heart turned cold, and ignoring the awkwardness of being carried by Long Chen, she began accumulating energy. Prepare yourselves, shouted Long Chen. Chapter 545 Obtaining a Corpse. Long Chen suddenly threw Mu Shui high into the air. The sound of her sword leaving its sheath rang out like a dragon cry. A ray of sword chi slashed down on the hidden ground spider. The hidden ground spider was struck head-on, and a huge hole was blown into the ground. Perfect, cried Long Chen. The hidden ground spider had been rushing as fast as it could, but it had been stopped dead in its tracks by Mu Shui. That meant her attack was extremely amazing. Furthermore, he noticed that Mu Shui's sword had also contained some Shantian power. Otherwise, there was no way she could have caused this perfect of a result. First squad, attack the left. Second squad, attack the right. Third squad, attack from the back. Fourth squad, stay back and wait for opportunities to attack its belly. Leave the head-on fight to the leader, shouted Long Chen. Mu Shui was stronger than Long Chen had expected. Now their odds of victory were slightly higher. Hearing his orders, they began attacking the hidden ground spider. Its body was too huge, and they had to use powerful long-range battle skills to attack. But they were extremely sullen to find their attacks merely caused a few sparks when they struck its legs. They were unable to cause any injuries. Ignore the legs. Its belly is its weak spot. The squads on the sides, don't bother attacking it. Just split its attention to create chances for others. Remember, focus on safety above all else, said Long Chen. The hidden ground spider was also placing its focus on Mu Shui. Even though this kind of magical beast had lower intelligence, it was still able to sense that Mu Shui was the greatest threat to it. Its sharp fangs and huge legs continuously attacked her. Mu Shui's sword danced in the air, sword chi sweeping back and forth. But in front of a Shantian magical beast, she was forced to fall back over and over again. She was unable to resist that level of power. Those friends standing at the back of the hidden ground spider, what are you all doing? Are you waiting to wipe its butt? Do you not see the hole there? Shouted Long Chen to the squad attacking the hidden ground spider from the back. Those people were startled, and raising their heads, they did see a hole. But that hole was closed right now. One of them had a spear in their hands, and he threw it as hard as he could at the hole. In other places, such an attack would only cause a few sparks, but that place was surprisingly weak. The hidden ground spider suddenly let out a shriek and raised its body. It was obviously painful for it. Leader, don't let it turn back. Otherwise, the others will definitely die, warned Long Chen. Previously, her movements had been a complete mess from being attacked by the hidden ground spider. Now, Mu Shui finally had a chance to breathe. Hearing his warning, sword images shot out of her sword, ruthlessly attacking the hidden ground spider. The hidden ground spider tried turning several times to cut down those little fellows attacking its butt, but Mu Shui's attacks were too vicious, making it so it couldn't. Yes, just keep going like this. Pay attention to safety. Only come forward if the leader is in a dire state. But remember, don't go too far in attacking it from the back, or the hidden ground spider will go crazy and do anything to kill you, warned Long Chen. Seeing this huge monster truly being suppressed by them raised everyone's confidence. They managed to beat down a mid-Shantian magical beast. But Long Chen was staring only at Mu Shui. Mu Shui was the only one capable of killing the hidden ground spider. Without her, this mission would be impossible to complete. Furthermore, this battle was clearly an opportunity for her. He felt that Mu Shui should have a high chance of fully advancing to the Shantian realm during this battle. In fact, perhaps only once she broke through would they be able to kill the hidden ground spider. Although it seemed like they had taken the advantage right now, they didn't have the slightest chance of killing the hidden ground spider like this. Mu Shui, retreat, Long Chen suddenly shouted. Mu Shui was in the midst of exchanging blows with the hidden ground spider, but hearing his order, she retreated without even thinking about it. Just at that moment, a large net shot out of its mouth, trying to envelop her. That happened so suddenly that if Mu Shui hadn't heard Long Chen's warning, she definitely would have been caught. However, now she had enough time to dodge. This net was covered with a blue liquid that emitted a foul stench. It was clearly poisonous. Being caught in the net was probably equal to death. Everyone, pay attention. When the hidden ground spider is about to shoot out its net, its stomach will contract. That's your sign, said Long Chen. Hearing that, they had an urge to prostrate themselves in admiration towards Long Chen. If he hadn't been present, perhaps there would already have been deaths amongst them. This won't do, Long Chen muttered to himself. Mu Shui's aura had fluctuated several times, but she hadn't managed to make her breakthrough. If this continued, her chance of truly advancing to the Xianxian realm would become increasingly remote. The more times you attack the wall between realms, the stronger that wall would become, and the harder it would be to advance later. I have to think of something. Long Chen's gaze swept over the battlefield, looking for some chance. Suddenly, a warrior was sent flying by a spider leg. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and Long Chen hastily rushed over, holding that person in his arms. Brother, you have to hold on. You'll be fine. You can't die. Long Chen held this person as he cried out, his voice filled with sorrow. Brother, I'm fine. Before he could continue, he felt a sharp pain on his leg and let out a miserable howl. But that howl was cut off midway. He collapsed powerlessly. Long Chen had slapped him unconscious. He sighed inside, sorry brother. Don't die, don't die. Long Chen shook him over and over, trying to rouse him. This scene was seen by everyone, but they were unable to see Long Chen's hidden actions, and their eyes all turned red. Seeing their brother die in front of them, all of their attacks became even more berserk. Due to that, one of the mercenaries was struck by the hidden ground spider and sent flying. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell on the ground, unconscious. There was no need for Long Chen to do anything with this one. Mu Shui let out a mournful cry, and her sword crazily attacked the hidden ground spider. At the same time, her aura was beginning to silently attack her bottleneck. A sound came from within Mu Shui's body, and a powerful pressure rose. However, Mu Shui didn't sense it at all. She didn't notice that while her previous attacks were unable to break through its defenses, now each of her attacks would leave a large cut on its body. A yellow-green liquid slowly leaked from those injuries. Leader has advanced. Some people finally noticed this. But Mu Shui was still crazily attacking the hidden ground spider. A ray of sword chi landed on one of its fangs, and unable to bear being struck so many times, the fang broke and fell to the ground. Careful, it wants to run. Long Chen suddenly shouted. As soon as he said this, the hidden ground spider's 8 legs joined together, becoming like a drill that bore its way into the ground. The ground immediately became loose, and the hidden ground spider disappeared underground. This was where it got its name. Although its core was dark attribute, it also possessed a certain control over earth energy. Its most slippery point was that when it encountered danger, it would escape into the ground. This was also why Long Chen felt that if Mu Shui didn't fully advance to the Xianxian realm, killing this hidden ground spider would just be a fool's dream. It would simply run. When the hidden ground spider's immense body disappeared in front of everyone, they were all dumbfounded. It was too shocking to see such a huge body disappear. Mu Shui, prepare your strongest attack. I'll find its position. Long Chen spread his divine sense, quickly locking onto a certain spot. He smiled and took out an arrow, throwing it somewhere hundreds of meters away. Attack right there, said Long Chen. Flying frost sword. Mu Shui's sword ruthlessly stabbed down, terrifying sword chi cutting open a long ditch in the ground. The dirt exploded, and an immense body flew out. There was a long cut on the hidden ground spider's back now. Its body had almost been cut in two. Because it had been hiding below, it hadn't had any defenses raised. And so one attack was able to heavily injure it. When it appeared above ground again, Mu Shui didn't need Long Chen to say anything. Another huge ray of sword chi slashed down on its head. Its head was cut cleanly in two. It became still, dying just like that. Long Chen couldn't help feeling some admiration. Mu Shui truly was powerful. Each one of her attacks contained her Xianxian power, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Her comprehension and control were truly not bad. Ha ha ha, victory, victory. At first, everyone was still silent, but then a burst of excited cheering rang out. Leader, we've got the core. Zhongwu searched within the hidden ground spider's head for a long time before finally finding the core. He offered it to Mu Shui excitedly. Receiving the core, Mu Shui's hands were quivering slightly. She still felt as if she was dreaming. She had actually advanced. It had happened so suddenly that she felt it was just a misperception. Then, about that corpse. Do you guys want it? If you don't, can you give it to me? Asked Long Chen. If you want it, then take it. But let me tell you, the hidden ground spider's corpse doesn't have any value. Mu Shui's mood was extremely good now, and she smiled to Long Chen as she put away the core. Hee, good. Long Chen was delighted and placed the hidden ground spider's corpse into the primal chaos space, throwing it into the black soil. But before he could examine any changes, a furious roar rang out. Ah, Long Chen, you bastard, how dare you plot against me? The person who had been slapped unconscious by him had finally revived from the dead, and angrily cursed Long Chen. Chapter 546 Ironwing Horned Eagle. They were now at the lake, and the tents had been set up again. The Mushui mercenary unit's members were all laughing cheerfully, drinking as much wine as they could in celebration. This battle had truly been fought too beautifully by them. Not one of them had died. In fact, only a few of them had even been injured before they managed to cut down the hidden ground spider. The most exciting thing was that their leader had truly broken through to the Shantian realm. That made their unit's strength increase to unprecedented levels. Perhaps that was what it meant for happy things to occur in pairs. They no longer had any reservations and went all out drinking and eating. Even Mu Shui drank over 10 cups of wine, her face becoming slightly rosy. Long Chen was also celebrating with them. There were over 20 cups that challenged Long Chen in succession. Anytime someone touched their cup to his, he would down all his alcohol without the slightest hesitation. Now, over 200 cups had gone down his belly. Even with his tolerance, he was starting to feel a bit woozy, as he hadn't used any spiritual chi to suppress it. He actually very much enjoyed this kind of feeling. They were all hot-blooded men, saying anything they wanted to say, their emotions painted on their faces. They lived very sincerely. From them, Long Chen learned they had come from powerful families or some other powers. After having been squeezed out by others, they had ended up leaving in fury to become wandering martial artists. Their talent was actually very high, but they had given up any hope in the powers they came from. They would rather be wandering martial artists than stay. They no longer treated strength as the most important thing. Their number one priority was their freedom, their emotions. It could be said that they were extremely unconventional cultivators. Although they had to work for their cultivation resources by completing missions, making their lives dangerous, it was also extremely thrilling. They all lived this kind of life. Perhaps in other people's eyes, they were just a bunch of minor characters that would never have any success, but they still liked being themselves. Long Chen, you still haven't explained why you pinched me today. Their tongues had already grown loose now, and one of the mercenaries patted Long Chen on the shoulder while drinking. That person was the one who Long Chen had pinched earlier today in order to make him wail. Afterward, they had been too busy and there had been no time to get his question answered. However, he hadn't forgotten it. Now that he said it, everyone turned to Long Chen, wanting to know what had happened. Long Chen hiccuped, laughing and patting him on the shoulder. Brother, are you dissatisfied? In truth, you should be very happy. Originally, I was planning on crushing your balls. That person shivered, and he half came out of his drunken state. Fuck, when did I piss you off this much? This is called sacrifice. If it weren't for your shriek, do you think the leader would have become so furious and berserk, completely breaking through any restrictions? If it weren't for you, how could she have caught the chance to advance? And without advancing, how would we have stopped the hidden ground spider from escaping? Without killing the hidden ground spider, what would we be celebrating here? In truth, you're the one who contributed the most towards killing the hidden ground spider. Here, let me raise a cup for you. Long Chen's words made him very muddle-headed. He made it sound like their victory had relied entirely on him. Now seeing Long Chen drink, he also drank down his cup. He might be too drunk to understand, but the others also heard it, and now they finally understood that everything had been within his control. Mu Shui was the most surprised. It really was as Long Chen said. If she hadn't advanced to the Xianxian realm, not only would many people have died, but they also wouldn't have succeeded in the end. This meant Long Chen had already thought of this plan before they even began attacking the hidden ground spider. Mu Shui couldn't help feeling blessed. Long Chen was like her lucky star. If it hadn't been for him, she really didn't know what she would be doing right now. Long Chen, let me offer you a cup. Mu Shui raised her glass to him. Haha, for the beautiful leader to offer me a cup of wine, I really am honored. Long Chen hastily raised his cup. Thank you. Mu Shui looked sincerely at Long Chen. Haha, you're being too courteous. If you hadn't helped me out, I would still be lost. Long Chen touched his cup to Mu Shui's cup and then downed the alcohol. Come, you two beauties, let me also offer you a cup. Long Chen raised his cup towards the other two women. Ah, I don't really have much capacity for alcohol. If I end up drunk, you'll have to protect me. That woman, who had once helped clean him up, spoke bashfully, but the passion in her eyes was extremely brazen. Long Chen laughed. Don't worry, with this many brothers protecting you, even if the heavens were to collapse, there would be someone to prop them up. An undetectable trace of disappointment flashed within Mu Shui's eyes. Long Chen was intentionally keeping his distance from the woman, acting as if he didn't understand her flirtation. Mu Shui quietly retreated to her own spot. She watched as Long Chen drank with the others, playing a finger-guessing game and even occasionally spouting profanities. She quietly stared at this man. She felt this man to be very different from others, and yet his appearance wasn't so out of the ordinary. It was food for thought. This night, everyone drank a great deal, and even Long Chen was snoring afterward. It had been a long time since he had had such a good time drinking. When morning came, everyone got up refreshed. After all, they were cultivators, and this amount of wine was unable to affect their powerful constitutions. After putting things away, they were preparing to head back to the city when Zhongwu suddenly said, Long Chen, do you think we can cut down the other brute? This suggestion was very enticing to Long Chen. He had noticed the small trees in his primal chaos space had grown a great deal overnight. They had already reached a height of over 150 meters. They were already able to provide a significant amount of life energy to him. Although each one could only give him a small amount, there were over 100 of them. Each day, he could draw out life energy for himself. If he gained another Xianxian magical beast's corpse, then that would be even more perfect, allowing the trees to grow even more. But he didn't want them to face danger for his own benefit. Long Chen, do you want to try it? Asked Mu Shui eagerly. After all, a Xianxian magical beast's core was an expensive commodity. Whether it was used for refining pills or forging items, they were rare treasures. As mercenaries, when there weren't any good missions available, they would go out killing magical beasts to exchange for cultivation resources. What kind of magical beast is it? Asked Long Chen. It's an ironwing horned eagle. When we noticed it last year, it was at the early Xianxian realm, said Mu Shui. This time, Mu Shui didn't say anything definitively. After all, from their experience with the hidden ground spider, she knew she couldn't be sure whether a magical beast would have already advanced or not. Although it was said that magical beasts could spend decades or even centuries without advancing once, people still had to be prepared for bad luck. There was no way for her to be sure. That's something even harder to deal with than the hidden ground spider. Long Chen frowned. The hidden ground spider was a dark attribute magical beast, so it wasn't specialized in attacking. It was a specialist in running. When it hunted, it would stay underground and lay a trap. It rarely fought head-on. But the ironwing horned eagle was different. It was a flying magical beast, and its build was much larger than the hidden ground spider. Furthermore, it was extremely fast. If they weren't able to defeat it, then they wouldn't even have a chance to flee. Right now, Long Chen was still in the process of forming his new meridians. He had already strengthened them over 30 times, but there was still no sign of them reaching their limit. He could only continue with this process. But then thinking of its immense body, Long Chen was very enticed. How about I go by myself to try it? Asked Mu Shui. Long Chen understood her idea. She would fight it on her own, and even if she couldn't beat it, it wouldn't be able to kill her. I'll accompany you. In the end, Long Chen decided to go with Mu Shui to take a look. Although his cultivation base was the lowest here, they all respected him a great deal. They didn't have any objections. After traveling for half a day, a sharp cliff appeared before them. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that the ironwing horned eagle was different from ordinary flying magical beasts. It didn't have a nest. Instead, it had excavated a cave in the cliffside. Just looking at the huge cave, he could tell that the ironwing horned eagle had to be shockingly huge. The rest of you should wait here. You absolutely can't come over. Long Chen had the others wait at a certain mountain. They would be able to see the cave from a distance, but it would be difficult for the ironwing horned eagle to notice them from there. Long Chen and Mu Shui arrived in front of its cave. They didn't sense any danger, surprising Long Chen. He sent his spiritual strength in to investigate. The ironwing horned eagle isn't here. It probably went hunting, he said. Then what should we do? Asked Mu Shui. This is a good thing, we'll take advantage of this opportunity to set up a trap. That'll save us effort. Long Chen smiled mischievously. Setting up traps was something Long Chen delighted in. Setting up a trap in its own nest was especially delightful. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a large figure appeared above the two of them. A powerful pressure spread. Oh, looks like there's no need to set up anything. The master has returned. Long Chen spread his arms and dashed to the side, leaving the battle to Mu Shui. Right now, it still wasn't suitable for him to fight. If it left a mark on his meridians, that would be something impossible for him to erase in his lifetime. He didn't dare take that risk. The immense figure crashed onto the ground. What startled Mu Shui and Long Chen was that it was a flying magical beast that was only at the 5th rank. It was 300 meters long and was now unconscious. It seemed to be the prey the ironwing horned eagle had obtained. It had been preparing to enjoy it once it returned to its nest, but seeing people had invaded its territory, it directly dropped its prey and charged at Mu Shui. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.